Storm Totem, Mana Beasts, Book 2, written by Derek Allen Siddoway, narrated by Travis Baldree. Chapter 1. Coyote Lady and Raccoon Boy strode through the Storm Horse winter camp, though, of course, none of the passing people knew they were there. Even the occasional beast caller and their bonded mana beasts had no idea the primevals walked among them. Their moccasins left no tracks in the snow or mud. The closest hint the passers-by had was a tickling instinct to part just far enough from their chosen route so that the pair could continue their course without weaving through foot traffic. Like most times they talked, Coyote Lady and Raccoon Boy were arguing. "Look, I'm impressed that he's not dead. I'll admit it," Raccoon Boy said, waving his furry little hands in the air in between bites of flatbread he'd stolen from an Earth Badger trader. "I'm even more impressed he tracked down his sister without getting killed." "But," Coyote Lady asked, glancing down at her friend, "but out of all the beast callers in all Oras, you're really going to tell me he's the one that's going to help you find her?" "Yes," she replied, hiding a smile. She knew her answers would drive Raccoon Boy crazy. A moment later, he rewarded her with an irritated growl. She swished her bushy tail in satisfaction. "You know I don't like it when you're clever." "I'm always clever," she said, adopting the emphasis he'd been using a moment before. "What you mean is you don't like it when you don't know everything." Finishing the last of his flatbread, the shorter primeval rubbed his paw hands vigorously to remove the crumbs. "Please enlighten me, O favored granddaughter of the Wild Mother," he said in sarcastic reverence. Raccoon Boy never let his pride get in the way of his impatience. This time, Coyote Lady did smile, revealing a pair of long canines as her lips parted. It quickly faded. "I think she brought him here," she said. "It explains many things." "Huh," Raccoon Boy said. "That just makes more questions. Why?" "I don't know," Coyote Lady said. "And I hate not knowing. But things happen around him, coincidence or not. All these things going on aren't just random." A blinding flash of lightning smote the winter sky, cutting off the conversation. Every human being in the winter camp felt their hair rise and electricity crackle in the air. An instant later, a thunderous explosion shook the earth and heavens. People screamed and fell to the ground, wrapping their arms over their heads like children cowering before an angry parent. Throughout the camp, mana beasts of all forms and strengths cried out from the overwhelming surge of raw mana that accompanied the lightning and thunder. And then it was over. Coyote Lady grimaced and blinked. At her hip, Raccoon Boy rubbed at his eyes and groaned. Even the primevals weren't spared the effects of the mana detonation. "What in the name of the mother was that?" he asked. As the flashing spots in her vision cleared, Coyote Lady raised her head. The winter camp of the Stormhorse tribe was nestled in the southeast corner of the Thunder Plains. Many of the tribes had other winter quarters, but here the strongest tribes with elders and paragons held council until the snows melted and the grass on the prairies turned green with the spring. Towering hundreds of feet over the spires of rock called the Wind Bones, the totem of the Stormhorse watched over her people. No one knew if it was made of wood, stone, or something else, but in the thousands of years the totem had stood, it showed no sign of weathering or age. Each of the 7 factions had a totem marking the god or goddess of their people. They were sacred sites, full of strong mana, where the most powerful beast callers gathered to guide their nations. Craning her head back, Coyote Lady looked at the horse's head crowning the totem tower. Thick gray smoke rose in a plume from the rearing horse's head. More poured from its nostrils, almost as if the Stormhorse drew breath on the cold autumn morning. Even Raccoon Boy found himself at a loss for words. A moment after Coyote Lady, people across the camps raised their eyes to the heavens and saw the smoking totem. Their cries of fear mingled with the confused roars and screeches of all the nearby mana beasts. All but the youngest children recognized the sign. They had awaited it with dread for hundreds of years, kept the tails between each generation lest any forget the coming of the 4th Nocton. "And the Wild Mother will smite her children and lay their powers bare," Coyote Lady whispered the ominous lines. "And they will become as empty as the stalks of corn blown in winter winds." "Do you think—" Raccoon Boy trailed off, losing his words again. Across Oras, 6 other totems like the mighty storm horse stood, representing each of the Wild Mother's other children, the gods and goddesses who had once walked among mortals and shared rule of the entire land. If the prophetic words concerning the signs of the fourth nocturne were indeed coming to pass, something similar had just happened at the other totems as well. Coyote Lady suspected as much. Unfortunately, her suspicions were usually correct. "We need to find out," she said. "Gather the grandchildren while I see for myself." Raccoon Boy looked up at her and nodded, fear plain in his normally mischievous features. "We're running out of time." Chapter 2. Kellen stared at the vast expanse of dry, wind-whipped prairie and thought of home. What was Allison doing right now? How were his parents? Did they think he'd run away from home? Maybe some quantum magic phenomenon had wiped the memory of his existence from everyone on Earth. A part of Kellen hoped that was the case. It was better than his parents constantly worrying and speculating where he'd disappeared to and why. He wondered what time of year it was in Idaho. Here, the rustling of a waxing fall was in the air, the autumn scents of wood smoke and dried grass weaving through the biting breeze. The ever-present haze of wildfire smoke on the Thunder Plains receded with the colder mornings and shorter days. If he were still on Earth, Kellen would have called it October. If that were correct, his birthday was coming up. Assuming the time warp wasn't more complex than he could follow, Kellen was in the last few months of his teens. That felt weird, all other oddities and impossibilities of his situation aside. In the last several weeks, he dived through a magic portal, discovered he could use magic, and found himself bonded to a talking creature made entirely of magic, or mana, to use the correct term. He'd survived attacks from other bigger, stronger, and meaner beasts, stampedes, and rock slides, all while traveling hundreds of miles to rescue his sister from kidnappers and cultists. Finding Allison, then somehow sending her back home, had been a great victory. It was the sole thing that had driven Kellen, through weeks of grueling training, to hone his newfound arcane abilities. And just like in a movie, they'd saved the day and beaten the bad guys. The end. Then reality had sunk in. He'd traded what was probably a one-chance, one-way ticket home for the life of a beast caller. As more time passed, he realized he had no clue what that meant or what he'd signed up for. It still felt like the right choice, though that didn't make it an easy one to live with. He wondered, "Ow!" A sharp smack on the back of his head drew Kellen from his musings. Swearing and rubbing his head, he turned around in his seated position to find Nokum standing over him, her scowling face more pronounced than usual. The old woman waved a bony, knuckled hand at him in warning. "Pay attention." Sufficiently brought back to the moment, Kellen looked away from his teacher and down to the little valley below the hill where he sat. To the south end, a lean, tawny-colored creature weaved through the tall stalks of grass, flashes of his electric blue markings showing here and there as he prowled. His lean frame was about the size of a German shepherd, but built more like a cross between a fox and a cat, with large tufted ears and a long, ever-twitching leonine tail. Sensing something was astray, Vex glanced upward at Kellen, who hastily clamped his eyes shut, remembering the purpose of the exercise. Too late. Kellen bit back another curse as Nokum's bony knuckles rapped his head again. "Eyes closed. Now focus." His world dark, Kellen centered his mind, focusing on the spiritual pool of mana held within his beast heart. He willed the mana to flow freely throughout his body, spreading like a sunrise over frost-covered ground as it circulated to his toes, fingertips, and the crown on his head. Next, he extended his senses outward, building an image of the little valley in his mind. As he'd seen from the peak he'd taken, Vex picked his way northward from the south end of the valley, down and to Kellen's left. At almost eye level to Kellen, another mana beast circled the valley. Kellen sensed its storm mana and companion strength, though he knew it was Ira, Nokum's winged coyote. That left just one other presence, a shifting, ethereal one that Kellen had a harder time grasping onto. It lay somewhere to his right at the north end of the valley. Beyond that, his sense struggled to pin down its location relative to Vex. Aside from purposefully cloaking her aura as part of the exercise, Inferi's shadow mana naturally made her more elusive. Kellen's stretching perception made the equivalent of a squint as he tried to sense Inferi within the wisps of shadow mana obscuring his outreach. He fought the urge to open his eyes again, as tempting as it might be. Aside from it being cheating, Nokum would definitely know and smack him again. "Vex to Kellen, over!" Vex's boyish teenager voice sounded in Kellen's mind, snatching away his concentration. "I told you don't say over," Kellen sent back. "We aren't talking on radios." "Roger that. Got a heading for me?" "North?" Even in his head, it sounded like a guess to Kellen. "North?" Vex practically shouted back. "We knew she was north when we started. How far north?" "Hold on." Kellen let out a long breath and recentered himself. Stretching out to the vague area where he sensed Inferi's shadow mana, Kellen sifted through it, straining to find a more concentrated or definitive gathering of mana. He might as well have been looking for a quarter in the valley, which was larger than a football field. He knew she was there, yet a flaring of mana to his immediate right grabbed his attention. A few paces away, Shani, Inferi's beast caller, sat cross-legged, eyes closed, attempting to guide her mana beast toward Vex. That was the purpose of the exercise. While Ira flew above the valley, dampening Vex and Inferi's senses, Kellen and Shani were supposed to guide their beasts toward one another, hopefully one catching the other unaware. An idea came to Kellen. Like following a fishing line, he focused his awareness on Shani's outpouring of mana, hoping it would lead him to Inferi's exact location. Sure enough, a faint trace of shadow mana snaked down the hill into the valley. "Anything else for me except go north, young man?" "No, but be ready. I think I'm onto something." "There's a bunch of gray mist up ahead. Think that might be it?" Ignoring Vex's sarcasm, Kellen investigated Shani's mana working. While beast callers couldn't sense the bond between another beast caller and mana beast, Shani was sending her own storm mana down into the valley, using actual mist to further obscure Kellen's perception. He was certain of it. At his current ability, he only had a vague notion of it, as if seeing a shape through a foggy window. But it was definitely there. "The gray mist I told you about didn't give that away?" Vex knew as well as Kellen that most of Shani and Inferi's current abilities were related to shrouds and cloaking. "Ha!" Kellen's hand gripped into a fist in his lap as he followed the tether of storm mana from Shani down to an aura of shadow mana that could only be Inferi. Now that he knew where to look, he could make her out in clearer detail than he would have thought possible as a mental image. Inferi sat on her haunches, a dark gray hyena about the same size as Vex, but built with a much heavier bone and muscle density. Swirling, dark purple patterns ran down the length of her head, neck, sides, and back. Kellen had only just learned to actually see with his mana sense after weeks of training from Nokum and Kipu. Sorting out different types of mana had been difficult, like trying to organize a bin of different round-shaped fruits and vegetables with his eyes closed. After he and Shani had gotten the hang of that, their learning moved on to forming a picture out of those senses, an even more laborious task requiring constant focus and awareness. So far, the images in his mind's eye were more like grainy photos splotched with water. He couldn't wait to tell the others how clearly he'd made out Inferi after the exercise ended. "Dead ahead, buddy. She's shrouded, but she's just sitting there." "Are you sure? I'm barely sensing any shadow mana there." Through their bond, Kellen felt Vex probing out, both with his own mana sense and his physical smell. "That's what they want you to think," Kellen assured Vex. "You've got to get up earlier than that to fool us." Vex lowered himself further down in the grass until his belly almost brushed the ground. Rather than approaching Inferi straight on, he circled around to the right, creeping through the dry, rustling grass without a sound. As he approached, Kellen kept his eyes on Inferi. She remained seated, mouth open, long tongue lolling out. Were they really that confident in their shrouding abilities that she was just going to sit there? "Be ready," Kellen warned. "Soon you'll be so close they can't help but notice." Focused on his prowl, Vex shot back a brief confirmation. Kellen studied Inferi. Why wasn't she doing anything? And why, suddenly, could he make her out in such detail? As Vex closed in, Kellen's suspicions spiked. Something was off here. "Vex, hold back, A burst of shadow mana appeared from nowhere just behind Vex. He had just enough time to spin around before Inferi crashed into his back, her heavier frame driving him to the ground. Kellen's eyes snapped open and saw the real thing below him. They'd been duped. "That's a new trick," he said, glancing over at Shani, who sat a few paces away. A smug smile lifted one corner of her mouth, made even more nefarious by the long scar running down the same side of her face. "We have been saving that for you." Kellen bit back a frustrated sigh. The several weeks' head start of training he and Vex had completed before Shani's beast-caller powers awakened hardly gave them an advantage anymore. She took naturally to the basics he'd struggled to grasp. Now, Kellen and Vex were hard-pressed to get a win during these exercises and mock fights. No matter how hard they trained, Shani and Inferi matched them, as if driven by a hunger to make up for lost years. Inferi's cackle drew Kellen's attention down the hill, where Vex struggled to get up, covered in dirt and bits of dead grass. He shook himself several times, resulting in more bits sticking to his downy and now static-charged fur. "I could have had you 3 different times," Inferi said between barking laughs. "You had no idea where I was." Vex muttered in annoyance, shaking himself again before giving up the attempt and bounding up the hill where Kellen and Shani sat. Inferi followed close behind, nipping at his tail playfully even if Vex wasn't in the mood. As the 2 mana beasts arrived, Ira landed with a whoosh of his bedraggled wings beside Nokum. The winged coyote had only recently returned to his companion's strength form. In the last battle he'd fought against Ubira, he'd been defeated by a possessed chakra and had spent the better part of the next month as a grouchy, wrinkled, ward-strength chihuahua. "Did you learn anything?" the old woman asked Kellen. Kellen nodded. "I was too focused on what I thought I saw." "And Vex paid the price," Nokum said. "Or would have. You were too cautious at the start, too sure of yourself at the end." Kellen nodded again, knowing she was right. He wanted to say he'd figured it out at the end, just not in time. That was a lame excuse. Now that he knew Shani and Inferi could use their shrouding technique, he wouldn't be fooled so easily next time. A mound of recently dug dirt shuddered nearby. From what looked like a fresh grave, a skeletal hand and arm burst through to the surface. It was followed by another, then a mummified skull wearing a wool cap before the rest of Kipu popped out. "Let me—" "Oh!" Digging away at the dirt in his lap, he produced a skeletal crow that squawked and shook its bony wings to remove the dirt. Kipu alone knew why he'd buried himself. No one bothered to ask any more. "My apologies, Chakra," he said to the skeleton crow. She flew off to perch on a nearby sagebrush with an indignant squawk. Strangely, Chakra had not advanced past ward strength, even though Kipu clearly had greater power. Kellen guessed it had something to do with the fact the mana beast had been somehow stolen and possessed by Ubira for a time. Maybe that was why she'd also gone from a vulture the size of a glider to the skeleton of a crow. At least she wasn't trying to eat them all anymore. Kipu looked at Shani and Kellen with 2 ruby gems that served as his eyes and tapped one with a yellowed, cracked fingernail. "You 2 are looking, but you are still not seeing." They all waited for more. Kipu nodded in satisfaction, grinning at them with his obsidian and jade gemstone-studded teeth. "And?" Vex prompted. "And now we will see if you fight better than you see. Begin!" The first time Kipu called for an impromptu fight, Kellen and Shani had stared at him in confusion until he waved his hands and shouted at them to attack one another. Now they knew the drill. Kellen immediately rolled out of his cross-legged position, charging a baseball-sized sphere of golden light as he did. He heard the hiss of shadow and sun mana striking, followed by snarls and barks as Vex and Inferi engaged. "You never know when you'll fight a beast caller or when you'll fight a mana beast," Kipu often repeated. "So we train to fight together and alone. It will teach you how your partner moves and fights, which is just as important to know in battle. You must be as one mind, in sync with each other." Kellen popped up to his feet and thrust his ball of sun mana out before him. It flattened and spread into a convex shield just in time to absorb a gust of whirling storm mana. Shani closed the gap between them, her hands twisting a miniature tornado together. Wielding his sun mana like a buckler, Kellen knocked back Shani's flurry of mana-infused punches. She pushed forward, driving the attack as Kellen gave ground, trying to position himself near Vex, who had broken away from Inferi and stood in a standoff, fur bristling. Shani lunged, driving a fist forward and overextending herself. The small stumble was all Vex needed. He blasted at short range with a crescent-shaped sun mana attack and pounced. Focused on Kellen, Shani flew backward from the attack, and Vex was on her. Kellen stepped forward and diagonal, bracing his feet and expanding his shield to absorb Inferi's attempt to cut off Vex from Shani. The hyena struck his barrier like a linebacker. If he hadn't had his stance set, the blow would have knocked Kellen flat on his back. Inferi snarled in frustration, jaws snapping. Trusting his companion, Kellen put his back to Shani and Vex, separating Inferi from her beast caller. Shadows dripping from her fangs, Inferi charged again. Rather than leaping at Kellen, she bulldozed toward his knees, shrouded in purple darkness. With only an instant to react, Kellen crossed his arms, tendrils of gold weaving from both to feed an even larger and thicker shield. Inferi collided with it, and this time Kellen stumbled and fell, immediately bowling over him toward Vex and Shani without hesitation. Scrambling to his feet, Kellen realized she meant to double-team Vex and did the only thing he could do to stop Inferi by grabbing her stubby tail. As his grip closed, Kellen yanked. He heard a yip of pain and surprise before being dragged face-first into the ground. Rolling, he looked up to see Inferi inches away. She spread her fanged mouth, billowing purple smoke spilling from its depths. Kellen lashed out with a backhand covered by a shield of sun mana the size of a dinner plate, catching Inferi in the jaw and interrupting her attack. The hyena let out another yip that turned into a deep-throated bark and a fang-bearing snarl. Their eyes met, and Kellen saw an uncontrollable rage building as Inferi's eyes darkened to empty black holes, leaking with shadow. She didn't look like she was training any longer. This was raw, predatory hate. A tremor of fear passed through Kellen. Still on his back, he thrust his opposite hand forward, glowing with a blinding white light. The flash didn't stop her bone-crushing jaws from clamping down on Kellen's arm. As the hyena's fangs closed over him, Kellen screamed. Chapter 3. Kellen's world was purple smoke, snarling, and agony. A flash of sun mana blinded him, followed by a whoosh of wind. Inferi jerked away from him, luckily releasing his arm before she rose in the air on her back. Legs flailing, she snapped and snarled, trapped in a swirling dust devil. Nokum stepped forward into Kellen's vision and waved a hand. Inferi crashed to the ground and lay there, panting. Ira, Nokum, and Kipu stepped between them, attacks at the ready. "Are you okay?" Vex asked, rushing to Kellen's side. Kellen hissed through clenched teeth and gingerly turned his left arm over, revealing a row of blackened puncture marks. He wiggled his fingers, which hurt like hell, but nothing seemed broken. That or the adrenaline was still too strong to tell how bad the injury was. His heart hammered, and he shook all over. "That is enough," Nokum said, as Inferi struggled to her feet. The old woman still grasped a miniature whirling dervish in her palm. Inferi said, with an animal shrug. "Sorry, Kellen." She dipped her head, managing not to seem sorry at all. "You almost tore his arm off," Shani shouted. At her beast caller's rebuke, a look of hurt flashed on Inferi's face. Her ears dropped, and she hunched up like a dog threatened with a stick. "I wouldn't have." "You must learn to control your aggression, little sister," Kipu said. Surprised, Kellen realized he was speaking to Shani, not Inferi. "Anger will only serve you so far as a beast caller. It is not the long path you wish to take." A look of confusion and frustration crossed Shani's face. "I wasn't the one who—" "We are done for today," Nokum said, cutting her off. She waved a dismissive hand at Shani and Inferi. "Go calm yourselves and reflect on how this happened. We can gather as a group later." Shani glanced at Kellen briefly before storming off down the hill. She hadn't bothered to wait for Inferi, who scurried after her, tail between her legs. "Shani, wait!" Shani didn't slow or acknowledge she'd heard her mana beast. "I had best speak with them before it festers," Nokum muttered, contradicting her previous advice. Knowing Shani, Kellen thought her grandmother had the right idea. Shani and Inferi were more likely to blast half of the camp away than calmly reflect on their emotions. "Let's see your arm, little brother," Kipu said, kneeling beside Kellen. Beneath his poncho and pants, his bare joints cracked and popped. Kellen flashed a look at Vex. When Kipu was all there, the skeleton man wasn't a problem, aside from a little unnerving. When his memory lapsed and a few circuits came loose, well, he did things like bury himself. Kellen didn't want that version of Kipu treating his arm and removing all the bones or something. But the pain convinced him to take a chance, even if he risked magical amputation. Purple lines already snaked out from the puncture marks beneath his skin. His arm and fingers felt cold and ethereal. "Poisons and venom are mostly found in the realm of earth mana," Kipu said, holding the wounded forearm in his bony hands as he studied it. Kellen focused on his breath as the bite marks throbbed. Chakra let out a caw and fluttered onto her beast caller's shoulder. "I don't think this is a venom, little brother. Just the shadow mana working within you. Easy enough." Lowering Kellen's arm down, Kipu cupped both hands and held them over the wound. A soft, green light welled between his palms and Kellen's skin. A moment later, it was done. "Whoa!" Vex exclaimed. "It's completely better." Kellen raised his arm, squeezing his hand tight and rotating it in different directions. "How did you do that?" he asked Kipu in amazement. The mummified man tapped a bony finger to his temple. "Knowledge, little brother. What I can unscramble anyway."
"Scrambled,"
Chakra added with a nod and clack of her beak.
"Missing."
Kellen and Vex shared a guilty glance. They'd found an inanimate Kipu deep in the tunnels of the Wakar Mountains while searching with Shani for the cultists who'd stolen Kellen's sister. There had also been an unstable mana stone they'd accidentally destroyed. The release of mana had awakened Kipu from his slumber, and he'd ultimately helped guide them out of the maze of tunnels to the chamber where the cultists held their kidnapped victims. However, the exploded mana stone likely held many of Kipu's memories. He'd recovered a portion of them when he reunited with Chakra, though big gaps remained that didn't seem to be improving. Chakra could only parrot what her beast callers said, rather than speaking like a true mana beast. Kellen knew they should tell Kipu what happened. He just hadn't figured out the best way to break the news. "Thank you," Kellen said. "Is there any way you could teach me how to do that?" "Different kind of mana," Kipu said, shaking his head. "And you spirit travelers are hardy folks. I've never known anyone to recover faster. Why, I had a friend who was a spirit traveler in my youth, and she once—" The mummy paused, lost in thought. After an awkward silence stretched between them, something occurred to Kellen. "Kipu, you told Shani and me you'd never heard of spirit travelers back in your chamber. Then in the tunnels you said you'd heard of some, but never met any. You had a friend that was one." "I did, didn't I?" Kipu muttered. He looked troubled, like his thoughts floundered in the dark trying to find a light switch. "Did I? No, that isn't right. I can't— Huh. Well, glad I could help. Keep your training up, little brother. As they say, the shrew devours while the mouse sleeps." With that, the mummified beast caller and his mana beast left, walking off in the opposite direction of camp. Where or why, Kellen couldn't begin to guess.
"He's a weird dude, but he's good to have around," Vex said.
"My ears may be shriveled, but they still work," Kipu called over his shoulder.
"And thank you. It is good to be useful."
"Thanks,"
Chakra repeated.
"Useful."
"Can't disagree with you on that one," Kellen said to Vex, laughing at the pair as they wandered off. He looked at his left arm, which bore no trace of Inferi's teeth marks or the dark purple lines flowing from them.
"I can't believe she did that," Vex said. "Shani's right. She could have seriously hurt you. The next time we train, I'm gonna—"
"You aren't gonna do anything," Kellen said. "Whatever the reason it happened, I'm fine. Hurting them back isn't the answer. They're our friends."
"Shani, yes," Vex said. "Inferi, no. She lives to torment me, I swear. And when she's not doing that, she's so moody. They're only happy when they're fighting something."
"There's something off about their bond," Kellen said. "I know you can sense it too. Us putting stress on it won't help."
"That's no excuse," Vex said. "We can share feelings, remember? In that moment, I know you thought you were in serious danger."
Kellen thought back to the moment. Inferi had been out of control, there was no way around it. If Nokum and the others hadn't been there, Kellen didn't want to think what the hyena might have done before Shani could have stopped her. I didn't say we shouldn't be careful.
I've got your back,
Vex said. Kellen reached down and ruffled Vex's head between his large ears. I know. How about some breakfast? I'm starving.
I thought you'd never ask.
They crossed the ridge, making their way toward a scene that looked like something out of a Charles Russell or George Catlin painting of the Old West before it was swallowed by manifest destiny. Minus a few Oras oddities, anyway. Narrow, twisting rock spires known as tall spears randomly sprang from the horizon in every direction around them. Among the gray-skinned people below, a little girl carried a neon-pink rabbit that could talk. They definitely weren't in 1800s Kansas. A small village of teepees sat in the flat of a circular valley, smoke from cook fires drifting into the cool morning skyline. The members of Grey Dawn busied themselves with several tasks preparing for the upcoming winter, from tanning hides to preparing food stores and other vital necessities. A pair of children ran through the tents, waving sticks and laughing. Just beyond the camp, one of the tribe's most valued resources, the blue-gray storm horses, grazed in the tall grass, swishing their donkey-like tails and tossing their horned noses. A small herd of smaller paint and buckskin horses like those found on Earth wandered around them. A middle-aged, dark-skinned man sat nearby, writing with a quill and bottle of ink while intermittently surveying the scene. Seeing Kellen and Vex approach, he stopped and raised a hand in greeting. They made their way over, Vex grumbling about being even later for breakfast.
Kellen, Vex, good morning, Professor Gates said. Up early practicing your craft, eh?
Yep, Kellen said, nodding at the paper and quill the professor had set aside. You too, it looks like.
Just some notes and journaling,
the professor said. He lifted a leather satchel that, judging by Vex's sniffs, contained food.
Care for some breakfast? I brought more than enough to share.
Now you're talking,
Vex said. Laughing, the professor reached into the satchel, producing a small jar of wild honey, some dense cakes made from acorn flour, and a smaller pouch filled with jerkied meat strips. Kellen thanked the professor as Vex snatched a handful of jerky, gnawing at it like he'd survived a 10-year famine. Ironically, as a being made of mana, Vex didn't need to eat or drink to stay alive. Unless Kellen died, nothing could wipe Vex from existence. That didn't seem to curb his appetite. Taking a seat next to the professor and strategically placing himself between Vex and the food satchel, Kellen drizzled honey over the acorn cakes, round discs that were a sort of cross between a pancake and a biscuit. In the chill morning air, the honey oozed out at a snail's pace, but it made the cakes much more enjoyable. Kellen couldn't complain about the fare in Oras, but it definitely lacked the calorie-loaded foods he'd eaten on Earth, from pizza and burgers all the way to his mom's lavish cooking and baking. He understood the cakes, along with the honey, were somewhat of a luxury for the nomadic Grey Dawn people. As thanks for the Earth Badger folks they'd rescued from the snake cultists, the first Earth Badger trading post they'd encountered had laden them with much-needed supplies for the coming winter. Dried berries, roots, and smoked meat were a far cry from pumpkin pie and other Thanksgiving treats, but Kellen didn't mind. On the other hand, he would have fought a wild guardian-strength mana beast blindfolded and with both hands tied behind his back for the prize of an extra-large Mountain Dew and a stack of Oreos.
How are you adjusting to life in Oras? The professor asked. I know that look. You're thinking of home.
Dreaming of pop and pumpkin pie, Kellen said, forcing a grin. He considered the question. Sometimes it's easier not to think about it. I mean, if I was at home, I'd be 2 months into my freshman year of college. I waited a year after graduation to help with things on the dairy. I'm not big on Halloween or anything, but my extended family always got together for Thanksgiving. He trailed off. Those were the things it was easier not to think about.
I've wondered how I might have reacted if I'd come here at your age, the professor said,
running a hand over his white-streaked beard.
As a young man with his life just starting out, I think it would be much harder than a middle-aged established bachelor who obsessed over anthropology and archaeology in his free time.
Yeah, that sounds like a great pastime compared to evolutionary biology, Kellen joked.
Gates chuckled. True, but even my field of study makes this place fascinating, he said. I wouldn't go back if I could, yet it's taken me years to grow accustomed to life here. What I'm saying is, I know it's difficult. Culture shock doesn't begin to describe what happens to people like us, and I didn't gain magical powers to boot."
Kellen noticed Vex had stopped eating, waiting for his reply. He'd chosen to stay in Oras because he hadn't known what would happen to his mana beast if he left. Their shared bond made it hard to hide the feelings of doubt and homesickness, even if Kellen knew in his heart he'd still make the same choice months later. "I'm figuring things out," Kellen said at last. Sharing feelings had never been encouraged in his family, but over the past several weeks, Kellen found talking to the professor helped him stay sane, like a life jacket keeping him afloat in this strange new reality. Now, everything he'd been thinking and feeling tumbled out. The old Kellen? I don't know what else to call myself. He was never really motivated to do anything out of the ordinary. I was the most normal, average person ever. I didn't have big dreams. Now, Nokam and Kipu keep telling me the only thing holding me back is myself. It's an amazing opportunity.
But a daunting prospect, the professor suggested.
Kellen nodded. Everything happened so fast when I got here. I'm still trying to figure it all out.
"Well, I'm here if you need someone to talk to," the professor said, stretching out his legs. "I know your sister would want to make sure I'm looking after you. Though at your age, there are lessons you have to learn and things you have to sort out on your own. That's true whether you're a college student or a beast caller."
"Thanks," Kellen said, and meant it. Vex padded over and rested his head in Kellen's lap, and Kellen absently rubbed his mana beast's head. Together, the three of them gazed over the ring of tents, letting the murmur of voices and general hubbub of camp life wash over them. By now, the sun was out in full, shining down on miles of golden grasses from an endless bluebird sky. Kellen stared across the prairie, wondering yet again where his place was in the vast world stretching before him. Chapter 4. Although Kellen's arm showed little trace of Inferi's bite, it was still sore and tender. Kellen had spent most of the day helping out with odd chores various Grey Dawn members needed help with. There was much to do before the coming winter, including preparing food to store away for the long months, mending and making winter clothing, and repairing weapons for defense and hunting. The tasks felt like some of the same things they did around the farm for winter, and provided a distraction from a number of things weighing on Kellen's mind. Given the state the band was in after the previous summer raid, a pair of willing hands could always find work and places to help out. Vex was dozing while Kellen sharpened knives, wondering if there was a way he could use his sun mana to speed up the process when Nokam and Ira found them.
"Walk with us,"
Nokam said. Nudging Vex awake, they followed Nokam and Ira, who led them out of the camp up onto the same bluff where they'd had breakfast with Professor Gates that morning. Reaching the top, Nokam cast a long look across the camp. Even to Kellen's inexperienced eyes, the people, teepees, and animals below looked weary and threadbare. They may have returned victorious from chasing Ubira across the plains, but Grey Dawn needed more than vengeance to recover.
"I wish you could have seen Grey Dawn in the time of my father,"
Nokam said. The weariness in her words reminded Kellen that even though her beast-caller powers extended her life and physical health, Nokam was likely in her 60s or 70s.
"We were a proper tribe back then, and one rising in power."
"What happened?" Kellen asked, when Nokam fell silent. She shrugged.
"Misfortune. I've thought about it much over the years, and I do not know what anyone could have done to change what we have become. Still, if we make it through this winter, there is hope for the future."
Unsure what to say, Kellen nodded. Even Vex was quiet and somber.
"I spoke with Shani once her emotions were not running so wild,"
Nokam continued, unprompted.
"She may not say it to you, but she feels much guilt about what occurred this morning."
"I'm fine," Kellen said. He tried not to think about the rage in Inferi's eyes when she'd attacked.
"We will watch Inferi more carefully when we train together,"
Ira said.
"Still, you should be careful,"
Nokam said.
"There is much unrest in them. If unchecked, it could become dangerous for themselves and those around them. Not only is there a rift between them physically, their different mana affinities divide them as well."
Shani and Inferi's relationship was night and day to the one Kellen and Vex enjoyed, in most ways. Vex and Kellen's abilities were related to sun mana. They'd discovered after Shani's Beastcaller awakening that Inferi was a shadow mana beast. This made no sense, given Shani was a full-blooded storm horse who should have developed a storm mana affinity and a storm mana beast as a partner. Lately, they'd started to bicker with one another and only got along when they were training. "Is there something that can help them?" Kellen asked.
I have discussed this with Kipu,
Nokum said.
Were his mind in a clearer state, he might have better answers. Both of us are concerned.
"What's wrong with them having different kinds of mana?" Kellen asked.
It is like if you are controlling your right hand and someone else your left,
Nokum said.
It is almost unheard of and can severely limit their growth. With one using shadow and one storm, there is no way for them to draw from one another to augment their mana pools.
"Is there a way to fix it?"
Perhaps, she said. There are many secrets among the beast callers that were lost between the second and third nocturnes. I sense Kipu was once a powerful beast caller. I believe he may have the knowledge to help Shani and Inferi, if he can remember it. Have you noticed anything strange about Kipu and Chakra, aside from the obvious?
A realization struck Kellen. One he wouldn't have connected if they hadn't already been discussing beast callers and mana types. They use different kinds of mana. How had he not realized it before? Nokum nodded.
Chakra's attacks, both when Ubira possessed her and to this day, are of a kind of mana I have never seen. And I have personally witnessed Kipu use earth, water, and nature mana. I have my suspicions he could do more, though I do not know if he is hiding that from us, or still working out how in his broken mind.
Kellen's mind spun. 4 different types of mana. How was that possible?
To see such a thing in 3 different beast callers within a season is not coincidence,
Nokum said. Who was the third? Kellen asked. Nokum pointed to him and Vex.
You. During the stampede, you somehow drew on the storm mana in the skies, and in his companion form, Vex took on many characteristics of a storm mana beast.
"But I don't have a flying form anymore,"
Vex said.
"and Kellen's never been able to so much as touch storm mana other than that one time."
Even on the paths of storm mana familiar to me, I have traveled only a short way,
Nokum said with a shrug.
I certainly do not have answers, but I know enough to have questions. When we meet other beast callers, it is best to keep these secrets to ourselves. At best, they are an oddity. At worst, a weakness to be exploited.
Kellen nodded in understanding. Speaking of secrets, "There's something you should know," Kellen said. "But please don't tell Kipu." Nokum's brow furrowed once more.
Yes?
"I thought we agreed that secret would die with us,"
Vex said loudly.
"Well, everyone will know if you don't keep it down,"
Kellen said, looking to the camp to see if anyone was in hearing distance. "And besides, Shani was there too, remember?"
"Telling Nokum is a great idea,"
Vex said.
"because if Shani knows, Inferi knows. And if Inferi knows Kipu doesn't know, then she's going to use what she knows to blackmail me and tell Kipu what he doesn't know."
Kellen squeezed his eyes shut. "Please stop saying no."
"No!"
"Tell us or don't," Ira growled. "At our age, life is too precious to suffer a pair of young fools."
"We may have accidentally destroyed a mana stone that held all of Kipu's memories,"
Vex said.
"or something else super important and super old."
"We didn't know what it was," Kellen added, seeing the scowl spread across Nokum's face.
"And that didn't stop you from tampering with it?"
Ira asked.
"To be fair, Kellen barely brushed the thing with his mana,"
Vex said.
"It was super unstable from sitting there so long. And how are we supposed to know what it was?"
Ira sighed, but neither he nor Nokum had an answer to that, apparently. "Are there other ways he might be able to recover his memories?" Kellen asked them. He didn't act like it was a lost cause when he found out it was destroyed back in the shrine. Nokum shrugged.
"I know very little of these memory stones and have not been taught the manner they are made or preserved. Perhaps his connection with Chakra is helping, though that is only a guess. What happened after you tapped into the stone?"
"Nothing," Kellen said. "Well, there was a whoosh of mana, and that was it. I think whatever knowledge or memories inside were lost." Nokum and Ira shared a look, then Nokum sighed and shook her head.
"What's done is done. Are you going to tell Kipu?"
"What if he tries to recover his memories by sucking the mana out of our brains?"
Vex asked.
That is not how it works, Iris said. And even if he wanted to, I suspect he'd find too little brains and mana to be of any use.
Well, that's a relief at least,
Vex replied before Kellen could tell him they'd been insulted. He knew Nokum was right. He'd been dragging his feet the past few weeks, hoping Kipu's memory might recover on its own. If anything, the mummy had grown even quirkier.
We are going on a hunt in the morning,
Nokum said, changing the subject. A thrill of excitement ran through Kellen. Since they'd reunited with the rest of the band following their expedition into the Wakar Mountains, he'd been eager to watch the Grey Dawn hunters at work. How early? He asked. What do I need to bring?
You aren't coming,
Iris said.
What?
Vex said, voice rising.
Why not?
It is tradition among the Stormhorse that the men are defenders of the camp while the women hunt,
Nokum said.
I will also join the hunt, meaning you, Kipu, Vex, and Chakra must protect the band while we are gone.
That sounded like an easy excuse to leave them behind, and not a very good one. Kellen might have budding mana powers as a beast caller, but he had little skill or experience in battle.
This is not a task to be taken lightly,
Nokum said, seeing the disappointment in Kellen and Vex.
Something is not right on the Thunder Plains. Someone or something has made a ripple in the mana, beyond mine or Kipu's senses. I cannot say what. Maybe it is nothing more than the worries of an old woman. Both of you should be on your guard while we are gone. I have shared this with Tama. She would not risk a hunt, except we cannot say where the danger is, and we will starve without meat for the winter.
Kellen nodded. He'd learned to take Nokum's intuition seriously. If staying potentially meant keeping these people from further harm, he would do it. They'd suffered enough over the past month. He just hoped he was up to the task. In spite of his fears, he felt a little swell of pride within, knowing that Nokum entrusted him part of the band's protection.
Enough talking on this windy hill, she said. My old bones are ready to sit by the fire.
She caught Kellen's eyes as he turned to leave.
What are you going to do?
At first, Kellen didn't understand the question. Then he realized she was leaving the decision about Kipu to him. We'll tell him, Kellen said. He has the right to know. Nokum gave a neutral nod.
I do not think you have anything to fear from him, but whatever this feeling is tugging at the corner of my mind.
She trailed off and looked across the horizon to the setting sun.
The winds are changing across the plains. We should all be on our guard.
Chapter 5. Coyote Lady looked around the assembly at her siblings, the rest of the Wild Mother's grandchildren. Their gathering was at the top of a great mountain, so high up even the moss thought twice before trying to grow in the cracks of the pale rocks. A giant rectangular slab of stone sat in the middle of the boulders crowning the mountain top, twice as wide and 4 times the length of a tall man lying down. The primevals hovered in the surrounding air. Some gently bobbed up and down, while others stood as still as if seated on chairs. A quick count showed they were all in attendance. For the first time in centuries, the closest thing to a council of gods held court since the Wild Mother had entombed her children in their totems.
Who has called this council?
Beaver Worker demanded.
Who has summoned us?
He had the body of a short, heavily muscled man, no neck, and broad as he was tall. A stout black tail slapped the air behind him. Some primevals wore the heads of humans, and others animals. Most, like Coyote Lady, were a mixture of both. Beaver Worker's long teeth clicked in annoyance, the dark eyes of his beaver face peering around the stone slab at the others. Coyote Lady snorted in fond annoyance. Her brother was quick to anger when anything took him away from his building. He had his head so buried in his work, he likely hadn't even noticed what was happening to the great totems.
Speak,
Wise Mammoth said in his booming voice. He was built like a giant among men, thick, coarse, red-orange hair braided down his back. It covered his folded arms like a pelt, and likely the rest of his body not hidden behind his leather vest and long skirt wrap. His furrowed expression settled on Coyote Lady. It was that of a man, with a long, prominent nose and 2 curling tusks coming out either side of his mouth.
And be plain, Coyote Lady. None of your games.
Coyote Lady hid her annoyance and spread her arms wide, donning a warm smile.
No games, no tricks, though that should be obvious. Did you not feel it? Did you not see? The great totems are falling. What does it mean? What does it mean?
Llama Weaver stuttered, nervously wringing her hands.
All my beautiful things will be ruined. Be silent, silly thing,
Wolverine Crone snarled. An outsider would have thought she sounded furious, but even if she was, she had no other tone. She appeared as a hunched old woman, with long black hair highlighted by a stripe of brilliant white down the middle. The lengths of coarse hair obscured her face. She pointed a chipped, gnarled claw at Llama Weaver, who glared back and spat between the gap in her blockish front teeth.
It means the 4th Nocturne is coming, like we've known for hundreds of years. Only now it has come faster than some of us expected.
Coyote Lady's annoyance slipped through her sarcasm. Many of the Wild Mother's grandchildren had set themselves up as gods over the humans, taking advantage of the godless mortals in the Nocturne following the imprisonment of the Wild Mother's children. Mortals needed something to worship. Even if they still thought the Wild Mother heard their prayers, they craved figureheads among the immortal. But now the reckoning of the primevals approached. They'd set themselves up as gods, and with that came responsibilities they'd long ignored.
We all knew the signs, sister,
Wolf Nomad said in a rasping voice. He never called her by name, always sister, just to gall her.
No one could say when they would come to pass.
Yet she is
Right. Heron Dancer dipped his beak in Coyote Lady's direction.
If Oras is to survive the dawning of the 4th Nocturne, it is time for each here to do their part.
Several of Coyote Lady's brothers and sisters nodded, though there were just as many frowns and scoffs.
And what part do we have?
Grandfather Ram asked, stroking his long white chin beard and shaking the curling horns growing above his ears.
The Wild Mother sealed her children away in the totems forever. She has abandoned us all. We cannot stop the 4th Nocturne from coming any more than we can halt the rising of the sun.
The sins of the children are not ours, Grandmother Bear added.
She and Grandfather Ram always liked to speak in tandem, as if it somehow made them wiser. They acted like their titles awarded them extra respect, though they were no more important than the rest, no matter what they thought.
Their lies brought down the wrath of the Wild Mother. Now we are expected to handle the mess left behind. And do you think we, the grandchildren, will not suffer the snake's wrath? Coyote Lady asked. If we do not handle the mess, then who will?
At the mention of the 8th child, murmurs arose from the primevals.
The snake people already walk the land once more, Coyote Lady continued. I do not know who leads them, but I have seen them with my own eyes. They were trying to raise Frog Priest in the Wakar Mountains.
Several of the primevals shouted in surprise, the ones Coyote Lady hadn't shared that little tidbit of information with before their gathering. She particularly enjoyed the look of surprise, followed by indignation on Wolf Nomad's face. Let that teach Brother Wolf to look down his nose at her. Aside from Raccoon Boy, the only others she trusted were Wolverine Crone, Old Man Turtle, Elk Mystic, and Wise Mammoth. She shuddered as Silent Panther's glowing orange eyes blazed at her from beneath the deep hood he always wore to shroud his features. Coyote Lady thought she'd made a mistake by not telling him, but the slightest tip of his hood told her he'd already known. As his name suggested, Silent Panther had ways of moving unseen, even among the primevals. Coyote Lady forced herself to nod in acknowledgement before looking away, a cold shiver running down her back and through her tail. Wolf Nomad watched her. He'd no doubt seen the exchange between them. Proud though he was, he would believe her now. Silent Panther's nod was all the testimony he needed.
Are you certain?
Dear Maiden asked. She was the only one more finicky than Llama Weaver, preferring to run and hide when troubles appeared.
It is said the snake people move unseen in the forests of the League of the Mooselands,
Elk Mystic said.
And I have heard rumors among the Otter nations,
Old Man Turtle added in his slow, measured tones.
"It is certain," Silent Panther said, quiet and rasping, and that was enough for even the biggest non-believers. "How are there so many?" Grandmother Bear asked. "By the sounds of it, they are already spread across Oras."
"And in Usum?" Heron Dancer asked, his long neck twisting around the stone table to look at each of them as they hovered above. It seemed no one knew, which wasn't a surprise. 1,000 years had passed since the Primevals had the authority to step foot on the island. Coyote Lady marked the question in her mind. She hadn't considered the possibility of an alliance between the Snake People and the Vinderlings. Neither held any love for the other nations of Oras.
"What concerns me is their efforts to revive Frog Priest," Wise Mammoth said. "The 8th child will be bad enough without the help of her cursed offspring."
Can they do that? Llama Weaver asked. Do they have the power to bring the spider and the frog back to life?
Raccoon Boy leaned over to Coyote Lady.
It's a good thing the humans don't know how clueless we are about some of this stuff.
Coyote Lady hid a grim smile. Wasn't that the truth? Not only had the Snake People attempted to resurrect a demigod, but they'd done it right under Llama Weaver's nose in the mountains of the Western Earth Badger Empire where she supposedly held sway. Coyote Lady doubted Llama even felt the disturbance, as engrossed as she was with her weaves and crafting precious things.
I stopped them, at least for a time,
Coyote Lady said. Her siblings needed the reminder. To know that though they'd all stopped searching for the Wild Mother and turned a blind eye to the signs, she had never forgotten.
Then let us all bow and praise the greatness of Coyote Lady, Grandfather Ram said. Why call this council at all? Can you not prevent the 4th Nocturne with a wave of your hand?
Not yet,
Coyote Lady said, baring her pointed teeth in a grin and letting the jibe slide past her.
Enough of this, Elk Mystic said. Bark and rattle your horns at one another on your own time. I have no patience for this foolishness.
What should we do, Elk?
Deer Maiden asked.
What can we do?
Keep close watch on the totems, Heron Dancer said before Elk Mystic could reply.
But until we know more, we should not interfere with the affairs of mortals, Snake People or no. Not yet, at least.
Coyote Lady had thought Heron Dancer had seen reason, but just like that, the majority nodded in agreement. Even Wise Mammoth seemed happy to excuse them of any action, though Panther, Wolverine, Turtle, and Elk looked to be in silent disagreement. Coyote Lady forced another smile. Just what she'd expected. They'd bluster and pontificate, but in the end leave the fate of Oras to the mortals while they sat idly by as the world ended around them.
You would do best not to meddle, Coyote Lady, Grandmother Bear said, folding her hairy arms over a large belly. No good will come of it.
Of course not.
Coyote Lady bowed, but not low enough to make Bear think she was mocking her. A trickster kept their emotions in check, only showing what they wanted seen. She'd seek out the others after, the ones who hadn't grown lazy in the Wild Mother's absence. As the Primevals faded from view one by one, Coyote Lady caught Wolverine Crone's yellow eye fixated on her. Soon, only Raccoon, Coyote, and Wolverine were left at the gathering. Wolverine Crone rose from her seat, an old woman with clawed hands poking from dark robes, nearly bent over double.
Be gone,
she growled at Raccoon Boy. Hissing at her, Raccoon Boy disappeared in a pop. All of the Wild Mother's grandchildren held relatively equal power, but that did not make them equals. Wolverine knew Coyote Lady would tell Raccoon everything anyway. Best not to annoy the perpetually angry primeval.
We cannot stop the 4th Nocturne.
I know that,
Coyote Lady said.
My concern is with the world that is left after it comes.
Wolverine Crone pursed her wrinkled lips and nodded once.
You disagree.
Didn't say that,
Wolverine Crone snapped.
This news is bad, even if some of our siblings refuse to acknowledge it. The time for watching and waiting is over.
Chapter 6. The next morning, Kifu delayed their training so they could see the hunters off. The group was almost the same as when Kellen had joined over the long miles they'd hunted the slaver Ubira, women Kellen had come to know as only one could from hard day after hard day on the trail. Watching them swing into the saddles of their storm horses, Ishtas, Shinopa, Night Rains, Clouds That Burn, Koea, and Totoso, it felt weird to not be joining. Chief Tama, Shani's mother, and Nokum's daughter, was at the head of the group, armed with bow and spear. "We will be gone 3 days at most," she announced to the small group that had gathered to see the hunters off. "There are herds not far away. Keep careful watch while we are gone." Nokum led her storm horse from the back of the group. Ira was nowhere to be seen and had probably flown ahead to scout for the hunters. A little girl was already in the saddle, clutching a pink rabbit mana beast tightly against her chest and shivering in the morning cold. Miri was an orphan who'd been kidnapped before Ubira's slavers raided Grey Dawn. According to her, she considered Allison an adopted big sister from their time together. Her beast-caller powers had awakened during the fight in the snake cult's summoning chambers. Though she wasn't old enough to train with Kellen and Shani, Nokum and Tama had taken the girl under their protection. Nokum nodded to Kellen as she passed, and Miri waved energetically to him. Kellen waved back, a smile spreading across his face at the little girl's glee.
"I still wonder if mana tastes like cotton candy,"
Vex muttered. Before Kellen could tell him, for what had to be the dozenth time, that he would never find out what the pink rabbit tasted like, Kellen spotted Shani approaching, and Fairy followed at her side, eyes downcast. "Your arm is healed," Shani said in a low voice. Several members of the band watched them. Apparently, word of the incident had spread. "Good as new," Kellen said, trying to sound casual. "Don't worry about it." Shani's eyes looked around everywhere else except him. "I am sorry," she said, forcing the words out. Rather than being angry, she seemed almost ashamed, which from her was somehow worse. "It's really okay," Kellen said. "Good luck on the hunt. I wish we could come." She nodded, but said nothing more, and Fairy trailing behind her. Soon after, the hunters departed, and the remaining Grey Dawn people went back to their daily tasks.
"That was awkward," Vex said. "Do you think Nokum made her apologize?"
"No," Kellen said. "She wouldn't have done it if that was the case. I think she actually felt bad."
"If she felt that bad, she could have offered us her place on the hunt," Vex said. "And don't tell me you didn't want to go. How many times do I have to remind you we basically share thoughts? You can't hide anything from me. Well, except for that thing you did in 3rd grade in Mrs. Cardale's class. But rest assured, I will crack that hidden vault in your memories, and you will reveal everything." "Moo-ha-ha-ha!"
The mock evil laugh was another cliché Vex had fished out of Kellen's subconscious and taken to with glee. "Whatever, dude," Kellen said, flicking open his hand and throwing a ball of sun mana at Vex. The lynx-like mana beast dodged, and it hit the ground with a disappearing flash.
"You forget, I'm faster than that. Ugh!"
The second ball of sun mana bounced off Vex between his ears. Kellen walked away laughing as Vex hissed and pawed at his head, which was covered in golden sparkles that clung to his fur like glitter. Kipu kept Kellen and Vex so busy over the next 2 days that they hardly had time to think of what they might be missing on the hunt. When they weren't drilling against the mummy and his skeletal crow, they were testing their abilities against one another. Though they spent more time than usual together, Kellen still hadn't figured out how he wanted to break the news to Kipu about his lost memories. In the back of his mind, he called up improbable worst-case scenarios where the mummy flew into a rage and burned all of the teepees to the ground, or worse. Eventually, he and Vex decided it was best to wait until Nokum was at least in the camp when they told Kipu. Aside from mock combat, the mummy had a whole assortment of other drills, too. If Kellen had thought Nokum's calisthenics, quasi-yoga, and dance steps were odd when he'd first been subjected to them, they didn't hold a candle to Kipu's methods. There were normal things such as seated meditation to channel focused mana throughout the body, but also things that seemed born of Kipu's broken mind, defiant of any logic. For example, their teacher had instructed Kellen to stand on one leg, channeling all of his mana into the opposite foot, while Vex attempted to use his tail to pull Kellen over. Another time, Kellen was told to do a handstand, which he could only do with his head resting on the ground for support, while Vex jumped over his wobbling, raised legs. Thankfully, Kipu hadn't tried to bury them alive yet, as he was still prone to do to himself at random times.
Any beast caller can channel mana throughout his entire body,
Kipu said, with the tone of someone who professed to be a New Age mystic in online videos. Kipu's usual laid-back, surfer bro demeanor made it hard for Kellen to take him seriously at times, until he remembered the mummy's battle against Ubira. When he was on his A-game, Kipu moved with grace and displayed a mastery of mana Kellen would not have believed if he hadn't seen it firsthand.
If you wish to shape the mana within, bend it to your will, you must learn finesse.
Through gritted teeth, struggling to levitate a pea-sized speck of sun mana between his left thumb and forefinger, Kellen also recalled the many times a member of Grey Dawn had to escort Kipu to their tent before bed because he'd gotten lost in the camp and forgotten where they all slept. Still, it was hard to argue with at least some of the results.
Good, little brother, Kipu said. Now, float the mana to Vex's left ear.
Whoa, Vex said. Don't be sticking your mana peas in my ear.
Kellen snorted with laughter, and his sun mana bead disappeared with a wink of light.
You talk too much,
Kipu said to Vex, his dehydrated face cracking into a frown.
Rude, Chakra added. When are we going to learn the good stuff? Vex asked. You know, new abilities, techniques, that kind of thing? Let's get to Guardian already.
Kellen agreed. Advancing from ward to companion strength was great, but overall the changes in what he and Vex could do were nominal. From what they'd been taught, companion was the default level every beast caller attained, the baseline, the equivalent of a participation trophy. Like graduating kindergarten, nobody got held back.
Attaining Guardian is not like companion, not just a matter of acquiring raw power and strength, little brothers, Kipu said. You could fight for years, master the channeling of your mana and your individual techniques, and it would not advance you to Guardian. In addition to experience, you need a unity of purpose, a shared reason for growth between Beastcaller and Mana Beast. That and a powerful mana artifact, which is not easy to come by.
We're already in sync, Vex said. We both want to get to Guardian. Done!
Strength for strength's sake is not enough. Guardian is the foundation of anything that comes after. It may happen faster for some than others, but it cannot be forced. Once you attain it, Vex will only revert to a lesser form after a great defeat or complete exhaustion of mana. Kellen, your mana pool and abilities will permanently expand as well. Only then will you be ready to walk a path.
That made sense. Chakra was only at ward strength, but Kipu had clearly been stronger when he'd actually been alive. Kellen didn't think a beast caller with a ward mana beast could do the things Kipu did otherwise, and he'd seen Chakra all the way up to Guardian form when she'd been possessed by Ubira. Pulling her from the slaver's control must have taken a huge amount of mana. Nokum was another example of greater power than her current rank. She'd shared with Kellen that before her beast heart, the source of a beast caller's mana, had broken, damaging her mana pool and channels, she and Ira had attained Guardian strength. Ira could no longer take his Guardian form, but Nokum still kept a remainder of those greater techniques and abilities. No one's really explained what a path is, Kellen said. He knew they were the different specialties and areas of focus beast callers chose. Nokum had once told him there were countless beast caller paths to choose from, aside from the natural strengths each type of mana granted, such as the affinity sun mana beast callers had for shielding. How do we find one? Or know if it's the right one?
Easy, Vex said. We go with the one that makes us the most awesome.
Kipu chuckled. It sounded like old sandpaper crumpled up with tinfoil. Then the mummy wheezed and fell into a coughing fit.
He's not as wrong as you think,
he finally told Kellen in between haggard breaths.
Do not worry, little brother. Finding a path isn't something you do overnight. There is time, plenty of time. Patience is the greatest technique a beast caller and their mana beast can learn. Now, let us call it a night.
They'd eaten an early dinner, then spent the last hour of daylight practicing mana manipulation according to Kipu's bizarre instruction. Kellen fought back a yawn, suddenly weary from the sap of the cold fall air outside and the allure of his blankets. As they crossed the camp, Kellen wondered again if he should rip off the metaphorical Band-Aid and tell Kipu their secret. The opportunity passed. When they reached their teepee, they found Professor Gates already asleep, softly snoring in the warm glow of the smoldering fire. Kellen laid down and wrapped his blankets around himself. Once he was comfortable, Vex snuggled in closer, the blue markings on his body fading as the mana beast drifted off to sleep. Kellen dozed for what felt like an hour, mind wandering over the different possibilities of his future as a beast caller. Then, all at once, he found himself awake again, restless. He stared up at the circle of night sky showing through the vent in the top of the teepee. What was he doing? Inside, the farm boy from Idaho still half expected this was all a dream. Like he'd told the professor, he felt like there were two people inside him. The old, careful, cautious, run-of-the-mill Kellen and the new beast-caller Kellen. Sometimes it was hard to say who was making the decisions or doing the thinking for them. This new Kellen might worry a little less and be a little more confident, but he still had no clue who he was. In the dark, Kellen tried to make sense of the stranger he'd become and what this new person wanted in this new life. After hours of tossing and turning, sleep was finally moments away when Kipu let out a shuddering gasp from the cross-legged meditation position he assumed in place of sleep. Kellen let out a long breath. The mummy's jumbled brain seemed worse at nights and was often prone to nightmares.
Not again,
Vex said with a muffled groan.
Prepare yourselves.
Kipu's normal flower child tone was sharp as it cut through the peace of the night. Kellen sat up, suddenly concerned, yet hoping this was only another night terror.
What? Why?
Before Kipu could answer, shouts of alarm rose throughout the camp, followed by a chorus of shrill war cries.
Attack!
Someone screamed.
Attack!
Chapter 7. Kellen jerked out of bed and had enough presence of mind to grab his long knife in its sheath before stumbling out of the tent behind Kipu and Vex. The screams and shouts rose all around them. Dark shapes grappled in the night. It was impossible to tell who was who.
Stay here,
Kellen shouted over his shoulder to Professor Gates.
Light,
Kipu shouted. The ground rippled around him as he summoned his earth mana.
We need light.
Kellen thrust his hands upward, and an explosion of golden fireworks sparked, then exploded over the camp. It was a new working, one that Kellen had only conceived and first attempted a week ago. The golden blast of mana weaved and twisted, blossoming in the night sky before trickling down like fairy dust sparkles. It might have looked like something out of a Disney production, except it temporarily illuminated most of the camp. That scene wasn't as magical. Warriors in white paint were everywhere, fighting with members of Grey Dawn, ransacking tents and spreading chaos. Screams and whoops filled the air all around them. Kellen's head spun, trying to make sense of what he saw.
Kellen, look out!
At Vex's warning, Kellen spun just in time to see a woman with long spikes of white-crusted hair rushing at him, tomahawk raised in her hand. A blur of tawny fur flashed in front of him and pinned her to the ground. Golden light gathered in Vex's mouth and struck the warrior full in the face at almost point-blank range. She went instantly limp. Kellen swallowed and felt his knees buckling, though the momentary shock had passed.
Come on, we've got to find Chief Hanup.
Forcing his shaking legs to run, Kellen darted between teepees and around struggling fighters. With Tama and the rest of the hunters gone, they had to make sure they protected Hanup, the band's peace chief. Whenever an attack or raid occurred, every Grey Dawn child or parent with a baby were instructed to make for his tent. It would be up to Kellen and Vex to help defend them. Kellen's stomach squirmed like it was full of writhing worms. Icy stabs of adrenaline prickled him all over. A pounding filled his head and ears. As they ran for the chief's tent, he did the best he could to assist the Grey Dawn warriors in their fights, casting a ball of golden light to knock aside an attacker, throwing up a shield to deflect a weapon strike. While not especially powerful, the workings came out second nature, honed from months of daily practice and refinement. He hoped they made a difference. There was no time to wait and find out. The ground rumbled beneath them. Kipu was at work with his earth mana, though Kellen could no longer see or hear him. A chilling croak filled the air, and the skeletal form of a crow swooped toward another white-painted warrior as it rushed for Kellen. Flapping her bony wings, Shakrai emitted a blast of white mana at the man, who fell screaming and clutching his face.
Thanks,
Kellen shouted to Kipu's mana beast. before she flew off into the darkness. He paused just long enough to send another blast of golden fireworks overhead. The numbers of the white-painted warriors seemed greater than the defenders by some margin, though no enemy beast-callers or mana beasts had made an appearance.
"There's his tent,"
Vex said. With Vex leading the way, Kellen rushed to Hanup's teepee. He threw back the tent flap and found it empty.
"Damn it!"
Kellen's heart thrummed in his chest, the rush making it hard to think straight. Though he was cousins with Tama, Hanup was no skilled warrior. He was also getting up in years with as much gray hair as any in the band. Kellen felt responsible for him. Though they hadn't expected an attack of any kind, Nokum, Tama, and Shani had trusted him to help Hanup protect the young. He couldn't fail them. His mind raced. Why weren't they here?
"Any chance you can get a scent?"
Kellen asked Vex.
"No way,"
Vex said. He looked as uneasy and frantic as Kellen felt. In the flicker of his dying golden fireworks, Kellen caught sight of several white-painted warriors running away from the camp. Were they retreating? That battle was still in full swing and undecided as far as he could tell. It was almost as if they were—
"That way!"
Kellen shouted, pointing toward the warriors. Of course, if all the children were accounted for, the safest thing Hanup could have done was to lead them away from the fight. But they were being followed. Kellen and Vex rushed after the warriors, moving as quickly as they could without being seen. There were 5 in all. More than Kellen felt confident they could handle, but what choice was there? His mana reserves felt about half empty, just from the 2 light bursts and the hurried aid he'd given other Grey Dawn warriors as they searched the camp. Worse, there was no time to call for extra help. A child screamed somewhere ahead. The white-painted warriors picked up their pace, attention focused on the defenseless. The need for stealth gone, Kellen and Vex broke into an all-out sprint, crashing into the tall grass marking the edge of camp. Kellen shaped a ball of sun mana in his hand, wishing it wasn't always so bright. Still running, he hurled it at the back of the rear warrior. 2 months ago, the throw likely would have missed. Between the increased reflexes he'd gained when Vex advanced to companion strength and Kipu's unorthodox training, the baseball mana orb struck the warrior between the shoulder blades, a knockout pitch. The shout of pain, combined with the warrior crashing into the person in front of him, destroyed the element of surprise. As the group turned, weapons raised, Kellen and Vex unleashed more shots, one of Vex's horizontal crescent-shaped blasts, and 2 more orbs from Kellen. One orb went wide. The rest of the attacks knocked 2 more warriors off their feet, dazed but not dead.
"Beast caller!"
The lead warrior stepped past her comrades, a wicked club with obsidian spikes like saw teeth held in her hand. White bandages like a Halloween mummy covered her from head to toe and marked her out from the others. Kellen raised an arm, forming a shield on his right forearm and shaping another orb in his left hand. An instant later, the bandaged warrior and her companions attacked. Vex's luminescent turquoise markings flashed. He rushed the 2 warriors to the side of the bandaged woman. Instinct overrode Kellen's mind-numbing terror, a shielded arm lifting to catch the woman's spiked club just in time. It struck his shield with a shower of sparks, and he staggered backward. When he recovered, he glanced at the circular disk of sun mana and saw spiderweb cracks running through it. The woman leered at him.
"Your powers are useless against me."
With a scream, she charged forward again, swinging the club in crossing strokes that Kellen could barely block, let alone counter. She drove him backward relentlessly. The 4th time her club struck his shield, the working burst apart in a spray of golden sparks. Kellen only just formed the dinner plate-sized shield with his left hand and knocked aside a blow that would have severed his head. By now, the obsidian spikes of the club should have shattered. Instead, it was his shield that was broken. The club looked just as sound and sharp as ever. Kellen took a pair of cautious steps back. He wished he'd taken the time to put on the layered linen armor vest they'd found in Kipu's shrine before rushing out. Now it was too late, and he might pay for the mistake with his life. The woman stood between him and Vex, who hissed and howled as he did his best to fend off the 2 other warriors at a close distance. The fight was more evenly matched than Kellen liked, but he had his own troubles to worry about. His beast heart grew heavy in his chest. His mana was running low.
"Frog Priest has blessed my clothing and weapon,"
the woman taunted, swishing her club in front of her.
"And now your end is—"
Kellen thrust both his palms forward, emitting a blinding flash. It was the last trick in his bag. To him, the light was only a faint flicker. For everyone in front of him, it would have been like a stadium spotlight straight to the face. The woman cried out, shielding her eyes. Drawing from the last shallow stores of his mana, he summoned one last shield and charged, swinging it with all his might at the hand the woman held her club in. The force of the blow sent the club spinning into the darkness. Still blinded, the woman lashed out with a haphazard fist that glanced off Kellen's head. He swung his cracked mana shield, aiming for her head, but catching his foe in the shoulder instead. Eyes still squeezed shut, she drew a knife at her belt, slashing in his direction. Kellen stumbled back out of range. His feet tangled in the tall grass, and he went down hard on his back. Blinking, the woman stood over him, knife raised. Kellen pushed himself up and raised his shield, only to see it disintegrate before him. The woman hissed and dove for him, knife glinting in the fading golden sparks. Throwing a forearm up, Kellen lashed out with his foot. The kick missed the knife and caught the woman in the stomach, shoving her backward and knocking the wind out of her. He scrambled to his feet just as she caught her breath and lunged again. A bundle of flying white bones hit her in the head. Chakra, bailing him out again. The crow latched onto the woman's face, clawing and striking at the bandages with her beak. Based on Chakra's history, he already knew the woman would not escape. Kellen wasted no time. He ran for Vex, who was on his side, panting. The two warriors lay dead nearby. Vex's tawny fur and swirling blue markings were cut in a dozen places, but as a being made of mana, he did not bleed.
"Are you okay?"
Kellen asked, voice cracking.
"I should have done something. I couldn't—" "Don't sweat it,"
Vex grunted, without his usual pep.
"As long as you're fine, I'll live."
Kellen's head shot up at the sound of rustling grass. For a moment, he tensed, then recognized Hanup. The old man rushed past them, spear in hand. A moment later, the bandaged woman's scream cut short, and the rustle of Chakra's bony wings told Kellen it was over. He remained kneeling over Vex. Jaw clenched, he blinked hard to fight the falling tears, body shaking. A firm yet comforting wrinkled hand gripped Kellen's shoulder. It was Hanup.
"The last of them are running into the night like rabbits. It is over."
Kellen nodded, head still bowed.
"You fought well, Kellen Lars,"
Hanup said, using the mashup he preferred of Kellen's first and last names.
"So did Vex. Our children are safe because of you."
Kellen didn't feel like a hero. All he wanted was to curl up in a ball on the ground until the sun came up. He felt so drained, both his beast heart and his physical body. Nothing but lingering fear and total exhaustion filled the emptiness.
"Come."
Hanup grasped Kellen under the arm and gave him a gentle pull.
"Let us gather the children and return to the camp."
Chapter 8. "Can you walk?" Kellen asked Vex. He groaned in response and pushed himself onto his 4 feet.
"Feeling better already,"
the mana beast said in a weary voice that contradicted his words.
"Once I find something to eat, I'll be good as new."
Hanup gave a shrill whistle, and the half-dozen gray-dawn children rose from their hiding places a short distance away. 3 parents, each carrying a crying baby, surrounded them. Kellen's gut twisted, realizing how close the warriors had been to the kids. At a glance, he saw the other 2 white-painted people, both dead now, too. Hanup must have come to their aid sooner than Kellen noticed. The grimaces of death and the unnatural poses of the corpses sent another shudder through him. A comforting head nuzzled into Kellen's hand, which hung limp at his side.
"I don't like it either,"
Vex said in a soft voice. Sickness seized Kellen. He dropped his head between his knees. Hands pressed against his shaking legs, he heaved and heaved. A wave of dizziness sent him lurching forward like a drunk. Hanup caught his arm and offered a water skin.
"Drink,"
the old chief said. Kellen took a small sip, then several gulps. He immediately felt physically better, though he tried not to think what would happen when things quieted down and his mind had time to wander.
"I'm fine,"
he lied, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. A shiver ran through him, and he realized for the first time the sweat cooling all over his body. Plus, he'd run out of the tent in only his boots, worn-out jeans, and a thin shirt. The adults led the children around the scene of the fight. Kellen saw more than a few stare at the bodies as they passed. He tried to walk between them and block the view, but none of the other adults bothered. Was violence this common for these people that they didn't even try to shield it from their kids? Kipu met them on the edge of camp and offered Kellen a blanket as relieved parents and spouses ran to meet their group.
Looks like you're still on your own 2 feet, eh?
Chakra was nowhere to be seen, probably off making sure the coast was clear of raiders. Kellen stared at the results of the fight with wide, dazed eyes. Someone had just started a fire in the center of camp. The rising flames cast flickering shadows over a handful of white-painted bodies and a few indistinguishable others that could only be from Grey Dawn.
Chief Hanup.
It was Akeso, one of the Grey Dawn warriors. He held his ribs with one hand. A cut on the side of his head glistened with trickling blood. Kellen remembered seeing the man's 2 daughters after the fight and was relieved to find him alive and mostly okay. At least one family was still whole.
Everyone is accounted for. 6 of ours are dead, and 9 of the raiders. They were trying to steal horses and food stores, not people, it seems.
A heavy weight, like a stack of barbell plates, settled on Kellen's chest. 6 dead. The band's numbers were already thin after Ubira's attack in the summer, when Allison and several others had been kidnapped and Shani's husband slain. When the sun had set, there had only been 26 of them, including the women hunting. 6 dead was an enormous blow to a small community already reeling. Kellen saw the same thoughts wrinkling Hanup's weathered brow. As one of the smaller bands of the Storm Horse, Grey Dawn had been in a precarious situation before either of the attacks. Now, they teetered on the end of destruction. If it weren't for the luck that had united the band with the 3 new beast callers, the enemy might have killed everyone in the camp.
Get 3 or 4 who are still well enough to fight and have them keep watch on the hills, Chief Hanup told Akeso. The rest that are not hurt too bad should tend to those with the worst wounds. I will help where I can, Kipu said, but my healing arts are not what they once were.
And the dead?
Akeso asked. We will put them to rest when the hunters return, Hanup said. Lay them out under the night sky and set a guard so they will not be disturbed.
Vex and I will take one of the lookouts, unless there's something you need here, Kellen said. The request came from a desire to just be somewhere away from the brutal scene of the camp more than anything. Hopefully the others didn't realize that. He needed some time away from the smoke and the dead.
Good idea, little brother, Kipu said.
He grabbed Kellen's shoulder and steadied him. Kellen hadn't realized he'd been swaying.
Are you up to it?
I'm good. Kellen left it at that. Hanup placed a hand over his heart and then extended the hand toward Kellen, Vex, and Kipu.
Grey Dawn owes you her great debt.
Don't mention it,
Vex said, his voice haggard. Akeso's report of 6 dead flashed through Kellen's mind again. He didn't feel like a hero.
Sorry we couldn't do more.
They crossed the camp, making for a hill to the east. On the way, Kellen stopped at their tent, eager for the warmth of his ice vicuña poncho. They found Professor Gates standing outside. He held a stained tomahawk in his hand, and flecks of blood stained the front of his shirt.
Are you okay?
Kellen asked. The professor nodded, eyes wide and wild. Aside from the fight in the ritual chamber with the cultists, Kellen had never seen him pick up a weapon. Yet now an almost unhinged energy exuded from the professor in complete contrast to his usual reserved and soft-spoken self. The tomahawk clattered from his hands.
I just need to lie down for a moment, Professor Gates muttered.
He disappeared inside the tent. Kellen and Vex shared a bewildered look. After a moment, they entered as well. Vex's faint blue markings cast a dim light over the professor, while Kellen found his poncho and the mana stone he'd won after they defeated the Earth Bear on his first day in Oras. He hesitated, then drained it completely, the reserves in the stone filling his beast heart close to half. Professor Gates reclined away from them, taking heavy, measured breaths. Kellen paused.
You're sure you're okay, Professor?
I will be fine, Kellen, Professor Gates said, in his slow, deep,
scholar's tone. "Thank you. I'm glad to see you and Vex are unhurt." Still unsettled, Kellen excused himself and Vex, explaining their lookout duty. The professor bid them farewell, promising to bring breakfast after a short rest. On the eastern hill, Kellen tapped into his beast heart, using a mana refresh technique to restore some life to his leaden muscles and heal minor cuts and scrapes. Through their bond, he felt Vex recovering as well. It would take hours and probably some solid sleep before they were back to 100%, but the mana Kellen had stored in the stone gave them a head start. He made a mental note to refill it as soon as he had the time and mana to spare. You could never have too much mana at your disposal. Laying down, Vex gnawed on a cold piece of jerky. Kellen's stomach rumbled, but he had no appetite at the moment. Instead, he reached out with his mana sense. In the dark of pre-dawn, it was 1,000 times better than using his eyes to scout for enemies. Compared to searching for a shadow mana beast like Inferi that had been deliberately shrouding herself from them, it would be a cinch to notice the dull lumps that non-beast-caller humans were marked as. The working took relatively little mana. After a scan as far as his abilities could stretch to the north, east, and south, Kellen finally allowed himself to relax a bit. Since he wasn't actively searching for something or someone, the working would continue to run until he deliberately stopped it, much like making the choice to close an eye. Kipu had said more powerful beast callers learned to hold their mana sense in an active state at all times, even while they slept. Left to their own devices, his thoughts ran away from him. Had he really done well in the fight? At every turn someone had bailed him out, whether it was Vex, Chakra, or Hanup. Without their help, he would probably be dead at least twice over. If one or two things had gone differently, it could have been him lying out there, growing cold and stiff. He brooded until a quite literal gray dawn broke over the Thunder Plains, replaying the battle, scrutinizing and analyzing each move he'd made. Had lighting up the camp been a waste of mana? There seemed to be more danger from an unknown enemy in the dark. Of course, that had left him weakened when he faced the bandaged woman. In the end, it all boiled down to power and expertise. If he wanted to keep surviving in this world, he needed more strength and practice. At some point, an ally or blind luck wouldn't be there to save them. A burst of storm mana inside the range of his mana sense made Kellen jerk his head up toward the sky. It was Ira, flying at full speed straight for the camp. Kellen resisted the urge to run down the hill and speak with him. It was his job to stand guard. If Ira needed Kellen, the others would let the coyote know where he was. Soon, Ira flew off again to the west. Within the hour, the sun was high enough for Kellen to make out a group of riders approaching from the same direction. The hunters had returned. Nudging Vex awake, he ran a hand through his tousled brown hair. Another mental note. It was time to ask the professor for a haircut. Vex muttered and smacked his lips.
Pass the pizza bites.
"Sorry, all out of pizza bites," Kellen said through a yawn. "But Nokum and the rest are back." He felt like someone had tied him behind a storm horse and dragged him across the plains. Even with the mana refresh, he felt flat out beat. He raised a hand as the hunters rode closer, off to the north of his position. Tama and Nokum raised a hand in return, but continued on for the camp with most of the hunters with them, no doubt eager to get to family and friends. Shane and Inferi, however, veered their way, along with Night Rains and Shinopa. Inferi opened her mouth in a wide grin as they approached, her tongue lolling out over bone-crushing fangs.
"Well, if it isn't the mighty warriors. We hear you made a good show of yourselves last night, even without our help."
We did just fine,
Vex said, puffing himself up a little. Night Rains gave a savage grin that stretched the white raindrop tattoos on the side of her face.
"Good fight." "Ira will fly around the camp and alert us if there are more enemies coming," Shani said. "Come, return to camp with us."
Shinopa offered a hand to Kellen and pulled him up behind her on the storm horse. He wrapped an arm around her, more concerned about falling off and keeping his face out of the quiver of arrows on her back than worrying about their proximity. As they approached, he spotted Kipu and Hanup speaking with Chief Tama and Nokum.
"Without Kellen and Kipu, I fear the band would have been lost," Hanup was saying as Kellen dismounted.
Tama, who looked like an older, less intense, less scarred version of her daughter, gave Kellen and Vex a nod of thanks. From the leader of Grey Dawn, that was worth as much as a round of applause and a slap on the back. Kellen nodded back, still not feeling especially heroic, but appreciative of the gratitude.
"These white paints have the look of the snake cult," Shani said. "Do you see the resemblance, Kellen?"
"What?" Kellen glanced over the dead raiders, laid out in a row. He saw the woman he'd fought and one other swathed in bandages. It was hard to make out any distinguishing features beneath the spiked hair and chalky white paint, but many of them wore the same garb as the cultists, minus the masks. Where their skin showed, it was pallid white-gray.
"Yeah, I'd say so."
Nokum sucked on her teeth as she studied the corpses.
"Maybe some fire bison in their number as well."
As she'd noticed, some appeared to have a ruddier red-brown skin beneath the paint that potentially marked them as the fire bison people. Though the snake cult had been behind the kidnapping attacks that stole Kellen's sister and members of the Grey Dawn band, according to Professor Gates, they'd been largely made up of fire bison mercenaries who joined Ubira as slavers for hire.
"The fire bison tribe has never needed much excuse to come raiding in Stormhorse lands,"
Vistas, another of the hunters, said, with a hard edge in her voice. Out of the corner of his eye, Kellen spotted Shani gripping the hilt of her saber so tight her fingers turned white. No doubt she regretted not being there when the attack came. If the hunters had been in camp, chances were that fewer of Grey Dawn would have fallen, or the attackers might have fled at once. 2 more beast callers would have ended the attack as soon as it began.
"What are these wrappings?"
Nokum asked, kneeling down next to the dead woman to examine them closer.
"I have not seen them before."
"They repelled mana attacks," Kellen answered, trying not to look at the stiff body that had been a person trying to kill him less than half a day ago. Yet he couldn't help but stare at the wine-red stain in her bandages where Hanup's spear ended her life. "Her weapon broke my sun shield, too."
"The other was much the same," Kipu said.
Nokum cut off a length of the cloth and ran it through her hands.
"I have never heard or seen anything like it. Have you, Ancient One?"
"Maybe?"
Kipu shrugged.
"There is much my mind does not recall. As Kellen said, any direct mana working was useless against them."
"She said something about a frog, somebody blessing her before she attacked," Vex said. "Anybody ever heard of him?"
Nokum shook her head. Kipu looked lost in thought, opening and closing his mouth as if he had something to say, then it escaped him.
"I do not know. The man I fought wearing the wrapping said something similar. He asked someone named Frog Priest for strength."
Shani stepped next to Kellen.
"Remember the thing in the well they were trying to raise?"
she asked in a low voice that only he could hear. Kellen gave a short nod. Icy fear pricked at the back of his neck. Whatever that thing had been, he still had nightmares about it sometimes. A grotesque amphibian head atop a physique a pro wrestler would have been jealous of. The whole thing had been a milky silhouette as it rose from the well. Allison had interrupted the ritual, though. The thing had exploded like a possessed marshmallow put in the microwave for too long. Had the cultists found another way to bring their abomination to life?
"Do you think these snake people followed you from the mountains?" Hanup asked.
"No," Tama said after a long pause.
"More than likely, they were looking for supplies and happened upon the camp. But that is just as concerning to me. It means there are many more of them, and they are friends with the fire bison."
Murmurs of concern rose from everyone else nearby. Tama raised a hand to silence them.
"Do not fear. There will be a time for mourning. For now, we must raise and honor our dead, then smoke the meat from our hunt before we break camp."
"Where do you plan for us to go?" Hanup asked.
"South and east," Tama said, "as soon as we are ready."
Everyone separated to begin their various tasks. Kellen paused, then stepped in front of Kipu and Nokum.
"Wait, there's something else we need to talk about."
Chapter 9. Nokum and Kipu both turned. Shani and Inferi remained as well. This was it. Kellen took a deep breath.
"Before Kipu awakened in the tomb, we accidentally found a mana stone and accidentally exploded it, and all of the mana escaped, which was probably what caused you to wake up, but it was also the mana stone with all of your stored memories in it, so we're sorry."
Kellen looked wide-eyed at Vex, who just blurted the whole thing out like a forced confession.
That about sums it up, he said. I'm sorry, we never meant to destroy it. I should have told you sooner. I was there too, Shani said. Kellen is right, we should not have kept this from you. Kipu's ruby eyes stared off into the distance. He was so still, the mummy looked like a corpse standing, which, to be fair, he was. Chakra flapped her wings and cawed in irritation.
Idiots!
Kellen was starting to get worried that they really might be in for a brain leeching when Kipu spoke. Do you have the memory stone? No, we don't know what happened to it after the mana released. Kellen winced. He didn't know if it had been destroyed or if it was still lying back in the chamber. At the time, they'd been more concerned with getting out of the maze of tunnels and finding his sister.
Is there anything that can be done?
Nokum asked. I wish I could say, Kipu said. My mind is like a blanket rotted from age and full of holes. All I know for certain is that there is a purpose I have yet to fulfill for the Wild Mother. We'll do whatever we can to help you, Kellen said. The promise sounded hollow, even if he meant it. For sure, Vex added. I wish I knew what that was, little brother, Kipu said. In place of frustration, a profound sadness filled his words. I think I would like to be alone now. They watched as Kipu and Chakra walked away. Kellen didn't feel any better with the confession off of his chest.
That was no easy thing for him to learn, Nokum said. You have done the right thing. Kipu will come around.
Kellen nodded, still not convinced.
Come, Shani said. There is much to do before we leave.
With no tree in sight, they built 6 raised platforms by lashing teepee poles together. Each bore one of the dead members of the band, laid to rest beneath the sky with their most treasured possessions and a short prayer to the Storm Horse that she might carry them into the great beyond to be with their loved ones who'd gone before. After weeks of living together, Kellen knew each dead person, knew who was related by birth or marriage, which ones were serious and which ones laughed often. They were sons, daughters, mothers, fathers. Nukihenya had taught Kellen how to tan hides. She was Clouds That Burn's great aunt. Orto walked with a limp from a bad fall when his horse had stumbled into a gopher hole years ago. He had a young grandson who stood before his grandfather's platform, tears running down his face. While Kellen, Vex, and Professor Gates watched, Nokum led the band in a keening dirge, the words and meaning lost to Kellen, even though his spirit traveler powers granted him understanding of every language he'd heard so far in Oras. The wails and cries of the band rose, accompanied by a lonesome wind. Each platform's upright poles had dozens of ribbons and strips of colored cloth tied to it. As Kellen watched, they flapped in the brisk autumn sky, the swift breeze apparently a good omen for the journey of the departed. He wrapped his poncho tighter around him and shivered, unsure if it was the chanting or the wind that gave him goosebumps. To him, the platforms looked exposed, cold and forlorn. Do you think they go to the same place we do? Kellen asked. He had his own beliefs, but the subject of religion had never come up with the professor.
We are ever dying to one world and being born into another,
the professor muttered. His dark mood from the battle continued to linger.
Though I don't think Thoreau knew about Oras when he wrote that. I was not a religious man on Earth. I've seen a lot of bad things in my time journeying across this land. I'd like to think someone hears the prayers of these people. If magic is real, why not heaven?
Following the funeral rites, they packed camp to head south. Kellen rode at the head of the group with Nokum and Tama, while Shani and some of the other hunters guarded the rear. The remaining warriors did their best to box in the old and the young, along with the pack animals and sleds carrying the band's shelter, food stores, and other possessions. Kipu trailed behind everyone on his bony old mule, the only animal that would carry the mummy. He muttered to himself while Chakra brooded on his shoulder. Kellen heeded Nokum's advice and left them alone. They'd been fortunate that none of the attackers had made off with any storm horses in their night raid, though they'd stolen several regular horses. In his time with Grey Dawn, Kellen had learned that, aside from the number of beast callers a tribe or a band claimed, the number of storm horses they owned was the next highest measurement of wealth.
The dozen remaining storm horses were relegated to the warriors and hunters, leaving Kellen on an old buckskin mare. He'd grown attached to the horse and named her Spirit. No one but Vex knew that, and Kellen had threatened his mana beast to secrecy. Grey Dawn only named their storm horses, and even then it wasn't a common thing. Kellen got the impression that naming his worn-out mare would be akin to naming a pair of shoes to his new friends. It had taken some time for Spirit to get used to Vex. Now she treated him like any of the band's dogs. Vex wouldn't admit it, but Kellen thought he might be jealous of another animal infringing in his human's life.
"Someday I might be big enough for you to ride,"
Vex said, bounding along beside them. Curiously, since reaching companion strength, Vex had yet to change form to any type of winged variant, like the volleyball-shaped bat he'd frequently popped into as a ward-strength mana beast. Kipu had no explanation for it, but then again, Kipu didn't have explanations for a lot of things. Vex didn't know why he couldn't anymore either. For the time being, they chalked it up as an odd quirk that he'd left behind when he'd advanced. "You wouldn't be offended by that?" Kellen asked, somewhat surprised. He'd have thought Vex's pride wouldn't let him function as a beast of burden.
"I said I'd let you ride me. I didn't say I'd haul stuff like a pack mule,"
Vex said, glancing back at the column of horses and mules dragging the heavy-laden sleds through the tall grass. "Nice to know you're willing to take one for the team," Kellen joked. Vex paused mid-step just ahead of Kellen and shot him a look.
"Does that mean you're going to carry me half the time?"
"Did you forget like a month ago when you were literally a fluffy ball? I carried you everywhere. It's about time you pulled your own weight."
"Well, I weigh a lot more now,"
Vex grumbled. The next 2 days passed uneventfully, though Kellen could never shake a buzzing anxiety in him that warned they could be attacked again at any moment. After returning from the Wakar Mountains and reuniting with the rest of the Grey Dawn band, their brief peace and safety had lulled him into lowering his guard. At least now everyone was together. He found relief in knowing that, come what may, Nokum, Shani, Tama, and the rest of the hunters made his own shortcomings and strength less consequential to the welfare of those who needed protection. Kipu continued to travel behind the band and remained aloof each night when they made camp. He and Chakra slept in the open, choosing to bury themselves in the earth rather than share the teepee with Kellen and Professor Gates. From what little he spoke to them, Kellen gathered the mummy wasn't mad, just broken and lost. Kellen overheard him several times mumbling about the earth speaking to him, but didn't ask what that meant. It didn't take long to miss the mummy's familiar quirks and good-natured, nonsensical manner. In spite of Kellen's worries, the journey proved breathtaking. Far from flat and boring, the rolling, grass-waving hills of the Thunder Plains held surprises over each rise. For most of a day, they traveled at a distant parallel to a massive herd of buffalo, not the mana-enchanted fire bison, but bigger, longer-horned varieties, similar to those long extinct on Earth. The line of dark brown stretched as far as the eye could see, interrupted only by the scattered columns of rock called the Tall Spears that rose across the plains. Knights Rains, Kawea, and the other hunters begged Tama to let them hunt the animals. The chief refused, eager to distance themselves from the raiders. Aside from the bison herd, smaller groups of wild horses, deer, antelope, camel-looking creatures, and other animals Professor Gates identified as fauna from the ancient Americas dotted the grasslands. There were predators, too, packs of wolves and coyotes, cougars, and smaller varieties of hunting cats the professor called American cheetahs. When they made a short stop, Kellen watched one of the speedy felines chase down a pronghorn antelope at a full sprint. It was like watching a pair of fighter jets dart and weave across the bobbing grass. "Could you do that?" Kellen asked after the cheetah emerged victorious. Vex scoffed.
"I'd sneak up on it and give it a blast of sun mana rather than chasing it all over."
"That doesn't count," Kellen said. "He doesn't have that option. I was asking if you were fast enough, and you know I can tell if you're lying." Scowling, Vex thought about it for a minute.
"Maybe,"
he said. Professor Gates, who'd been riding beside them, opened up his journal and scribbled down some notes. The abundance of wildlife had seemed to lift the dark cloud over him.
"I wonder if the Wild Mother made mana beasts that didn't need to eat or drink in order to preserve the ecosystem of this world."
He seemed to be speculating out loud, to no one in particular.
If mana beasts of any kind had to eat to live, whether herbivore or carnivore, their mana would give them a severe advantage over any regular animal. In time, I imagine the normal creatures could not compete and would eventually die out. Of course, mana beasts can't breed or produce offspring. They can't die of natural causes either, can they? He pursed his lips and tapped his turkey feather quill against the page.
Put your scribblings away, teacher,
Nokum said, slowing her storm horse to ride alongside them as she rubbed her hands together.
We need to get moving before the storm hits.
Does your storm mana allow you to sense changes to the weather?
The professor asked, holding his quill posed over the journal, waiting for a response. Nokum frowned and rubbed the back of her hand.
Yes, but I get an ache in my knuckles when a snow's coming. I trust that twice as much as any mana working. We need to shelter beneath a tall spear before evening.
Snow? Kellen asked. The morning was still mild, even a little warm for autumn, barely jacket weather. Temperatures changed within a matter of hours back in Idaho, so he wasn't any stranger to unpredictable storms. Still, there wasn't even a cloud in the sky or the hint of a breeze blowing a front in. That was good news, because the closest tall spear looked miles away. That always seemed to be the case when you actually needed one of the odd, mana-exuding rocks for protection.
Long before nightfall,
Nokum said.
Mark my words.
Chapter 10. It started with a breeze, warm and deceptive at first, then colder and stronger as the day wore on. Soon, clouds gathered across the northern horizon, a bustling storm front like an anxious herd of bison about to stampede. Bits of dry grass and dust twisted through the air. The animals grew nervous. Beneath Kellen, Spirit sidestepped and tossed her head as if she were a nervous colt again. Shouting to be heard over the growing tempest, Nokum led them toward the nearest tall spear, still many miles away. Heads bowed to the biting winds at their back, they could only move as fast as the heavy-laden mules and pack horses would allow without fear of busting the sleds apart and scattering the band's supplies across the plains. Soon, Kellen's hands went numb, their grip frozen around the reins. He eyed the storm looming behind them. The last time he'd experienced something like this, a miles-long stampede, wildfire, and mana-fed lightning had accompanied it. He'd almost died. Twice. This certainly wasn't shaping up to be the kind of softly falling snow that fluttered to the ground inside a snow globe. Very few things in Oras were tamer than their counterparts on Earth, weather included. Bits of snow peppered the sky, growing thicker by the minute. Kellen glanced down at Vex, who was struggling along beside him, ears and fur battered by the howling winds. Nokum had moved to the rear of the group and, along with Ira, was doing her best to shield them from the worst of the wind and snow with a storm mana working. Without the aid of a mana beast attuned to storm mana, Shani could only help her grandmother maintain the working in short bursts. Kellen attempted something similar, but whether it was because he lacked the skill or simply that sun mana wasn't able to affect nature's storms, his efforts proved futile and a waste of mana. No matter how hard he tried, he could do no more than sense the natural storm mana around them. Attempting to control it was like trying to shape a handful of water. Circulating mana throughout his body to stay warm was a small comfort when he saw the non-beast callers of the tribe, especially the old and young, hunched and shivering in their saddles. The snows grew heavier and the skies darkened from both the onslaught of the storm and the waning daylight. They struggled now to hold the line of people and horses together. Beyond more than a dozen yards in any direction, the world was a sheet of white. Before it had disappeared, Kellen estimated the tall spear they made for was still a few miles away. He glanced backward, peering into the face of the blizzard. Nokum, Shani, and their mana beasts were no more than dim outlines in the rear. A layer of crusted snow clung to his poncho, and ice rimmed the edges of his hood. Ice spiked Vex's thick fur into quills. Head bowed, Spirit plodded on, nose to the tail of Tama's mount just ahead of them. If anyone ventured so much as a few feet from the rider in front of them, the snows threatened to swallow them up. Kellen cursed as an idea struck him. Why hadn't he thought of it sooner? Channeling sun mana from his beast heart to the palm of his hand, he formed a glowing golden orb, roughly the size of a basketball, and hovered it in the air 10 feet above him. The working was smaller than the fireworks, but easier to control and maintain. Unfortunately, Kellen could barely see the light, even being directly under it. Kellen squeezed his eyes shut, willing more mana to flow into the working. When he opened them again, the golden orb shone in all directions like a searchlight cutting through the blanket of snow. Kellen still wasn't convinced everyone could see it, but if he needed to maintain the working for a few more miles yet, it was the best he could do. Another idea came to mind. He called for Vex, shouting to be heard over the wind even though they were traveling right beside one another. "Can you keep yourself illuminated and go back and forth down the line to make sure we don't lose anyone in the snow?"
"You got it!"
Vex's blue markings flared to life, and a soft golden glow sprang from the depths of his thick fur. As far as Kellen knew, Vex could maintain that glowing state for as long as they needed. With the clumps of snow clinging to him, Vex looked like someone's yard ornament from Christmas left out in a blizzard. He sprang away, bounding down the line through the whiteout. Pulling his hood down tighter, Kellen nudged Spirit forward again. Tama was waiting for him. She nodded in approval of his light.
"I don't think we have much farther to go, but I am no longer sure of our direction."
A pang of fear gripped Kellen. If they lost track of the tall spear, they would wander all night until people started freezing to death. As if in confirmation, the wind gusted with an angry howl, swirling snow and icy cold in their faces. He glanced down the line and spotted Vex's light bobbing up and down some distance away. They were more spread out than he thought. Finding Nokum and bringing her to the front of the line would waste too much time. Kellen took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He stretched his mana sense out before them, trying to push away the overbearing presence of Shani and Nokum's windbreak working behind him. Even if they were miles away, the tall spear formation should have emanated enough mana to— There. Through the thin layer of storm mana intertwined in the blizzard, Kellen located the pulsing aura of the tall spear's mana. They'd gone too far to the east. When he opened his eyes, Tama, Hanup, and several other members of the band that had caught up in the time he'd been searching for the tall spear all stared at him. Overhead, his glowing working flickered and sputtered until he poured his attention back into it. "We've got to turn back west," Kellen shouted to Tama, trying not to choke on the blasts of snow buffeting him in the face. Tama pointed to the front.
"Take the front."
Struck by sudden doubt and a paralyzing fear he would lead them all to their doom, Kellen still managed to nod. Both his actual heart and beast heart pounding, he coaxed Spirit to plow on through the blizzard. With a hand half frozen to the reins, Kellen steered his horse in the direction of the tall spear, hoping his perception was correct. Between continually feeding the beacon of light overhead and extending his mana sense to keep them on course, he had no mental bandwidth or spare mana to devote to keeping himself warm. Soon, he was just as cold and miserable as the rest of the group. The cold heightened his urgency. If he was this cold, there were many in their group much weaker than he that wouldn't last much longer. The snow piled up, already a couple of inches deep. Every few steps, Spirit stumbled in the tangled, snow-smashed grasses, but the faithful pony carried on at a steady plod in whatever direction Kellen pointed her. They carried on like that until Kellen lost feeling in his toes, along with his perception of time. The aura of the tall spear grew stronger at a snail's rate. It felt as if they were moving at a crawling pace. As his mana reservoir began to run low, he pulled from what little he'd been able to store in his mana stone. Kellen's entire world focused on maintaining a course toward the shelter of the tall spear and keeping the orb of sun mana aloft. Step by step, illuminated by the flickering light of his mana beacon, they drew closer to their destination. Just when Kellen feared he'd led them all on a wild goose chase, a wall of red rock loomed in front of him. They'd made it. The protective aura of the tall spear formed an invisible buffer against the blizzard, extending in a circle out from the rock itself to form a perimeter of about 10 yards. While the snow still flew and the wind still raged, the blizzard wasn't as heavy, nor the chill so intense inside the tall spear's sanctuary. Kellen dismounted and gave Spirit a grateful pat that rattled the icicles clinging to her mane. Drawing from the mana of the tall spear, Kellen was able to double the brightness of his working, the glow spreading to reveal the last members of Grey Dawn stumbling into camp on weary horses, shivering dogs at their heels. When Nokum, Ira, Shani, and Ferry and Vex appeared, Kellen let out a long sigh of relief. He'd done it. A bone-aching weariness filled him, and he fought to stay on his feet as Vex padded up and gave his hand an encouraging nudge. Several people worked to strike up fires inside the protection of the tall spear, while many of their number half sat, half collapsed to the rocky sandstone ground, which was dry and free of snow. A hand landed on his shoulder. Kellen stumbled in surprise and found Hanup standing beside him. "That was well done, all of you," he said, first looking at Kellen, then to Nokum, Shani, and the mana beasts. Not even Vex or Inferi had the energy to brag. "Rest," Hanup continued. "We are safe now." As the peace chief walked away to see to the cold and weary, Nokum gave Kellen an appraising look.
"Clever work with that light. Seems something is getting into that head of yours."
Kellen could only give a nod of thanks. He was too tired to be proud tonight. Perhaps in the morning he'd ask Kipu. Panicked energy coursed through him. Kellen's eyes roved over the group. Kipu and Chakra were nowhere to be seen. "Where is Kipu?" he asked Shani and Nokum. The pair looked at each other in surprise.
"He told us he was riding up to the middle of the group to hold the line together," Shani said. "That was not long after the snow began." "I never saw him when I came from the front," Vex said.
"We've got to go back for him," Kellen said. Before he could pull himself into Spirit's saddle, Ira's voice stopped him.
"If you go back out there, you'll die," the winged coyote said.
"We can't just leave him," Kellen said. He couldn't explain why, but he felt responsible. Kipu hadn't acted in a normal way since Kellen had told him about the memory stone. Nokum laid a gentle hand on Kellen's arm.
"Out of all of us, Kipu is the only one who could survive in a blizzard like this. When the storm clears, Ira will search for them. Until then, there is nothing we can do."
Chapter 11. By the next morning, half a foot of heavy, white slush had pushed down the tall grasses and soaked everything else through. As far as Kellen knew, no one had rested very well. The band spent the remaining long hours of the night huddled around sputtering fires before a cheerless, frosty morning broke. With it, the storm faded and was gone, though a shroud of gray clouds filled the skies and hid whatever warmth the sun might have offered. At first light, Ira took flight in search of Kipu and Chakra. While gray dawn stoked the fires and made the best they could of the miserable morning, Kellen anxiously awaited the winged coyote's return. When he reappeared, it wasn't with good news.
"I saw nothing," Ira told them. "Not a trace."
"They may have buried themselves in the ground when they realized they'd separated from us,"
Nokum said. She didn't sound convinced, and Kellen didn't buy it. The snow had ended hours ago.
"Perhaps they carried on past us in the night,"
Shani suggested. Kellen didn't think that was likely either. Kipu was the one who taught them both how to hone in their mana sense. There was no way he would have missed the tall spear. No, something had to have happened to them during the blizzard. That or Kipu had decided to take his own path. Kellen couldn't, or didn't want to, believe the mummy would just leave without saying goodbye.
"Well, he wouldn't have just ditched us,"
Vex said, voicing Kellen's thoughts, as he often did. Vex stared at Inferi.
"You didn't eat him when no one was looking, did you?"
"Vex!" Kellen shouted.
"What?"
Vex said, like he had no idea he'd said something rude.
"I just thought as long as we were checking things off the list."
"No, I did not eat him," Inferi said, baring her teeth.
"Enough,"
Nokum said, cutting off further conversation between the two mana beasts.
"Shani and Kellen, you should ride ahead. Ira can check behind us while we make ready to move again. Even if Kipu did not pass us, the storm may have attracted wild mana beasts. Scout ahead, and if you see any, come back. The last thing we need is a surprise attack."
"Of course,"
Shani said. Kellen nodded, glad to be doing something other than sitting there worrying. "I'll be ready in 5.
"In 5 what?"
Shani asked, face crinkling in confusion.
"Context,"
Vex said. Kellen still wasn't used to certain phrases and expressions common on Earth that just didn't translate into Oras speak. "I'll be ready shortly." Shaking out his wool blanket, Kellen rolled it up and tied it on his saddle, hoping it wouldn't get too musty from being packed up while still wet. His canteen was full, and he had plenty of trail food packed away in his makeshift pack that Vex had yet to find and devour. He found Spirit nosing through the snow with the rest of the horses, and was soon ready.
Have I mentioned I hate snow?
Vex asked, shaking himself for the 10th time that morning, so that his furry coat puffed out in spiky points all over like he'd been styled with hair gel and a blow-dryer. "Once or twice," Kellen said, trying to hide a smile at his mana beast's comical appearance. Shani and Inferi waited for them a short distance from the camp, her storm horse stamping and tossing its horned nose, no doubt irritated that its fellows were still eating while it had already been put to work. It wasn't Shani's style to ask if he was ready or check that he'd come prepared. Instead, she merely turned her mount and set off at a trot, expecting Kellen to follow. Spirit had to work a little harder to catch up to the longer-legged storm horse. Kellen worried she might slip or tangle in the tall grass heavy from slush, but she kept the pace just fine.
"Race you to the next hill?"
Inferi asked Vex as the two loped along beside the horses.
"If you're ready to get beat this early in the— Hey!"
Inferi burst into a sprint, not bothering to wait for Vex to answer the challenge. He charged after her, and soon their gray and tan bodies streaked through the grass.
"She makes things difficult,"
Shani told Kellen once the pair was off. "It's fine," Kellen assured her. "I'm sorry about what Vex said." Shani gave a shrug, and Kellen could feel the conversation slipping away. "How's your training going?" he asked. In the little time they'd had between funerals and packing camp, Shani and Inferi continued to train alone. As soon as Kellen asked, he noticed Shani stiffen in her seat and berated himself for being tactless. Shani wasn't one to talk about personal struggles at the best of times.
"It is harder than I expected."
Kellen waited for her to elaborate, but she didn't offer anything else.
"We should catch up and tell them to stay closer."
With that, she urged her storm horse into a lope. Kellen followed suit. Though Spirit still kept up with no issue, they were moving fast enough now that idle chatter wasn't possible. At the top of the hill, both Vex and Inferi lay flat on the ground, sides heaving, tongues lolling. "Who won?" Kellen asked. Both tried to wheeze out an answer he couldn't understand. For a split second, Kellen worried Inferi had attacked Vex.
"Cheat it!"
Vex finally managed, sitting up.
"She tripped me."
Kellen felt his brief alarm fade away. Still, it was hard to give Inferi much trust after the attack.
"Just a little surprise to keep you on your guard,"
Inferi panted. A cold gust of wind caused Kellen to dip his chin into his chest and look away from the two panting mana beasts. Blinking back the cold-induced tears from his eyes, he looked out across the plains. His breath came in a quick gasp. What looked to be a giant ice-blue shell lumbered across the grass. It had to be a half-mile away, but even at the distance, Kellen guessed it was easily the size of a tank. Whirls and swirls of snow surrounded the creature, occasionally masking it from sight in flurries. "I'm guessing that might have had something to do with the storm," Kellen said. Vex and Inferi were on their feet, eyes and ears tuned in a predator focus as they assessed the distant mana beast.
"There is likely more than one," Shani said. "But yes, could be a storm mana beast. There are also water mana beasts that cause ice and snowstorms as well."
"What is it?" Kellen asked. His first guess was a giant turtle, but the grass swayed behind it, and Kellen thought he saw a long, heavy, spiked tail waving as it walked.
"A giant armadillo, I would guess," Shani said. "They burrow deep into the ground in the spring and summer months, then emerge when the days grow colder to wander the plains."
"Is it dangerous?" Kellen asked. The best course of action seemed to just avoid the ice armadillo altogether, especially since their group had children and elderly, and they'd been in enough fights recently.
"If provoked," Shani said. "Their hides are sometimes used for armor, but we do not have enough warriors to fight it. There is a good chance it is a guardian strength mana beast, maybe even greater." "Didn't the three of you take on a bear that was guardian strength?"
and Ferry asked the rest of the group.
We almost died until the rest of the warriors showed up, if that's what you mean,
Vex said.
We are not fighting it, Shani said. Come, we should keep moving.
Without waiting for a response, Shani set off on her storm horse. Grumbling, Inferi followed at her beast caller's side.
I say this as someone who regularly gets us in trouble,
Vex said after Inferi passed out of sight down the hill.
She's going to get them in real trouble sometime.
You're probably right, Kellen said. That doesn't mean you couldn't be nicer. When Vex protested, Kellen gave him a stern look. They're struggling to figure things out right now, and she only teases you because she knows she'll get a reaction.
She's doing it because she's hopelessly in love with me,
Vex said.
I'm just trying to show her it would never, ever work out between us. You know, group dynamic and stuff.
You seriously believe that?
Well, yeah, look at me,
Vex said, twisting his head over his shoulder.
I am a muscle-bound golden beast god. I'm just grateful I don't have a mane, or Inferi wouldn't have a chance.
Kellen didn't know whether to laugh or shake his head in amazement. I do not even know how to respond to that.
Have you looked in a mirror lately?
Vex asked.
Give yourself some credit, my man. Since hitting companion strength, we're a couple of studs. Now I know Shani isn't your type, but one of the others...
Kellen nudged Spirit, and the buckskin mare hurried after Shani like she was just as grateful to get out of the conversation as Kellen. Discussion over, he called over his shoulder. Forever. They carried on for another half hour, keeping tabs on the ice armadillo. Aside from the occasional gust of icy wind it sent rolling over the hills, it seemed to have no interest in them. By now, the sun was poking through spots in the dreary blanket of clouds, and the weather had warmed enough that everything was a sopping mess of half-melted slush and wet grass. To Kellen's dismay, there was no sign of Kipu or Chakra. He was surprised to see how far their scouting had taken them. Looking back, the tall spear they'd made camp at appeared miles away. Kellen suddenly felt very vulnerable and exposed.
We should turn back,
Shani said after they spent a few minutes scanning the horizon from atop a large hill.
My mother and grandmother will want to know that...
She stopped mid-sentence as Inferi let out a rumbling growl and raised her hackles. Kellen looked at Vex. His ears were flat against his head, and the fur on his back stood up. Kellen channeled a shield in his hand as Spirit nickered and shifted nervously from foot to foot.
What is it?
Kellen asked in a low voice. He'd meant it for anyone who would answer. Shani didn't respond. Instead, she drew her saber-like sword, eyes scanning in front of them.
Wild mana beast,
Vex hissed.
Not sure where. Close.
Kellen released his focus on the plate-sized golden shield swirling in his hand and stretched out his mana sense. Sure enough, he felt an aura wafting up from the valley below them. He wasn't sure how he'd missed it before then.
There,
Shani said, nodding her head down and to the left. Kellen's eyes tracked to where she pointed and saw the tall grass rustling the same way a pond might when a school of fish swarmed. He doubted whatever moved below was anything as harmless as goldfish coming for breadcrumbs. Even with the tall, chest-high grass knocked down by the wet snow, he couldn't make out the source of the rustling grass. Either way, it was getting closer, less than a quarter-mile away and moving fast straight at them.
Something tells me that's not a good thing,
Vex said.
We will chase them off,
Inferi growled, snapping her teeth, attention totally transfixed by whatever approached.
Is it really a good idea to fight something when we don't know how strong or how many there are?
Kellen asked Shani. She seemed torn. He'd never known her to run from a fight, but she'd been much less careless and eager to throw her life away since they'd returned from the mountains.
It may be moving too fast to outrun on your horse,
she said.
Quit stalling and get ready,
Inferi snapped at them.
Look, maybe we should think this through,
Vex said. By now, the mass was just over a football field away from them in the valley below and showing no signs of slowing. Here and there, Kellen saw flashes of blue-gray, similar to the skin of the storm horses or the members of the storm horse tribes. And then, the approaching mana beasts burst into a flattened spot of grass, and Kellen got a good look. He almost wished he hadn't. Half a dozen raptor-like creatures sprinted toward them, their short legs almost gliding across the grass. Though they were about the size of kindergarten children, their little arms looked to be scissors. Kellen realized they were claws, long as carving knives. Upon breaking cover, the lead raptor threw back his miniature head and shrieked. "We should go," Kellen said.
"We should have already gone,"
Vex said.
"We should fight."
Just like that, Inferi blasted down the hill toward the pack. Swearing, Shani swung down from her horse and followed. Chapter 12.
"Shouldn't we have held the high ground?"
Vex yelled as they ran after Shani and Inferi. Kellen ignored him. The slope of the hill and his dead run through the long grass made it a chore just to keep from face-planting. He hated fighting these things on foot, but Spirit wasn't a warhorse. She would only panic and get injured or killed. With his remaining attention, he worked to form a shield in his hands. He'd grown it to the size of a trash can lid when Inferi collided with the pack leader. Moments later, the raptors broke like a wave of knives all around them. Hurling his mana shield, Kellen connected with one mid-air as it jumped, leading with its taloned feet in a leaping attack. Shani cut a second down with her saber as it cleared the tall grass, fangs and claws bared. On the ground, Inferi wrestled with the pack leader, both grappling to claw the other to pieces. Vex shot a blast of prismatic golden light at a fourth, only to have another leap on him and bite down hard on the back of his neck. Kellen slung a golden orb, knocking off Vex's attacker just as a second barreled into his mana beast. The world became a frenzy of reptile hisses, screams, howls, and barks. Though they went down easy enough, the raptors bounced back each time, even from Shani's saber cuts. Lightning crackled the air as Shani channeled mana into a short bolt that blasted two of the raptors. One convulsed and fell to the ground, smoking. The other recovered from the shock, however, and let out an ululating call. The group retreated in response, giving Inferi and Vex enough time to stagger back to their feet. Sporting various injuries, the pack of mini-raptors circled the two humans and mana beasts, running faster and faster until they were a blur of blue-gray. The temperature plummeted, and bits of ice nicked Kellen's bare skin. Too late, he realized the raptors had trapped them in some sort of icy vortex.
"If we shield us, can you do anything to stop the attack?"
Kellen shouted over the rising wind and hail. Shani nodded. He and Vex set to growing a shield of sun mana around them, even as she pushed the storm back with a gust of wind. Kellen gasped as the golden shield engulfed the four of them. A hail of ice shards crackled against the golden orbs, and Kellen sagged against the strain of the attack. He wouldn't be able to hold it long, even with Vex lending him mana, as Kipu had been teaching them. A raptor in front of Kellen leaped at the orb, talons extended. The knife-like claws made it several inches through the shield before Kellen's mana halted the strike and repelled the raptor backward. Was it just his imagination, or did this one look bigger? He noticed with alarm that all of them looked bigger.
"The dead one is gone,"
Vex said out loud, reading his thoughts. It appeared when one of the raptors died, the others grew larger, like some kind of hydra with separate bodies. Kellen gasped and fell to a knee as two more ice raptors struck their shield at the same time.
"We've got to attack,"
Inferi snarled. Fighting for breath, both Kellen and Vex tried to warn her about their discovery. They didn't get the words out in time. The shield exploded in thousands of golden mana shards that fizzled away like sparklers. The other three raptors charged headlong at them, icy blue attacks gathering in their mouths. Inferi met one head-on. Her bone-crushing fangs found its throat. Shani's saber slashed another, and it exploded into a fine, icy powder.
"Killing them makes the rest stronger,"
Kellen shouted. Snowy mana dust from the two slain raptors swirled in the air. The three survivors glowed blue. When the light faded, a trio of blue-striped raptors gnashed mouthfuls of arm-length razor teeth at them. Their claws looked like handfuls of machetes. Each stood as tall as Kellen or Shani, and the power exuding from them made Kellen think they'd also grown in mana strength as well, somewhere between companion and guardian if he had to guess. The raptors knew they had the upper hand. Rather than rushing the group, the three murder lizards communicated in a series of throat clicks, hisses, and squeals as they circled the humans and their mana beasts.
"That was fun. You guys win," Vex said. "Game over? Do you speak English? Hello?"
Kellen swore one raptor let out a hissing laugh. Otherwise, None of them responded. They were probably too busy thinking about how they'd devour the two humans after their mana beasts were defeated. Kellen, Shani, Vex, and Inferi stood in a rough circle, their backs inward. Lightning crackled down the length of Shani's saber. Kellen held a ball of golden mana in each hand. At their knees, purple shadow mana swirled around Inferi, and Vex's eyes glowed golden. Like a match to gasoline, mana erupted between the groups. Kellen hurled his golden orbs, one striking the raptor in front of him in the head, the other sailing off into the distance. Miss. His attack that landed did nothing more than irritate the enemy mana beast, who shook it off the same as it would have a rock. Desperate, Kellen threw up a shield just as the raptor's maw opened. A scaly nose struck the shield, and the force reverberated through Kellen's body. Though it had no mana behind it, Kellen struggled to maintain his defense against the attack. Vex darted out and buried his fangs in the raptor's bony leg. Before Kellen or Vex could react, the raptor's fangs sank into Vex's back and hurled him through the air. Needles of pain peppered Kellen's back, a ghost of Vex's agony. His shield flickered and faded as his mana ran low. He panted as if he'd just run for miles, trembling hands reaching for his knife. For what little good that would do. Icy blue reptilian eyes turned toward him. He didn't dare turn to see what had become of Shani and Inferi. He somehow knew they wouldn't be coming to his aid. The ice raptor took one step forward, head low and eyes dialed in with murderous focus. Kellen curled his fists, and sparks of golden light fizzled between his fingers. He willed every last ounce of mana into his hands. What did it matter if his beast heart shattered? It wouldn't be enough to save him, but he could go down swinging at least. Vex was nowhere to be found. This was it. The raptor lunged. Kellen gritted his teeth and held both fists up, willing one last shield. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for impact. A blast of wind tore up earth and air in front of him. Kellen fell hard on his back, his head bouncing off the flattened grass. He opened his eyes and saw the raptor lifted in the air, trapped in a spinning, swirling tornado that twisted it up like a pretzel. Craning his head around, he saw the other raptors in their own vortexes. A brilliant white horse swooped by overhead, the long black hair of its rider whipping behind as the new arrivals banked in a circle around them. It took Kellen a moment to realize he was looking at a Pegasus ridden by a storm horse man. The raptors let out a hellish chorus of shrieks before each burst apart in icy blue mana dust. The sparkling substance filled the air before settling over Kellen, Shani, Inferi, and Vex, who was limping toward the trio. Kellen scrambled to his feet and ran for him.
Are you okay? I'll be fine,
Vex grimaced.
Sorry, thought I'd lost you.
Kellen looked at the glowing holes in Vex's back where the raptor's bite had pierced his friend's hide.
It wasn't your fault. They were too strong. Could have killed us all,
Shani shouted at Inferi. The shadow hyena seemed more contrite than when she'd bitten Kellen, head bowed and tail tucked. The white Pegasus landed with a flare of brilliant feathered wings, interrupting Shani's shouting. It folded its wings back in what could only be described as a proper manner as soon as its hooves touched the ground. The rider, a man Kellen guessed was around 30, flashed them a brilliant white smile and tucked his flowing dark locks out of his face before dismounting. As Kellen had noticed before, his gray skin marked him as a storm horse like Shani. The strength of mana exuding from him and his Pegasus mana beast far exceeded anything Kellen had felt before, except maybe the well in the snake cult cavern. He swung a booted leg over the flowing mane of his horse and stepped lightly to the ground. A soft wind seemed to drift about him, somehow stirring his hair back from his face without kicking up any dust or grass. Despite the cold weather, he wore nothing more than a pair of leather leggings and a vest of soft white leather with elaborate yellow beadwork and patterns in silver thread. His high cheekbones and muscles looked chiseled from rock. Most notably, what looked like a crown of tiny, twisted lightning bolts hovered over his head. They flashed and crackled, but the man ignored them. Kellen wondered if the lightning crown was a mana working or some kind of artifact.
That is one good-looking dude, Vex said. Now that is what I call a beast caller.
You should not pick fights with an ice raptor pack, the man said. They are deceptively weak, but their mana is bound together, and they become stronger as the others die.
Yeah, we figured that out, Inferi grumbled, beating Vex to the punch. Are you hurt? The Pegasus asked in a concerned, fatherly voice.
Just our pride, but it recovers fast because there's not much to begin with,
Vex said. We'll be fine, Shani said, shooting a cross look at Inferi. Where are your manners? The Pegasus mana beast asked the man. Like its beast collar, its mane waved from an unknown gentle breeze, yet its glossy coat was spotless. It had a gray lightning bolt mark on its poll that ran down the bridge of its long nose. Introduce us. Chapter 13. I am Rekko Windstalker of the Goroshu tribe, the man said, and this is my partner, Skystrike. Who are you, and what is your tribe? I am Shani of Grey Dawn, daughter of Chief Tama, Shani said. This is Inferi, my mana beast. My companions are Kellen and Vex. We are grateful for the help of the mighty Goroshu tribe. Raiko's perfect eyebrows rose when he looked at Kellen. You have the look of a Vinderling, but I see you are a beast caller. You must be a spirit traveler. Kellen had no clue what a Vinderling was, but he nodded anyway. Thanks for your help.
I mean, we had them right where we wanted them, but it's cool of you two to finish them off for us,
Vex said. Raiko would have made an excellent poker player based on his straight-faced reply. In that case, I am sorry to interfere with your hunt. It did not appear that way from our vantage. From mine either, Kellen said with a sidelong look at Vex. We should be getting back to the rest of our band, Shani said. You are welcome to join us for a meal so that we may show our gratitude. Her tone made it sound like he was about as welcome with the band as another surprise blizzard would be. Thank you, but we cannot rest, Raiko said, either missing or graciously ignoring Shani's poor attempt at manners. The day is young, and we have many more miles to fly. We are on a journey from the elders of the Stormhorse. I have a message for your chief, then we must continue.
Well, that sounds epic,
Vex said.
How come nothing we do sounds cool like that?
Because we aren't cool like that, Kellen said.
We should work on that.
Right now, staying alive day to day is a bit higher on my priority list than style points.
I'm just saying maybe the two go hand in hand. How many cool people do you know that are dead?
Well, Kellen stopped himself, realizing he'd been trying to formulate a legitimate answer to Vex's question. Do they always engage in such banter? Raiko asked Shani. Somehow, the way he said it, with genuine curiosity and zero hint of sarcasm, made the question worse. Shani shrugged. Most of the time.
You haven't seen a, sickly guy wandering around with a crow skeleton, have you?
Vex asked Raiko, oblivious to any embarrassment.
We're missing one.
No, I am afraid I have seen no one all morning, Raiko said. A sinking feeling gripped Kellen. If Raiko, a powerful beast caller on a flying horse, hadn't spotted Kipu, either he didn't want to be found or he wasn't there. Let's just get our horses and... Kellen trailed off, realizing for the first time that Spirit and Shani's Stormhorse had fled as soon as the battle with the Ice Raptors began. Hopefully, they'd headed back to the band. Skystrike and I do not mind walking, Raiko said. Collect the mana remains, and we will be on our way. The last time Kellen had fought a wild mana beast, the Grey Dawn hunters had collected a large supply of mana dust, useful in creating a number of paints that worked as temporary enchantments when applied to non-beast callers, normal animals, and certain items. Unfortunately, what dust had remained from the Ice Raptors had been blown away in the attack. All that remained was a handful of their vicious talons and a few pieces of scaly hide, perhaps enough for a pair of gloves, but little else. When they'd gathered the remnants, Shani offered the items to Raiko. He shook his head, lightning crown crackling with the movement. It would not be right for me to take part in the spoils when I did the least amount of work. Keep them for yourselves and your band.
Wow, powerful, ripped, and generous, Vex said. This guy's all right in my book.
Raiko proved to be an even bigger hit with the rest of the band. Nokum and Hanup knew his grandmother and several of the older Goroshu members, which sounded to Kellen like one of the largest and strongest tribes about the Stormhorse. When Raiko explained his mission in greater detail, the entire group gathered around to listen. It happened only a few days ago.
As you know, the elders and many of the tribes gather at the storm horse totem when winter comes. Out of nowhere, a great mana-storm appeared above the head of the horse. The ground shook from thunder, and a bolt of lightning struck the totem, as if cast from the Wild Mother herself. A storm has remained over the great horse totem ever since. The elders believe it is a sign of the fourth nocturne.
More sounds of astonishment arose all around. Kellen knew little about the fourth nocturne, other than it was some sort of prophesied end of the world. With the current events happening around them, he made a mental note to ask Kipu and Nokum more.
Skystrike and I are one of many messengers sent to gather the tribes and bands, Raiko said. A great council is to be held, and another paragon chosen to replace Kansa.
Paragon Kansa is dead, Nokum asked. How? When? We've received no word of this.
Raiko nodded. Earlier this summer, he went north to speak with the fire bison and developed a sickness not long after returning. He lingered these past few months, growing weaker and weaker until he succumbed. It was not long before the lightning struck the storm horse totem.
Murmurs ran throughout the group again.
What sickness could kill a paragon? Nokum exclaimed. What sickness would even touch them?
Onaka, Winoya, and the elders have not spoken of it, Raiko said, shaking his head. I suspect they do not know, which is troubling in and of itself. And there has been other news that is bad. Many of those gathering report attacks by the snake people, some with fire bison warriors among them.
Our camp was attacked by such a group while our hunters were away, Tama said. It angers me to hear this is happening all across the Thunder Plains, and that the fire bison are openly joining these raids.
They have always been treacherous neighbors.
Raiko stood and waved a hand away when he was offered water and food.
Keep your provisions. I can see Summer and Autumn have not been kind to your band. I am sorry that I cannot stay with you until you reach the Wind Bones and the Great Horse Totem, but there are more I must find and speak to.
We are grateful for this information,
Nokum said, with a slight bow. I only wish it was not all bad.
With that, he swung onto the back of Skystrike and raised a hand in farewell.
Be mindful of the battles you pick, young beast-callers, the Pegasus said to Kellen, Shani, and their mana beasts.
Kellen sensed both Shani and Inferi bristle at this, but fortunately neither said or did anything. Vex seemed too caught up in his hero worship to be annoyed.
A word of advice, if you would like it, Raiko said to Tama, Nokum, and Hanup. When you reach the Wind Bones, find the Goroshu camp and let them know you are known to my grandmother. You will find friends among our tribe.
He dipped his head, lightning crown crackling with storm mana.
Until we meet again, may the Storm Horse protect you all.
They watched Raiko and Skystrike fly away, like some Oras version of a gallant knight on the next leg of his noble quest.
He makes just as good of an exit as he does an entrance, Vex sighed.
Next time we see him, do you want me to ask for his autograph? Kellen asked dryly. Vex turned to look at him, eyes wide, ears fully at attention.
Wait a second. You're jealous.
I am not jealous, Kellen said. He's a nice guy. Vex lifted a paw and poked Kellen in the thigh.
You don't need to be threatened, though it wouldn't hurt to hit the weights a little more, you know. The ladies don't really dig that lean runner look you've got going on.
You literally have no idea what human women like, Kellen said.
Actually, I'm pretty sure I just saw it ride away on a flying white stallion just now.
Kellen held up a finger. We are going to stop this conversation and go learn about more important things.
Shani shook her head with disgust. We do not need the pity of the Goroshu.
Nearby, Hanup, Tama, and Nokum were in the middle of a similar discussion.
It is better to avoid the politics and power struggles of the great tribes, Tama said,
sounding much like her daughter had moments before.
I agree, Hanup said, but we cannot survive on the plains alone, Tama. If the snake people don't kill us, the winter will.
Nothing like this gathering has happened in many lifetimes,
Nokum said.
There is a storm coming that we cannot weather alone.
Kellen looked across the band. Each face was just as haggard and hopeless as the one before it, old and young alike. They looked beaten, like the blizzard had been just about the last they could take. And now they were down a beast caller, too. Kellen wagered Kipu was worth about 5 of himself in a fight.
I take it you had no sign of him,
Nokum asked. It was the first she'd spoken to them since they'd returned with Raiko.
Nothing, Shani said.
Except for a foolish battle you should have avoided, Tama said. There had been no avoiding explaining how they'd met Raiko and the manner of their meeting. Shani's eyes flashed, but she said nothing. "What are we going to do now?" Kellen asked. "We can't just give up after one day."
"There is no sign of him," Nokum said. "Ira has searched throughout the day."
"I am grateful for what the Ancient One has done for Grey Dawn," Tama said, cutting off Kellen's protest. "But without even a sign or a hint of what happened to Kipu, I cannot risk my people to continue looking for him." A heavy, sickening feeling settled in Kellen's stomach. It might not be logical, but he felt responsible for Kipu's disappearance, and now they were just going to leave him behind.
"Misfortune trails us like coyotes and crows following hunters," Nokum said. "I know Watani from our youth. It would be unwise to spurn the hand of friendship. We are but a drop of rain among the Stormhorse. Allies will not be easy to come by at the Windbones."
"What is your decision?" Hanap asked Tama. The whole band was gathered in a broad circle around them. No one spoke out in favor or protest of any plan. They just stared, the faith in their chief the only thing to keep them going. These were a people on their last legs. If Kellen could sense that, it had to be plain to Tama. The chief sighed, lines of worry etched deeper than ever into her face. "We will go to the Windbones." Chapter 14. They were still more than a day away from the Windbones camp when Kellen spotted the mighty, swirling mass of multicolored lightning and ominous gray and purple clouds churning like a gaping wound in the distant sky. Squinting, he made out a slate-gray skyscraper shape below them. Though he could not make out details over the long distance, it could only be the totem of the Stormhorse. He marveled at its growing size with every mile that passed. If the totem had been a building, it would have equaled or surpassed the greatest towers on Earth. What first appeared as a scattering of spikes poking up around the base of the Stormhorse totem were the rock pillars known as the Windbones. Even these were as high as any of the tall spears spread across the plains. Actually, they seemed similar. When Kellen asked Nokum about this, she told him the Windbones were just a concentrated collection of tall spears in the corner of the Thunder Plains.
"It is a sacred site, full of strong mana," Nokum said. "Here our mightiest tribes make their camp."
As the day progressed and they drew closer to the massive totem, the herds of bison, antelope, deer, and wild horses thinned, replaced by other groups of gray-skinned Stormhorse people traveling toward the great camp. They dotted the rolling hills to the left and right of Grey Dawn, all moving toward the looming totem and its tempest. Most, Kellen noted, were far larger than their tiny band, consisting of lines of horses of both varieties pulling sleds of supplies, tents, buffalo robes, and other necessities. Children laughed, and scrawny, coyote-like mutts barked as they darted around the plodding horses and their riders. Bright-colored flags and strips of cloth bearing all sorts of symbols fluttered in conjured breezes that kept them flying in the perfect direction to display their banners to all they passed. Based on the number of people around them, Professor Gates estimated there were thousands of the Stormhorse converging on the Windbones and the totem. The sight was impressive enough, but when combined with the myriad of beast-callers and mana beasts, it became a spectacle like no other. Several chieftain-strength beast-callers and mana beasts raced across the grasslands and coursed through angry skies, leaving streams of rainbows, flashes of crackling lightning, or beautiful wind songs in their wake. They saw several winged horses of various colors, including a gorgeous paint and a buckskin that flew in tandem, looping through the cloud-strewn sky. Mana beast coyotes, hares, antelope, six-legged horses, and elk with sweeping electric antlers all passed at a distance around them, with more oddities, colors, glowing auras, and impossible mana enhancements than Kellen could have ever listed. The humans did their best to show off, even with the help of their mana beasts, racing by on thunder-booming clouds the size of Persian rugs, balancing atop twisting tornadoes, and racing above the grass as if they weighed nothing. In a passing flash, Kellen swore he spotted a woman riding a dancing, crackling lightning bolt like a surfboard. "Your mouth is going to stick like that if you don't close it." Kellen snapped his mouth shut, almost as surprised by Shani as he had been by the entire brilliant display of beast callers and mana beasts. "Did you just make a joke?" She smirked and rode up alongside him. Vex and Inferi raced ahead of the band, apparently getting along enough to play a game of tag.
"What do you make of all that?"
she asked, pointing up at the swirling, boiling mass of clouds hovering over the totem of the storm horse.
"I don't know about prophecies and signs of doom," Kellen said. "And I'm definitely no meteorologist, but that storm doesn't look good."
It took a moment of Shani's quizzical look for Kellen to realize where he'd confused her.
"Sorry, a meteorologist is a person that can tell you what will happen with the weather."
To Kellen's surprise, she nodded as if this made perfect sense.
"Some of the stronger storm beast callers are like that. Some can even control the weather, summon a rainstorm, drive away a blizzard, quiet the winds, or call a tornado."
"Ours aren't quite that reliable," Kellen laughed.
"But yeah, same idea."
The conversation fell quiet, and a somber mood settled over them like rain from the churning clouds they approached.
"Why was Tama worried about coming here?"
Kellen asked, to break the silence. "Isn't there safety in numbers?"
"She fears the band will fall apart," Shani said. "The Stormhorse tribes are made up of those who have the most power and can hold it. We are few in number. Most bands have dozens of people in them. The largest tribes have thousands. They also have many beast callers. At a gathering like this, it would be easier for our people to find a stronger, more powerful chief to follow. Yet without the protection of a larger tribe like the Goroshu, we are an easy target among such powerful groups, even during times of peace. My grandfather, Nokam's husband, was chief before Tama, and my great-grandfather before him, and my great-great-grandmother before them. Tama does not want to be the chief that saw the end of our band."
Kellen understood the meaning of a legacy like that. When times got hard and expenses went up, his dad sometimes talked about selling their farm, even though it had been in the family since his great-great-grandfather Gustav Lars immigrated to America and homesteaded the place. Tama was in the same boat.
"I wish I could do more,"
Shani said, suddenly and with a savage intensity.
"If Inferi and I were more powerful, things would be different."
Now that the first dam had burst, Shani's words kept flowing.
"My hatred for Ubira drove Inferi to awaken the way she did. It cursed us."
An oppressive feeling settled over them. On her otherwise stony face, Kellen thought he saw Shani blink back a tear. He didn't know what to say. He had no answer and couldn't in good conscience tell her she was wrong. Nobody knew.
"Shadow mana isn't bad or evil," Kellen said. "It isn't the mana," Shani said. "At times I feel this burning rage in her that I can't control. It is a fire that threatens to consume me too. It should not be like that. I thought when I killed Ubira and avenged my husband it would go away. Instead, all of that anger is inside her."
Kellen scrambled for something comforting to say, stunned by Shani's confession.
"When the raiders attacked the camp, I was terrified. I thought those ice raptors were going to kill us. Being scared doesn't make me a coward, I don't think, just like being angry doesn't make you bad. There's a cliché saying where I'm from." "Was cliché a wise person?" Shani asked.
Kellen let out a dry laugh.
"No, it means an overused expression, I guess you could say. Anyway, the saying goes, there are two wolves inside of us. One represents all the good things a person can do, and one represents all the bad things. You can't get rid of either one of them, and they constantly fight with one another. But you get to decide which one wins." "How is that?"
"Your actions, the things you do, make one or the other stronger. That's the one that wins."
"I like that story," Shani said. "But it is harder than it sounds. In this story of yours, you can never kill the bad wolf, can you? You can only make the other one strong enough to beat it."
"Something like that. You keep feeding the good one and it's easier for him to win."
Kellen shrugged. "Eventually. Strength always seems to be the answer."
Shani stared off into the distance, and though they rode next to each other, she felt 1,000 miles away. Just then, Tama called for Shani. Kellen found himself a little disappointed knowing their conversation had come to a close. She whistled for Inferi.
"Good talk,"
Kellen said as she turned her storm horse to ride away.
"It was,"
Shani agreed. Beneath her war paint and jagged scar, Kellen thought he caught a glimpse of the girl she'd once been and the woman she could have become if life had been kinder.
"It is too bad you cannot fight as good as you talk."
Kellen snorted. Before he or Vex could respond, Shani and Inferi left. The closer they got to the outskirts of the Windbones camp, the more Kellen realized how down on their luck Grey Dawn really was in comparison to the other bands and tribes. As the traveling groups drew closer together, their displays of power and wealth grew more and more defined. Riding at the heads of their columns, great chiefs and beast callers displayed fanciful jewelry. Shining masks, glowing headdresses, elegant tattoos, and mana-infused facial paints, bands of turquoise, silver, and other precious metals that pulsed with unknown markings. Their mana beasts and storm horses were decked out just as much. Kellen spotted a massive, smoky gray buffalo mana beast with tiny, fluttering blue wings and long, twisting, curling horns. Its wings looked too small to lift it off the ground, and that was without the glass beads draped over it like some sort of living Christmas tree. Aside from the wardrobes and extravagant accessories, the chiefs showed their abundance in other ways, too. Some rode on great rolling wagon platforms carrying fully assembled tents. Teams of bison, mules, or horses, numbering in the dozens, pulled them. Behind the leaders, the rest of the tribe followed with sleds packed heavy with supplies, riders splitting off from the main group to move massive herds of horses out into the grassland surrounding the stone spires. Kellen's agricultural background made him wonder how long the winter feed could support thousands of horses. He'd yet to spot a nearby water source. By comparison, Grey Dawn appeared as a speck of blandness in the midst of the opulence. Half of their number walked on foot, and the few storm horses they had walked with little more pride than the weary ponies, like Kellen's spirit. It only took a glance to see their scattered number had fallen on hard times. Fallen, then tripped when they tried to get up, and landed face first on even harder times. There were a few other bands that looked less like a 4th of July parade exodus, but from what Kellen could see, Grey Dawn was about the farthest from the belle of the ball as could be. He looked across at Tama and Nokum, who'd asked him and Vex to join them at the head of the group with Shani and Inferi, probably to put what little strength they had on display. Once more, Kellen sharply felt Kipu's absence. Part of him still expected the old mummy to pop out of the ground and wonder why they'd been so worried about him. Tama rode with her jaw set, staring straight ahead, shoulders tense. She looked ready to pick a fight at the slightest provocation. A nervous, angry energy radiated from her and all of their hunters and warriors, almost daring someone to confront them. Kellen hoped they could pass into the camp unnoticed between the larger tribes and their highfalutin entrances. "You said you've never seen a gathering this large," he asked Nokum. Nokum shook her head.
"Never in my lifetime, but then again, nothing like this has ever happened to the Great Totem."
"So, once we're all together, then what?" Vex asked. "They'll have a big meeting just to agree that it's bad that something happened to the storm horse?"
Iris swooped by and gave a wheezing laugh.
"You have a firm grasp of politics,"
he said, landing and walking beside them.
"The Stormhorse tribes wish to gather their power until word reaches us on the state of the other great totems. If this is happening all over Oras, it is bad. But if it has only happened to a few of the great totems, that will leave those nations vulnerable."
"Why is that, if I may ask?" Professor Gates said. He was riding just behind them and had only stopped taking notes on everything and everyone they saw because he'd run out of writing supplies. They were still a few miles away from the Stormhorse totem, and already it towered over them, a colossal being of unidentifiable gray material that seemed neither wood nor stone. The massive mare reared up on 2 legs, its front hooves flailing at the heavens, proud head tossed back, mane flowing behind it as if it was a real animal frozen in time.
"That is not some monument crafted by humans,"
Nokum said, pointing a bent finger at the Stormhorse totem.
"Our legends say the great totems are the gods themselves, watching over our people. They are a massive source of mana, healing, protecting, and nurturing all life for miles around. You should feel the mana aura of the Stormhorse totem from miles away, just as surely as you feel the wind on your face or the heat of the sun."
"But I haven't noticed anything," Kellen said. Focusing on his mana sense, he felt a literal whirlwind of individual mana from the sheer number of beast callers and mana beasts, but nothing of the power and magnitude Nokum spoke of.
"Exactly,"
the old woman said.
"It has faded. That is what scares us."
Chapter 15. An ocean of teepees, tents, and yurts swarmed around the hooves of the Stormhorse totem and the tall rock spires called the Wind Bones. Kellen didn't think he'd ever seen so many people together on Earth. It was like the biggest, wildest, craziest state fair he could imagine, with people shouting, bonded mana-beasts pushing their way through the crowds, and a general thrum of nervous excitement thick in the air. They'd left most of the band on the outskirts of the Wind Bones. Then Tama, Hanup, Nokum, Shani, Kellen, Professor Gates, and the Mana Beasts had continued on in search of the Goroshu tribe's camp. Within the gathering, each tribe or band had erected mini-camps, marked by banners, flags, or sometimes even smaller totems that exuded beneficial mana auras. The fact they flaunted them openly marked that tribe as particularly powerful enough to obtain and hold such a valued object. Based on the reactions of the locals, Kellen got the sense that showing off a totem in your camp was the equivalent of parking a Ferrari outside of your mansion before you invited people over. The first totem he saw looked like a great eagle made of fire, perched atop a white pole carved with flowing weather designs. They passed close enough that Kellen first mistook it for a mana beast. The eagle spread its mighty wings and let loose a blast of flame that shot straight up into the sky. If its torso had not blended so seamlessly with the rest of the totem, he would have never known it wasn't a living creature. Observing the state of the camps as they passed, it appeared the wealthier and more affluent tribes had their camps closer to the Stormhorse totem. Nokum explained many of them had likely already been there before the summons, and that unwritten rules determined how close a tribe could camp to the Stormhorse totem. By now, the Stormhorse totem loomed over them like a giant ready to crush them with its next step. The mass of people made it hard to see just how far they were from the totem's base. When Kellen craned his head back, he could see nothing above the rearing front hooves. Between the tower's height and the broiling storm at its crown, the head of the horse was hidden from sight. Soon, the throng of people forced them to dismount and push their way single file through the crowd on foot. "Stay close and go in front of me," Kellen told Vex. He had a brief picture of being separated from Vex or the rest of the group in this human sea full of powerful beast-callers. The safety of the gathering had sounded like a good thing to Kellen. Now a part of him wished he'd stayed behind with the rest of the band. The beast-callers and mana beasts weren't as numerous on the ground, but plenty filled the skies overhead. One middle-aged Stormhorse woman, riding on the back of a brilliant red and golden songbird the size of a paraglider, almost crashed into Ira and knocked them both out of the sky. Both the songbird and the winged coyote swerved at the same time and, fortunately, in opposite directions. Laughing, the woman waved and shouted an apology without stopping. Was her hair made of golden feathers? Kellen asked Nokum, not believing what he'd seen.
Careless, the old woman grumbled, still mad about the near collision with Ira. What's that? Yes, it looked like it, didn't it? Must be her chieftain's mark.
Kellen squeezed past a group of Earth Badger traders headed the opposite direction as them so he could walk beside Nokum. What's a chieftain's mark? Nokum looked surprised.
Haven't we talked about that? Maybe Kipo's rattled brain didn't think of it. Not like you're close to getting one anyway.
But what is it?
Vex asked. A moment later, he yowled as someone passing by stepped on his toe. He let out a brief golden flash, the blue markings on his body glowing in warning. The crowd gave them a little more room after that.
Thank you,
Nokum said, nodding in approval.
All these people mushed together make me wish I could still fly for long periods like I used to. As it is, I'd have to hop over them like an old toad.
The chieftain's mark, Kellen reminded her.
Yes,
Nokum muttered irritably.
When a beast caller advances to chieftain strength, most receive a physical feature that marks their progress, the chieftain's mark. They come in all varieties. You saw Raiko's lightning crown. Some are more pronounced than others.
Sounds like a mane,
Vex said.
Makes you look awesome, and everyone can see it, so they know you're awesome too.
Do they do anything? Kellen asked. Can the beast caller pick what they get? He pictured Raiko's crown shooting bolts of lightning at his enemies. He also imagined reaching chieftain strength and having his nose double in size and shine like Rudolph, too. Nokum snorted.
They are determined by the path you walk that led to you reaching chieftain strength, she said. You don't pick them any more than you pick your mana beast. Some may provide natural advantages in physical combat. I do not know. Now enough talking. Vex, you and Inferi take the lead and clear a path for us.
Sensing the trouble they could get into with Inferi and Vex handling crowd control, Kellen followed close behind, as Vex eagerly threaded his way through the crowd to the front of their group. By now, they were deep in the Windbones camp. Rows of market stalls populated with a variety of other races than just the Stormhorse replaced the Pennants and tribal camps. The Earth Badger were the most prominent, filling more than half of the stalls. Like the traders Kellen had met out on the plains, these merchants sold a variety of metal items, anything from knives and tools to armor and larger weapons. They passed through the middle of a wide lane filled with vendors barking out to the crowds on both sides, far enough away that Kellen only caught faint snatches of their words. Regardless of what they were selling, the traders made certain to describe it as specifically Western or Eastern Earth Badger, suggesting a competition between the quality of their wares. Continuing through the marketplace, Kellen spotted others selling an indescribable variety of mana beast remains, everything from pouches of mana dust to teeth, bones, claws, skulls, and hides taken from every combination of creature and element Kellen could imagine was available. Even without understanding the money system, he knew instinctively that these remains were some of the most expensive items for sale. He made a note to ask Shani about taking the raptor hides and talons around to a few different vendors, getting several appraisals would hopefully keep them honest, to see if they could sell or trade the remnants to get some better blankets and other necessities for some of the Grey Dawn members. A flash of long, blonde hair made him stop in his tracks. Down at the end of the vendors, several Viking-esque men and women moved about a smaller tent. They were the first European-looking people Kellen had seen since arriving to Oras. Were they spirit travelers, like him? As they neared their canopy, a rough count showed at least a half-dozen of the light-skinned, fair-haired people. Based on what he knew of the frequency of spirit travelers, it seemed unlikely that many would have found one another and that they'd all look relatively similar.
"If you don't stop twisting your head this way and that, it is going to fall off,"
Shani grumbled, after bumping into him when he slowed down to stare at the strangers. While their hairstyles looked like something out of a Scandinavian reenactment, their clothes resembled a combination of medieval Northern European with a mixture of other styles favored by the Earth Badger traders. The bronze neck rings and armbands also had a Scandinavian design, as well as the knives they sold. Bundles of white wool stood stacked behind them.
"Move,"
Shani hissed, urging him forward with a not-so-gentle push. Part of him wanted to speak with them. As a spirit traveler, he'd learned early that he had the gift of understanding any tongue spoken in Oras. He was sure the discovery of this new group would fascinate the professor. There'd been captives taken by the snake cultists from each of the other tribes when they'd rescued Allison. None of them had the look of these people. "Who are they?" he asked Shani.
"Vinderlings, I think,"
Shani said, holding her palm between his shoulder blades and pushing so he couldn't stop again without her say-so.
"I've never seen one before. They live far away to the east."
Kellen's head spun with questions. With everything else he had to learn, manage, and cope with, the culture shock of Oris had never left him time to consider what other continents might be in the world. He recalled that Raiko had called him a Vinderling before realizing Vex was his mana beast. That at least made sense now. How far east? Where do they live?
"How should I know? They are from Vinderland. It is an island somewhere. Now hurry up, unless you want Inferi and Vex wandering around alone."
Relenting, Kellen picked up his pace, following the path cleared by Inferi and Vex until they made it out of the market area. The Stormhorse totem still loomed over them like a human standing above ants, but now the tall, crooked rock spires of the Windbones grew in frequency. After seeing several beast callers leaping off of ledges on the sides or tops of the columns to soar through the sky with their mana beasts, Kellen realized they were living way up on the cliff sides. He blinked hard and focused on the path immediately in front of him. There was just too much to take in. Thankfully, no more wild surprises greeted him before they spotted the flags of the Goroshu, the curved white lightning bolt on a reddish-brown background, flying proudly overhead. It was the largest camp Kellen had seen yet, with an actual perimeter formed by a chest-high rock ledge. 2 guards and their beast callers stood watch at the entrance. More rust-red flags waved overhead in the distances, stretching back into the surrounding canyons to the southeast. "Welcome," said one of the beast caller guards, a man with massive gym junkie arms folded over his chest. The vest he wore strained against the muscles of his torso. Long, snaking lightning bolt markings, Kellen couldn't be sure if they were paint or tattoos, ran from shoulder to wrist, white against his gray skin. He wore a number of metallic feathers woven into his dark hair. His mana beast, a purple porcupine the size of a sheep, stood beside him, eyeing Inferi and Vex.
"What business do you have with the Goroshu?"
the other guard asked. She was as tall as the man and just as muscled. Black war paint covered her face. Silver piercings in her lip, eyebrow, and ear added to the intimidating look. Her mohawk was spiked, with 2 long braided and beaded tails of hair in the back. She leaned against a long spear with a curved, scythe-like blade on the end of it. A wolf mana beast with white-brown feathers instead of fur sat next to her, blue tongue lolling out of its mouth. Kellen sensed guardian strength from both of them, which was probably why neither pair seemed to think the 3 beast callers and their companion mana beasts were a threat. Both looked to be a handful of years older than Kellen and Shani.
"We were sent by Raiko Windstalker, who offered us the protection of the Goroshu," Nokum said. "This is Tama, chief of the Grey Dawn Band, and Hanup, our peace chief. I am Nokum, and my mana beast is Ira."
"And who are they?" the woman asked with a sneer, tipping her head towards Shani and Kellen and their mana beasts.
"That is my granddaughter, Shani, and her companion Inferi, and Kellen and his companion Vex."
"Not your grandson, I'm guessing," the big man said with a deep chuckle.
He looked at his female companion and shook his head.
"Raiko sending in more strays. Go straight through until you find a tent with storm clouds and lightning bolts painted on the sides. You will find one of our chieftains there. Her name is Aniya. She will speak with you."
Nokum and Tama both scowled at being referred to as strays. "Aniya is known to me," Tama said in a cold tone. "Thank you." As Kellen and Vex passed the 2 beast callers, Vex eyed their mana beasts.
"They didn't look so tough,"
he said to Kellen, Shani, and Inferi once they were out of hearing range. Inferi gave a laughing whine.
"They would have snapped you like a twig."
"Are you kidding? That wolf looked like he just woke up from a nap, and the porcupine was so fat he couldn't have caught me if he'd wanted to."
As they walked down the long path between tents, Kellen realized the Goroshu camp was a mini-city within itself. Aside from living tents, there appeared to be merchants and weapon dealers, as well as a healthy supply of mana beast remains for sale. Most everyone he saw of any age wore a rust-colored red vest, belted at the waist over whatever other attire they had on. It felt like a giant military camp with everyone in uniform and moving about with apparent purpose. The tent the guard spoke of was easy to find. It sat in the middle of camp like the spoke of a wagon. Kellen hadn't imagined a teepee could be so large. Full-grown tree trunks served as the poles. The base occupied a circle big enough to fit dozens of people comfortably. Kellen guessed a row of 6 cars could have parked side by side easily within. A line of people about 20 long stretched out from the opened flaps, looking much like strays, as the guards described. Were the Goroshu that generous, or had Raiko invited every hard-luck band he saw to take part in his tribe's hospitality? Vex raised his head and sniffed, catching the sense of a cooking fire and something that smelled to Kellen like berry cobbler.
"Can we look around while you wait?"
Vex asked Nokum.
"No."
She pointed to the ground at Kellen's feet.
"You will stand there and not get into any trouble that might ruin our welcome before we have even met with the Goroshu."
"I don't see why all of us have to stand here,"
Vex grumbled, sitting down.
"I'm starving to death."
Kellen reached into a pouch hanging off his belt and tossed Vex a strip of jerky. "That should keep you on the cusp of life." Out of nowhere, Ira stretched out and snapped the dried meat into his mouth.
"Hey!"
Vex complained. Ira tipped his head back and swallowed the strip of jerky whole.
"You must not have been that hungry."
They slowly made their way to the tent flaps until Kellen could finally peek inside. A row of tunic-uniformed people spoke with people at the front of the line, making marks on what appeared to be wooden tablets as each new group approached. Kellen guessed the larger tribes had to rely on written records in addition to the oral traditions. A half-dozen people in front of them, Kellen noticed a man with a thick bandage wrapped over the side of his head, accompanied by another with a bloodied bandage wrapped around his arm.
"That is Chief Yanatsi of the Broken Skies,"
Kellen overheard Tama say to Hanup and Nokum.
"They look like they were attacked as well," Hanup said.
The wounded man passed to the front of the line, where a woman that could have only been the Ania that the guards referenced waited. As they'd said, she was a chieftain-strength beast-caller, based not only on the power Kellen felt calmly gathered around her, but by the magnificent silver wings folded behind her back. They were the most impressive chieftain's marks he'd seen, and also a bit unsettling to think about. He wasn't sure he wanted to grow an entirely new set of limbs when he and Vex reached that stage of advancement.
You'll probably get a shiny halo or something,
Vex said, reading his mind.
Definitely not as cool as my mane. Wait, what if we both get manes? How cool would that be?
Kellen shook his head. No thanks. It's hard enough shaving and cutting my hair without any more of it.
Suit yourself.
Ania spoke briefly to the pair from the Broken Skies band group before ushering them down the line. Out of all the reactions she could have given, Kellen wasn't expecting her to break into a smile when she saw Tama. Stepping forward, she raised her arms, offering a hug to their chief.
How are you, old friend?
Chapter 16. Tama gave a genuine, if somewhat strained, smile and returned the embrace.
We have been better, Ania,
she said, pulling away.
Raiko Windstalker sent us. You and every other band and lesser tribe wandering the plains, it seems,
Ania said. She had the slate skin of the storm horse, but her hair was the same shimmering silver as her wings. Kellen put her somewhere in middle age, but likely in 3 times better shape than he was, even with his recent changes. Her long, straight nose and high cheekbones lent her an air of authority, even without the numerous turquoise armbands she wore from bicep to wrist and the silver rings on several of her fingers. She carried no weapons, and her mana beast wasn't in sight. Kellen got the impression she didn't need either to handle any problems that might arise. Seeing Tama frown at her comments, Ania quickly backtracked.
I meant no offense, Tama,
she said.
I know you would not come asking for aid if things were not dire for your people. The summer was hard on us,
Tama said.
First raiders attacked, then snake people this autumn. It is much the same with many of the people I have spoken with. The fire bison are also growing too bold,
Ania said. She nodded at Kellen, Vex, Shani, and Inferi.
Who are these young beast callers?
Tama motioned them forward.
My daughter, Shani,
Tama said.
Her mana awakened recently, and this is Kellen, a spirit traveler who came to live with us this past summer. The storm horse has favored you greatly, then, to count 3 beast callers in your small band,
Ania said. She let out a long breath, and Kellen got the impression she'd been listening to stories like theirs for days.
I can find you a place in our camp and whatever other needs you have, but we will need the help of those 2. This is the best I can do. We have turned many away already.
What do you need? Shani asked.
It is no secret that the power of the great horse totem has faded since the storm appeared over it,
Ania said.
The elders believe without the protection of the totem we may see attacks from powerful wild mana beasts. Beast callers of all strengths greater than Ward are needed on the patrols and to protect our hunters when they go out.
We'll help, Kellen said at once. Ranging outside of the camps could give him a chance to look for traces of Kipu and Chakra. Plus, they could benefit from fighting against wild mana beasts in less suicidal settings than they usually found themselves in.
Yes,
Shani agreed. Ania laughed.
Eager to get to work, eh? I like this one.
She looked to Tama.
Do we have an agreement?
The Grey Dawn chief gave a nod.
Thank you. I do not like to ask for this.
After giving Tama a parting hug, Ania excused them to move the rest of the band into the Goroshu camp. They exited the same way they'd come in, past the 2 guards with the feathered wolf and porcupine mana beasts. Neither asked how their visit had gone. Kellen was just dreading the return journey through the crowd when a gust of wind kicked up, throwing dirt into the air. As the dust settled, 2 new beast callers landed in front of them. One had shimmering turquoise feathers sticking straight up from his temples through his gray hair, a chieftain's mark, Kellen realized. The other was a woman whose chieftain's mark appeared to be abnormally large, golden eyes as fierce as an eagle's. Their mana beasts were a silver-winged tapir-looking creature with a ring through its stubby, trunkish nose, and a blue bear with a squished, round face that sported shimmering dragonfly wings as large as canoe paddles. In another setting, Kellen might have laughed at how cartoonish the 2 mana beasts looked. However, neither they nor their beast callers looked like the joking types. His stomach clenched as the 2 humans dismounted, clearly meaning to speak with his group. Kellen stretched out his mana sense. All he could say for certain was they were powerful, maybe even higher than Chieftain, though he had no idea what that looked like.
You are the Grey Dawn Band?
The woman with the saucer-shaped golden eyes asked.
We are,
Tama said, stepping forward. Shani leaned on the stone spear she'd taken from Kipu's shrine in the mountains, relaxed but ready to spring into action.
I am Chief Tama. What business do you have with my band?
We are looking for 2 of your beast callers, the man said. A pale boy and a girl with a scar on her face.
He nodded to Kellen and Shani, the obvious fits for pale boy and scar girl.
Are you them?
The woman asked.
Who is asking? Tama challenged. And why do you wish to know?
The elders of the Stormhorse have summoned them, the man said. They wish to speak to these 2.
Kellen's mind shuffled through all the possible reasons the Stormhorse elders would have any idea who they were, much less why they wanted to speak with them. They'd only been in camp for half a day, and were small potatoes compared to the other beast callers hanging around the wind bones.
Why are they wanted?
Tama asked.
We were not told why,
the female beast caller said with a shrug.
Several of us were sent to search the wind bones for you. That is all I know. When the elders make a request, it is best to answer.
We mean no disrespect to the elders,
Nokum said, stepping forward to stand beside Tama.
We will come,
Shani said. And we will join them, Tama added, gesturing to the rest of their small group. The woman shook her head.
Those 2 only. The elders were clear on this.
Then what are we waiting for? Vex asked, striding forward before Kellen could stop him. Kellen shared a look with Shani, who nodded once.
Come,
the man said, waving a hand.
It is a long journey on foot since neither of you can fly there, and the elders do not like to be kept waiting.
With 2 powerful beast callers and their mana beasts leading the way, the crowd parted both faster and wider than their previous trip through the camps. The man and his tapir took the lead, while the woman and her bear brought up the rear, apparently just in case they suddenly changed their minds and decided to make a break for it. Their escort led them southeast, back through the edge of the marketplace toward the feet of the Stormhorse totem. Even more unusual sights greeted Kellen on their way to the elders. He saw a group of Earth Badger traders riding rust-red, zebra-looking equines with white spots in place of stripes. Towering over the rest of the crowd, a pair of giraffe-like creatures with long, spiraling horns and shaggy coats picked their way through the people beneath them. Each bore a Stormhorse rider, who leaned over the sides at regular intervals to yell at the crowds and wave their hands when their animals couldn't get through.
What do you think this is about?
Kellen asked as they walked. As the crowd split around them, many of the people stopped and stared at the procession. Apparently, 2 beast callers as powerful as their guards were enough to cause a spectacle when they passed through the camp.
I do not know, Shani said. Aside from the Paragons, the elders are the most powerful beast callers and highest leaders among the Stormhorse. Even the chiefs of the greatest tribes follow the decisions made in their councils.
Politicians,
Vex said. Kellen and Shani looked at him, confused for different reasons.
They're politicians,
Vex repeated, more slowly.
It's a word from where Kellen's from that means people in charge that talk a lot and don't do anything themselves.
I would not describe it like that to them, Shani said, though I am surprised to admit that it makes sense.
Kellen waved his hands back and forth across his throat, gesturing zip it. See that? Every time I do it, stop talking right away. No questions asked. Vex rolled his eyes.
Sheesh, okay. Just trying to share a little of your culture.
Maybe it is because you are a spirit traveler, Shani guessed. Some think you are good luck or bring strong mana to those who you grant your blessing to.
They've clearly never met him then, Inferi said.
Hey!
Vex snapped his fangs at her, and his swirling blue markings flared.
I'm the only one who gets to make fun of Kellen.
You are just mad I stole the words from your mouth before you could say them, Inferi cackled.
You 2 can fight over who gets to insult me later, Kellen said. He'd meant it as a joke, but the 2 mana beasts looked at each other and almost replied in unison,
Deal!
You talk too much for such little mana beasts,
the snub-nosed blue bear growled behind them. Kellen jumped, almost forgetting he was there. The bear stood as tall as Kellen's shoulder when on all fours and had paws like garbage can lids. He was still only about half the size of the bear they'd fought on Kellen's first day in Oras, and didn't have the rocky spikes on his back, but being that close to the massive creature made Kellen a little edgy anyway.
You know, I think I met a cousin of yours a few months ago, Vex said. He was bigger and not quite as...
Between Kellen yelling nonsense while frantically waving the zip it sign and Shawnee screaming, "Enough!" all at the same time, Vex got the hint. Barely. Still hundreds of yards away from the base of the totem, Kellen could no longer see the horse's head when he tipped his head backward. He also didn't want to trip while staring straight up into the sky like an idiot. He hadn't noticed it before, but a great tent sat between the rear hooves of the Stormhorse totem. It looked large enough to be the big top at a circus, with glowing pictographs depicting various people and animals covering the sides of the massive pavilion.
Don't you think it's a little ironic that their seat of power is right in the same place that, if that horse was real and it needed to go, it would drop a steaming pile of...
Vex, Kellen begged.
Please don't say another word until we're back with the others.
As they neared the enormous tent, Kellen glanced to each side at the horse totem's legs. They were about the length of a football field apart, far enough he couldn't make out what the slate-gray material might be made of. It looked flawlessly carved without any seams or rough areas, like someone had supersized a plastic toy horse. A wave of storm mana drifted from the tent like a steady, flowing breeze. Kellen probed with his mana sense and discovered it was from dozens of different sources, all swirling the area together. The power held inside was staggering, like standing at the edge of a waterfall and feeling the force of it just by being in its proximity.
Have you ever met the elders?
He asked Shawnee.
Even as a beast caller, I might have gone all of my life without speaking with one, until I progressed at least to chieftain, Shawnee said. So no, I have never even seen one.
Approaching the tent, Kellen noticed that sections of the walls were rolled up, letting air flow through. A wide open space surrounded the base of the totem and the council area. From what Kellen could see, no guards enforced the perimeter. Aside from a few powerful beast callers and their mana beasts crossing the open field, the area was empty. Kellen's heart hammered harder in his chest as he approached. Having never met a beast caller anywhere near as advanced as the elders, he had no context for the power these people held.
It's a lot,
Vex answered in a quiet voice. Even he was cowed by the amount of power bearing down on them.
What must it be like to have that kind of strength?
Inferia asked, voice hushed. Jaw set, Shawnee stared ahead at the tent.
One day, we will know.
Kellen rubbed his sweating palms together as they passed beneath the eaves of the tent. The day was mild, maybe even a bit chilly, making his hands and face cold and clammy from nervous sweat. A knot tightened in his stomach. It felt like meeting the president, if the president had the power to literally smash a person to a pulp with a snap of their fingers, and there were 12 of them. Several small groups hovered around the circular edge of the tent, speaking in low voices. Most spared little more than a glance at their group when they passed, though a few did a double-take when they saw Kellen. Drawing nearer to the center of the tent, Kellen counted a group of 20 beast callers sitting in a half-circle, their mana beasts resting beside them. A jolt of surprise and fear stabbed at Kellen's chest when he spotted the person with a skeletal crow on his shoulder standing before them. It was Kipu. Chapter 17. Their escort stopped a stone's throw from the row of elders and gave deep bows, their mana beasts following suit. Kellen could only stare at Kipu, who grinned at them like a lunatic, showing off his jade and obsidian teeth. It took all of Kellen's willpower to keep from shouting out a dozen different questions at Kipu.
Honored elders, I bring you the 2 beast callers from Great Dawn you summoned.
Shawnee, Kellen, come here, come here. He waved a withered hand at them, like he was about to introduce them to some old co-workers they'd run into on the street. Shawnee and Kellen hesitated. Then one woman who had snow-white hair and looked to be in her 60s raised a ringed hand and beckoned.
Come forward, young ones.
With Inferi and Vex at their sides, they did as they were bid, stopping beside Kipu.
Your names we have just heard, the woman continued, though it never hurts the young to practice good manners. Introduce yourselves.
I am Shawnee, beast caller of the Grey Dawn and daughter of Chief Tama of the Grey Dawn. My mana beast is Inferi.
Kellen gave a nervous wave before realizing how idiotic it must look and pinning his arm to his side.
I'm, Kellen Lars. This is my mana beast, Vex. We're kinda new here, Vex added.
Thank you for coming, Shani of Grey Dawn and Kellen Lars, the woman said, combining Kellen's first and last name the way many people in Oras did before he corrected them. He wasn't going to correct this lady. I am Watani, chief of the Goroshu tribe and an elder of the Storm Horse. I know your grandmother, Shani. We trained as young beast callers together a long time ago. The statement helped put into perspective how far Grey Dawn's trajectory had shifted when Nokum broke her beast heart. Here before them was an example of what she could have been, and a glimpse at how the future of the band might have been entirely different. Kellen was sure Shani was having similar thoughts. He expected some of the other men and women to introduce themselves, or at least say something. They stared, almost as if made of stone. A few of their mana beasts yawned or flicked their tails, but otherwise held the same dignified air. You have met my grandson, Raiko Windstalker, I believe, Watani continued. But that is not why you are here. Some of our beast callers found your friend wandering around the totem of the Great Storm Horse. When we captured him, he gave the name of your band and said the two of you had found him in the mountains last summer. Storm Horse people were being taken in raids and delivered to the snake cult in the Wakar Mountains, yes? It sounds as if you have done us a great service. We did what any other worthy Storm Horse people would have done in our place, Shani said. Watani took Shani's response without comment and nodded to Kellen. And you, spirit traveler, it is rare for one of you to appear in our lands. Given recent events, some might call your arrival ominous. It is said spirit travelers have strong mana. They are great prophets or mighty warriors. Are you one of these? I'm just a regular guy trying to make my way in your world, Kellen said. He had a moment of déjà vu, like he'd heard that before somewhere. Watani pursed her lips and nodded. Kellen swore he saw tiny streaks of lightning crackling through her brilliant white hair. Perhaps so, and yet perhaps you do not know what the Wild Mother has in store for you. Kellen wasn't sure what to say to that. I'm not looking for any trouble, he insisted. If there is something I can do for the elders, I'm happy to help. We will remember that, said a woman with jet-black hair a few seats to Watani's right. She was easily the most beautiful person Kellen had ever seen, yet when she looked at him with her large, dark eyes, he felt like a baby rabbit being watched by a coyote. Although she didn't have a wrinkle or a blemish, her voice and appearance suggested she was in her 40s, with high cheekbones and an oval face. The mana beast that sat beside her was a midnight black owl as large as a fridge, with golden patterns on the tips of its wings and around its eyes. Unsure what else to do, Kellen gave a small, awkward bow. He wished Shani would say something else. His origin story wasn't that impressive. He caught the slightest sidelong glance of annoyance on Watani's face directed toward the dark-haired woman when he looked back. It might have been his imagination, but the whole line of elders exuded an air of disappointment. If they'd been hoping he was the hero to stop the snake cult raids and fix the totem, they were sorely mistaken. And you, Watani said, nodding to Shani. You are Stormhorse, yet your mana beast is one of Shadow. Was your father of the Shadow Owl Alliance? No. Shani didn't offer further explanation. Watani's eyes narrowed just the smallest fraction, and once more Kellen thought he saw strands of lightning crackle in her hair. You are a proud young woman, that much is clear. I have heard of freak awakenings such as yours. It is a shame your growth will be limited because of it. Shani's jaw twitched, but otherwise she stood stock still, taking the observation like a slap across the face. Shani is a great warrior, Kellen said. She defeated Ubira the Slaver in single combat before her beast-caller powers awakened. Indeed. I meant no offense, only an observation. Watani placed a hand on the head of her mana beast. The winged gray cougar yawned, bearing fangs as long as Kellen's hand. Time will tell how they turn out, the cougar said, though there is much contention in their bond. It reminded Kellen of what Nokum had said about them. A low growl rumbled out of Inferi, but otherwise the pair of them took the incoming criticism in silence. We have not convened to discuss the oddities of companion-strength beast-callers and mana beasts, said a bald elder with a thick black beard. Blue-white lightning bolt markings curved over each side of his head, stretching from the back of his neck to his forehead like logos on a football helmet. His mana beast was a silver falcon that looked to be made entirely of ice and mist. The man gestured at Kipu.
What is he? Why is he here? What do these young beast-callers know? It is time for answers.
It is just as I have said. It was the first time Kipu had spoken since greeting them. They found me in a cave deep within the Wakar Mountains. I am on a great quest for the Wild Mother in these last days of the third Nocturne.
And what is this quest?
The bald elder asked. Kipu faltered.
Forgot!
Shakra cawed. Kellen grimaced. This wasn't going well. He had plenty of questions of his own for Kipu. What was he doing here? Why had he abandoned them? It wasn't looking like he'd have the chance to ask any time soon. A shiver in the ground made Kellen shift his weight between his feet. He chalked it up to the mana emanating from the elders and focused his attention back on the conversation. "You forgot?" asked the woman with jet-black hair. She smiled as if she thought he were joking and looked at the bald man. "Well, there you have it, Mekatosh." The Stormhorse elder Mekatosh did not look amused.
I think he is one of the snake people.
Kipu spread his arms. "I am not of the snake, and I mean you no harm, mighty Stormhorse elders. What knowledge I have I will share with this council." "You mean for us to believe that you have been called by the Wild Mother, yet you wandered here with no purpose?" Watani asked. There it was again. This time Kellen glanced down at his feet. Was Kipu doing something with the ground and his earth mana? He swore he'd felt the briefest tremor. His irrational mind hoped the entire totem wasn't getting ready to collapse on top of them. "He fought the snake people with my band when they attacked our camp," Shani said. "Yes, his mind is scattered, but he is not an enemy of the Stormhorse." The earth gave another slight rumble. Kellen glanced at Vex, who seemed to have felt it too. This time, Kellen didn't miss the subtle glances between several of the Stormhorse elders. None of them looked concerned, merely confused. Was this Kipu's doing? "And you expect us just to let you roam free around the Windbones?" Watani asked Kipu. "I do not even know how you are walking and talking. I do not know what you are, and I do not trust you." This time, the ground shook hard enough that several people swayed or stumbled. When Kellen looked up after finding his footing, Kipu clutched his head in his hands like he'd been struck with a sudden migraine. From her perch on his shoulder, Shakra cawed unceasingly in alarm.
What is the matter with him?
Mekatosh asked, scowling. Before anyone could reply, Kipu fell to his knees, groaning and still holding his head. Shakra flapped above her beast collar, anxiously cawing.
Strong mana! Strong mana!
Kipu fell on his back, and piercing, blood-red beams of light shot from his eyes.
"The priest comes for the heart of the Stormhorse,"
he shouted in a hoarse, monotone voice.
"The blood debt must be paid."
The Stormhorse elders and their mana beasts were all on their feet now, most of them channeling mana workings in their hands. Between the quakes and the power on display, Kellen felt like he was inside a nuclear reactor primed for meltdown.
"What is going on?"
Watani demanded, striding toward them, 2 spears of lightning growing in her hands. A rumbling filled their ears. The earth trembled and flung everyone below elder strength to the ground. Shouts of alarm rang throughout the great tent. Kneeling, Kipu raised his hands and looked up toward the ceiling of the tent, chanting in a garbled tongue. Kellen felt no mana coming from the mummy, but the ground shook even harder. Shakra cawed, flying overhead in panicked circles. A half-dozen steps from them, Watani raised a lightning bolt.
"No!"
Kellen yelled, scrambling on all fours. He couldn't let her destroy Kipu. Before he could reach her, a greater quake knocked them all to the ground, elders included. All around them, the people and mana beasts shouted and ran. Kellen remembered they were beneath the equivalent of a mega skyscraper, and dread filled him. Maybe the totem really was collapsing.
"We gotta get out of here,"
he shouted to Shani and Vex. He half ran, half stumbled to Kipu and grabbed his leathery arm. The mummy wouldn't budge. He felt like a statue carved from stone.
"What have you done?"
Watani shouted over the screams and sounds of rumbling earth. She raised a lightning bolt at Kipu.
"No!"
Kellen threw up a shield in front of them, knowing the elder's attack would slice through it like butter. The ground heaved and flung Kellen several feet away. When he looked up, a circle of ground beneath Kipu glowed brilliant white. A wind rose and spun around the mummy like he sat in the eye of a tornado.
"Run!"
Shakra's panicked croaks rose above the din as she flapped above her beast collar.
"Run!" Time to go, Vex shouted. Kellen crawled on all fours toward Kipu over the rolling earth. Had he caused this? If so, they had to stop him. Before he could reach the mummy, Shani intercepted him, grabbing him under the arm and yanking him to his feet. "We must go," she shouted. "Flee!" Shakra's warning sent a chill down Kellen's spine. Raising her hands, Watani cast both lightning bolts at Kipu. Even before Kellen's scream came out, they hit the dervish whirling around the mummy and exploded in a shower of spiderwebbing electricity and static discharge. Inside the tornado, Kipu suddenly bolted to his feet, as if he'd just been jerked from a deep sleep. The light in his ruby eyes faded. Seeing the tornado around him, he tried to push through it and was thrown back to the ground. He raised a glowing fist and punched it into the ground. Kellen saw the earth ripple inside the tornado, but felt nothing on the outside. For a moment, the quakes had ceased. Croaking in distress, Shakra shot blast after blast of white mana at the walls of their tornado prison. Just like Watani's lightning, the spinning winds absorbed it all. Several other Stormhorse elders threw a variety of storm mana workings at the growing sphere of wind surrounding Kipu, chained lightning spears of wind and arrows of ice. Kellen, Shani, and their mana beasts scrambled backward. One hit in the crossfire of the powerful attacks would have killed them instantly. Kellen worried one would pass through and destroy Kipu and Shakra. Somehow, each mana working fizzled to nothing when it struck the surface of the vortex. "Duck!" Kellen threw himself flat on the ground at Vex's warning as a lightning bolt crackled past overhead, filling the air with a smell of thick ozone and standing Kellen's hair on end. Shani grabbed his arm and hauled him farther away as he fought to pull himself free. "I'm not leaving him!" Kellen jerked his arm back, a growing helplessness building. It was like sitting inside the blast radius of a bomb, just waiting for the explosion. "You can't do anything for him," Shani shouted. "And I will not leave you here to get yourself killed. And I'm not leaving him," Kellen repeated. Kipu might never have been in this situation if his brain wasn't so scrambled, and that was all on them. Snarling, Vex faced off against Inferi, who looked ready to drag him out if need be as well. Shani screamed in frustration. "What is there to do?" Even with her shouting, Kellen could barely hear her just a few steps away. Wind whipped at their clothes and hair. Kellen didn't answer. He didn't know. What good could they do? The elders had stopped throwing attacks at the wind sphere, but it had grown in size, stretching out in every direction. Kipu could no longer be seen within the dirt and debris inside. Was it already too late? The winds rose in pitch, now a deafening howl. Kellen raised a hand, and a gold shield grew from his palm, blocking the worst of the dirt and gravel whipping through the air. It took all his strength to stand. If he turned and ran, he knew he'd be thrown to the ground. "We cannot stay!" Shani screamed. Kellen's heart sank. He knew she was right. An instant later, a sonic blast threw them to the earth. Chapter 18. When Kellen came to, his ears were ringing. He had no idea how long he'd blacked out for. It seemed only seconds had passed, but the wind was gone. After so much turbulence, the quiet surrounded them like a void. A protective ring of silent wind made a wide, protective circle around the entire base of the totem, trapping them and dozens of others inside. Beside him, Vex, Shani, and Inferi all struggled to sit up. "Too late," Vex said, coughing. Kellen looked at the spot where Kipu had been. The sphere was gone, as well as the mummy and his mana beast. In their place was a magnificent, dappled blue roan horse. It stood as tall as a Clydesdale, but with the grace of a racehorse, long, fine-boned features, and a flowing mane that floated on an invisible wind. The storm mana flowing from the creature felt to Kellen like a never-ending sky filled with rolling clouds, calm, yet full of terrible potential. Everyone within the ring of wind immediately bowed low, Shani, Vex, and Inferi included. After one last glance at the magnificent horse, Kellen averted his eyes. Only one being could fit the description of the entity before him, the Stormhorse goddess herself, or maybe the ghost of a goddess. Glancing up from his bowed position, Kellen saw the horse figure take a step forward. The legs flickered and waved like a mist burning away at sunrise.
It has been too long. The storm horse's mouth didn't move when she spoke, but the sounds floated out like a gentle breeze. My power is fading. The goddess flickered even more now, like she was buffering and had lost definition. Follow my heart. Save my people. And then she was gone. Thunder boomed, breaking the brief tranquility into 1,000 slivers. Kellen fell flat on the ground as the very air shook and rumbled. A second later, Shani was hauling him to his feet as the earth beneath them bucked and split. A bright light shone from the spot where Kipu and then the Stormhorse goddess had once been. As it faded, Kellen saw a gaping, dark cavern that stretched open as if the ground itself were yawning. A sloped rock floor disappeared into this new abyss. Hundreds of shrieks, roars, and other animal cries echoed within. Moments later, wild mana beasts poured out of the darkness. Except they weren't like any mana beasts Kellen had seen before, excluding Chakra. Most were in various stages of decay or already skeletons. They burst forth from the hole in the ground like a burst wound, all manner of creatures of every shape and size. Kellen recognized the mana they exuded at once. It was the same Chakra had once wielded when she'd been in Ubira's control. Kellen ran. Sprinting for his life, he was surprised to see Shani and Fairy and Vex already a few paces ahead of him. Hearing the menagerie of angry, zombie-like mana beasts bearing down on him and feeling the pressure of their mana, he found another gear. It didn't matter how weak or strong the wild mana beasts were, there were simply too many of them for a companion-strength beast-caller to fight. As they bolted out of the tent's ruins, he was concerned they'd run into a wall of onlookers. Instead, most of the people were already hundreds of yards away, running just like they were. Between the force of the winds and the shock waves of storm mana, everyone had gotten the idea. Behind them, he felt a flash of heat, heard the sizzling of electricity, and smelled burning hair and hot ozone. The Stormhorse elders were on the offensive. Now that they were clear of the tent and the underbelly of the totem, Shani slowed. As Kellen caught up to her and their 2 mana beasts, she looked backward, hands on her knees. Kellen's legs trembled and his chest heaved as he stopped to watch the ensuing battle. They weren't home free yet. Skeletal and ghoulish mana beasts continued to pour from the hole in the ground, more than the elders could contain even if they struck the foes down with ease. He could tell what Shani was thinking. They should stand and fight.
I'm the bravest and also the smartest of the 4 of us, and I say we let the elders take care of things, Vex said. I mean, isn't that what they get paid the big bucks for?
Are you afraid? Inferi jeered. Do you wish to run with your tail tucked between your legs?
As the only one who's almost gotten us killed most recently, you don't get a vote, Vex said.
Inferi surprisingly ignored him. Come on, Shani, you heard what they called us. Freaks. Why don't we show them what we're capable of?
You're right, Shani said. Inferi didn't wait for any further response. She sprinted back toward the fight, ignoring Vex's shouts of protest. Shani had left her sword and spear behind when they'd been summoned to come before the elders, but that didn't stop her from rushing off after her mana beast, storm mana gathering in her clenched fist. Kellen swore, then he followed.
Are you serious?
Vex shouted, bounding at Kellen's side.
They're going to get us killed!
Not losing them, too. Kellen grimaced, leaving the words unsaid that Kipu might be gone forever. They made it less than halfway back when the largest rhinoceros Kellen had ever seen charged through a section of collapsed tent, barreling straight for them. It looked like a cross between a rhinoceros and a yak, with long, matted gray wool hanging in decomposing clumps from its body. In other spots, the hair had sloughed away, revealing blackened skin. Kellen placed it roughly in the same class as the bear he'd encountered on his first day in Oras, which meant probably a guardian-strength beast. Its Y-shaped nose horn was a solid bone as tall as Kellen. It gleamed with a yellow light. Inferi stopped in her tracks. Kellen, Shani, and Vex stopped in their tracks. The decaying rhino tossed aside a wooden beam as big as a telephone pole with a casual flip of its head and stared them down.
We're dead,
Vex whispered.
We're dead, we're dead, we're dead.
Nobody move, Kellen said in the quietest, calmest voice he could muster. He could barely hear himself over his pounding heart. Maybe if we don't provoke it. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Inferi burst into purple, smoking shadows and went straight for the rhino. It snorted and flicked its remaining ear, completely unconcerned with the approaching hyena. As she neared, it lowered its head in perfect timing to sweep her off the ground and launch her through the air. She flew head over tail, yelping, until she crashed into the ground a short distance away. Kellen and Vex winced in unison. "Maybe we should just let it be," Kellen suggested to Shani. "I mean, it doesn't look mad and isn't hurting anyone. Why don't—" Once more he was cut off, this time by Shani, who clapped her hands together and thrust them forward, sending a miniature tornado whirling toward the rhino. Kellen sighed. "Why doesn't anyone ever listen to me?" The rhino still had its glowing white eyes on Inferi when the whirlwind struck it in the side of the head. It snorted and shook its head, focusing on Shani. The next thing Kellen knew, it was rumbling straight toward them. Frantically shaping or working, Kellen threw up a series of golden shields, one after another in the rhino's path. It lowered its glowing skeletal horn and burst through each as if they were no more than paper. Crashing through the final sun mana barrier, it lowered its head and shoved its nose to the ground. Two of Shani's whirlwinds burst harmlessly on its horn. Head half buried in the earth, it charged forward at the same speed, plowing a furrow of dirt. The ground fractured and expanded ahead of it, like a charging knight lowering a lance for the strike. They threw themselves aside in the nick of time to avoid a direct hit. The attack still sent Shani, Vex, and Kellen flying through the air. Kellen hit the ground hard and rolled. By the time he gathered his senses, he saw the rhino still charging in the same line, Inferi chasing after it.
"Oh, crap! It's heading straight for all those people!"
Vex was right. The rhino was plowing toward a crowd of onlookers, horn churning up the ground in its wake. The trench it left was so deep, Kellen could have stood in it up to his head. The three of them ran after the rhino, which not only had a head start, but was also faster. As they gave pursuit, Kellen hoped one of the Stormhorse elders would head it off. No such luck. Desperate, Kellen attempted to shape another sun mana shield on the run. He cast his hands forward. The result was a brief flash of light a few steps behind the rhino. A lance of electric mana burst from the sky. It struck the rhino in the horn, which acted like a conduit, sending a pulse of electricity throughout its body. The mana beast jerked to a halt as Raiko and Skystrike descended on it from the sky. Raiko cast a second spear, followed by a third, before Skystrike banked upward at the last second. Both spears buried themselves in the side of the rhino, who disappeared in a flash of yellow mana. Skystrike banked away. No doubt they were off to save the day somewhere else. Kellen slowed to a jog and finally stopped altogether, chest heaving, hands on his knees. He wondered what it was like to be so strong you just flew around casually saving people from the clutches of certain death. As they gathered together, Inferi trotted back, a sour snarl spread over her face.
"I wish they would mind their own business."
"Speak for yourself,"
Vex wheezed. Before the pair could argue further, an explosive wave of the sickening mana knocked everyone in a 200-yard radius from the Stormhorse totem to the ground. Kellen rolled over, coughing and groaning. It was like the first time he'd felt Chakra's attack, but he hadn't even taken a direct hit. Beside him, Vex shivered and curled his tail around his body. Cries of anger and pain rose from behind them. Kellen looked back toward the ruins of the great tent, just in time to see one of the Stormhorse elders flung through the air like a discarded doll. Several flashes of storm mana cut through the smoke and haze, then fell short. That was when the nightmarish abomination strode into sight. Even at a distance, Kellen thought he recognized the mutant. The memory of an amphibian shape growing from the milk-white pool in the ritual chamber months before appeared in Kellen's mind. Apparently, they hadn't been as victorious as they'd all hoped. He halted about half a football field away from them, a hulking brute with bowed, frog-like legs, lumps of muscle heaped on his shoulders and no neck to speak of, the unholy marriage of amphibian and meathead bodybuilder. His skin was milky white, broken up by glowing patterns and symbols in faint green all over his body. Aside from a skirt, he wore nothing but a pair of bronze arm guards and a wide, fanning neck collar of metal and green stone that lay across his chest and shoulders. Kellen's mind raced with the possibilities of what the thing standing before them could be. His mixture of animal and human parts made Kellen think of Coyote Lady. Did that mean this frogman was a primeval too? He held a massive bone club with a rounded ball joint end, the whole thing carved in runes that pulsed with a sickly, pus-green light. When he spoke, his voice came out in a gravelly rumble.
I am the incarnation of Frog Priest, son of the snake.
Chapter 19.
Well, that doesn't sound good.
Coyote Lady and Raccoon Boy felt the tremor all the way on the top of the rock spire they sat on. It was close to the great totem, rising to the storm horse's stifle. She'd been listening to Kellen and Kipu speaking with the elders when the shaking began. Then the ring of wind had surrounded the base of the totem, and she neither heard nor saw anything else. She recognized the power of one of the Wild Mother's children at once. Piercing the ring of storm mana was impossible, no matter how hard she tried. A moment later, the storm horse goddess's presence vanished.
"What's happening?"
Raccoon Boy asked, though he could see and hear as plain as her.
It's not collapsing, is it?"
He wrung his tiny paws together, showing a rare moment of worry. Coyote Lady didn't answer. She stared down at the tent, waiting and watching to see what happened next. The ring of storm mana grew, expanding beneath the storm horse totem until it encircled the base of the structure. Fierce winds blasted out in all directions, sending frantic flying mana beasts and people rushing to escape its path. The winds overturned tents and kicked up a dust cloud in the air, spiraling all around the totem up into the ominous cloud hovering above the storm horse's head. When the two collided, a sonic boom cracked the afternoon sky, sending an explosion of hail in every direction. The force hit Coyote Lady, and she staggered backward, shielding her face with a hand against the dirt and debris lanced with flying raindrops. It ended in a blink. The purple storm still raged overhead, but had risen higher into the sky, revealing the head of the storm horse totem. It was hard to tell from her vantage, but it appeared the totem's eyes glowed with an unnerving electric blue light.
"Look!"
She followed Raccoon Boy's furry paw downward.
"Well, that is unexpected."
Dozens of wild plague mana beasts poured out from beneath the totem, bellowing, screeching, and howling in rage. Now where had they come from? A sickening feeling gripped Coyote Lady that had nothing to do with the aura of plague mana down below. In spite of the best efforts of the Storm Horse elders, the plague beasts spread in all directions, stampeding through the crowds of people still stunned and disoriented from the blast of air that had ripped apart the Storm Horse elders' tent. Storm Horse beast callers of all strength immediately rushed to the defense of the crowds, and combat between the wild mana beasts and the Storm Horse mana beasts broke out all throughout the wind bones. Whole groups clashed, lightning, thunder, and wailing wind exploding all around Coyote Lady and Raccoon Boy's vantage point. She thought she spotted Kellen down below, chasing after a rhinoceros.
"Something is going on down there that shouldn't be," she muttered.
Without warning, she leaped from the top of her rock spire, sailed through the air, and landed briefly on the side of the Storm Horse totem's leg. Pushing off an instant later, she dropped to the ground and found herself at the edge of the large cavern that had just appeared beneath the back hooves of the Storm Horse totem. A howling filled the air as Raccoon Boy sailed after her, arms pinwheeling through open air. He face-planted on the ground beside her, limbs sprawled out in every direction.
"You know I can't do landings,"
he groaned, pushing himself up and shaking his head.
"I do,"
Coyote Lady grinned. Even in the midst of this chaos, it was still good to find something to grin about. Her expression soon faded.
"Now, what do we have here?"
As Coyote Lady paced around the sloping cave entrance, she wondered if something similar had happened to the other totems. Questions sprang to her mind with very few answers, or even guesses.
"We won't find anything out standing up here," she told Raccoon Boy. "Let's go see—"
The world froze around them. A figure appeared out of the dust and smoke from the far side of the totem, one that Coyote Lady hadn't seen in many mortal lifetimes. Frog Priest.
"Oh, no,"
Raccoon Boy whispered. When he saw them, Frog Priest's wide mouth split into a hideous smile.
I had not expected to see you here, cousins,
he croaked.
"I hoped I'd never see you again,"
Coyote Lady said. At her side, Raccoon Boy growled in agreement. Frog Priest spread his arms wide and circled his bone club slowly overhead as if showing off the scenery.
A great work is happening here. I cannot allow you to interfere."
As he finished speaking, he brought the butt of his club down and struck the ground. A blast of plague mana radiated from the point of impact, catching Coyote Lady and Raccoon Boy by surprise and hurtling them into the newly formed cavern. The attack itself didn't hurt them, but the moment Coyote Lady struck the cavern floor below, she cried out in pain and surprise. For the first time in her life, she felt the thousands of years of existence weighing on her, draining her mana and sapping her physical strength. She pushed herself to her hands and knees, and then collapsed again. Raccoon Boy pulled her up to a sitting position, panting and heaving for breath.
"Got to get out of here,"
he gasped. Coyote Lady nodded and began to crawl up the slope to the surface. A trickle of mana seeped back into her, giving her the strength to stand. She'd expected Frog Priest to be standing above, ready to attack. From her vantage point, he was nowhere in sight. When they staggered across the threshold of the cave back to solid earth, Coyote Lady felt the trickle of mana increase to a steady flow. She had no beast heart like mortals, but could still tell it would be hours before her full strength returned. At the moment, she felt no more powerful than a ward beast caller.
"What was that?"
Raccoon Boy asked, head resting between his knees as he stood bent over, sucking in air.
"The cavern, I think,"
Coyote Lady said. Even though they were in no condition to fight him, she cast her eyes around, looking for Frog Priest. Their inherent nature as primevals still hid Coyote Lady and Raccoon Boy from human eyes, which was good because injured and dead Stormhorse elders lay all around them. She spotted Frog Priest standing outside the shadow of the totem, speaking to the mortals. Farther out, she saw Kellen and Vex, and fear gripped her again. If Frog Priest attacked, there was nothing she could do in her state to protect anyone, even herself. A deafening thunderclap split the skies, followed by a massive lightning bolt spearing toward the ground between Frog Priest and the humans. A woman appeared in the resulting flash, Mana Beast at her side. Winoya Thunderborn, paragon of the Stormhorse tribes, glared at Frog Priest, storm mana swirling like a tornado around her. White and purple mana paint in intricate lightning bolt patterns stood out from the umber skin of her hairless head. White eyebrows scowled above flashing blue eyes crackling with electricity. A great silver eagle stood next to Winoya. Its jagged wings looked like lightning bolts hammered out of gleaming silver, gold, and copper. The Mana Beast was as tall as its paragon. It let loose a screech like rippling thunder.
"This should be interesting,"
Coyote Lady muttered. She limped forward to get a closer look. Even though Coyote Lady and Raccoon Boy were primevals with strength beyond that of Winoya and her Mana Beast, the pair still felt the weight of the Paragon's aura pressing against them. It was a testament to the power that mortal beast-callers had attained over the thousands of years since the Wild Mother first awakened the power of mana in humankind. Winoya was the peak of what a mortal beast-caller could become, yet she was still no match for Frog Priest. Coyote Lady estimated it would take at least 3 or 4 paragons to even force a primeval into retreat. Killing one of her kind was impossible for a mortal. Coyote Lady knew Winoya and her eagle Windwake had been at a gathering of the paragons somewhere to the northeast. All of the other great totems were experiencing the same strange storms as the Stormhorse totem. Aside from the vague prophecies about the coming of the fourth Nocton, no one knew what it meant. Not even Coyote Lady had expected the totem to open.
"Who are you, and why have you attacked my people?"
Winoya asked. To her credit, she showed no fear, though she must have felt the power of Frog Priest as she stood before him.
"I am the son of the snake," Frog Priest said again. "A great reckoning is coming to the children of the Wild Mother."
"I do not know this snake,"
Winoya said, reminding Coyote Lady how much the humans had forgotten over the long years.
"You should leave now, while you are able. I will not ask again."
Frog Priest made a throaty, chuckling sound.
"You are brave, mortal, but foolish. Count yourself lucky that I am not here for blood today."
With that, he turned, walking back toward the base of the totem, and Coyote Lady and Raccoon Boy. Coyote Lady cursed her curiosity. They should have run when they had the chance, lived to fight another day. Neither of them had the strength to fight Frog Priest, or even defend themselves long enough to escape. A purple lightning bolt arced from Winoya's palms and blasted Frog Priest in the back. The mana working would have instantly blown any beast caller weaker than Elder to dust, but Frog Priest didn't even break stride. He approached the pair of primevals and smiled again as time froze around them. He grabbed Coyote Lady around the neck and lifted her in the air. When Raccoon Boy tried to intervene, Frog Priest's webbed human hand wrapped around his neck as well. In their weakened state, neither could resist.
"I will not kill you today, cousins," Frog Priest said. "Tell your brothers and sisters the fourth Nocturne will soon be upon them. The age of the snake is dawning."
He shoved them both to the ground, and mortal time resumed. Clutching her throat, Coyote Lady watched him walk away, avoiding the rim of the cave. Eventually, he stopped and struck the ground with his bone club. In a flash of plague mana, he vanished. Paragon Winoya and her eagle mana beast rushed to the edge of the cavern, but Frog Priest was gone. Close behind her, the remaining elders rushed to the aid of their injured council members. Coyote Lady and Raccoon Boy watched nearby, completely unseen and undetectable. Winoya stared down at the split in the earth, deep furrows creasing her face. Her appearance was deceiving. She'd attained paragon strength hundreds of years ago, yet looked no older than middle age. "What lies inside, do you think, Windwake?" she asked her mana beast. Windwake stretched out his great neck as if sniffing at the cavern air.
"Who can say? I sense no more of the strange mana beasts, but there is a density of storm mana within like I have never felt before, obscuring everything."
There is only one way to know for sure. Without hesitation, Winoya stepped across the threshold. She gasped and sank to her knees. Windwake reached forward and snagged her leather tunic by the shoulder, dragging her back into the dirt.
"What is it?"
"An unseen veil," Winoya coughed, chest still heaving. "All at once I felt as if I was no stronger than a guardian, or chieftain at most."
"How is that possible?"
the eagle asked, staring at the cavern with new respect. "That's what happened to us," Raccoon Boy said to Coyote Lady. She nodded, curious to hear the rest of the exchange. "I do not know," Winoya said after several more labored breaths. "It felt as if my beast heart would have bled dry had I gone further. There should not be a power in Oras that can drain the strength from a paragon so freely."
"If we had both crossed,"
Windwake trailed off. "We must notify Onaka and take account of the elders," Winoya said, "and our dead."
"If this frog priest caused all this, he has struck a mighty blow against the Stormhorse tribes."
Windwake bowed his metallic head. There were several elders nearby that would not see another dawn, their mana beasts already faded away. An irritated caw drew the attention of the paragons and the two primevals. All four peered into the depths of the cavern and soon heard the sound of footfalls on rock, followed by a string of mumbling curses.
"Careful!"
came the admonishment of a crow.
"Buried!"
"Well, this is an interesting twist," Coyote Lady remarked, as Kipu and Chakra appeared out of the cavern. Having no clue who the mummy was, Winoya was on her guard immediately, storm mana workings bursting to life in her hands as she levitated off the ground, held aloft by a crackling electricity. Seeing the paragon, Kipu threw a husk of an arm up to shield his jeweled eyes from Winoya's light. Chakra cawed and flew in panicked circles around the mummy's head.
"Peace!" Kipu shouted. "Peace, mighty paragon. We mean you no harm. We are guests of your people."
Winoya settled back to the ground and Windwake folded his wings, though he continued to watch the strange pair emerging from the cavern with a sharp eye.
"Who are you?" Winoya asked. "Are you a servant of the Frog Priest?" "I am no friend of Frog Priest," Kipu said. "There is much missing in my memory, but that I know for certain. We were meeting with your elders, my friends and I, when the ground swallowed me up. I found myself deep underground and have only now made my way back to the surface."
Coyote Lady felt Winoya's mana sense wash over Kipu, or it would have had it not withered at the invisible veil surrounding the cavern.
"Step out slowly," Winoya said. "If you attack, I will destroy you where you stand." "No need, no need,"
Kipu said, raising his hands in the air. Chakra landed on his head, rustling her bone wings anxiously, Winoya waited for the pair to cross the cavern threshold, where stone gave way to trampled dirt. She'd backed up several paces, holding a powerful whirlwind working in both hands that would have ripped Kipu to pieces. Her mana sense washed over the mummy again, and she frowned. Coyote Lady knew what she'd discovered, or rather, what she hadn't discovered. To anyone below the rank of Elder, Kipu's mana aura appeared as one attuned to Earth mana, somewhere in the realm of Guardian. The most powerful beast callers, those at Elder or Paragon, would identify Kipu at Guardian strength as well. Examining the attunement in his beast heart, however, they'd find a complicated swirl of several mana types, like muddy water churning with paints and colored sands. The mana veil hadn't impacted Kipu or Chakra the way it had Winoya and the Primevals. Coyote Lady made note of that. "What are you?" Winoya asked the mummy, breaking Coyote Lady's thoughts. Kipu bowed, and Chakra let out an irritated caw at being displaced from her perch atop his head. "That," said the mummy, "is something I'd give anything to know." Chapter 20. "Hello there," Raiko said as Skystrike touched down gracefully onto the ground. The beast caller slid from the back of his brilliant white Pegasus and raised a hand in greeting. "I am glad to see you made it to the Windbones safely, though it seems nowhere is safe anymore. We were flying on patrol when we felt the mana surge and came as fast as we could." "We had the fight in hand," Shani said. "Were they in the same fight we were?" Vex whispered to Kellen. Of all the things Shani could have said, Raiko hadn't expected that, based on his startled expression. Kellen was glad he wasn't the only one she could put off balance. "I had only meant to—" "You only meant to show off," Shani said. Kellen took a concerned step forward. Now she had her hand on her sword. "The beloved son of the Goroshu, here to save the day." If showing off had ever been Raiko's intent, he was doing an excellent job feigning shock. "Truly, I apologize," he said. His charm and humble pretty boy persona shattered under Shani's advance. Kellen hoped Shani came to her senses and realized she was trying to pick a fight with a chieftain. Raiko could smash her like an empty soda can if he decided he'd had enough of her verbal assault. "We are grateful for the friendship of your tribe," Kellen said in a forced, loud voice. They were drawing a crowd who apparently hadn't learned their lesson from the charging rhino. He just wanted to get out of there. Shani and Inferi shot him a venomous glare. "Yeah, you can crash our party anytime," Vex added. Raiko glanced at him and seized on the lifeline from Shani's ire. "If there is anything else—" "There is nothing else," Shani said. Without waiting for Kellen, she and Inferi stormed away. "I wish I could say they're usually friendlier than this," Vex said as he and Kellen walked up to Raiko. "But—" Kellen glared at Vex before speaking to Raiko. "Please don't take offense to anything Shani says." "She should learn to speak with more respect," Skystrike said with a sniff. "It is fine." Raiko waved a hand. "I must find the elders and make certain there are no other threats. Stay safe, Kellen Lars." With that, he swung back onto Skystrike's back and paused just long enough to wave to the crowd. The people broke into cheers as Raiko and Skystrike took to the air again. "Man, that guy is so cool," Vex said. "I'm pretty sure Shani is the only person in all of Oras who doesn't like him." "Can you tone down the fanboy just this much?" Kellen asked, holding up his thumb and pointer finger a hair's breadth apart. "We get it. He's great." "I just wish we didn't look like morons every time he showed up," Vex continued. "We already blew our first impression." "This is serious," Kellen said. "Come on, we've got to find out what happened to Kipu." It had been a long afternoon, to say the least. They'd only gone a dozen steps when Coyote Lady appeared before them. The people around them stood still, frozen in place. "The afternoon just got longer," Vex said. He glanced at the motionless crowd. "I'm not sure I like this trick." "Hello again, Kellen," she said with a sly smile. Standing at her hip, Raccoon Boy leered at them. Vex stuck out his tongue, and Raccoon Boy returned the gesture. "What happened to you two?" Now that Vex mentioned it, Kellen noticed the dirt streaks and cuts in Coyote Lady's clothing and Raccoon Boy's ruffled fur. The latter looked like he'd just gone through a particularly violent cycle in the dryer with a bucket of rocks. "None of your concern," Raccoon Boy sneered, flattening his fur with tiny paws. "What's the matter? Not happy to see us?" Coyote Lady asked. Kellen didn't miss that she'd avoided answering the question.
Well, Raccoon Boy, I understand, but I thought you'd have missed me.
Did you do that?
Vex asked, nodding a head back toward the tower.
I'm afraid we can't take the credit,
Coyote Lady said.
but I understand you were right at the center when it started, along with your friend Kipu.
Have you seen Kipu? Kellen asked, snapping out of his exhaustion. Is he okay?
He's fine, from what I could tell,
she said.
though Paragon Winoya has him now, and I'm not certain she'll be satisfied with his answers. Tell me, what happened inside the tent?
It didn't bode well that Coyote Lady seemed just as surprised as the rest of them at what had transpired with the totem. Kellen replayed his version of events, and she listened without interruption. Raccoon Boy amused himself by throwing pebbles at the frozen people and gnawing on a bone remaining from a wild mana beast. It felt like a long time before Coyote Lady spoke. She tapped a fingernail to her fangs, and her tail swished back and forth as she mulled over Kellen's story.
These are strange days,
she mused.
There's much to do, even more to think about, and little time for either.
That's great and all,
Vex said.
but do we need to unpause these people? What if they get stuck this way?
Coyote Lady waved a clawed hand.
They're fine. I'm more worried about how we're going to get you two inside the totem.
Say what?
Vex said. Coyote Lady gave them another sly grin. For a moment, Kellen thought he saw a crack in her composure, which was somehow worse. Even if he'd imagined the facade, he didn't like the look of her smile one bit.
What if I told you I could get you inside the Stormhorse totem?
She asked. Inside, Kellen repeated.
Yes,
Coyote Lady said.
The totem is likely full of riches and unique opportunities to grow as a beast caller. Isn't that what you want? To attain guardian strength?
What's the catch?
Vex asked.
Aside from the fact it's probably also full of mind-warping traps, tricks, and powerful wild mana beasts that want to kill you?
Raccoon Boy asked.
Nothing.
I need something from within,
Coyote Lady continued, after giving her companion a wry look.
This heart the Stormhorse mentioned. I believe it's what Frog Priest and the Snake Cult are after.
Why me? Kellen asked.
That's what I've been asking her for months,
Raccoon Boy muttered. Vex hissed at him, and the mischievous primeval growled back.
Does that really matter?
Coyote Lady asked.
Isn't the opportunity to become rich and powerful enough?
Not if we get killed 2 steps inside, Kellen said. Riches and power don't matter when you're dead. Coyote Lady's fangs flashed in another grin.
A pragmatist? What if I said it was to save the world?
Kellen stared at her, unsure if she was joking. Then I'd still ask why you want me to do it. Can't you collect it yourself much easier?
You ruin all the fun,
Coyote Lady pouted.
I don't believe anyone with significant storm mana can pass into the cavern without being weakened. In addition, it seems we primevals cannot enter without having our powers severely diminished and our immortality stripped away entirely.
Whoa,
Vex said.
And as you pointed out, we're in no shape right now to attempt it anyway,
Raccoon Boy said. So it would have to be me and Kipu, Kellen said. Coyote Lady shook her head.
I would not count on it.
Why not?
Because Kipu is in the hands of the Stormhorse Paragon, and she is not entirely convinced he is not involved in what just transpired,
Coyote Lady said.
I can get 1 beast caller and mana beast inside, I think. And I will not deceive you. I can only guess at what awaits you inside, and what dangers you may face.
So you want us to be the test dummies, Kellen said.
Now you're getting it.
Raccoon Boy clapped.
You're smarter than I gave you credit for.
Kellen hesitated. The risk could be worth it. What if he was turning down the chance he'd been waiting for to finally be able to be strong enough to stand on his own 2 feet? But going alone? Doubt plagued him. If Coyote Lady wasn't willing to enter the totem, what wasn't she telling them? Surely, even weakened by the totem's curse or whatever it was, she still had to be stronger than him and Vex. Did he trust his chances without Kipu, Nokam, or Shani watching his back? And there's nothing you can do to help us. Coyote Lady shook her head.
I'm afraid not. I'm not a god, Kellen. I can't just grant you ultimate power at the snap of my fingers.
Kellen and Vex shared a look.
Not interested,
Vex said.
I don't need your answer now,
Coyote Lady said.
Not until I learn more, and regather some of my strength.
You have no idea what's in there. Kellen pointed toward the new cavern beneath the Stormhorse totem. And you expect us to smile and march right in. Did you see what just came out of that hole? Yeah, Vex added. What's the point of us throwing our lives away? Coyote Lady's eyes narrowed.
I think you two misunderstand this relationship.
But Kellen was on a roll now, the fear and frustration pouring out of him as red-hot anger. Really? What relationship? What have you ever done for us? And don't say sending Allison home because you told me she'd done you a favor.
Lot of good it did us,
Raccoon Boy muttered.
That slimy frog priest still made it back to the living.
We are leaving, Coyote Lady said. Kellen thought he caught a flash of irritation in her eyes and wondered if he'd pushed her too far, but she also didn't answer his question.
There are other matters I must attend to. When the world falls apart, it doesn't conveniently happen all in one place. I suggest you think on my offer until we return.
Huh, Raccoon Boy sniffed.
Cowards.
Doesn't seem like you're brave enough to go in either,
Vex pointed out.
Why, you—
The primeval bared his little fangs and started toward them before Coyote Lady snatched him up. They disappeared in a blink, leaving Kellen wondering if he'd made a mistake he could never take back. Chapter 21. 3 days passed. In that short time, the promise of an early winter emerged. In the absence of the Stormhorse Totem's protective mana, the rain, wind, and snow came harder. Wild mana beasts grew bolder, even with the large number of beast callers patrolling the vast perimeter of the congregated camp surrounding the wind bones. The cavern entrance beneath the totem was placed under heavy guard by a large number of guardian-strength beast callers and their mana beasts. Kellen, Shani, Shinopa, and a few others had ventured back to the site for a better look, but no one was allowed anywhere near the fissure or the base of the totem. Kellen remembered Coyote Lady's offer and wondered if any had tried to venture inside past the mana-draining barrier. When the other remaining Stormhorse paragon, Onaka, returned, he, Winoya, and the surviving elders withdrew into a private council that not even the chiefs of the most powerful tribes were allowed to join. Aniya told Tama that Kipu was present at most of these meetings, though beyond knowing they were questioning him, she had no further information. Since the events before the elders, Kipu and Chakra hadn't been allowed to leave his confines, and none from Grey Dawn were allowed to visit him. Knowing how Kipu had struggled with the revelation of his lost memories before the incident beneath the totem, Kellen hoped they weren't treating him too bad. Nokum had assured him several times that at his level of experience as a beast caller, there was no way he could have known what the memory stone was before tapping into it. That didn't make Kellen feel much better. They'd been fortunate that the Goroshu tribe still welcomed Grey Dawn into their camp after everything that had happened since their arrival. Kellen was grateful for a place to withdraw and escape from the rumors flying around the wind bones. Though there weren't many outside of the elders who could identify Shani or Kellen from their appearance at the council, word had still spread about the spirit traveler and Stormhorse woman summoned to speak before the elders. The gossip about Kipu was even wilder and more extravagant from what little made its way back to Kellen. If the Stormhorse tribes had tabloid magazines, Kipu would have featured front and center on all of them. With the amount of rumors and fear circulating, Aniya held Kellen, Vex, Shani, and Inferi back from patrol duty around the wind bones.
The last thing we need right now is for some superstitious fool to shoot one of you in the back.
That meant there was nothing to do but train and practice, which was all right with Kellen. Their arrival at the wind bones and the subsequent events showed the true magnitude of just how far he and Vex had ahead of them on their journey as beast caller and mana beast. Kellen hoped to take advantage of the vast knowledge and experience of the beast callers that were part of the Goroshu tribe. For the time being, since they were laying low, he continued to follow Nokum's guidance and instruction. When she had them trained now, it wasn't in mock battle or other grand mana workings. For whatever reason, the old woman had decided that Kellen and Shani should both double down on the fundamentals. Kellen spent the better part of 2 days practicing his kyo, specific ordered movements and forms like a slow-motion dance that helped to channel mana before attempting intensive workings or going into battle. His kyo had changed somewhat from the original version, heavily inspired by a popular line dancing song back on Earth. As he'd progressed, he'd incorporated a few basic traditional forms as well. Vex made sure to let him know that he looked like a honky-tonk yoga instructor, whatever that meant. Kellen did his best not to think about how ridiculous he might look, and just focused on the movements. Aside from the Kyo, Nokum stressed the importance of control. Instead of channeling as much mana as they could into the largest working they could manage, she had them focus on control and precision. Instead of forming one large shield, she forced Kellen to summon a dessert plate-sized shield just in time to deflect rocks thrown at him from different angles. He'd almost chipped a tooth when one came at him from the side and he hadn't reacted fast enough. In this area, Kellen far outshone Shani, who lacked both the touch and the temperament for such things. He didn't want to see her struggle, but it felt good to have something over Shani, who'd caught up to him in a matter of weeks after her own beast-caller powers awakened.
You have a talent for this, boy,
Nokum admitted, as she watched Kellen maneuver a trio of sun mana orbs around his body at different heights and directions. His whole attention focused on maintaining the 3 separate workings, each doing their own thing. Kellen almost missed the compliment. It was all he could do not to lose the workings when he heard the words. Nokum's praises came few and far between.
There is not much more I can teach you,
Nokum told them one evening as they sat around the fire after an intense session of mana manipulation.
Yes, there are tricks and secrets I can share, but as far as the actual knowledge you need to advance to Guardian and beyond, you already have it.
Then what's holding us back? Vex asked.
Practice,
Nokum said.
Purpose. The journey a beast caller takes is about more than simple mastery of mana workings. They are part of who you are and shape who you yet may be.
They were interrupted as Tama appeared at the entrance of the teepee. Kellen knew at once by her expression that she hadn't come to wish them good night and sweet dreams.
Ania tells me the elders and paragons wish to speak with Kellen and Shani, she said. She is to escort them to their council fire at once.
With a growing anxiety building in him, Kellen followed along with Shani and Ania. The Gorosho beast caller had no idea what the summons was for, only that they were to come as soon as they could be found and as secretly as possible. They took a roundabout path out of the Gorosho camp and across the wind bones, sticking to the shadows and avoiding areas where crowds gathered around communal fires. She surprised them by leading Kellen, Shani, Vex, and Inferi not to the new council tent, but to the base of the Stormhorse Totem itself. There, a gathering of Stormhorse elders and both paragons awaited them. It was the first time Kellen had seen Paragon Onaka. Even without an introduction, there could be no doubt which one he was. Aside from exuding an impossible amount of mana that felt as dense as a tornado crammed into a pop can, the paragon appeared almost normal compared to some of the other advanced beast callers Kellen had seen since they'd arrived at the wind bones. He had long, flowing, storm-gray hair. Between wearing only a leather vest with beadwork and fringe and his slight frame, he could have passed as a member of a classic rock band back on Earth. He sat cross-legged atop a beanbag-sized thundercloud that flashed and churned with an internal storm. The paragon's mana beast, on the other hand, was anything but ordinary, even in a world filled with strange and bizarre creatures at every turn. It had the head of a unicorn, complete with shining spiral horn, but with scales instead of hair, and a ridge of dinosaur-like spikes in place of a mane. Its eyes were vertical reptilian slits as bright as lightning bolts, and its ears ended in feathered tips. 2 thick, gold-banded tusks jutted from the sides of its mouth. Something like plate armor covered the front of its equine torso, down to the glowing hooves that shone with the same light as its eyes. The muscled warhorse portion of its body ended just before its hind legs and trailed off into a swirl of purple-gray clouds that floated behind it.
Whoa,
Vex said in a hushed tone. Onaka's face scowled when he saw them approach and apparently recognized them.
Good, you are here.
His voice was deep and stern, the way Kellen imagined Zeus or Thor might sound. He figured Onaka was the closest thing he'd ever see to a god of thunder, so it fit. Ania stepped before the paragon and his mana beast and bowed low. Once more, her own mana beast was nowhere in sight, which Kellen found a little odd. He'd assumed all mana beasts and their beast callers were as inseparable as he and Vex, a sort of till death do us part arrangement. Kellen and Shani quickly followed suit, bowing low and then pressing the fingertips of their right hand first to their forehead, then their heart. Ania had instructed them on the proper way to show respect to the paragon on their walk from the camp. It didn't do much to improve Onaka's mood from what Kellen could see. He waved a hand, and 2 Stormhorse elders brought Kipu and Chakra forward. "Kipu!" Kellen cried out before he remembered who he was standing with. He'd been relieved to hear the mummy had survived his strange episode and wished they could have just a few minutes to talk privately. Kellen still had no clue why Kipu had abandoned them during the blizzard or what he'd been up to since, other than their brief encounter before the elders. "Good to see you, little brother," Kipu said, grinning a mouthful of obsidian and jade at them.
"Friends!"
Chakra croaked.
"There is no time for reunions,"
Onaka rumbled.
"We must move quickly before word spreads that we are here."
"At least tell them what they're here for, Onaka," Winoya said. She seemed irritated by her colleague's theatrics. Onaka's horse lizard cloud thing mana beast shot her an annoyed look in return that Windwake, Winoya's mana beast, returned with a steely glare.
"It is clear that even the most powerful beast callers cannot cross the mana-draining barrier into this cavern," Onaka said. "And yet it is a great threat to our people. We know nothing of what is inside or what dangers it holds. It has been decided that the 3 of you will enter, to test the limits of this working, or whatever it may be."
"You were chosen because of your mana attunements," Winoya said, seeing the confusion on Kellen and Shani's faces. "This spirit traveler is a sun mana beast caller, we are told. Kipu tells us he is attuned to earth mana, and the Grey Dawn Woman is a storm mana beast caller, yet her mana beast is of shadow."
"We're also expendable,"
Kellen thought to himself. If something went wrong and any of them died, what would it matter to the Paragons? They'd probably send a chest of treasures in payment to Tama for her daughter's life and move on.
"What they are not telling you is that we do not have a choice in this matter," Kipu said. "They have wrung every bit of information they can from me. Now they will put us to other uses."
Onaka's eyes flashed with literal lightning, but he didn't respond. "The spirit traveler will go first, with his mana beast," Winoya said. She didn't look happy about this, but she wasn't stopping it either, so either she wasn't worried about what would happen or she viewed them as just as expendable as Kellen did. "Are you willing, Kellen Lars?" Kellen felt like someone had sunk a giant corkscrew into his stomach. He recalled Coyote Lady's words and her belief that he could enter without the draining effect because of his lack of storm mana. He debated refusing for a moment, then decided it would do no good. They could just grab him and throw him into the fissure. At least Winoya was giving him the courtesy of asking.
"I'll do it," he said. "You sure about this?" Vex asked. "What if we get stuck inside or something?"
Kellen didn't answer. He was already trying hard not to think of everything that might go wrong without Vex's help. The group of elders parted for him. Kipu and Shani remained silent as well. As he approached the cavern, Kellen caught Watani's eyes. The Goroshu elder gave him an encouraging nod that didn't make Kellen feel all that encouraged. When he reached the place where dirt and rock met, he paused and took a deep breath. Deciding it was better not to draw it out, he stepped forward. It was like trying to walk through a wall. Kellen stumbled, then half face-planted against an invisible barrier. The same thing happened when Vex attempted to cross the threshold beside him. Kellen raised a hand and stretched it forward. Using his mana sense, he noticed a ring of solid storm mana all the way around the gaping cavern.
"Your turn, Ancient One,"
Onaka said, waving Kipu forward.
"And remember, it will not go well for your young companions if you flee into this abyss."
Kipu huffed and walked forward.
"I came out of it, did I not?"
He passed Kellen and stepped straight through. Once both his feet were on solid stone, the mummy did a little hop dance back and forth across the threshold. "That will do," Winoya said, cutting off Onaka just as he was no doubt about to yell or vaporize Kipu with a blast of storm mana. Kipu shrugged and joined Kellen. Shani went next, and she crossed through with minimal effort, like pushing through a blanket. Inferi, however, could not enter. They asked Shani how she felt, and she told them she felt a small buzzing in her head, but otherwise was fine. The Paragons had her stay on the cavern side for several long minutes to see if anything changed. When nothing did, the Paragons excused them.
"Take this man back to your camp,"
Onaka said. He pronounced man with the same condescension and distaste someone might use to talk about a slug or an annoying relative.
"See that he does not leave. If we get word he has gone, he will be found. You cannot outrun 2 Paragons, Ancient One."
Kipu bowed, exhibiting a much better show of manners than Kellen probably would have mustered.
Indeed not, honored Paragon, he said. As I have said many times, you have nothing to fear from me. Thank you, Ania,
Watani said, cutting in, no doubt, so her tribe wouldn't come under any more scrutiny if Onaka and Kipu began to argue.
Please return to camp.
Kellen wondered if the Goroshu elder had told Ania she shouldn't have accepted them into their tribe's protection. He wasn't sure even Raiko's heroics could wipe out their quirks. He'd give her the benefit of the doubt since they hadn't been kicked out to freeze or starve to death on the plains. Yet. Their return journey was much the same, silence and shadow. Kellen could tell Vex was about to burst, waiting to get back to camp to start quizzing Kipu on all the things they'd wondered about since losing him in the tornado. When Ania delivered them back to Tama's fire, Tama and Nokum appeared to be in deep conversation. Both looked surprised to see Kipu.
Good night, and stay out of trouble,
Ania said. Her words might have held a warning, but she sounded in good spirits, in spite of the tense setting under the totem. Maybe she was used to strange requests at all hours of the night from her tribal elder and the Paragons. As soon as they bid her good night, all eyes turned to Kipu. He grinned and waved. Nokum cleared her throat.
You have some question to answer, old one.
I saw a vision in the falling snow,
Kipu said. They'd gathered inside Tama's tent and were seated around the fire.
Of a great white and silver snake wrapping around the Stormhorse totem. Its coils grew tighter and tighter until the totem itself burst apart.
Did you tell the Paragons this?
Nokum asked. Kipu nodded.
When I awoke, I was buried in snow. I do not know how long I lay there. More than a day, I think. I remember waking, then little else, until I was captured at the Stormhorse totem.
That didn't sound good to Kellen. Kipu's head had always been scattered, but it sounded like he'd had a seizure or other serious episode. Either that, or Kipu was lying about something. As far as Kellen knew, Kipu had never lied to them about anything. For the first time, Kellen wondered if the mummy might not be in total control of himself, or if there really was a connection between Kipu and the snake cult, as the Stormhorse Council suspected.
And the earthquake beneath the totem,
Nokum prompted.
I saw another vision, Kipu said. This time of the same white and silver snake wrapping around each of the other great totems. The fire bison, moose, sunhawk, shadow owl, earth badger, and otter. When I came to, I found myself in the darkness of the cavern. Rather than going deeper, I made my way back to the surface, using earth mana to guide me. I believe the caves are an entrance into the totem, though I was not trusted to enter and explore them.
Kellen recalled what Coyote Lady had said about the totem, full of riches and unique opportunities to grow as a beast caller. Over the past few days, he and Vex had struggled with the decision to tell the others about Coyote Lady's visit to him. In the end, since she'd specifically said she could only get them inside, they'd decided to keep it to themselves. It didn't sound like Kipu had been tortured by the Stormhorse Paragons, but Kellen didn't want word of the vision to get back to them and end up imprisoned as the mummy had been.
I am sorry for the trouble I have caused your people, Kipu said to Nokum and Tama. I am sorry this is how your kindness has been repaid. You are one of us, Tama said, and Grey Dawn looks after our own.
What do you think these visions mean?
Nokum asked.
What is this snake?
The frog priest spoke of it as well, Shani added. He said he was the son of a snake.
Not a snake, the snake,
Professor Gates said. When they returned to camp, he'd been eager to hear about where they'd gone and what happened to Kipu. Throughout their conversation, he'd taken diligent notes.
In all my time in Oras, I have never heard a mention of this snake. Is there something in your tales about it?
As the relative newcomer, Kellen looked around the room, expecting someone to have an answer. Everyone shook their head, including Kipu.
There is something in my mind, a memory I cannot recall that feels like an itch, the mummy said.
He spoke as if none of them were in the room.
Forgotten,
Shakra said from her perch on his shoulder.
Lost!
Silence fell over the group, broken only by the crackling of the fire. Kellen stared into the flames, wondering if they'd inadvertently done something far worse than destroying Kipu's memories. Chapter 22 The word spread like a winter blizzard the next evening. A party of Stormhorse beast callers had made their way into the cavern beneath the totem late the night before. If the rumors were true, they'd also discovered a path upward into the totem itself. Kellen and Shani were just finishing a long first day of patrol and on their way back to camp when they heard the news from the evening patrol relieving them. It seemed the initial group had encountered wild mana beasts, obstacles, traps, and other puzzles, just as Coyote Lady predicted. There were also tales of powerful treasures and potent artifacts. The same said that several beast callers had been killed working their way through the caverns.
We should be in there,
Shani said to Kellen in a low voice so none of their patrol mates could hear them.
They used us to see if it would be safe to send others inside.
Kellen hadn't liked being used as a guinea pig. Then again, it was easy to ignore the news about deaths and focus on the loot everyone wanted to speculate about. And he hadn't been able to cross the threshold. Did Coyote Lady know that? How had she planned to get him inside?
And why should either of you be invited into the sacred totem?
One of their fellow companion-strength beast callers had apparently been listening in on the conversation. Kellen thought his name was Iokunish or something like that. He was around 17, Kellen guessed, but acted like he was more than just a couple of years Kellen's junior. He'd worn an expression of constant irritation all day, like the whole world bugged him and he couldn't wait for a fight. His mana beast was a light blue hare that came to waist height when it stood on its back 2 legs. It bounced at his side in constant motion, shifting from one foot to the other like a boxer warming up. Kellen had seen it fight with its fists and huge snowshoe-sized feet. Sometimes it also spun itself into a whirlwind to attack enemies. Shani gave him a long stare. She might have been new to being a beast caller, but she'd grown up a warrior. She knew how to handle idiots like Iokunish. When he said nothing else, she turned away from him.
Don't ignore me, freak,
Iokunish said with a cold laugh. By now, a handful of others were gathering around to watch, though nobody took sides in the looming confrontation. Iokunish wasn't popular with the others, and no one wanted to associate themselves with Shani and her mana beast that was Shadow, not Storm.
I have nothing to say to you, Shani said. Go away, little boy.
Iokunish's face reddened, and his dark eyes glinted with anger.
I am a man grown, and you will show me respect. I do not see a man, do you, Inferi? Shani asked.
Inferi raised her nose and sniffed at the air. She also pricked her ears forward as if listening.
I do not hear one or smell one either. I hear a wailing child and smell the fear of a boy separated from his mother.
Several chuckles broke out from the surrounding group. Iokunish scowled. Swirling storm mana surrounded his clenched fists.
Let it be, Iokunish,
a companion-strength woman from their patrol group cautioned.
The elders have commanded that there is no fighting between beast callers in this time of turmoil.
Iokunish ignored her, staring at Shani and Inferi.
She's not a stormhorse, she's a freak!
Inferi let out a low growl, the hackles of her spiky line of hair bristling.
Oh, you should not have said that,
Vex said.
It's true, isn't it?
Iokunish's hair mana beast said, bounding forward, still bobbing and weaving from side to side.
She's a shadow mana beast. How could that ever happen to a true stormhorse?
Unless her mother bedded a filthy shadow owl,
Iokunish agreed.
You should have definitely not said that,
Vex repeated. Kellen glanced at Shani. Her jaw was set, eyes frozen in a gaze of hatred, locked on Iokunish. The fact she wasn't talking made Kellen more worried than if she'd been yelling obscenities at the younger boy. He walked up to her and placed a hand on her shoulder.
He's not worth it,
he said in a low voice.
Just some punk kid. Let's just get out of here.
Shani twitched beneath his touch. She never took her eyes off Iokunish. Meanwhile, Vex placed himself between Inferi and the hare. Iokunish watched, apparently not sure if he wanted to insult a second beast caller and a spirit traveler on top of things. For a split second, Kellen thought it would all blow away.
Are you a coward, too? Do you need this outsider to defend you?
Inferi vaulted Vex, mouth gaping as she struck the hare full on and drove it to the ground beneath her. Shouldering past Kellen, Shani thrust her hands forward, unleashing a howling wind that collided with Iokunish's dust devils, forming an explosive wind that blasted out in every direction. Kellen raised a hand, blocking the dirt with a small sun mana shield. When he lowered it, Iokunish and Shani whirled around one another, trading punches, kicks, and gusts of wind. As two beast callers who'd yet to reach guardian strength, their storm mana attacks were similar. Whirlwinds and strong breezes with crackling bits of lightning here and there. Kellen hoped their lack of power would keep anyone from being seriously hurt as he looked for a window to intervene without being blasted by both sides. The hare leveraged its powerful legs beneath Inferi and shot the hyena backward and into the air. By the time she landed and corrected herself, the opposing mana beast was in her face, striking out with a flurry of jabs. Inferi's eyes took on an inky black, and purple flames swirled from her bared fangs. She let out a terrible bark that struck the hare in the face and sent it reeling backward. Iokunish staggered back, holding his eyes as if he'd been blinded by the attack as well. It was all the time Shani needed to step inside his defenses. She caught him across the face with a sideways forearm strike, followed by a knee straight to the stomach. Iokunish doubled over and collapsed on the ground, his hair following suit. Inferi leaped on top of it, snarling and barking like a rabid dog off its chain. A sickening feeling hit Kellen as Shani lifted Iokunish up by the front of his shirt and backhanded him across the face. Inferi's powerful jaws grabbed the hare by its shoulder and neck and shook it like a rag doll. "Stop her!" Kellen shouted to Vex, while he rushed for Shani. He lowered his shoulder and blindsided her in the back just as she raised her fist to strike Iokunish again. Somewhere to his right, he heard yipping and yelping as Vex fought Inferi. Kellen drove Shani to the ground. She twisted like a snake in his arms and struck him hard in the ribs with her knee. He gasped and grunted in pain, but refused to let go. A fist connected with his other side, followed by a palm to the head that left him dazed. With his arms pinned beneath her and refusing to fight back, he could only take the blows. Another knee knocked the wind from him, and Shani shoved him away when he reflexively curled over himself. He rolled over and found Vex and Inferi staring each other down. Behind Vex, the hare had scurried away to the spot where its owner lay on the ground, groaning and holding his face. The mana beast was half the size and ran on all fours. Inferi's viciousness had reduced it to ward strength. Each of Kellen's breaths came out in wheezing gasps. The pain faded, hopefully meaning Shani hadn't broken any of his ribs. Seeing Kellen in such a state, Vex rushed to his side. "Are you okay?" "Fine," Kellen grunted, pushing himself to his feet. Shani still stood before him, both hands clenched into fists. Her eyes were wide and wild, and her breath came in shuddering gasps. The rest of the companion strength beast callers and their mana beasts stood in a half circle behind her, staring. "The next time you do that, I will kill you," she told Kellen. He shook his head, ignoring the threat. "What were you thinking?" he asked, waving a hand at Iokunish. By the looks of it, the boy had a broken nose and would soon be sporting a nasty black eye. Blood oozed down a cut on his cheek as well. "You could have killed him. And for what, your pride? What did you prove?" Shani's eyes darted to Iokunish and his mana beast, and then to Inferi. Kellen thought he saw her expression shift from wild rage to horror as she finally took in the extent of the hurt she and Inferi had given the pair. "I wish you had never awakened," she whispered to Inferi. Turning, she walked through the middle of the onlookers, who parted to give her a wide berth. Kellen looked at Inferi to see her reaction. He couldn't imagine ever saying something like that to Vex, and knew what the damage would be. The purple and gray hyena stared after her beast caller, emotions unreadable. "Inferi, wait! She didn't—" Ignoring Vex's call, Inferi loped off in the opposite direction of Shani. By the time Kellen and Vex made their way back to Grey Dawn's tents inside the Goroshu camp, dusk had settled over the wind bones. The storm horse totem cast a long shadow over the crooked spires and canyons of the wind bones, and the sun fired the rocks in an orange glow wherever snow didn't drape over them. When they reached their circle of teepees, Kipu and Chakra were waiting for them. "Tell me what has happened," the mummy demanded. Kellen and Vex recounted the fight with Iokunish and Shani's words to Inferi at the end. Kipu listened without interrupting until Kellen finished. "This rift between them will only grow worse," he said. "They are heading down a dangerous path." "Danger!" Chakra cawed. "Darkness!" "Did Inferi come back to camp?" Vex asked. Kipu shook his head. "No, there has been no sign of her from what I know. Nokam is with Shani now. I would suggest you leave her be for a while. If Inferi is still gone in the morning, we may help them seek her out."
Shouldn't Shani be able to tell where she is? Kellen asked. He and Vex were never far apart, but he always had his sense of where his mana beast was and felt relatively confident he could have picked him out anywhere, even within the enormous gathering.
Shani's words have wounded him very deeply, Kipu said. She has likely blocked herself off from their connection for the time being. It is a rare occurrence and a terrible thing, but it can be mended. Have heart, little brother. We will help however we can.
Kellen nodded, body aching from Shani's beating. He supposed he should count himself lucky she hadn't drawn her knife. He wondered what Ania would say when she found out they'd been fighting on their first patrol. "Come on," he told Vex, feet dragging for their tent. "Let's get some sleep." It had been a long day even before the fight, one that Kellen was glad to leave behind, hoping tomorrow would turn out better. When morning dawned, however, Shani had vanished as well. Chapter 23. Kellen had only just learned about Shani's disappearance when Ania strode into their camp, accompanied by her mana beast, a brilliant purple swan mana beast with swirling white stripes through its feathers and a golden beak. In place of webbed feet, it had long, powerful feathered legs ending in wicked clawed toes, like an ostrich. It stood beside its beast caller, easily 2 feet taller.
"By the Stormhorse, Tama, you Great Dawn are nothing but trouble,"
Ania said, her silver wings flaring behind her.
"Did you not hear that the elders select who is allowed into the totem?"
"What are you speaking of?" Tama asked.
"Your daughter,"
Ania said.
"Shani and her mana beast attacked one of the guards during the night and entered the cavern."
A sinking feeling hit Kellen. Of course Shani or Inferi would have attempted to enter the Stormhorse totem.
"Sounds like Shani is back with Inferi,"
Vex whispered to Kellen. "Yeah, and they're such great influences on each other," Kellen replied.
"My daughter received no direction from me to enter the Stormhorse totem,"
Tama said, the muscles in her neck and jaws bunching in barely concealed agitation.
"But I will accept full responsibility for her actions. Where are you keeping her?" "Keeping her,"
Ania's swan said.
"We have not found them." "How is that possible?"
Nokum asked.
"The caverns have proved larger than we thought,"
Ania said.
"When the first parties made their way into the totem itself, the draining barrier retreated into the Stormhorse. Anyone can enter the caves now, though there may still be undiscovered traps and other dangers. Watani knows about this. She has asked me to resolve this trespass before the other tribes discover that the Goroshu are not obeying the orders of the elders regarding the caverns. We are lucky that no one else knows about this, as the guard she knocked unconscious was one of ours."
She pointed to Kellen and Kipu.
"You two will help me find them."
"We're coming too," Iris said, as he and Nokum stepped forward. Ania shook her head.
"No one else. If I am seen with these two, the others will think the elders requested their presence in the caves."
Kellen was already dressed and ready for the day, expecting to spend the morning searching for Shani among the camps. Soon enough, they were following Ania toward the totem while her mana beast flew overhead. Despite the situation, a rush of shared excitement passed between him and Vex. The barrier was down. They were entering the cavern after all.
"One of the exploration parties has discovered a chamber the elders think could be of great benefit to our people,"
Ania explained to them. She moved at a brisk, striding pace that forced Kellen to almost speed walk to match.
"They are in there already this morning, studying this place. The sooner we find her before she can interrupt their work, the better it will be for all of us."
They soon approached the yawning fissure. In the heat of the moment, during the earthquake, Kellen hadn't paid much attention to the features of the cavern, worried more about getting away and staying alive. The cavern mouth was almost as wide as a football field, a gaping black hole. Glowing mana crystal stalactites and stalagmites of all colors ringed the ceiling and floor like rows of luminescent fangs visible even in the morning light. Kellen held his breath when they stepped across the threshold onto the stone. Nothing happened. Ania studied him for a moment and then nodded, apparently satisfied he wouldn't fall over dead or go into a seizure. Several guards watched them as they descended. It seemed they'd bumped up security since Shani crashed the party. The ground sloped downward at a decline, just steep enough Kellen worried about slipping and falling on his butt in front of Ania.
Her mana beast swooped down and weaved between the jutting rocks with the precision of a fighter pilot before disappearing somewhere ahead in the gloom. The light from the crystals gave enough of a dim glow to navigate several paces ahead, but that was about it.
Why the storm horse would make the entrance of her totem underground, I do not know,
Ania grumbled.
This cavern is fit for earth badger folk, not people of the sky and open plains.
Where are we going to look? Kellen asked. He felt like he should call her ma'am or something as a sign of respect, but had no idea what the correct term was and didn't want to offend the already grumpy beast caller.
When we reach the bottom of this cursed hole, we will speak with Raiko, Ania said. He has already been looking this morning and may have found her if we have any luck.
Beside Kellen, Kipu stopped in his tracks. Kellen froze, worried the mummy might be sinking into another one of his trances, similar to the unexplained circumstances during the totem shaking that opened the cavern. Before he could ask Kipu if anything was wrong, Ania turned to face both of them.
Keep up,
she began, then saw Kipu, who stood stock still, hands out as if he were in the pitch black and feeling out a path around him. She was instantly on her guard.
What is it?
There is something here that should not be, Kipu said after a long pause. He clacked his jade and obsidian teeth together in thought.
I have felt it before, though I cannot put a finger on it.
Strange,
Chakra said.
Disturbance!
Yes, but what?
Ania asked. She looked at Kellen.
He is not going to start another earthquake or something else strange, is he?
I mean, honestly, we have no idea what he's going to do from minute to minute,
Vex replied before Kellen could answer. Ania's purple swan mana beast, Chanu, wheeled around and landed beside them, none too happy about flying through the low ceiling of the cave.
What is the matter?
It is gone now, Kipu said, with a shudder. Ania gave him a long, searching look, and, for a moment, Kellen thought she might send them back.
You go in front,
she told Kipu,
and tell me at once if you get that feeling again.
They started off once more, Kellen feeling it tingling down his spine as he realized how much dirt and stone was between them and the surface now. He'd never been claustrophobic, but walking around with Kipu felt like carrying a bundle of wet dynamite in his arms. Anything else? Kellen asked after about 5 more minutes had passed. They were still traveling at a downward slope, and he felt as if he could feel the weight of the earth squeezing in around them.
Flickers,
Kipu murmured without breaking his stride.
It is almost as if...
He trailed off and shook his head.
Bah, ignore my ramblings.
So far they haven't led us astray, Kellen said. He'd meant to cheer Kipu up with the words. Instead, they came out ominous.
Yeah, that makes me feel completely better,
Vex said.
This is about the last place on Oras where I want something bad to happen.
The rest of the trip passed in silence. It wasn't long before they reached Raiko. He stood to the side of a broad doorway that was flanked on either side by rearing horses. Another horse's head stuck out like a gargoyle over the center of the archway. Peering beyond, Kellen thought he saw a flight of wide stairs carved into the stone and ascending out of sight.
Greetings, friends,
Raiko said. Skystrike gave a nicker and nodded his head in greeting. It was the first time they'd seen Raiko since he'd defeated the rhinoceros they'd enraged. Since then, Kellen had heard he'd led an exploration party into the totem and emerged victorious from a number of fierce fights.
Hey, man,
Vex said in a voice trying too hard to be laid back.
It's good to see you again.
Have you found her?
Ania asked, cutting through the greetings and pleasantries.
No,
Skystrike said.
This cavern is wide, and it is not easy to search when we must all grope about on foot in the dark like moles.
Do not speak unkindly of the moles, Kipu said, holding a hand up to his ear. They are always listening. Always. Raiko, Ania, and their mana beasts looked at him, bewildered.
Yeah, he does that sometimes,
Vex said.
We don't get it either.
Beware!
Chakra cautioned.
Could she have made her way into the totem itself?
Ania asked.
I do not want to go back to your grandmother empty-handed and without answers.
It is possible, Raiko said. This chamber is vast. We have cleared it of wild mana beasts, but that does not mean there are not other secrets we have yet to discover. Perhaps even other entrances. If the totem is indeed hollow, there should be a passage down to or up through the other leg of the storm horse.
Did she speak of entering the totem to you?
Ania asked Kellen.
From what I am told, you two are close.
Kellen wouldn't say he was close with anyone who threatened to kill him if he ever touched her again. He decided that didn't really matter to Ania, though. "The last time I saw her, she'd just been in a fight with her mana beast," Kellen said, fudging the details of what the fight had really been about and who it was between. He didn't want to get Shani in any more trouble than she already was if Iokunish's family hadn't raised the matter.
A fight?
Ania asked, her brow creasing.
She does not get along with her mana beast.
"They are a lot alike," Kellen said after settling on an answer.
"She does seem
"Stubborn at times," Raiko agreed. Vex snorted.
"You have no clue."
Well, something must have changed between them because the guard's account clearly included her mana beast,"
Ania said.
"He saw them approaching from a distance, and the next thing he knew, he came to when another guard found him lying on the ground."
"But that doesn't mean Shani or Inferi attacked him," Kellen said.
Ania shrugged. "The last thing he saw could have only been Shani and her mana beast. Who knows what kind of powers the beast has from its shadow mana?"
This gave Kellen pause. Inferi had the ability to appear out of shadow. It wasn't something she'd mastered yet, however, and as mad as Shani was, he couldn't imagine her attacking a guard to get into the totem. Something wasn't adding up. If he could convince Ania that Shani and Inferi hadn't attacked a guard, she would be much better off when they finally found her. "Until we find her, we don't know for certain if she attacked the guard," Kellen said.
Ania gave him a cool look. "Whatever the case, she needs to be found. I do not know what punishment awaits her for this, but the sooner we keep her from getting into more trouble, the better."
"That's it!"
Kellen flinched at Kipu's sudden triumphant announcement.
"I know where I have sensed that mana before,"
he continued, oblivious to their stares.
"It was when we were in the ritual chambers within the mountain."
"What mana?"
Ania asked. Kellen saw her hand drift to the saber at her belt. Raiko did the same before closing his eyes and letting out a long breath.
"Do you sense anything?"
she asked him. Raiko paused for a long moment before shaking his head.
"The mana down here is strange at times and always shifting. Even so, I do not notice anything amiss."
"Snakes!"
Shakra shrieked, flapping her bony wings.
"Cultists!"
And then Kellen felt it, a wave of foreign mana rolling down through the cavern like a cloying, nauseous wave. Just like when Frog Priest had appeared days before, if less potent. It hovered around them, a noxious smog that muted everything else. Somewhere in the darkness, Kellen thought he heard a hiss. The scuttling of something hard and sharp across the stone floor echoed in the opposite direction. "Circle up," Raiko told them, drawing a long knife from his belt. They all backed up to one another in a defensive circle. Around them, the clicking, chittering, and scurrying sounds continued. Once more, Kellen wondered why he'd ever wanted to come down into the depths. Aside from the dimly glowing mana crystals, there wasn't any light in the caverns. Kellen formed a mana orb and hovered it out away from them in the direction he'd heard some of the noises. It bobbed along, passing out of throwing range, revealing nothing but mana crystals and bare stone. The sounds ceased. Kellen let out a breath. He maneuvered the ball of sun mana to his left, orbiting their group. It hadn't gone more than a dozen paces when it suddenly winked out.
"Did you do that?"
Ania asked. "No." Kellen's heart hammered. Something had severed the connection.
"Send out another,"
Kipu said. His voice was calm and reassuring. Kellen took another breath. They needed more than a little ball of light. Raising his hands, he called the mana forth from his beast heart, summoning the image of fireworks exploding in a July sky in his mind. Tendrils of golden light shot out in all directions, buzzing and spinning into the night like Roman candles. A spike of fear struck Kellen at what they revealed. White-painted warriors creeping toward them cried out in alarm, shielding their eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, Kellen spotted what looked like a skeletal scorpion the size of a Prius clattering away from the sudden burst of light. They were almost surrounded.
"Make for the surface,"
Ania shouted to Kellen.
"All of our elders are within the totem. You must raise the alarm to the paragons."
Chapter 24. A terrible rumbling filled the cavern, and the ground rocked as if they stood upon a great, hibernating bear stirring from sleep. The crystals flickered and flashed, while bits of rock and dust sprinkled from the ceiling.
"Go!"
Ania shouted.
"The paragon must be warned."
No sooner had the words left her mouth than screams and war cries filled the air. Kellen's head whipped around to their left. Several skeletal mana beasts and snake cult warriors charged toward them. Each of the warriors wore the same anti-mana wrappings as the woman Kellen had fought during the raid.
"You will need my help,"
Kipu yelled. Ania didn't argue, highlighting how seriously she viewed the situation. Kellen stood rooted to the spot as the cultists and giant skeletal scorpion mana beasts bore down on them until another quake brought him to his senses. He and Vex took off up the cavern slope at a dead sprint.
"Warn the Paragon!"
Ania shouted. An instant later, Kellen heard a mighty whoosh of wind and the clash of weapons. He did not look back. Larger chunks fell from the ceiling now, the size of books and bowling balls. Kellen summoned a shield and held it aloft, while Vex ran as close as he could at his side to stay beneath the mana shield's protection. Once, he thought he saw a glimpse of white-wrapped warriors sprinting out of the darkness. He felt like a coward. Ania had commanded him to leave, true, but Kipu had stayed to fight. He should have stayed to fight, too. There was no going back now. Kellen forced his attention upward, where a thin slice of light marked the exit to the caverns. His legs ached from the run up the stony slope. He tripped twice when his boots dug into spots of loose gravel. Each time he went down hard, banging his knees and elbows. Vex urged him to his feet, and on they ran toward the surface. They didn't look back to see what might be following them. Nothing mattered but reaching the surface. The cavern filled with the hot, almost metallic scent of rocks smashing against one another. Dust clogged the air. Kellen willed his legs to keep going as they burned from overexertion. They were almost there now, just yards away. The rumbling intensified, throwing Kellen and Vex to the ground, breaking the focus that held their protective shield in place. In the last possible second, Kellen summoned it once more, just in time for a piano-sized slab of rock to crash down and break in half across the mana-working surface. Kellen sagged under the weight, but the shield held until the two halves fell away, stony dust filling his eyes and lungs, making him gag and cough.
"Follow me!"
Vex shouted over the avalanche of rock. His blue markings blazed to life, and even his fur glowed golden. Kellen reached into his beast heart, flooding his limbs with energizing mana to squeeze out every ounce of effort he had left. 10 yards, 10 feet. Kellen and Vex shot out of the cavern. The ceiling collapsed behind them, glowing rock spires snapping at their heels like the rotten, gnashing fangs of a great stone mouth. Kellen struggled to sit up, hacking and retching from the dust and the exertion to make it out of the cave. As the dust settled and people rushed to the scene, he looked around for anyone else who'd escaped the collapse. No one else emerged from the rubble. Paragon Winoya landed as the crowd gathered around him and Vex. Everyone fell back at once, allowing her to pass. Her silver eagle, Windwake, spread his arms and sent out a warning screech, which backed people away even further.
"What happened?"
Winoya asked, helping Kellen to his feet. Through coughing fits, Kellen explained the attack of the snake cult and the cave-in as best he could. Winoya didn't ask why he'd been in the tunnels with Ania, Kipu, and Raiko, so Kellen didn't say. For whatever reason, Onaka hadn't arrived yet. Kellen hoped to get out of there before he did. "I don't know where they came from or what happened after I came to warn you," he finished.
"You did the right thing, Spirit Traveler,"
Winoya said, as if reading his thoughts.
"This message is more help than any aid you could have provided in the fight."
She was right, of course, but that didn't make Kellen feel any better about it.
"Move aside now," Winoya said. "I must move the rock."
Kellen nodded and limped away to the front of the crowd, giving the Paragon space to work. A ripple of storm mana gathered around her, so powerful Kellen couldn't have missed it any more than he could have missed a pouring rain if he were standing in it. Winoya raised her hands overhead as a tornado gathered around her and her mana beast. The vortex grew until the pair disappeared from sight. A moment later, she reappeared and slammed an open palm to the ground. The tornado rose in the air above the Paragon and formed itself into an arrow. Kellen raised a hand in anticipation of flying rock and dirt. A moment later, the arrow struck the ground with a boom of thunder and flash of lightning. When the light and sound faded, however, the rubble looked the same as it had before. Murmurs of astonishment arose from the crowd. How had the ground resisted the mana of a Paragon, one of the strongest beast callers in the land? Winoya repeated the Kyo movements again, summoning another tornado. This was twice the size of the first, fanned by Windwake's wings. Visible storm mana poured from him into the working. Again, Winoya slammed a fist into the ground. The storm mana arrow hit the ground and vanished in a whiff, like a breeze stopped by a closed door. Winoya fashioned a third working, then a fourth. By the time she and Windwake stopped, they'd done little more than kick up the dust around the rubble where the cavern mouth had been. The unleashed power from the Paragon had been staggering. Kellen had never experienced so much mana in one place. It was like stepping out of a wind tunnel. At his side, Vex swayed from the pressure of it. By now, the murmurs in the crowd had grown to cries of fear and outright despair. It seemed the Totem had defied the most powerful beast-caller in the Stormhorse Nation. Winoya straightened herself as dozens of beast-callers rushed forward. She raised a hand to stop them as each gathered their storm mana.
"The earth will not be moved by mana," she said. "Do not waste your strength. Shovels will serve us better now. Anyone who can help form lines. We must move this rock."
Her lightning-filled eyes found Kellen on the edge of the crowd.
I would speak with you further."
Kellen followed the Paragon, still dizzy from the sheer force of mana Winoya had used trying to blow apart the rock.
"I do not think even all the Earth Badger Paragons could open that cavern," Winoya said to him in a low voice. "There is another force I cannot understand blocking my mana. This has the feel of Frog Priest all over it. Tell me everything, again."
Kellen repeated his story, even including the reason he and Kipu had been in the tunnels in the first place.
"Everywhere that dead man goes, tragedy strikes in his wake," Winoya mused.
"With respect, Honored Paragon," Kellen said. The words felt silly and clunky, but he didn't know how else to address someone with the power to crush him with a snap of her fingers. "If I had to guess, the snake cultists are the ones behind this, not Kipu. We felt their strange mana right before they attacked."
"Regardless, we must find a way to get through to the Totem," Winoya said. "All of our elders are trapped inside. In our eagerness to study and explore the secrets of the Stormhorse Totem, we made a mistake. Or perhaps we were tricked. I do not know how these snake cultists could have made their way into the cavern or even into our camps undiscovered. Is there anything else?"
Kellen hesitated and then shook his head. He'd almost told the Paragon about Coyote Lady. But Coyote Lady hadn't reappeared, and he didn't want Winoya to think he was nuts for claiming to speak with a primeval. His group was already under enough scrutiny.
"Mighty Paragon!"
A female beast-caller about 10 years older than Kellen approached, panic on her face.
"We have dug down to knee depth and can go no further. There is only solid stone. It is as if the cave was never there."
The words hit Kellen harder than Shani's punches. Solid stone. Winoya and Windwake rushed back to the rubble. Kellen and Vex followed. Sure enough, the dozens of diggers had already cleared a sizable area of the loose rock and fractured crystals. Beneath was a seamless stretch of gray stone.
"Go find the Earth Badger traders," Winoya instructed the other beast-caller. "See if there are any beast-callers among them."
She didn't say, but after their conversation, Kellen thought he knew what she was thinking. It wouldn't do any good. The Paragon glanced at Kellen and Vex as if she'd forgotten they were still there.
"Thank you," she said. "At least now we know what happened. You should go find your band and tell them what has happened."
That was their cue to leave. Kellen and Vex circled around the right hoof of the totem, around the edge of the rubble to the northeast, where the crowd wasn't as thick. Not wanting any more attention, Kellen pulled up his hood to hide his face. Several people still stared when they recognized Vex. Kellen's mind spun as they walked. A greater power than even a paragon had sealed the totem. He could think of only one way to open it again.
"We've got to get Coyote Lady's attention somehow."
"Don't you think she's already up to speed on all this?"
Vex asked, as they set off at a brisk walk. With all the commotion caused by the cave-in, it didn't take long for them to find a secluded spot beneath one of the rock spires.
"What are you going to do?"
Vex asked. Kellen fell silent. What other choice did he have? Shani was gone. Kipu was gone. Both of them could already be dead, along with Aniya and Raiko. Other than Nokum, every person who Kellen had relied on as a safety blanket to pull him out of danger was gone. Given the circumstances, maybe Coyote Lady will let Winoya inside, Kellen said, knowing in his heart it would not be the case. If there had been another way, Coyote Lady would have offered it.
"So I guess we'll throw ourselves into unknown danger to save the day then,"
Vex said, reading Kellen's thoughts.
On the plus side, Raiko is going to owe us big time if we pull this off.
Kellen forced a grin. He would have rather barfed. Yeah, if we don't die a gruesome, forgotten death, we'll be heroes.
Now that's the spirit.
They spun around to find Coyote Lady leaning against the pillar of rock.
I wasn't going to give you another chance, you know,
she said.
but I am all forgiving and merciful.
Plus, you need our help,
Vex said.
Help is in short supply,
Coyote Lady admitted. So you can get us inside the totem? Kellen asked. Coyote Lady nodded.
I can.
Anything else we should know? Kellen asked. He wanted to get going before he lost the small chunk of bravery he clung to. Coyote Lady gave them a sly smile.
I find you humans are best prepared if you assume the worst.
No worries there, Vex said. Kellen's already thought of 20 different ways we'll probably die inside.
Kellen gave a dry laugh that came out like a wheeze. Vex wasn't wrong.
If it makes you feel better, you're gonna help me win a bet,
Raccoon Boy said, popping into existence next to Coyote Lady.
There's no way you're coming out of this alive. I'm counting on it.
Kellen's stomach flipped. And there's no chance we can give our spot to one of the paragons. Coyote Lady shook her head.
With all the Stormhorse elders trapped inside, the Stormhorse tribes are vulnerable. If the Fire Bison get word of what has happened, they may attack. Winoya or Onaka won't risk being imprisoned in the totem and leaving their people here defenseless, not even for all the elders. They are already at a disadvantage. Part of the purpose of this gathering at the Wind Bones was for the Stormhorse tribes to raise up a third paragon in place of the last. The Fire Bison know this. While the paragons would not likely fight in open battle, they do many things to aid their people during wars. And you are correct. The paragons would not do well on the route you must take. The draining barrier is still active in most of the totem.
That's actually not helping, Kellen said, turning pale. He leaned against the rock spire in an effort to make his head stop spinning and keep his legs from wobbling. Let's just get this over with. I'd rather not know how high the stakes are.
You can choose not to enter the totem, you know,
Coyote Lady said.
I can't force you.
What will happen if I don't? Kellen asked. Even though he'd just said he didn't want to know, his morbid curiosity got the better of him. It was all the answer Kellen needed to see Raccoon Boy's normally mischievous smirk go blank.
I am being honest in saying that I do not know,
Coyote Lady said.
There is a real chance you may fail anyway, or that it will not make a difference.
Does that matter?
Vex asked.
Aren't we doing this for Shani and Kipu and the others anyway?
Kellen nodded. Vex was right. Helping the Stormhorse mattered, but it wasn't the reason he was doing this. It was to save his friends, to be the one bailing the others out instead of the other way around, or at least attempting to. He took a deep breath and blew it out. How do we do this? Chapter 25. Coyote Lady looked at them without her usual slyness or trademark smirk.
You are certain of this?
Kellen nodded. It was the best he could manage.
Very well.
Coyote Lady stepped forward and placed a hand on Kellen's shoulder. A lurching sense of vertigo filled him, and his vision went dark. A moment later, he came to in a spinning, nauseous blink. As soon as he realized where he was, he stiffened. They were sitting on the Stormhorse totem itself, in a flat spot at the base of the horse's rearing back.
Whoa,
Vex said, instantly hunkering down and extending his claws.
A little warning might have been nice. Man, I wish I could still fly.
Kellen didn't dare move or think about moving, or think about slipping. The slope they were on was no steeper than the one descending into the cavern, but it felt as if one wrong step would send him hurtling down the totem and into open space.
Wasn't there an easier entrance?
He asked, trying to hide the waver in his voice.
You sound like Raccoon Boy,
Coyote Lady said.
And no, there was not. At least not one that would serve us. Consider this a shortcut.
Coyote Lady placed a clawed hand on the surface of the totem. A moment later, the stone-like substance rippled and peeled back to form a doorway just large enough for Kellen and Vex to enter. Kellen stared at the dark opening, wondering what awaited them inside. Then he decided it was better to not think about it. He shared a look with Vex, and they passed into the doorway. Any hesitation he might have felt was overwhelmed by the desire to get off of the windy side of the totem as soon as possible. Kellen took 2 steps into the dark, unable to see anything to his left, right, or front. He turned, expecting Coyote Lady to follow them inside. He found her standing just outside the door, tail twitching, arms folded. "You really aren't coming in?" he asked.
I told you before, if I enter, I'm worse off than you, she said. Mortal and powerless.
"Any idea where we go?" Kellen asked. "Or what we're supposed to be doing?"
My best guess, and my guesses are usually correct, is that both the Stormhorse Elders and the Snake Cult are still below you, Coyote Lady said. If your friends are alive, they are likely that direction as well. However, you need to go up, not down. You won't change their fates by descending to help them. I believe the Snake Cult is climbing the tower to take this heart the Stormhorse Goddess spoke of. You need to beat them to it.
"But what about the Elders?" Kellen asked. "Shouldn't I try to find them so they can get this heart?"
Their powers will still be drained the higher they go inside the totem, Coyote Lady said. They have hardly entered the totem. It could take them weeks or months to get to the top. I've given you a head start. What more could you ask for?
"A sandwich for the trip wouldn't have hurt," Vex muttered.
Kellen ignored him, frustrated with Coyote Lady. "You don't even know what's in here."
Think of it as an opportunity to grow, Coyote Lady said. And I did ask you twice if you were certain you wanted to do this.
"That was when I thought I was helping my friends," Kellen protested. "Now you're telling me to not even worry about them. What does this heart of the Stormhorse do? Why is it so important?"
If I am being honest, I can only guess.
Coyote Lady shrugged.
It is important enough that the Snake Cult has taken a great risk to acquire it. That is enough to concern me.
"But not enough for you to risk coming in to get it yourself,"
Vex pointed out. "Exactly," Kellen agreed.
Please don't be offended by this,
Coyote Lady said, clasping her hands beneath her chin. Kellen got the impression of a boss about to fire an employee after telling that same employee how much they valued them.
I am much more important to the fate of Oras than the two of you. And if I didn't think you had a chance to succeed, I would not have brought you here.
"I don't like sink-or-swim teaching methods," Vex said. "I hate swimming."
Coyote Lady sighed.
Do this for me, and I will owe you a favor, and I don't promise those lightly.
Kellen tried to shut off his brain. It was best not to think about what awaited them for just a minute. "Is there anything at all you can tell us that might help?"
A better question,
Coyote Lady said, grinning to reveal her fangs.
I was here when the children of the Wild Mother were locked inside these prisons. There are no more powerful locations in all of Oras than these totems. A smart, motivated beast caller and his mana beast could go far if they pushed themselves, especially ones who had already been exposed to a potent mana stone that they exploded.
Kellen nodded, trying to process everything. There was an actual god locked inside the totem? A panicked realization hit him. "We don't have any food or water."
You won't need them inside the totem,
Coyote Lady said, backing away from the entrance she'd created.
I cannot hold the doorway any longer. Good luck and goodbye.
With a smile and a wave, she disappeared. The hole to the outside world and their last chance to back out vanished with her.
"Do you ever wonder how we keep ending up in these situations?"
Vex asked. Kellen was too busy studying their surroundings to respond. As soon as the hole closed, the interior of the totem flared to life. Rather than the cracked stone walls covered in ancient carvings and sconces with sputtering torches that Kellen had imagined, it looked like they were in the middle of a canyon. The sky overhead was dark and swirling, much like the cloud looming over the totem outside. At a glance, the canyon extended out of sight in both directions. A gentle breeze meandered past. Even without sunlight, it felt like a mild, late spring day. Kellen quickly shed his poncho and wadded it up under his arm. Fine, soft red sand made no sound beneath his boots as he took a few hesitant steps.
"Well, this was not what I expected," Vex said. "What do we do now?"
Kellen shrugged. "Your guess is as good as mine." He peered down the canyon in both directions, to the left and the right. Each looked the same, with no hint or sign of what might await them depending on the route they chose. "Left or right?" he asked. Vex bounded several steps to the right, silent on the blanket of red sand. He paused and sniffed the air, then did the same thing in the opposite direction.
"That was literally no help,"
he said when he'd returned to Kellen's side. Let's go right, then. They set off down the canyon, moving in almost complete silence. Though Kellen could feel the slight wind on his face, there was no sound of it moving over the landscape. The quiet soon became unnerving, and Kellen felt a presence weighing down on him and his beast heart, though he couldn't say where it came from or what it was. He began to wonder if it was his own mind playing tricks on him. The route hardly changed. Here and there the canyon curved to the left or the right, but otherwise held a relatively straight line. At all times, it was roughly as wide as a 2-lane highway, with sheer walls that made climbing up to get a view from the top impossible for the two land-bound explorers.
Why did I have to lose my flying form?
Vex complained as he padded along. He paused and shook one of his oversized, tufted paws.
I hate this sand. It gets everywhere.
At least it's soft, Kellen said. Better than walking through gravel, isn't it?
Debatable.
The silence pressed down around them, as if daring either to make a sound. Even Vex, who normally didn't stop talking for anything, was quiet. Kellen tried whistling. He'd gotten only a few notes out when something made him stop. It was as if the totem was an omnipresent awareness all around them. He couldn't explain why he thought this, but it felt like it didn't want them to break the silence.
What if this is just a big circle and Coyote Lady stuck us in some off-limits part of the totem on accident?
Vex asked after maybe a half hour had passed.
If you don't need to eat or drink, we could wander around until we both go insane.
What a great thought, Kellen muttered. If you have any more like it, would you keep them to yourself? They continued on for what felt like an hour. There was never so much as a bush or a cactus to break up the scenery, just the same bland, meandering red rock canyon.
Maybe we should mark the wall somehow and go back the other way,
Vex suggested. Kellen considered the idea. I don't think so. Maybe this is a test to see how long we'll keep going.
If this is a patience test, I'm doomed,
Vex said.
What if we split up? I could run back the other way and see what there is to see, then catch up to you.
No way, splitting up is always a bad idea.
I'm sensing that you're basing this on a number of scary movies and not an actual foundation of critical thinking. Is that really what we're going to use for our guide?
Until we've spent more than a few hours in here and exhausted our other options, yes. Vex sighed, clearly more bored than upset. Kellen hoped he didn't decide to argue just to pass the time. And so they kept walking. And walking. Kellen lost track of how long it had been since they'd entered. Had it been 2 hours? 4? The light never changed to show the passing of time. He wished he could feel something. He should have been thirsty or hungry, or at least a little sweaty from treading through the loose sand. The only physical sensation he was aware of was the constant breeze, always blowing from somewhere in front of them. He found himself hoping it would stop or change direction, anything to mix up the monotony of their walk. Out of desperation to do something different, he suddenly sat down near the canyon wall. Vex plopped down next to him with another exaggerated sigh. Coyote Lady said the first thing we should do is to grow stronger, Kellen said. In fact, it sounds as if Kipu's mana stone may be all the exterior mana we need to advance to Guardian.
If that were true, wouldn't we have done it already?
Vex pointed out.
I could feel a change as I got closer to achieving companion strength. I haven't felt anything like that yet. It should be the same.
Well, then I don't... Kellen's voice trailed off as he looked back in the direction they'd come from.
What is it?
Vex asked, standing up, his tufted ears at alert. Our tracks. You can't tell where we were walking. Sure enough, even the spot right in front of them was smooth, undisturbed sand. Kellen stood up and twisted around to see the spot he'd been sitting in. There was an indentation for a moment, then it vanished. He ran ahead, dragging his feet in long lines and kicking up the sand. As soon as he stopped and looked back, the sand rustled, then looked as if no one had been there.
Well, that's great,
Vex said, wiping a paw in the sand, then lifting it, only for the sand to fill back in a second later.
Maybe we've been going in circles this whole time.
Frustrated, Kellen formed a ball of sun mana in his hand and tossed it down the path ahead. It sailed a few feet through the open air, then inexplicably bounced back like it had struck an invisible wall.
Ow!
A girlish voice said.
What did you do that for?
Chapter 26. Shani and Inferi were lost. Well, not lost in the sense they didn't know where they were, Both could say with relative surety that they were somewhere inside the Stormhorse totem, but lost in that they did not know how to get anywhere else inside the totem, aside from the dark cavern they'd wandered around since the cave-in. Never one to admit defeat, Shani cursed herself. She'd been a fool for the past several months now, but her foolishness had taken a turn for the worse since bonding with Inferi. Or maybe she'd always been this way, and Eslu had hidden it from her. Eslu. Her husband's absence still ached like the bite of deep winter. Killing Ubira hadn't eased the pain. Inferi hadn't eased the pain. If anything, Inferi made it sharper. At times, everything about Shani felt sharper. Her anger, her temper, her recklessness. She'd never been known for her cool head and patience. Now, she didn't know herself. Following the fight with that mouthy beast-caller boy, she'd wandered through the camp alone, not wanting to go back to hear another lecture from Nokum, hoping she didn't run into Kellen. She knew he'd come looking for her. She felt bad she'd threatened him. The words had poured out like hot blood from a fresh cut. That anger, that rage that sometimes gripped her. It was Inferi's, not hers, she told herself. But they were bound together now. They shared the same curse and carried the same demons.
"Stop feeling sorry for yourself and help me search for a way out of here,"
Inferi said, pacing back and forth along the far wall. A change had come over her since the fight, since she'd heard Shani's true feelings for her spoken aloud. There could be no ignoring it, no pretending anymore. If both of them hadn't wandered toward the cavern below the Stormhorse totem, Shani wondered if Inferi would even be speaking to her. They'd been drawn there, pulled by the same allure of power waiting inside. That was their cure. Strength. Power. They didn't need to get along. When she left this tower, Shani would never feel weak again. People might still mock them, still be afraid of their abominable bond, but at least they would respect them. Neither had spoken in the shadows at the cavern entrance. No words needed to be said. You couldn't apologize for hating yourself, after all. Shani had just been contemplating how they would sneak past the guards when the snake cultists had attacked the sentries, not from without, but within the cave. It had all happened so fast. By the time Shani crossed the open ground, the guard in front of her was already down. She'd stopped just long enough to feel a pulse. He was alive. Lucky for a non-beast-caller warrior. Why hadn't beast-callers been watching the cavern? It seemed like the kind of job even the fools assigned to patrolling the edge of the camp could handle. Shani had never considered raising the alarm. If there were snake cultists inside the Stormhorse totem, she would find them. She would hunt them down herself and make a name for herself. Prove to her mother and the Stormhorse elders that she wasn't a freak. Inferi liked the idea. She never missed the chance for violence. Except they'd wandered around in the dark for half a day and never found the cultists or another living soul. And then the cavern collapsed around them. Just when she thought her story would end with them being crushed beneath the rocks, a crack had appeared, a broken doorway just wide enough for Shani and Inferi to squeeze through before the outer cavern fell. And here they were, 2 days later. It had taken Shani half a day to realize she wasn't hungry or thirsty, which was good because she only had a few dried strips of meat and a half-empty canteen of water from their patrol. More important, she had her weapons, a pair of obsidian knives and the stone spear taken from Kipu's shrine, plus her earth badger's sword and iron knives. She also wore the fiber vest armor from the shrine, though it would do little good against a mana attack. As glad as she was to have them, they didn't do much storming good for someone trapped in what could very well become a tomb of stone.
"I'm not feeling sorry for myself," Shani snapped back. "What do you want me to do? We've searched every corner of this room. We're trapped."
"With that attitude, I guess we are," Inferi said. Shani threw her hands in the air.
"What else would you like me to do?"
Inferi ignored her, resuming her pacing on a different wall this time. Shani slumped against a pillar and let her head fall back against the rock. Chances were they'd kill each other before anyone dug them out, if anyone ever dug them out. If fighting to the death was possible. As far as Shani knew, no one had ever tried to destroy their bonded mana beast.
"I'm not going to hurt you," Inferi said in a condescending tone. "You could at least have enough faith in me to know that."
Shani didn't answer. Deep down, she knew she had only herself to blame for Inferi being Inferi. Nokum speculated that it had something to do with the cursed well in the cultist chamber, that the bad mana had done something to the bond, but Shani knew the hate and anger twisting inside of her. That was bad mana enough, no matter what her grandmother wanted to believe. Sighing, she pushed herself to her feet. She'd go mad if she sat there, letting her mind wander down those dark paths again. And perhaps it would keep Inferi from snapping at her if she at least made the effort to wander around the chamber, searching for a way out that didn't exist. "I heard those thoughts," Shani snorted in response. Reaching one of the chamber walls, she followed it around, fingers trailing against it. Based on the flickering glow of the red and orange mana crystals, the chamber was roughly square and of rough-hewn rock, not human-made at all, or at least not based on appearance. There were several pillars scattered throughout the middle of the chamber, but those looked natural too. Shani paced around the room, feeling much like the caged animal Inferi portrayed. Frustration boiled over in her, and she growled, thrusting out her hand and hurling a spinning dust devil across the cave at a wall. It struck the rock with a whoosh and disappeared. Either her companion's strength attack wasn't enough, or the rock itself was resistant to mana as an extension of the totem. "I thought for certain it was going to work that time after it didn't the first dozen attempts," Inferi snickered across the room. "What do you want me to do?" Shani asked. "I do nothing, you complain. I do something, you complain." "A little gratitude would be nice," Inferi said, baring her rows of sharpened teeth in a threatening grimace. "Without me, you would still be just a plain Stormhorse girl going nowhere." Shani let loose a cold laugh that echoed across the chamber. "Instead of this?" she asked, spreading her hands around. "Yes, how useful you've proven to be, Inferi." A low growl built in the hyena's chest. "You made me this way. Why should I be the only one to suffer?" Shani narrowed her eyes. "You were supposed to fix me. You've done nothing but make things worse." Letting loose a snarling bark, Inferi charged across the chamber, purple shadows swirling around her. Shani stood her ground, clapping her hands together to form a powerful whirlwind that spun across the chamber toward her mana beast. A version of Inferi made of purple smoke split ahead of its owner, bounding for the whirlwind. The two mana workings collided and exploded. Shani and Inferi were thrown off their feet as the chamber shook and dust and bits of rock sprinkled down on them. When Shani sat up, she saw the attacks hadn't canceled each other out. Instead, they'd merged together to form a swirling nebula of shadow and storm mana. A purple whirlwind of thick smoke swirled ominously in the center of the chamber. "Look at the ceiling," Inferi said, pointing up with her nose. Above the new mana working, a spiderweb of cracks spread out from a point of impact where their attacks had collided and vented upward. Shani's eyes widened. She didn't know if there was a chamber above them or if they'd only succeed in bringing the whole cave down on top of them. Yet there was hope. How their attacks had smashed together into one, she didn't know. If it was a freak accident, which seemed likely with the pair of them, then this might be their only chance of escape. Raising her hands, Shani stretched her focus out toward the shadowy twister. She focused her intent on the working. Once she had a grasp on the storm mana within, she thrust her hands upward. The whirlwind wobbled, then vanished. A pulse of shadow mana remained suspended in the air as if Shani had pulled their workings apart. She let her hands fall to her sides, and she looked at Inferi. "Our mana combined," Inferi finished. Shani hadn't thought that possible. In the months since she'd begun training as a beast caller, Nokum had drilled into her over and over that while she and Inferi shared a mana pool, as soon as one or the other drew on it, that mana would change to storm or shadow. And according to Nokum, different types of mana did not blend or combine with one another. Yet there had been proof right before their eyes. The whirlwind had been both shadow and storm mana. Shani felt it through her mana sense and saw it with her eyes. "Let's try to do it again," Shani said, their quarrel forgotten. This could change everything, but only if they could replicate the feat. Inferi pulled her fangs closed, purple shadows leaking from between her teeth. Shani held both hands slightly apart and palms up, forming a more condensed ball of wind mana. At her nod, both of them released their workings at the same time. A barking hyena head of smoke cackled as it leaped from Inferi's mouth. Halfway between them, it collided with Shani's storm mana. A crackling filled the air, and purple lightning flashed inside the new orb of spinning storm and shadow mana. Shani couldn't believe what she saw. She'd more than half counted on it not to work again. The blended orb of mana pulsed with the power of 2 companion-strength mana workings. Shani had nothing to measure it by, but sensed this combined working might have the strength of a guardian attack. It certainly seemed more powerful than the combination of Kellen and Vex's sun mana working. Once more, Shani reached out and grasped the storm mana within the working. Instead of throwing it at the ceiling, however, she waited for Inferi to do the same with the shadow mana. Feeling one another's intentions through their bond, they coordinated to move the swirling sphere of mana up and down, then left and right. Shani's excitement grew as they pushed it farther away from them to test the boundaries of their control.
Now, which wall are we going to bust down to get out of here? Inferi asked.
Shani closed her eyes, reaching out with her mana sense, hoping to catch any hint that might give them a direction of fellow beast callers. Storm mana permeated the chamber just as it had the larger cavern. Yet there seemed to be a gentle flow of mana, almost like a breeze drifting through the chamber. That certainly hadn't been there earlier. Shani followed its flow and discovered it was drifting down through the cracks in the ceiling caused by the collision of their first 2 workings. She couldn't be certain, but she believed there might be another chamber above them. The storm mana had to come from somewhere, and it couldn't move through solid rock as far as she knew. Up, Shani said. She returned her focus to the storm shadow working that Inferi had held in place while she'd reached out with her sense. They navigated it back between them until it hovered directly below the spiderweb cracks. Sensing Shani's thoughts, Inferi backed up several paces.
If this backfires, we'll be crushed,
Inferi said. Shani gave a grim nod.
There is only one way to know.
At once, both of them thrust the working upward. The orb of blended mana struck the center of the original impact in a burst of raw energy. The stone ceiling cracked, and chunks of rock crashed down. For a moment, Shani thought the chamber would collapse. She threw her hands over her head and knelt down, waiting to be smashed. Instead, the sound of cracking, falling rock ceased. When the dust settled, she approached the spot they'd focused their attack. Looking up, she saw a hole outlined by the glow of flickering mana crystals. Tendrils of cool air tinged with storm mana brushed across her face. They'd found a way out. Chapter 27.
Who said that?
Vex shouted, his back arched and fur standing on end like a startled cat. Kellen stumbled to his feet, summoning an orb of sun mana in his hand. An instant later, an archway appeared across the canyon. It was made of blue-gray stone and whistled with a strong wind. When the gust faded, a bird appeared perched on top of the rock arch. It resembled a red-tailed hawk, but with sweeping orange-red head plumes and long, trailing tail feathers of a matching color.
I said that,
the hawk-like creature said. She shook her head and rustled her feathers, clearly irritated.
What are you doing throwing mana workings at a poor mana spirit just minding her own business?
We couldn't see you, Kellen said. Sorry. The hawk lifted her wings in a shrug.
You couldn't have really hurt me. I'm a mana spirit. Hitting me with a mana working is like trying to stop the wind by blowing back at it.
She spread her wings and floated down to the sand just in front of Kellen and Vex, then gave a deep bow, fanning her wings out.
My name's Chirp.
I'm Kellen, and this is Vex.
Dude,
Vex said in a corrective tone. I was just going to say we need no introduction.
Well, I've never heard of you before now, Chirp said. But then again, I don't get out much. Or ever. I haven't been out in ever.
So you've been inside the totem since, Kellen suggested.
Yep, ever since the Wild Mother first trapped the Storm Horse, Chirp said.
No matter what she talked about, she had a chipper sing-song voice, like an over-enthused cheerleader. Well, we forgive you for not knowing us, Vex said. We only just got here.
Oh, I know,
Chirp said, twisting her head around to check her tail feathers.
I know everything that goes on inside the totem.
You do? Kellen's hopes soared. Could you tell us how to get out of here, then?
Nope.
Why not? Vex asked, lowering himself, ready to pounce. Kellen stepped between them. He didn't know how mana beasts and mana spirits interacted, but it was best if Vex didn't try to eat the new arrival.
Because I don't know how you get out of here, Chirp said. I'm a mana spirit. I can go anywhere I want in the totem whenever I want. Well, almost anywhere I want. There's this one place. Okay, Vex said, shaking his head. Could you just stop talking for 1 second? Kellen gave him an incredulous look. Really? You're bothered by someone talking nonstop. Is that annoying to you? Do you not like it? Is it hard to think? Vex rolled his eyes. I see what you're going for there, and I'm not falling for it. You two are strange, Chirp said. Kellen sighed. Out of the three of them, he knew who would lose their sanity first if this kept up. Okay, Chirp. That's me! Is there anything you know that might help us get out of here? Kellen asked. I know you don't know how, but we'll take any help we can get. Chirp cast her eyes at the ground, looking thoughtful. Well, you're supposed to figure that out on your own, but you might want to try walking through that arch right there. She lifted a wing, pointing to the structure she'd been perched on. Kellen blinked. In all fairness, that wasn't there before, Vex said. No point taken. No problem. Chirp fluttered up into the air, eye level to Kellen. Maybe I'll see you around. The hawk spirit turned and began to fly away. Wait! Kellen and Vex shouted together. Chirp laughed. It's funny when you do that. You said you can go anywhere you want inside the totem, Kellen said. Can you give us directions? There are some other people in here too. Would you take a message to them for us? Sorry, no can do, Chirp said. Why not? Vex asked. Well, there are rules inside here, you know, Chirp said. Like? Vex prompted. Chirp shrugged. No idea. I'm not the one in charge. The Stormhorse is. And she said no helping humans. I mean, that's open to interpretation, but you do not want to make her angry. We're trying to help her, Kellen said, hoping to convince the mana spirit to change her mind. There are people in here that want to hurt her. Can you take us to her or give her a message? Chirp made a loop in the air, then fluttered again in front of Kellen's face. Nope, she said, cheery as ever. Vex groaned. Oh, for crying out loud. The Stormhorse is asleep, silly, Chirp said, before performing another pair of loops. I can't tell her anything. She just told me that one day humans would come in here, and if they did, I'm not supposed to help them. I think I'm breaking the rules just by talking to you, but you're much nicer than those people with the white paint and the funny clothes. That description could only be one group. Those are the snake cultists, Kellen said. They're the ones trying to hurt the Stormhorse. Well, good luck if they wake her up, Chirp said. She's been asleep so long, she's bound to be testy once she's awake. Now, are you going to go through that arch or what? Vex cleared his throat. I realize I'm not usually the voice of reason in this dynamic duo, but perhaps we should consider that this might be a trap. It's definitely not a trap, Chirp said. I'm a mana spirit. You can trust me. Vex's eyes narrowed. That's exactly what you would say if it was a trap. As much fun as this is, Kellen interrupted, I'm willing to risk it. Are you sure? Vex stared at him. Normally you're the one who's like, it's a trap, or what if a terrible, painful death awaits us on the other side, stuff like that. Vex had a good point there, but Kellen didn't see any point in hanging around debating about the issue further. If Chirp could be believed, the snake cult was inside the totem itself, not just the cavern underneath. There wasn't time to waste. Though it looked like the same canyon on the other side of the arch, Kellen shaped the sun mana orb in his hand and lobbed it through. It vanished in a spray of sand and sunlight on the far side of the arch. You should be careful where you throw those things, Chirp said. Taking a deep breath, Kellen walked toward the arch, Vex at his side. He took one step up to the entryway, then a second. For a brief instant, his foot landed on the sand of the far side, and he thought nothing had happened. When the rest of his body carried through, however, he found they were standing on a floor made of clouds. Kellen pinwheeled his arms in surprise and turned to step back through the archway. Chirp was hovering there, but the arch was gone. Oh, wow, she said. I wasn't expecting you'd come here. This is neat. I haven't visited this place in forever. Vex stretched a foot out and pawed at the swirling clouds in front of them. Rather than passing right through it, the clouds squished down like walking on marshmallow. He took a hesitant step forward, then another. When his weight held, he turned back to Kellen and motioned with his head. Come on, it's bouncy! Kellen forced himself to keep his eyes open and took a single step forward, half expecting to plummet to his death. The clouds held. Kellen took a few more steps to catch up to Vex, then looked around.
The plain was a vast expanse of clouds, beneath and overhead. It stretched on in every direction, the horizon far wider than Kellen imagined the inside of the totem should be. The gray clouds swirled and rolled. Kellen saw a flash in the distance and heard a quiet peal of thunder as well as the faint pattering of rain, though it wasn't raining anywhere he could see. "How does this place work?" Kellen asked, knowing Chirp probably couldn't or wouldn't answer him. "Does that archway always connect the canyon we were in to here? Did we go up or down?"
"I don't know how the doorways work," Chirp said. "I don't use them. I mean, I know it looked like I came through, but really I just popped from there to here. And I guess I can answer your second question, since it isn't really helping. You've gone up."
Kellen shaped the sun mana orb again and tossed it away from them. It sailed through cloudy atmosphere and then bounced off the clouds, forming the ground. Like a ball thrown in zero gravity, it continued to bounce and bounce until they lost sight of it in the distance.
"Let me try."
Vex opened his mouth and a triangular prism of light shot forth. Unlike Kellen's ball, it held its trajectory until it, too, passed beyond their sight. Chirp made a nervous sound to get their attention. When they looked, she was hovering in the air, head darting this way and that.
"What's the matter?"
Vex asked.
It's probably nothing," she said. "Yeah, we're fine. Just don't do that anymore, all right?"
Kellen's guard went up at once. He stretched out with his mana sense, but felt nothing aside from the endless, turbulent aura of storm mana. Chirp still looked just as nervous.
"Let me guess," Vex said. "You can't tell us why we should stop doing that. Isn't telling us not to do something the same thing, even if you don't give a reason?"
Chirp's wings fluttered faster. Was it Kellen's imagination, or did the wind just pick up?
"Oh no," the hawk said. "This is bad. This is bad, bad, bad."
"What's bad?" Kellen asked as he reached with his mana sense again. Nothing had changed. Before Chirp could answer, a deafening roar split the clouds. Kellen yelled and fell to the cloud-covered ground, clutching his ears. Beside him, Vex did the same, covering his tufted ears with his paws. The entire world resounded with the roar, which boomed at them like thunder mixed with an angry lion and an exploding speaker with the bass cranked all the way up. It carried on for several seconds, then stopped like a switch had shut it off. When Kellen opened his eyes and lowered his hands, the clouds were churning faster and the lightning looked closer.
"What in the hell was that?"
he asked Chirp in a hoarse voice. The hawk didn't answer, darting all around them like a mother hen trying to round up her errant chicks.
"You woke up the thunder beasts,"
she screeched.
"Oh, I should not have said that. I shouldn't have told you to come through the gate. I know I'm not supposed to help, but I like you guys, and I'm really sorry about this."
"What are the thunder beasts?"
Vex practically screamed at her.
"And why didn't you say something before if you like us so much?"
The floor of clouds quaked, then started rolling as if they were on the open ocean at the head of a hurricane. The sensation reminded Kellen of being the smallest kid on the trampoline when you fell down and nobody would stop bouncing long enough for you to get up. He fought just to get his knees underneath them, then flew sideways, smacking into Vex and crashing to the cloudy floor again. Both struggled to find their footing without success, while Chirp hovered above them, babbling endless apologies.
"What have I done? What have I done?"
She zoomed back and forth, tail feathers whipping in the growing wind.
"Maybe if I leave, they'll calm down. Good idea. Let's try that."
With a zap, she popped out of sight.
"Great,"
Vex said, when the ground slowed long enough for him to spread his feet out underneath him.
"There goes our tour guide."
Kellen's head spun. It took him a moment to realize the ground wasn't shaking and bouncing anymore.
"It seems like things are calming down. Maybe she overreacted."
In answer, another roaring scream filled the cloudy skies overhead. The distance between them and the storms above stretched and expanded. The boiling clouds rolled together, slowly taking shape. Kellen stared in horror as the form of a massive combination of a mountain lion and a rhinoceros filled the sky overhead.
"I'm guessing that's the thunder beast,"
Vex whispered. Lightning-filled eyes snapped down to their exact spot.
"Run!"
Kellen screamed. They stumbled to their feet, tripping and tumbling as the clouds beneath them simmered and came to a boil. Kellen chanced to look back and saw an enormous feline head, tipped with a sloping Y-shaped nose horn, swooping toward them. A fanged mouth the size of a gymnasium opened and swallowed them whole. Chapter 28. Shani and Inferi wandered through twisting tunnels of stone, always moving upward, but getting nowhere, it seemed. For the time they'd hiked up the slopes of the cave, Shani thought they should have reached another level of the totem, or at least run into someone else. Weren't there hundreds of Stormhorse beast callers and mana beasts inside here somewhere? The feeling of elation they'd experienced from merging their storm and shadow mana together faded, leaving them both grouchy and snapping at one another again. Shani felt second, or perhaps now third, thoughts about sneaking into the totem. No one really knew what the inside was like beyond the lowest levels that had been explored and cleared. Looking at it from the outside, the Stormhorse totem was large enough they could wander around for weeks without finding someone else if they'd been trapped in another portion of the structure. That was if something didn't kill them first. Inferi growled as she padded along at Shani's side. "Give me something to fight," she repeated yet again. "Anything other than walking, walking, walking." Shani said nothing, knowing only a fight would cure Inferi's irritation. She felt it building in her as well, like a maddening itch within her beast heart that spread like a rash over her entire body. Almost as if the totem had felt their pleas, the tunnel forked. It was the first time a choice of passages had presented itself in the hours they'd walked since they'd escaped the chamber. "Should we split up?" Inferi asked. Shani pondered the question. It would save them time exploring, but made them both vulnerable to getting lost or a surprise attack. "I can handle myself fine on my own," Inferi said, reading Shani's thoughts. "But if you need me to protect you, we will stick together." Ignoring the jibe, Shani pointed to the passage on the right. "This way, together." It felt just like the passages they'd wandered through before they'd found Kipu, except this time the tunnels went up, and instead of Kellen and Vex, Shani had only Inferi for company. She wished Kellen was with them, which surprised her. The spirit traveler had proven himself to be made of stronger stuff than she'd first guessed, but Kellen still struggled to hold his own. It was better this way, not having to watch over her shoulder to make sure he wouldn't be injured or killed every time an attack came. "I miss them too," Inferi grumbled. It came out like a complaint, as if she wished it wasn't the case. "I do not miss them," Shani said. Inferi let out a single bark of disbelief. "You can lie to yourself, but you can't lie to me." Shani gritted her teeth. Wasn't that the truth? She might not dislike Inferi so much if it wasn't like staring down an independent version of herself that had no problem voicing any of their deepest, darkest secrets. "He is safer outside," Shani said at last. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized she'd been thinking and speaking only of Kellen, Vex not included. Thankfully, Inferi didn't point that out. As the miles of tunnel wore on, she questioned their choice to enter the totem again. Doubt crept in, like the dark looming around them. What good were they doing here, other than fighting off a few snake cultists or wild mana beasts? Though the totem held endless reserves of storm mana, it was useless to their attempts to push through to guardian strength without a shadow mana source. "If we'd never come here, we wouldn't have learned how to fight with our mana combined," Inferi said, once again reading her thoughts even if she hadn't desired a conversation. "That makes us better off than before, at least." Shani grunted in agreement, then paused. At some point, the floor of the tunnel had leveled off for the first time since they'd begun their trek. The click of Inferi's claws on the rock stopped when she halted, and a faraway moaning wind drifted down the chamber toward them. The pair looked at each other, then set off at a brisk jog. It wasn't long before a light appeared ahead, glowing from a faint dot until it was large enough to promise an exit from the cursed tunnels. Inferi and Shani broke into a run, glad for anything that wasn't a tunnel and flickering mana crystals. Inferi's long, powerful strides carried her ahead. Instead of shouting for her to slow down, Shani pushed herself even faster, filled with renewed hope. Several paces ahead, Inferi burst through the archway in the tunnel, then let out a surprised yelp and vanished. Shani rushed forward, then skidded to a stop. Her momentum jerked her feet out from beneath her, and she fell hard, hands scraping gravel. She blinked and leaned over the edge. The tunnel emerged on the side of a cliff with only a short ledge to speak of. In her haste, Inferi had run right off the edge. Below, Shani saw nothing but clouds. The canyon walls rose hundreds of feet overhead and disappeared into the mist below. "Inferi!" she screamed. There was no reply. She screamed again. Still no sound or sign. Her mana beast wasn't dead, otherwise she would have returned to Shani, reduced to a ward state. She wasn't hurt badly either, or Shani would have felt some pain through their shared bond. Instead, Inferi was just gone. Shani smacked the rock with an open palm. Who knew how far the fall was? Shani was not a creature made of mana. If she jumped, she would die. Cursing Inferi's recklessness, she peered over the edge again. Nothing but mist. A quick look at the rock walls deterred her from attempting to climb down. The hand and footholds were there, but small enough that one mistake would send her hurtling to her death. That left only one option in Shani's mind. She would have to go all the way back down the tunnel and take the passage to the left, then hope it came out at the base of the cliff. A strange sensation gripped her. She peered over the edge again. The thought crossed her mind that she, too, could jump. She stared over the ledge, wondering what it would be like to free fall through the clouds, completely unburdened. Shani sat down on the ledge and dangled her feet off the cliff, staring and thinking about a great many things in her life, especially Ubira's raid. She thought about her husband, whose bones were somewhere out on the plains atop his funeral scaffold, blown by the wind and snow. She ached for him, ached to feel something again that wasn't hurt or anger. Another thought crossed her mind. What if she left the totem? Perhaps she could backtrack and find a way out and leave Inferi behind. If Inferi was never defeated in battle, she would never disseminate and return to Shani. She could be free of one burden, at least. They'd be free of each other. As she battled with these ideas, the mist swirled and churned below. Shani's breath caught. A shape was forming in the mist, beginning with a large body, then 4 long legs. The head came last. When the horse formed completely, the mist rose as if lifting it up into the air. It watched Shani from several paces away. Shani's hands trembled, and her heart pounded. There could be no mistaking the storm horse. The goddess, or an illusion of the goddess, walked across the clouds on graceful legs toward Shani. As it neared, Shani raised a trembling hand and held it out, like she would approach a startled horse. Except she felt like the shaken one in need of calming. The horse's body rippled with gray clouds, its spectral mane floating in an unknown breeze. Standing just in front of the spot where Shani sat on the cliffside, it lowered its head and touched its nose to her hand. A rush of confirmation and belonging filled Shani. The storm horse knew her as one of her own, regardless of what mana beast she'd manifested. Tears sprang into Shani's eyes. When she blinked, the mist horse was gone. A choked sob escaped from her, and she cried like she hadn't since she'd been a little girl, harder even than when she'd found Ezlu's body after Ubira's raid. Her body shook, and she wrapped her arms around herself, feeling alone once more now that the storm horse had vanished. In its place, a narrow bridge of gray stone spread across the canyon from Shani's ledge to the far cliff, just in sight, a bowshot away. Shani stared at it, debating whether to go on or to go back to see if the other tunnel would lead her down to the canyon below. She didn't know how long she sat there before finally wiping her face and standing up. Running away solved nothing. She would try the left passage or whatever else it took to find Inferi. With the back of her hand, she removed the rest of her smudged eye paint, checked her weapons, and descended back down the tunnel, first at a walk, then a jog. When she reached the forked passage, she turned down the unexplored tunnel, still at a slow run. This path carried on at a gentle slope, and her pace increased as if something pulled her forward. Soon enough, she saw a light ahead. Slowing, she walked to the mouth of the tunnel and gazed out into the light. The cave opened on a short hill overlooking a narrow valley at the bottom of the gorge. The ground was covered with fine red sand, and the hill she stood on was more like a large dune peppered with sagebrush and tufts of thick, tall bunch grass. Shani looked up, searching for the ledge and the spot she'd sat on above. Thick clouds obscured the sky. With no other choice, she descended the dune, trying to recall how far the lower tunnel had veered in a different direction from the higher path. Without a heading, she could end up wandering in the opposite direction Inferi had fallen. There was still no sign of the mana beast as she stretched out her sense. Aside from knowing Inferi was still alive, she had nothing to go on. There were no signs in the sand either. In fact, she noticed after 2 or 3 steps, her footprints vanished behind her. Squaring her shoulders, Shani checked her weapons once more and started down the canyon to the left. She soon lost track of how far she'd gone. A bright, sourceless sunlight lit the canyon, even though the sky was covered in clouds above. Other than a gentle breeze in her face, she felt nothing, neither hot or cold, tired or rested. As she walked, she examined the canyon walls on either side of her, looking for other bridges or ledges with openings back into the catacombs. The red walls looked to be the same red rock as the tall spears and the wind bones, and were sheer cliffs on both sides. It didn't take long for Shani to wish something would happen, even if it was an attack or trap. The absolute silence, punctuated by the occasional whistling wind, already drove her crazy. Just when she'd resolved to turn back if nothing changed in the next mile, the canyon opened up before her eyes. She hurried forward to the spot where the cliffs widened and fell away, finding herself standing atop a bluff overlooking a vast prairie. Unlike the Thunder Plains, there were no tall spears formations to break up the unending expanse. In the distance below, thousands and thousands of horses, far greater than the largest herd she'd ever seen, grazed on blue-gray grasses the same color as Shani's skin. "How is this possible?" she muttered. There could be no way the physical interior of the totem was large enough to hold the plains she looked out at. The rolling, horse-covered hills stretched as far as her eyes could see, highlighted by brief flashes of lightning unaccompanied by thunder. The sky spoke of a powerful storm brewing, but the horses grazed on, unconcerned. If Inferi had wandered out into these plains, it could take Shani weeks to find her unless they stumbled upon one another by chance. On second thought, Shani doubted the hyena was out in the middle of the herds. Calm as the horses were, she doubted they would put up with a mana beast wandering through their midst. Was that enough reason to turn away and walk back in the other direction? Shani clenched her teeth, frustrated. She was forged for action, like an arrow meant to be aimed and loosed. The strange workings inside the totem formed a world she could not comprehend. Her thoughts fell away as she focused on nothing but the howls of the wind as it gusted across the plains and rustled through the grass. Several moments passed before she realized the rustling was growing louder and louder, no longer peaceful, but like the sound of a war rattle shaken in a ceremony before battle. Shani jumped to her feet, reaching for her spear. She'd never bothered to string the bow while they were in the close quarters of the tunnels, where it was unlikely they'd encounter enemies at a distance. Below her, the head of every horse shot up in alarm. They started to run, then soon galloped away by the thousands. The rattling grew so loud, Shani's teeth felt like they were going to shatter. Her vision jumped from the motion. A tornado appeared, spinning in a blur of gray storm mana and crackling electricity. Before Shani could run, Inferi shot out the side, thrown from the whirlwind. As Shani watched her mana beast free-falling, a large, winged figure plummeted out of nowhere and scooped the hyena out of the air in its claws. Then it dove for her. Chapter 29. Kellen and Vex tumbled and rolled down the Thunder Beast's throat. The slope was steep, and the bouncy, slippery clouds that made up the Thunder Beast's insides were like wet snow on a tubing hill. Their sliding fall continued for a few long minutes before they came to rest with a final bounce. Kellen sat up, groaning, his vision swaying. Beside him, Vex stumbled around like he'd had an overdose of catnip. When Kellen's dizziness faded, he looked around at what he guessed was the stomach of the Thunder Beast. It was a cavern made of clouds, with flashes of lightning and broken chunks of mana crystals providing light. The area was about the size and shape of a quarter-mile running track and filled with odd assortments of objects, including a pile of what looked like snow, several bright blue trees flickering like dying light bulbs, and other random features. A shower of purple rain poured down in a small circle, while several silver whirlwinds spun lazily throughout the space with no apparent pattern. The whole thing was more like a terrarium than the inside of a stomach.
"This is unexpected," Vex said. "I really hope there's a way out of here. Do you think Thunder Beasts have bowel movements?"
If they do, I hope it doesn't come to that, Kellen said. Serious remorse about walking through the archway filled him. At least the infinite canyon had been somewhat safe, if boring. "Chirp!" he called out, cupping his hands to his mouth. "Chirp!" If the mana spirit heard him, she didn't show herself. "Birds," Vex muttered. "I knew I should have tried to eat her." "The way things are going in here, she probably would have turned into a giant dragon or something and eaten us," Kellen pointed out. "Let's take a look around." They walked around the edge of the beast's belly, careful to avoid the silver whirlwinds whenever they meandered by. The whole thing looked just like a giant landfill for mana flora. A stream of translucent white liquid poured down a waterfall from the far end of the stomach into a deep pool, the only hint at an exit to their predicament. "This is probably not a good time to mention that I can't swim," Vex said. "And I really, really don't like to get wet, so if you're thinking about going out that way, think again." Kellen grabbed a nearby chunk of mana crystal the size of a baseball and tossed it into the pool. It disappeared without so much as a ripple. He didn't take that as an encouraging sign. Next, he shaped a small orb of sun mana and threw it into the center of the liquid. The moment it hit the surface, a geyser erupted from the spot, spewing them with the milky liquid. It tasted like crafting glue mixed with watered-down milk. Kellen spat and wiped his eyes. When he saw Vex, he burst out laughing. The white liquid was quickly drying like glue all over Vex's body, leaving his fur spiked and standing on end like he'd been dropped in powdered sugar. "Not cool." Vex shot him a dirty, feline look. "I'm surprised that I have to be the voice of reason here, but after what happened with Kipu's mana stone, did you think before you lobbed the mana working into there?" "Sorry," Kellen said, trying to force back another chuckle. "You're right." "What was that?" Vex asked. He lifted a tufted ear, still dripping with white goop. "I couldn't hear you through this sludge." "I said, you're right," Kellen repeated. "Don't let it go to your head." Fortunately, when the white substance finished drying, it peeled right off, leaving them with a strange, tingling sensation from head to toe. After a brisk scrubbing, both Kellen and Vex were in almost the same shape they'd been before the ill-fated eruption. They continued exploring the circular cavern, finding more heaps of what Kellen called mana debris, various glowing crystals in different sizes, shapes, and colors, weird pulsating moss and fungi, and a patch of flowers that made a sound like the wind rustling through the trees and smelled of pine. After their misfortune by the pool, Vex didn't try to eat any of it, which was a pleasant surprise. "Well, there's no going back up the way we came in," Kellen said, hands on his hips as he looked at the spot where they'd been dumped out. There had been a trampoline-sized hole there, but it had apparently closed after depositing them in the belly of the Thunder Beast. "So now what?" Vex asked. "The way I see it, if there's no stomach acid to melt us, and this thing never goes to the bathroom, how are we going to get out?" Kellen shook his head. He had no idea either. "Chirp!" he yelled again. As expected, there was no response. He sat on the fluffy, cloudy ground and leaned back against a large rock. He needed to think. For the moment, at least, they were safe, which meant it was time to stop reacting and use his head. "This Thunder Beast isn't a mana beast, right?" he asked Vex. "I don't think so," Vex said. "Though I have no idea what my insides look like, to be honest. For all I know, I'm just bones and fur stuffed with mana dust." "If it's not a mana beast, is it a mana spirit, like Chirp?" Kellen wondered aloud. That seems the most likely, though based on what we saw from Chirp, she wasn't a solid form, so maybe that means this is another level within the totem? He fell silent, pondering his own questions, until Vex suddenly sprang up. "Wait, I've got an idea!" Before Kellen could stop him, the mana beast sprinted straight toward one of the cloud-covered walls of their dungeon. He smacked into it face first, body scrunching like an accordion behind him in an almost cartoonish way. Kellen winced as dull pain filled his head from their shared sensation. Like pushing a hand into a rubber glove, Vex's momentum stretched the rubbery cloud boundary for a few more feet before the whiplash flung him backward into the chamber. "Could you maybe ask me before you do something like that again?" Kellen asked, rubbing his forehead. "Noted," Vex said, wobbling as he got his feet underneath him. "I just thought, how stupid would we feel if we sat in here for a week and then realized we could just walk out?" Kellen blinked again, thankful the pain in his head was already receding. He supposed he couldn't fault Vex for trying. "How about we just sit here for a few minutes and think things through?" He took stock of what they had to work with, for starters. It wasn't much. Aside from his clothes and boots, he wore the linen armor vest taken from Kipu's tomb and his ice vicuña poncho. For weapons, he carried the iron earth badger knife given to him by Nokum and the obsidian dagger, also taken from Kipu's tomb. His mana stone was back in his tent at the Grey Dawn camp, and still only half refilled anyway. Though he doubted it would prove helpful, he also wore the armband given to him by the Splintered Stone traders. They'd also given him a belt, which carried several square pouches looped through it, though most were empty. And that was it. Most important, he had mana. And mana would serve far better in this place than anything else. He cleared his mind and sat in a more alert, yet still relaxed position. Vex laid down beside him, and Kellen closed his eyes, reaching first for his beast heart. By now, the practice had been so drilled into him through months of repetition from Nokum and then Kipu that the practice came almost naturally. Feeling his mana spread from the source in the right side of his chest, throughout his limbs and the various channels, he let out a long breath.
Mana is all around you at all times.
Kipu's words came back to Kellen as he took another breath and exhaled once more, sinking deeper into the meditation.
It is up to us to feel it, connect with it, no matter if it is storm, sun, shadow, fire, water, earth, or nature. With effort, we can become as one.
The words had always struck Kellen as strange. Kipu spoke like he expected Kellen to connect with all mana, regardless of type. Yet with each breath in and out, Kellen felt less like an island of sun mana surrounded by an all-encompassing aura of storm, and more as one with the Thunder Beast's mana. It wasn't unlike the moment during the Fire Bison stampede when he'd somehow drawn on the storm mana to power his shield before he lost consciousness. A calming sensation flooded him, and he stretched out, not to grasp at the powerful storm mana all around them, but to sink into it. For an instant, Kellen felt himself part of the Thunder Beast, part of the mana flowing through the Stormhorse totem. Alarmed, he jolted out of his trance, eyes snapping open.
"Did you feel that?"
he gasped.
"Whoa,"
was all Vex said in reply. Neither of them spoke for some time, just breathing and staring, wide-eyed, until the sensation wore off. It was like a rush of adrenaline without the crash, yet also calming and serene. Kellen felt rested like never before and fluid, like he could race an Olympic sprinter and win, or outlift the strongest man in the world.
"Vex,"
he said finally, as the feeling faded.
"When did Kipu ever tell us that stuff about becoming one with different types of mana?"
He waited while Vex contemplated the question.
"You know, I can't remember. I don't think he did, but the words popped into my head the same time they did yours. I could hear him saying them, but it doesn't seem like he ever told them to us, if that makes sense."
"Huh." Kellen stared at the clouds and mist swirling around them, trying to wrap his head around what had just happened. Now that he wasn't trying to find a way out, and paid better attention, the density of mana within the Thunder Beast overwhelmed him. He couldn't imagine how he'd ever missed it.
"I feel weird,"
Vex said. Kellen nodded absently.
"Me too. It's like something is staring me in the face, but I've got a blindfold on and can't see it. I just know it's there. Should we try it again?"
I'm not sure," Kellen said. The sensation felt empowering, but also ominous somehow, like holding your hand over the detonator button of a nuclear warhead. The sheer power that had flooded through them was too much for Kellen to control. He knew that. He worried if he gave in too much, it would consume him and they might never surface from it again. He now believed the Thunder Beast was a spirit of condensed storm mana. That was the only logical explanation for the sheer density of the surrounding aura. It scared Kellen, but making that connection again might be the only way for them to escape.
"Didn't Coyote Lady tell us the first thing we should try to do in the totem was grow stronger?"
Vex asked.
"I don't know anything more about advancing to Guardian than you do, but this seems like as good a place as any to try."
Would it work? Both Kipu and Nokum had told them they'd need to find a powerful source of sun mana to advance to Guardian. There wasn't a drop of sun mana inside the Thunder Beast, nothing except the storm mana. But now that he'd touched on that strange sensation of oneness, Kellen didn't know if the rules applied the same way, and there was one other thing going for them. At Ward Strength, Vex had two different forms, one that seemed influenced in some way by storm mana.
"I don't know if I have any affinity with storm mana,"
Vex said, reading Kellen's thoughts.
I haven't felt that way since I advanced to companion. Before that, I had no idea how I was doing it. I just popped between forms whenever I wanted.
Kellen didn't need to be a scholar of mana to know what they'd just done and were contemplating to attempt again was risky. And yet, what choice did they have? Coyote Lady was gone, Chirp was gone, and who knew how far away Shani, Kipu, and the others were? If they were going to get out of this predicament, it was up to Kellen and Vex to make it happen. He reached out and placed a hand on Vex's back, feeling the soft fur and watching the rippling turquoise light from his mana beast's markings play around his fingers. Taking a deep breath, Kellen closed his eyes. Let's try this again. Chapter 30.
Are you sure about this?
Vex asked, as Kellen settled into a seated position to attempt the meditation once more. I guess we'll find out, Kellen said, sounding more confident than he felt. Something would happen, he just hoped it wasn't like sticking a fork into an electric outlet.
I promise to do my best to take care of you in here if your brain turns to mush, Vex said. But I refuse to change your dirty underwear, so you're gonna have to deal with that on your own.
On that note, can you try to focus again? Kellen closed his eyes and took in a deep breath, feeling his mana flare like a lamp turned to a brighter setting, or the sun coming out from behind the clouds. He exhaled and felt the familiar warmth of mana spreading through him again. Slipping back into that semi-aware state was somewhat harder this time, maybe because he knew what to expect. After a series of long inhales and exhales, he felt the barriers between his sun mana and the surrounding storm mana recede. It caught him totally unaware, like a bolt of lightning out of a clear sky. Kellen gasped in pain and fell backward. Beside him, Vex flinched and his fur stood on end. Then the memory pulled them in. The weathered mummy and the young man standing in front of Kellen's vision bore a scant resemblance, yet somehow Kellen knew it was his friend hundreds of years before. Though he watched him from a short distance away, Kellen had the jarring sensation that he moved when Kipu moved and spoke when Kipu spoke. He could feel the emotions of the younger boy, a mixture of sadness, fear, and nervousness, as he said goodbye to a man and woman that Kellen instinctively knew were Kipu's parents.
Why do I have to leave?
Kipu asked them. Both the boy and the adults had the dull bronze-gold skin of earth badger folk. Chakra perched on Kipu's head of thick, tousled, dark hair. She was covered in dull bronze feathers rather than skeletal. Strangely, Kellen felt storm mana drifting around her. When he focused on Kipu, the boy's mana was the resolute, unyielding aura of earth mana that he'd learned to sense in Kipu during their training.
Because you are special,
the boy's father said. Kneeling, he placed his hands on Kipu's cheeks. Though he stood across from the exchange, Kellen lifted a hand to his face as the feeling of calloused fingers brushed his cheeks.
We are so proud of who you are and who you will become,
his mother said, tears glistening on her face as she hugged her son and kissed his forehead. Chakra let out a long caw and fluttered her wings.
Serve the Wild Mother well, Kipu.
Feeling someone behind him, Kellen turned away from the small family and saw several men and women standing on the side of a well-worn road. Each was clad in leggings, a hood, and half-robes of cream color in a style Kellen would have described as Egyptian. Both the ends of the robes and hood were trimmed in shining cloth of silver or gold. Kellen sensed at once that they were beast callers, though he could not see their mana beast or determine what strength they might be.
This is crazy.
For the first time, Kellen noticed Vex at his side. He flinched at Vex's loud observation, but none of the people seemed to hear or see them, and carried on as if they weren't there. Kellen held a finger to his lips, then turned back to see what happened next. The young Kipu hugged his mother and father once more, then hefted a large pack onto his back. Chakra let out an irritated squawk, then found a new place to perch atop the pack.
We'll miss you,
she said in a hoarse girl's voice. It is time to go, one of the robed people, a tall woman, said. Kipu nodded, wiping his tears from his eyes. He looked back again at his mother and father, who stood with their arms wrapped around one another, smiling through the tears. You will only be gone a few years, son, his father said. And when you return, you will be a mighty scion of the Wild Mother. Kipu nodded, though he looked much less certain than everyone else. He pressed 2 fingers to his lips, then raised them back toward his parents, before following the robed people. Together, the group started down a winding mountain path. Kellen and Vex were pulled along, floating effortlessly over the cobblestone road behind Kipu. Looking around, Kellen saw a brief glimpse of mountaintops that might have been peaks of the Wakar. Before he could study them further, his vision went dark. Like changing the channel, his consciousness flickered to another memory. He and Vex found themselves standing in an unknown forest clearing, surrounded by trees with foliage at the brilliant height of gold and blood-red autumn colors. Kipu stood there, wearing robes similar to the people from the previous memory, except his were all gray. A mana beast he guessed was Chakra stood beside him, except now she was a gold and white eagle with feathers of leaves, and she came all the way up to his waist. This Kipu looked a few years older, closer to Kellen's age. His face was clean-shaven, and his hair was pulled back into a bun behind his head. Kellen recognized the prominent cheekbones he still bore as a mummy, though Kipu here had broad shoulders and muscle that had withered away on the mummy.
"You have come far in your training as scions, Kipu and Chakra,"
a wizened old man with a ponytail of white hair stretching down the middle of his back said. His skin was the dark purple of a people Kellen had never encountered in Oras. A pair of curved black horns, possibly his chieftain's mark, Kellen guessed, twisted up from his white hair from the back of his head. At his side sat a black and gray-spotted jaguar with a purple flame flickering at the end of its ever-twitching tail. Kipu and Chakra both bowed at the waist, lowering their eyes to the ground.
"We are honored to be among the Wild Mother's chosen, great Sanyo," Kipu said.
"It is time now to put your long years of study and training to the test as you search for your path to chieftain,"
the old man, Kellen didn't know if Sanyu was a name or title, said. "We are ready," Chakra said, her voice now elegant and measured and no longer croaking and girlish.
"It is to my own nation I send you,"
the old man said.
"Deep into the jungles of the Shadow Owl Alliance. Their armies are preparing to march to war against the Otter, alongside the Sunhawk Kingdom. You will go there to watch and hear what you can, but also to learn the ways of Shadow Mana. Tsunami leads a band of snake people in hiding there. They will find you when the time is right."
Kellen's heart jumped. The snake cult. Kellen knew little of Oras's history, except that during Kipu's lifetime, the kingdom of the Sunhawk and the Shadow Owl Alliance had conquered many other nations. That seemed to be what was happening, or about to happen, during this memory. In his rambling history recounts, Kipu had never mentioned the snake cult or acted as if he'd ever heard of them before being reawakened in the current time. "It will be our honor," Kipu said. The memory began to fade. No, wait," Kellen said, as if he could command the scene to continue. "Stop! Don't—" He cursed as their awareness came to yet a third setting. This one was familiar. A much older, time-worn Kipu knelt in the middle of the tomb Kellen and Shani had found him in. Chakra stood on the ground in front of him, back in what Kellen guessed was her ward form, a bronze-feathered crow. Several people stood over Kipu, all clothed in the familiar cream-colored robes. Kipu was in the poncho and woolen cap Kellen recognized from when they'd found him as a mummy. "Are we sure it has come to this?" one of the old men in robes asked. A woman of similar age nodded. Once more, none of them had mana beasts with them.
"They will hunt us until the last of our knowledge is extinguished. This is the only way. Kipu, are you ready?"
"As ready as anyone can be," Kipu said. His older, cracked voice sounded much more similar to Kellen than the younger versions, a clue of the husk he would become.
"Then let us begin."
Each of the 5 robed figures raised their hands, a milky white light streaming from their fingers in waving lines, snaking out and wrapping around Kipu. The color of the working reminded Kellen of Chakra's attack when she'd been in Ubira's control. In the dream, Kellen couldn't sense the mana, but he wagered it was this plague mana Frog Priest's attack exuded. The moment the workings touched Kipu, he stiffened, back arching in his seated position. A faint groan escaped him. On the ground beside her beast collar, Chakra let out an alarmed caw, then collapsed. The white lines continued to wrap around the seated man until they swathed him from head to toe, similar to the wrappings worn by the snake cult. Once Kipu was completely covered in the waving mana workings, the 5 robed figures lowered their hands. The woman walked forward and knelt down in front of Kipu, briefly caressing Chakra's limp form. Straightening, she held out a hand, muttering an incomprehensible chant under her breath. She raised a hand, placing her open palm on Kipu's swathed forehead. Around her, the others began to chant in a similar cadence that Kellen didn't understand. The chanting grew louder and louder until the woman slowly pulled her hand back. From beneath the wrapping-like mana working, a pink, oval-shaped orb hovered in front of Kipu's head. It floated after the woman's hand until she turned her hand palm up, and it dropped into her grasp with a glimmer of silver and gold. Kellen knew exactly what the object was. The mana stone he and Vex had accidentally destroyed, resulting in Kipu's awakening.
Did it work?
One of the old men asked. The woman nodded and struggled to her feet, showing her advanced age.
I believe so. None of us will live to know for certain, however.
She handed the stone to the old man who'd first spoken at the beginning of the memory.
Store this in a place of safety. It must remain close to his body, or the mana will fade and the knowledge will be lost, along with our best hope.
The man disappeared from sight, though Kellen knew exactly where he'd gone to place the stone. When he returned, the old woman nodded.
We have done all we can. It is time to seal the chamber before we are discovered.
Kellen felt the world spinning beneath him and a strange pulling sensation at his belly button. His vision dimmed. When he opened his eyes, he was sitting in the belly of the Thunder Beast once more. He turned to meet Vex's surprised stare.
That was unexpected,
Vex said. Kellen raised his hands. Both were shaking out of control. For months they'd been under the impression whatever memories had been stolen in the stone were lost. Now, Kellen wondered how many of them were hidden within him. It was an unsettling notion. Instead of answers, he had hundreds more questions. His mind felt like a book written in a language he didn't know how to read. He took several slow breaths, trying to calm his racing heart. While his physical one pounded, his beast heart felt unnaturally still and calm given what they'd just gone through. Unbidden, bits and pieces of Kipu's teachings began to fall into place in his mind. Not memories, but instructions, the missing pieces to the riddles and vague notions he'd shared regarding the intricacies of being a beast caller. It came in an overwhelming rush, followed by a long stupor in which Kellen and Vex could only stare across the stomach of the Thunder Beast, focused on nothing.
That was a trip,
Vex said in a stunned voice. A few things made sense now, but it was as if they'd only brushed against the first branch jutting out from a deep, fathomless forest. Kellen felt emptied, physically and emotionally. Within his beast heart, his mana seemed lifeless, like a can of pop left open for days.
I think,
Kellen began. He had to stop and focus, his thoughts still a turbulent mess of two different people. His head felt as if someone had shaken a snow globe of his thoughts, and they fluttered all around inside his skull.
I think I know how we can get out of here. But first, we've got to be stronger.
Chapter 31. With precious moments to spare, Shani reached behind her back for her bow and an arrow.
Watch out!
Inferi shouted. Fingers grasping for one of the arrows tipped with yellow mana crystals, Shani had just enough time to knock the arrow before a fisted, scaly talon struck her. Bow, arrow, and Shani all went flying in different directions. Shani scrambled to find her bow, abandoned the arrow, and sprinted back toward the cover of the canyon. It wasn't great protection, but far better than anything out in the open grassland. As she ran, she looked over her shoulder up at the sky behind her. There was no sign of the flying thing that had attacked her. She could only assume it still held Inferi in its clutches. Her chest ached from its talon blow, but nothing felt broken, even though every breath came out like another punch to the sternum. Reaching the cover of the canyon, Shani spun and drew another arrow to her bow. Sucking in ragged breaths, she scanned the sky above her and saw nothing. It appeared the thing had disappeared as fast as it had shown up, Inferi still in its clutches. Whether it was instinct from a lifetime as a plains warrior or a newfound sense as a beast caller, Shani dropped to the ground a heartbeat later. A whoosh of air passed over her, kicking up the fine red sand and blowing her braid. When she peered up from her prone position on the ground, she got a look at her attacker for the first time. It had the wings of an eagle, with a long, spiked, scaled tail like a lizard and two taloned feet. When it wheeled around, she found herself looking at a long, scaled, bony head and a protruding beak like a heron's. The creature's wingspan was so wide it could have only just fit inside the canyon mouth on its descent. Inferi squirmed in its talons, a dark mist of shadow mana swirling around her. Given the amount of time she had before the monster would be upon her, Shani gave up on the idea of connecting with Inferi's shadow magic and readied another arrow. The creature dove again. Shani waited 2 breaths, then forced herself to exhale a 3rd time before she raised the bow and pulled the arrow back to her chin. She had just enough time to sight the arrow and let it fly before diving to the right. A terrible, screeching roar told her the arrow had either hit home or the creature was frustrated by her knack for escaping its grasp. Shani scrambled to her feet in time to see Inferi free-falling as the scaled predator pulled out of its circle and rose into the air. The hyena crashed to the ground in an explosion of sand. Shani grunted from the shared pain. She rushed to Inferi's side. The mana beast struggled to her feet and, together, they sprinted for the cover of the canyon. The cliff walls closed in the farther away she got from the mouth of the canyon overlooking the plains. Shani thought the gap was too narrow for the creature to descend after them, a notion confirmed by the giant shadow floating over the sand ahead. Even if it wasn't attacking, it hadn't given up the hunt. Whatever this thing was, it was smart enough to change its plan of attack.
"You're not dead,"
Inferi said, halting a few steps away from Shani.
"Lucky for you,"
Shani replied.
"Did you think you had grown wings?"
Inferi's face twisted in a fanged grimace.
"There was a bridge. As soon as I set foot on it, the whole thing disappeared beneath me. And then you learned to fly. Clever, aren't you?" Inferi growled. "I had the luck of falling into that tornado of storm mana." "Any idea what that thing is?"
Shani asked, tipping her head upward. She didn't think it was a mana beast. At least her crude mana sense didn't paint a picture like any other mana beast she'd ever felt before. A mana aura surrounded it, however, though it was thinner than it should have been and had no beast heart she could detect. The edges of its body flickered like a mist burning away in the morning sun. Mana beasts were rich with mana, as beings entirely made from it. This felt like a snake's shedded skin left behind. A mana spirit, perhaps. When they heard the news about beast callers climbing the totem, someone had mentioned encounters with these phantasms. Beyond that, Shani knew nothing about their enemy.
"Whatever it is, either it's going to kill us or we'll have to kill it," Inferi said.
Shani might not know exactly what they faced, but she'd fought enough wild things both before and after becoming a beast caller that she wouldn't make easy prey. The spirit let out another screeching hiss and circled back toward them. For a moment, she thought it would attempt to dive into the canyon and readied her bow in anticipation. At the last second, however, the spirit veered out of its dive, screaming in anger. The pressure of the spirit's mana led her to believe it was at least as strong as a guardian mana beast. It appeared they would have the chance to test their new blended powers sooner rather than later, if they could trick the spirit into range of their attacks.
"Nothing to do but head back the way we came," Shani said. "Unless you want to try our chances against that thing out in the open."
Surprisingly, Inferi shook her head.
"We need to find better fighting ground."
And so they made their way back up the canyon. The light in the canyon never changed, but Shani guessed perhaps an hour had passed with the spirit showing no signs of giving up the chase. It dove at them 4 more times, but pulled up each time it neared the narrow canyon walls. As she walked, Shani kept an arrow in the hand that gripped her bow, just in case. She studied the walls of the canyon, doing her best to judge the distance between the cliffs. If they walked into a wider spot without knowing it, she counted on the flying spirit to attack. Even without the need for food or water, Shani soon grew tired of the hunt. The constant worry, as well as staying on the lookout for any other unexpected dangers on the canyon floor itself, left her exhausted. She felt like a mouse running from a hawk and hated every moment of it. The canyon walls were too high to loose an arrow or a mana working even when the spirit dove, so there was nothing left to do but play the long waiting game. Shani hated waiting. For the first time since they'd entered the totem, physical weariness pulled at her. Each step soon felt like Kipu's earth mana was pulling her down through the soft, red sand. Shani blinked, and Inferi stumbled next to her, plowing nose first into the ground. Shani had enough awareness to scan their surroundings. The canyon was narrow here, no wider than 3 handspans across. Out of the corner of her eye, she thought she saw something stirring in the shadow of the rock walls. When she looked again, she saw a shallow depression in the rock, not quite deep enough to call a cave.
Maybe should stop. Rest, she mumbled to Inferi.
Good idea, for once, Inferi replied. They staggered toward the sheltered spot. In the back of her mind, Shani realized something was wrong, yet she was so tired she could do nothing to fight it. A total calm spread through her as she sat down and leaned against the smooth sandstone. She hadn't been at peace like this. She couldn't recall it, at least. Just before her eyes closed, a distant part of Shani's mind wondered if she'd ever wake again. Shani opened her eyes and sat up in alarm. At some point, she'd fallen over. She blinked again. Instead of the sand and the canyon, she sat in a field of waving grass, deep orange in color. The sky above was a brilliant purple, spotted with tendrils of silver clouds. Inferi was nowhere to be seen.
Something is playing tricks, she growled.
She'd never experienced a vision like this, but had heard Nokum talk enough about them growing up to know what was going on.
That's wise of you,
a coarse male voice said in her ear. Startled, Shani spun around. There was nothing there. Laughter floated on the wind.
Show yourself, she snarled. I am in no mood for games.
Oh, but I am. She turned again and was greeted by a ravenous wolf, its fur the same red-brown color as the waving grass. Its mouth was filled with fangs and a much too long snout, resembling a painting Shani had once seen of a crocodile. The rest of its body was gaunt and bony, hips and ribs sticking out. Its tail swished back and forth constantly. Sunken yellow eyes watched her, and she felt a hunger burning in their depths.
What are you?
Shani asked. Her heart hammered in her chest. Clearly they had fallen into some trap and been lured to sleep.
I can't harm you, the wolf said in that same rough voice. I'm a mana spirit, but different than the one that hunts you. I've existed for centuries, but it was only when you humans came that I found true life.
What is it you want, then? Shani asked. The wolf's answer did nothing to relax her or lower her guard. Given their surroundings, it had to have been speaking with her in a dream, especially given Inferi wasn't there.
That was the question I was going to ask you.
The wolf prowled closer and half sat, half collapsed in front of her, just out of arm's reach. The ribs on its side were visible through its dull, taut hide. Shani let out a dry laugh.
There is nothing I want that you could give me. Oh, don't be so sure, cousin, the wolf said. In fact, I believe there is a great deal we could do for each other.
Shani said nothing. She didn't trust this wolf based on appearance alone. He was also sly and made no effort to hide it.
What do you want from me? She finally asked. Only to be free of these cursed plains, the wolf said. I have wandered the unending grasses for a long, long time, and watched many of my fellow mana spirits grow until they could leave at their will to greater parts of the totem. I only want the same chance. Is that not what you wish? For the opportunity to prove yourself? I say we listen to him.
Shani wasn't surprised when Inferi appeared next to her. The hyena's umber eyes stared hungrily at the starved wolf, who grinned back, tongue lolling from his too long, tooth-filled mouth.
Ah, good, you are here, the wolf said. For this arrangement to work, it will require both of you.
Speak plainly, Shani said, tired of the wolf's clever words.
How can we help you escape this place, and why should we? What will we receive in return? The wolf nodded. Direct. I like that. I can sense your desires. I know you are trapped. What I offer is power. I can help you reach Guardian and beyond. Yes, Inferi growled. Shani, we should accept this deal he offers.
But Shani wasn't so certain.
And the cost for us is nothing, you say. Why should I believe that? Your words are a trap.
The wolf stared at her with its yellow eyes.
I cannot leave this place without a human attuned to storm mana to take me.
That is all I ask."
"No," Shani said. She stood and looked around, focusing on ending the vision or dream or whatever it was. "I do not believe you. A beast caller cannot advance so simply. You lie." The wolf stood as well. Somehow he'd grown large enough to stand eye to eye with Shani. He flashed her a smile of jagged fangs.
"Can't they? There are many paths to power and many secrets to strength. You're among the first to ever walk within one of the sacred totems of the Wild Mother's children. You humans have no idea what is possible here."
Shani fell silent. She felt Teferi staring at her, felt her mana beast's desire burning inside her as well. "You agree to this?" Teferi nodded.
"Let me prove myself to you, Shani. They will not call us freaks. This is a chance we may never have again or find anywhere else." "Have you not suffered enough?" the wolf asked. "Have you not paid a great price already?"
Shani's resolve hardened. Wasn't this what she'd hoped to find inside the totem? Why had they come if not for the chance to make themselves greater?
"Do we have a deal?" the wolf asked, mouth and eyes widening.
Saliva dripped from its enormous maw. Shani squeezed her hands into fists, prepared for whatever would follow. "Yes." Chapter 32.
"I don't want to burst your bubble," Vex said. "But even if we can reach Guardian strength, how is that going to help us get out of this place?"
Kellen's head still spun with the random bits of knowledge their last meditation had unlocked from the mana of Kipu's memory stone. He wished they would have known that the mana from the stone hadn't been completely destroyed before they'd entered the totem. There had to be a way to restore the memories back to Kipu. Unfortunately, Kellen had no idea how. In addition to the memory visions, he'd received a rather scattered collection of information, bits and pieces of Kipu's long years of practice and mastery as a beast caller when he'd been alive. Between that and what Kellen knew about advancing to Guardian, he thought they had a chance. Hopefully. It was like knowing all there was to know about driving, yet only putting it into practice in a bumper car rink. Aside from what Kipu had told them regarding advancement to Guardian strength, Kellen had gleaned a few additional nuances from the embedded memories. The adage about knowing just enough to be dangerous came to Kellen's mind. "Vex," Kellen said, as a thought came to him. "What do you want?" The mana beast sat up and looked at Kellen.
"Well, I wouldn't say no to some pizza right now. I'm still waiting for you to teach someone here how to make it."
Kellen laughed. "Not that. I mean, what do you want from life, existence? I just realized I've never asked you that before. You just kind of go with the flow." Vex stared up at the ceiling in contemplation.
"I mean, a mane would be pretty freaking awesome. I want to get stronger, you know?"
"But we already both want that. Why do you want to get stronger? What's the point of it for you?"
"If I'm not getting stronger, what am I supposed to be doing?"
Vex asked. "You could do anything you want," Kellen said. "That's not a reason to get stronger just because that's what other beast callers and mana beasts do. Or if we do continue down this road, we don't have to get stronger just so we can fight. Nokum told us once there are lots of different paths for beast callers. We can help people without being warriors."
"Is that what you want, Kellen? To help people?"
Kellen didn't answer for a long time. Was that what he wanted? When his sole focus as a beast caller had been to become stronger to save Allison, that was one thing. Now, like he'd just told Vex, they could be or do anything they wanted to. He'd always felt a personal satisfaction helping others. It was the one thing that didn't make him feel mediocre. As a boy, whenever he'd imagined being a superhero or other childhood fantasies, it was always for other people. His daydreams never involved becoming famous or rich just for the sake of it. "I want to be strong enough to help people who need it," he answered finally. "I think you know, back on Earth I never thought I'd be special or really do anything other than live a regular life. For better or worse, being transported to Oras and becoming a beast caller was... I don't even know what the odds are. They're pretty out there. I just don't want to waste this chance. For the first time in my life, there's a path forward to being the kind of person I always imagined." He sighed. That sounds really stupid when I say it out loud.
"I don't think it's stupid at all."
Vex padded over to him and rubbed his head encouragingly against Kellen's hand.
"That's what I want too. You remember those kids back at the Earth Badger camp that Ubira attacked? Making them happy after all those bad things happened to them was the best thing. It was one of the first times I really felt a strong emotion that I could tell wasn't just coming from you.
Is that enough, though? Kellen wondered, looking around the chamber. It seems ridiculous that we can just tap our toes and say, we want to help people, and turn into guardians. Vex looked up at him, face stretched in a feline grin.
It's a start.
Together, they settled back down on the ground in a seated position next to each other. Half of Kellen was terrified of entering the meditation again. If another flood of memories hit them, he wasn't sure his sanity would hold up. The feeling of a second person in his head hadn't yet faded away from the last time. He took a deep breath and sighed. They could do this. They had to do this. He needed to know more. Okay, Kellen breathed. Focus, focus, focus. He repeated the word several more times until Vex cracked open an eye and gave him an annoyed glance.
You repeating focus over and over is making me more unfocused every time.
Okay, sorry. Kellen took another deep breath and exhaled, feeling his shoulders, neck, and back relax this time. The swirling storm mana around them felt like a distant rain on the horizon. Kellen released his conscious thought, feeling himself letting go of his senses. In the blink of an eye, the mana coursed all around them, not an erratic squall, but the steady, solid fall of a heavy winter snow. Advancing to Guardian required a source of mana more powerful than the Beast Caller and Mana Beast attempting the advancement. Kipu, and by extension Kellen to some degree now, understood there were a variety of ways to accomplish the feat. One was to defeat a wild Mana Beast stronger than the duo. They'd experienced something similar to this when they'd defeated the bear on the plains. Being a brand new Beast Caller, Kellen's Beast Heart merely absorbed as much of the excess mana as it could, and the rest was wasted. His ward strength abilities couldn't retain or process the overload of energy. He realized now it was the reason he'd become so sick following the fight. Other ways involved mana-enriched artifacts that naturally contained more mana than the Beast Caller did. A chieftain or elder, for example, couldn't flood a mana stone with mana to artificially create a method of advancement. The Memory Stone had been one such item. Unfortunately, as with the fight with the bear, they'd been incapable of processing the outpouring of mana as wards in order to use it for advancement to Guardian, or at least the majority of it. Based on Kipu's knowledge, Kellen guessed Vex had likely used some of the stone's mana to speed up his growth to companion strength just hours later when they'd fought Ubira and the cultists. The third way that Kellen, or rather Kipu, knew to attain Guardian was to enter an area rich in mana. Knowing that, it made sense why the Stormhorse tribes had only allowed their strongest and most promising beast callers into the totem. They'd likely wanted to see how many could advance using the powerful mana of the Stormhorse totem. In Kipu's time, there had been certain areas with strong mana, like extra powerful versions of the tall spears, only much rarer. Fortunately, the belly of the Thunder Beast offered a wealth of condensed mana, far surpassing the amount needed to stand in place of an imbued artifact. And they also carried the residual mana of the Memory Stone, which Kellen now surmised had been at least an Elder Strength artifact. Somehow, the properties of the Memory Stone had preserved most of the mana they'd absorbed when it was destroyed. They'd unknowingly carried it ever since. That solved one problem, then brought up another. Kellen felt his mind working in overdrive, as if his brain were hooked up to a supercomputer capable of solving every problem he could think of. The only limit was how fast he could think. When it came to advancing through the lower beast caller strengths, Kipu had once been a master, one who'd not only done it himself, but also instructed countless others through these strengths as well. The problem was the condensed mana surrounding them was storm mana, and while it would serve the purpose, it wasn't the optimal way for them to advance. They needed sun mana to squeeze the most juice out of the increase in strength, or at least Kellen did. That was something Nokum had told them as well, and also the reason Shani's ability to reach Guardian with Inferi's shadow mana was so hampered and unlikely. Based on the new information flooding his mind, Kellen guessed much knowledge had been lost in the ages since Kipu had drawn breath as a living man. In the past, Kellen now knew that some beast callers and mana beasts somehow had the ability to use different kinds of mana. These masters had taught others with potential how to bend the various forms of mana to their will. To take that route would require years of practice and study, time that Kellen and Vex didn't have. Yet there was one anomaly Kipu's subconscious presence recognized in Vex.
I can channel it,
Vex said through their shared connection. Kellen knew instinctively his mana beast was right, even if he didn't know how or why this was possible. Allowing the ghost of Kipu's presence to guide him, Kellen turned his mana sense toward Vex, looking with greater detail and care than he'd ever thought possible. Inside the blazing sun of Vex's sun mana, he found traces of storm mana, hardly more than the faintest wisps. This, Kipu's presence surmised, was how Vex had changed form as a ward into a storm mana-influenced form that occasionally used storm mana as well, the volleyball-shaped bat. Somehow, as a ward, Vex had the ability to draw on the mana around him regardless of its type. While it was a skill that would take Kellen years to learn, Vex did it as naturally as breathing, even if he didn't realize it. Peering with an even keener attention for detail, Kipu's presence led Kellen to another discovery. There were even fainter traces of other mana as well. Earth, and a speck of something Kipu recognized as plague mana, though Kellen still struggled to understand what this was. There had once been far more storm mana, but Vex had inadvertently burned through that in his advancement to companion form. Had Kipu retained his knowledge and mastery, he could have guided Kellen and Vex during the transition from ward and made more use of it. As it was, the opportunity was wasted, but this next one would not be. As Vex had discovered through shared observations of this third string of memory in their minds, he could channel the storm mana into him, drawing on it to sustain and aid the advancement while he fed Kellen every last drop of his sun mana like an arcane IV drip. The method was not one Kipu had ever explored before, but his presence indicated confidence it would work. Probably. Kellen's concern threatened to break their connection with the surrounding storm mana as well as Kipu's subconscious. If it didn't work, they risked not only disseminating Vex back to his weaker ward form, but potentially causing permanent damage to Kellen's beast heart as well. The connection to both the storm mana and Kipu's presence, which could only be accessed with an extreme amount of mana to empower it, wavered with Kellen's hesitation. Kipu's memories and subconscious presence had only come to awareness because of the mana-rich environment of the Thunder Beast. Kellen worried if he severed his tie to his guide, the whole advancement would backfire.
We can do this, Vex assured him. Trust me.
Redoubling his focus, Kellen felt the connection strengthen once more. It was now or never. He worried if they didn't throw all of their willpower into the advancement now, they might never get out of the Thunder Beast.
Our purpose is united,
Vex said. Kellen focused on their shared intent as storm mana gathered around Vex. A beam of sun mana grew, then shot from Vex and pierced Kellen's beast heart, forming a bridge between them. He felt a rush of warmth and life as the sun mana flooded his beast heart, expanding through his mana channels to every part of his body. Blinding yellow light swirled with the gray storm clouds into a whirlwind of sunshine, lightning, rain, and thunder. Kellen shook from head to toe as the mana surged within him. Determined to press forward, he opened his beast heart to the flood. It consumed them. Chapter 33. Kellen awoke to something pecking at his fingers. He twitched, then jerked his hand away, yelling in surprise. Chirp flew back from him in a whoosh of glittering mana dust.
Oh, thank the Stormhorse you're alive!
Blinking, Kellen looked around, trying to get his bearings. They were in the giant fields of clouds again. Where the Thunder Beast was, he couldn't say. A pile of gray clouds covered his lower half like dry snow, or perhaps a mound of fluffy wool. Beside him was another mound where he sensed Vex sat, still out of it and completely buried. Something felt strange about Vex's aura, though. It felt like Vex, and it didn't. All at once, the mound of clouds covering Vex shuddered, and Kellen's mana beast burst free, sending bits of cloud in every direction.
Ah! What happened? Where am I? Who took the cinnamon rolls?
When he saw Kellen, his eyes widened.
Did it work? It worked! We did it!
Kellen shook his head. Vex looked the same as he had before. Sorry, pal, I don't think so. He felt just the same as he had as a companion-strength beast caller, but surely something must have changed. Without the mana-dense environment of the Thunder Beast's belly, it was harder to draw on Kipu's memories and knowledge. Kellen worried it would fade completely. He racked his mind, trying to figure out what they'd missed or done wrong. While Kellen's beast heart felt larger or deeper in its spot across from his physical heart, Kellen didn't think it was a monumental enough change to mark advancement to Guardian. Instinctively, he knew his shields and orbs would be stronger and he had more mana to draw on, but that was it. He didn't understand. He'd been so sure. It made no sense that they'd generated enough mana for the Thunder Beast to regurgitate them, yet they hadn't advanced.
Well, I think you look fabulous, Chirp said. It appears to me that leaving you when that Thunder Beast attacked was the best possible thing for the two of you.
Vex's eyes narrowed, realizing the mana spirit was there for the first time.
We were literally swallowed by that monster, thanks to you. And barfed up like a hairball. At least I hope that's the end we came out of.
The point is, you're better than ever now,
Chirp said. Kellen didn't miss her abrupt change of subject.
Which is more than those other humans can say. And I did come back to find you.
Wait, what other humans? Kellen asked. Where?
Oh, they're all over the place,
Chirp said, gesturing into the distance with a wing.
They're really upsetting the mana beasts and mana spirits inside the totem. All this ruckus, I shouldn't wonder that the place will never be the same again after you've tramped all over it with your stench. No offense.
Kellen decided to try a different tactic. Are they close?
That sounds quite a bit like giving you help, Chirp said. And I like you too, but that is something I absolutely cannot do.
I think you owe us one for the Thunder Beast, Vex said. Can you at least tell us how to get out of this place? It's not really helping if the place we go to next is more dangerous, right?
Kellen caught on to what Vex was doing. In fact, it's almost like the opposite of helping us if you place us in more danger or get us more lost inside the totem than we already are. Chirp floated in the air without flapping her wings, apparently deep in thought over what they'd said.
You know, there's actually some logic to that in a very human kind of way. Okay, follow me.
Hold on, Kellen said. He'd noticed a number of things out of the Thunder Beast's belly that had been expelled along with them, half buried in the piles of gray, snow-like clouds. It didn't take years of experience as a beast caller to guess that these were valuable materials. Digging through the fluff, he collected several items, including a handful of smaller mana crystals, which he stored in the pouches at his belt. Just when he thought he'd gathered it all, a flash of light caught his eye. Kellen reached down and pulled a translucent, oval-shaped stone out of the cloud bank. It was the size of a large cell phone and flickered with a miniature thunderstorm inside.
What's that?
Vex asked, bringing his nose close to the stone. No idea. Kellen stared at the flashes of lightning inside. The stone buzzed with mana, yet when he tried to store some of his mana within it, the stone wouldn't take it. Shrugging, he added it to an empty pouch. There would be time to check it out later.
Man, I can't believe that didn't work.
Vex sat on his haunches with a heavy sigh. Me too, buddy, Kellen said. But if nothing else, it got us out of there, and my mana pool is definitely bigger now. Before we do anything else, I want to try a couple things out. Over the past few months, he'd filed away a few ideas to test for when they reached Guardian strength, little experiments that he'd lacked the mana reserves to attempt at scale. They'd been just theories, until they'd melded with the flood of Kipu's knowledge and mastery of mana, filling in the blanks Kellen hadn't quite figured out on his own yet. Focusing his attention on the new depths of his beast heart, Kellen shaped an oval shield of sun mana above Vex. Once the working was wide and long enough to cover Vex from head to the tip of his tufted tail, Kellen lowered it down over his mana beast. Vex glowed like he'd been dipped in molten gold. I call it gilded armor, Kellen said, a bit embarrassed by the name. It acts like a shield, but should also make your physical attacks hit harder as well. I don't think I can keep it up effectively for more than 30 seconds or so without draining too much of my mana, though.
This is awesome,
Vex said, running in circles and watching the golden light trail behind him.
I don't think you need to maintain it. As soon as you settled to working over me, I could take control of feeding it mana to keep it going, at least for a little longer.
Kellen's mind spun with the possibilities, enhanced by the trickle of Kipu's learning that he still held on to. He knew from Nokum and Kipu's teaching that truly advanced workings only came after a beast caller began to study a specific path of mana. There was still quite a bit he could do with the basic shaping knowledge he had, however. Next, Kellen formed another golden shield, then stretched his hands out, pulling on the sun mana until the shield took the shape of a wire ball or some kind of spherical prison with vertical bars.
What does that do?
Vex asked. It should act like a temporary cage or trap, Kellen said. Obviously, it would be much larger to hold a person or a mana beast,
and I don't think it would work for anything too large. The amount of mana it would take to hold it together even with our increased reserves wouldn't be worth it. Plus, spread that thin, it would be pretty easy for another beast color to break the working. Vex gave another admiring whistle. That's pretty slick. I wish we'd been able to practice them before now. Kellen smiled. It felt good to pair his creativity and imagination with his beast collar abilities. Now that he had the expanded mana reserves to try them out, he had a whole list of ideas to attempt. After we fought the cultists with the mana wrappings, I wanted to craft some kind of working that would allow us to still fight them with our mana, Kellen explained. The armor and the cage were at the top of my list, though without testing it, I don't know how the cage will hold up when it makes contact with a part of their body covered in the wrappings. Okay, my turn, Vex said, literally bouncing with excitement. Check this out! He lowered himself into a predator's crouch and then sprang into the air. As he hit the peak of his jump, the turquoise markings on his body glowed. All at once, a shower of golden, dagger-like projectiles formed around Vex and sped to the ground like a volley of arrows, burying themselves in the cloudy ground just ahead of them. Vex floated down and bared his fangs to Kellen in a feline grin. We might not have made Guardian, but we've got a few more tricks. A long, deep, growling thunder sounded in the distance, drawing Kellen and Vex from their experimenting. Chirp swooped between them, watching the horizon nervously. I hate to burst your bubbles, but unless you want to get eaten again, we should really be going. They followed the mana spirit across the vast cloud field, gray mists swirling and obscuring their feet. As they walked, Kellen's steps bounced like they were crossing an enormous trampoline, constantly quivering and reacting to any motion. The constant minor balancing act and adjustments to stay upright required most of his attention. He had the notion that if he were still a word-strength beast caller, he'd be crawling across the clouds and probably throwing up from motion sickness to boot. Now and then, a particularly brilliant flash of neon purple lightning illuminated the sky, followed by several smaller lightning bolts of white or light blue. The thunder they heard came from different directions, seemingly miles away. Now that he had a vague idea of what their presence felt like, Kellen got the uneasy sense that there were dozens of the thunder beasts spread across the cloudy plain. Fortunately, they all seemed far away to his mana sense. They'd probably walked for an hour when Chirp halted. They stopped on a little hill poking above the clouds. Covered in white sand, the surface crackled and sparked with static electricity. Just drawing near to it made Vex's fur stand on end. There you go, Chirp said, giving a nervous laugh as she made a loop over the mound of static sand. Just step right up there and you'll be off to your next destination. Just as easy as that. No need to be worried at all. Nope, no way. Kellen and Vex shared a look. Chirp's rambling was anything but convincing. It won't shock us? Kellen asked. Nope, Chirp said. Well, the sand won't anyway. In the back of his mind, Kellen felt a tingling, buzzing sensation. He waved it away, wondering if there was charged storm mana in the sand. That would account for the tickling feeling in both his beast heart and the base of his skull. I'll try anything once, Vex said. He jumped onto the crackling, electrified sand mound and shrugged. Doesn't feel any different to me. Kellen took a cautious step forward. When he planted his foot and didn't immediately feel like he'd grabbed an electric fence back home, he took a couple of steps to stand beside Vex. Nothing happened. Now what? He asked Chirp. The tingling returned, bad enough that he itched the back of his head. Beside him, Vex scratched at his ear with a hind foot as if he'd been suddenly plagued by fleas. Just hold still, Chirp said, looking overhead. It should be here any moment now. Something is driving me crazy, Vex growled, scratching even harder. Kellen looked overhead. Something clicked into place. Chirp, he began, afraid to ask. What are we waiting for? You won't feel a thing, I promise. It's just a little lightning bolt. What? Before Kellen or Vex could jump from the mound, an ear-splitting electric buzz filled the air. Everything shone with a blinding neon blue light. Chapter 34. Sunny groaned and her eyes snapped open. She found herself lying on her side, face smashed into the sand, back in the canyon. Her head buzzed like she just slept through an entire day. Sitting upright, she brushed the sand off of her cheek, neck, and arm, and blew a strand of loose hair out of her face. A new braid would definitely be in order before much else.
Inferi stretched and let out what sounded like a satisfied growl. When she stood, she shook herself, spraying a new coat of sand all over Shani, who glared at her mana beast. "What?" Inferi asked. She showed her pointed teeth in a grin, leaving no doubt in Shani's mind that she knew exactly what she'd done. Shani ignored her and rose to her feet, brushing off the rest of the sand. Her joints felt stiff, and the right side of her body, the side she'd been laying on, tingled from being pinned beneath her. How long had they been asleep for? "Strange dreams," Inferi muttered, standing beside her beast caller and staring out into the canyon. "Yes." Shani surveyed their surroundings, still trying to bring herself fully into the waking world. It had to have been a dream, hadn't it? Nothing had changed with them. She was still Shani, a beast caller attuned to storm mana, and Inferi was still Inferi, a petty, unpleasant shadow mana beast. "You're no more pleasant to be around than I am," Inferi pointed out. Ignoring her, Shani reached back to untie her braid. As her hand rose, she caught a glimpse of blood red. She frowned and held her hands in front of her face. "What is it?" Inferi asked. Shani held her palms out for the hyena to see. Each bore a large, curved fang, bright red like they'd been branded into her hands with a hot iron. "Maybe not just a dream." Inferi raised her nose and sniffed at the marks. "Do you feel any different?" "No." Shani clenched her fists and pulled them back from Inferi. The wolf spirit had been real, at least real enough to leave its mark. An uneasy feeling gripped her. What had she signed up for? Inferi let out a dismissive snort. "Not much of a deal, if you ask me. All those dramatics for a pair of hand tattoos." A screaming cry stole their attention. Stepping out of the impression in the canyon wall, Shani craned her head upward. Sure enough, the lizard bird mana spirit circled above them. For its sake, she hoped they'd been asleep for days and it had been forced to fly around overhead, waiting for them to move. Either way, it didn't appear it would give up the hunt any time soon. "Now what?" Shani asked. Inferi gave her a sidelong glance from one of her cruel yellow eyes. "You're asking me." "At this point, what do I have to lose?" Shani replied, without meeting Inferi's look. Inferi snorted, but let it go. "I don't see a reason to go back the way we came. Let's keep going and see if we can reach the cave you came through before that thing reaches us." Once more, they continued through the canyon, constantly shadowed by the mana spirit flying above them. A few more hours passed, and Shani thought they might be getting close to the place where she'd entered the canyon out of the tunnels. Even with a lifetime of navigating the endless thunder plains with few distinguishable landmarks, she had a hard time understanding how far she'd gone in search of Inferi and how far they'd come since. A short time later, they paused. The canyon walls were, without a doubt, widening ahead. The flying spirit seemed to notice this too. For the first time since the hunt had begun, it flew well ahead of her, circling a wide area between the cliffs and screeching in what Shani imagined was triumph. The spirit landed and spread its wings wide, each the length of 2 horses. Lowering its head, tiny, angry eyes glared hate at her as it let out a long hiss. The message was clear. If they wanted to go on, they would have to fight. "It's got us now," Inferi growled. "Nothing to do but fight or wander back and forth with it blocking us off at both ends." They weren't far from the tunnel entrance by Shani's estimation, but that didn't matter now. It was time to make a stand, life or death. This made sense to Shani. This was simple. She dropped her bow and began the steps of the stampeding clouds Kyo Nokome had taught her. She felt the storm mana stirring in her beast heart like a rising wind heralding a coming tempest. Shani channeled her storm mana through her right hand, feeling it flow to her fingertips, where it spun faster and faster into the shape of a whirlwind. The fang marking on her palm pulsed with an angry red glow. She'd never felt so much storm mana at her command so easily. The interior of the totem thrummed with it, as much as she could handle, more than she could ever need. Next to her, purple-black shadow mana gathered around Inferi, cloaking her in smoke and shade. The shadow mana swirled almost as if driven by Shani's storm mana. It happened much easier this time. The aura of storm and shadow between Shani and Inferi blurred together until they were both surrounded by a churning mixture of both mana types. The spirit hissed and lowered its head like a goose about to charge. Shani let loose a scream, venting all of her anger and fury into a dark blast of electricity that arced from them and struck the spirit, sending currents of electrified mana coursing through its scaled and winged body. Even as they released the working, the pair charged. Inferi let out a booming bark, the shadow mana building around her once more. Shani's fist closed around a lightning bolt forming in her right hand, the left carrying the stone spear from Kipu's tomb. She felt stronger now, faster, quicker, and more powerful than she could ever remember. And a lightning working? Where had that come from? When the lightning bolt grew to the length of an arrow, she planted her feet in the sand and hurled it overhead. It struck the spirit in the head just as it recovered from the effect of their combined working. Screeching in anger and pain, the mana spirit twisted to the side and lashed out with its tail. It caught Inferi as she was closing in, sending her flying into the canyon wall. Shani yelled from the shared agony and fell to her knees. She had just enough presence to roll to the side as a taloned foot crashed down in the sand where she'd been the moment before. Still on her back, she blindly thrust upward with her stone spear. The point struck the side of the spirit's beak, sparking and leaving a deep gouge. Screaming, the spirit threw its head back. Shani used the distraction to scramble away toward Inferi. The hyena was just stumbling to her feet, dazed. Gasping for air, Shani jabbed her spear into the ground. Using both hands, she shaped another whirlwind. The spirit stalked toward them, spiked tail flicking behind in anger. Inferi gnashed her fangs and charged forward again, buying Shani time to finish her working. This time, her mana beast jumped clear as the spirit swept its tail after her. Now inside its reach, Inferi let out an eerie howl. Shadows rose around her, and she clamped down on the spirit's leg. Shani released her working, which struck the spirit in its long beak as it stabbed at Inferi. Without the added shadow mana, the storm mana attack did little but distract the spirit long enough for Inferi to attack again with a shadow bite. Hefting her spear, Shani used storm mana to propel herself at the spirit with enhanced speed. The spirit jabbed at Inferi like a heron after a fish in the water as the hyena darted around beneath its feet. Using the distraction, Shani thrust again with her spear, but a wing blow knocked her backward. She rolled again as a spiked tail struck the ground after her once, then twice. On the third strike, Shani popped up to her knees and lunged with the spear, impaling it in the side of the spirit's tail. Storm mana sparked from the spirit's wound, and it jerked its tail back, almost pulling the spear from Shani's grasp before it came loose. Both Shani and Inferi fell back, winded. Shani felt the strain on her beast heart. The storm mana she'd used to enhance her speed to dodge the spirit's attacks had drained her more than she'd expected. The spirit fanned its wings again and hissed, beady eyes glaring hate.
"This is a good fight,"
Inferi said between panting breaths. In spite of the danger, Shani grinned at her, baring her teeth. On her palms, the markings flared to life once more. Fresh storm mana coursed through her as if she'd rested for an entire day. The spirit shrieked out another challenge. This would be it, the final clash to determine which side would emerge the victor. A bolt of lightning arced out of the sky and struck the spirit in the back. The spirit let out a squawk of surprise and crashed to the sand, its head digging a furrow as the momentum carried it to Shani's feet. She knew who it was before she looked up, yet still cursed when Raiko and Skystrike soared through the air and landed nearby. How did this man always show up whenever she'd found herself a fight?
"Shani!"
Raiko raised a hand in greeting.
"It is good to find you here."
The spirit erupted to life, rounding on Raiko and his winged horse faster than Shani could blink. In a blur of motion, its serpentine spiked tail swished toward her. She threw herself flat on the ground as it passed overhead. By the time she looked up, Raiko was already fighting for his life, his crown of lightning blazing as he hurled strike after strike of storm mana at the spirit. Skystrike was airborne once more, swooping in, a visible screaming wind filled with sharpened bits of hail trailing him. The winged horse pulled up just as it was about to collide with the spirit's head, and the shards of hail peppered the enemy's back. It screamed in pain, tail flailing in the air. A spike clipped Skystrike, sending the horse careening into the sand. Raiko moved like the lightning mana workings he had mastered, striking here, darting there, never in one place and never where Shani expected. As fast as the spirit struck out with its long, needle-like beak, the Goroshu beast caller was faster. Determined not to be cheated a kill again, Shani hurled a pair of whirlwinds at the spirit, which had its back to her as it sought after Raiko. The whirlwinds kicked up the sand as they spun toward the spirit, striking it in the talons at the same time. They did little more than irritate the monster as it continued to spear at Raiko with flashing beak strikes. Skystrike had recovered and took to the air once more. He flew in place above the spirit, beating his wings to grow a stronger and stronger gust of wind that battered the spirit, pushing it into the ground. Determined not to be left out, Shani channeled all of the storm mana she could manage at once into a powerful working, reaching out to Inferi as the mana beast gathered the surrounding shadows. Ahead and to her right, Raiko stumbled. The spirit's talon cut a gash in his arm, interrupting his working and knocking him to the ground where he lay, pinned beneath it. Filled with renewed energy, the spirit reared up, sending out a shockwave of mana that drove Skystrike into the side of the cliff. The dark purple shadow mana flowed from Inferi into Shani's lightning bolt. She gritted her teeth, willing the last of her strength into the bolt, her beast heart buzzing as Inferi's mana spread throughout the working. The markings on her palms seared with unnatural heat. Shani felt the merged storm shadow working slipping from her control. No! She redoubled her focus, but it was like squeezing harder at a handful of sand. The working escaped her grasp, crackling and hissing through the air with a trail of dark smoke behind it. The shadow bolt struck the mana spirit in the side of its scaled head. A crack of thunder split the canyon, and the world exploded in purple and turquoise light. When the light and heat of the working faded, the mana spirit lay on the sand, motionless, then began to dissolve as wisps of dark mist.
Chapter 35. Kellen opened his eyes and stared up at a bluebird sky. A white, fluffy cloud drifted by like a cumulus sheep grazing across a pasture of ozone. He had a weird, metallic taste in the back of his mouth. All of his limbs tingled like they'd fallen asleep simultaneously. He really hated moving around inside the Stormhorse totem. If this kept up, his brain was going to be fried from all the electricity, blackouts, and mana blasts. Groaning, he rolled over and yelled in surprise. His stomach lurched. While he lay on red sandstone, there was nothing in front of him but more empty blue sky with no sign of ground below. Rolling back over, Kellen squeezed his eyes shut and focused to slow his breathing as the stabbing adrenaline in his stomach eased. He felt Vex stirring beside him and threw out his arm to hold the mana beast in place while he woke.
What? Holy smokes!
Vex hollered, coming to the same realization as Kellen.
Where's that mana spirit? I'm gonna kill her!
Now is that any way to talk to me after I was so unhelpful?
Kellen opened his eyes and saw Chirp hovering above them.
You said take us into danger, so that's what I did, she said. Wait, does doing what you ask count as helping?
This is definitely not helpful, Kellen said in a shaky voice. Perhaps they should have thought through the potential consequences of their request to Chirp a bit more. He sat up carefully, peering at their surroundings. They were on a round slab of red rock that appeared to be hovering in the air. Altogether, it wasn't much larger than a car and wobbled under the slightest shift in their weight.
Chirp,
Vex said, exasperated.
Are you trying to get us killed? We're on a floating rock in the middle of the sky.
I am only doing what you asked,
Chirp sniffed.
If you're going to be rude, I'll go away.
No, wait,
Kellen and Vex shouted in unison. Chirp turned back around in midair.
We were just a little surprised, is all, Kellen said. Sorry, thank you for your, for this.
That's better,
Chirp said. By the sound of it, she was still somewhat offended.
And you're welcome.
Is there anything you can tell us about this place?
Kellen asked. He thought better of it and added, anything unhelpful. Chirp thought about it for a moment.
Don't fall off?
Wow,
Vex said.
Of all the... That's, great,
Kellen said, cutting off Vex before he offended their guide.
Anything else?
This probably goes without saying, but you're very high in the totem,
Chirp said.
Oh, and congratulations, you finally found other people.
She swooped a short way off to their right, indicating a direction. Kellen spotted more floating rock platforms, spaced at various heights above and below them as far as he could see. It was like a live-action Mario map, except Kellen didn't have any extra lives, and he'd never been any good at Mario. He also didn't see any people in the direction Chirp indicated.
"They're over there, trust me,"
she said, as if she could read Kellen's question.
"Some of those nasty people with all the wrappings all over them. They're not friends of yours, are they?"
Kellen's heartbeat doubled its pace. Snake cultists.
"We are most definitely not their friends,"
Vex said. "Hey, Chirp," Kellen began, an idea forming in his mind. "Do you know what would be really unhelpful for those people?" The red hawk swooped in closer, her long tail feathers drifting out behind her.
"What's that?"
"They're trying to reach the heart of the totem," Kellen said. "And if they find it, they're going to do bad things to the storm horse. If you showed us how to get there, we can stop them."
"Or you could just go push them all off the rocks they're standing on,"
Vex suggested. Kellen winced. He wouldn't have advocated for outright murder, but Vex had a point.
"Oh, they wouldn't die if they fell off,"
Chirp said.
"They just fall for a long time, maybe forever. I don't really know."
"What do you think?" Kellen asked, before Vex and Chirp got sidetracked too far. Chirp considered this for a long moment, running her wing over her beak in an action similar to a man stroking his beard.
"It's not like you wouldn't figure it out on your own anyway. All you have to do to move the rocks is push them."
"Is that all?" Vex said, dripping sarcasm.
"You wouldn't happen to have an extra pair of wings for us, would you? If you hadn't noticed yet, we can't fly."
"Hold on," Kellen cut in, raising his hands as Chirp somehow adopted an offended expression on her hawk's face. He thought he understood what the mana spirit meant. He was only joking. "I think I have an idea." The closest rock platform to theirs was just outside of jumping reach, but still inside throwing distance. Kellen summoned a sun mana orb in his hand, then flattened it out into a frisbee-like disc. He threw it at the neighboring rock. The moment the disc struck the rock, it bounced back toward them like a boomerang. Kellen guided the mana back to his awaiting hands and caught it against his chest with a slight grunt. The motion tipped him backward a bit, but sent their rock platform coasting through the sky like a raft shoved away from a dock. They drifted until they drew closer to a large rock platform, this one a miniature mesa the size of a 3-story house with steps and various tiers they could climb up. Kellen thought he spotted a path from the top of the larger platform to ledges even higher up. There was no doubt in his mind the name of the game was to climb higher. Between he and Vex, they maneuvered their platform close enough to the larger rock that they could hop on. The feel of solid rock, even if it was still floating in an ocean of sky, relieved Kellen more than he thought it would. He recalled himself a few months earlier, shaking and struggling to climb one of the tall spears on Nokum's first day of training him as a beast caller, and had a brief flash of satisfaction at how far he'd come.
"Don't get too excited until we get to the top,"
Vex said.
"But I'm proud of you."
With Chirp tagging along, they continued up the various ledges until they reached the top of the 3-story high rock. The wide platforms gave Kellen the impression of a giant jungle gym, like fast food restaurants had for kids to play in back on Earth. Except here, there was no safety net or ball pit. Atop the plateau, they peered into the distance in the direction Chirp had pointed out the snake cultists. "I can barely tell there are people out there," Kellen said, looking at Vex. "Can you see them any better?" Vex squinted into the distance.
"Looks like a pretty big group, maybe a dozen? There's one in the middle. Boy, is he ugly. I can't tell from this distance, but his shoulders are massive. He's taller and has twice as much muscle as the others. They're the same cultist dudes with all the wrappings. We'd better... Oh, wait. The big dude just went full frog mode. Jumped off the rock they were on and landed on another one way out there. I wonder... Oh, wait."
They came to the realization at the same time. Vex's description could only be one figure, Frog Priest. "We better avoid them if we can," Kellen said. He didn't like their chances against a primeval, even if Frog Priest was weakened, as Coyote Lady had been afraid she would be.
"Righto," Vex said. "We should hurry. That frog dude is really moving. If it's a race to the top, we're gonna need all the help we can get." "That one is the worst," Chirp agreed. "And yes, he is quite ugly. I hope you beat him, though of course I can't do anything to help you."
They continued climbing up the various floating ledges and platforms. Fortunately, there were floating platforms near enough that the rocks only required a few nudges to get them close enough to hop over the gaps. To climb higher, they had to find the taller rock structures, which took more time than Kellen liked. It was still a much better option than trying to jump up to the higher levels. On the occasions where there was no other path forward, Vex jumped the gap, Then he and Kellen extended a golden strand of rope-like mana across the distance to tow Kellen up. The idea came from Vex, recalling the strands of golden mana they'd used to help Shani cross the gap inside the caves of the Wakar Mountains when they'd been searching for Ubira. It proved more effective than Kellen's boomerang approach and allowed them to increase their climbing speed. As they ascended, Kellen noticed dozens of other mana spirits floating by, vague, ghost-like outlines of birds and winged creatures, drifting as if they had no sense of Kellen and Vex's presence. When Kellen asked Chirp about them, she grew sad.
"Not all the mana spirits will awaken," she said. "Most of them float around just like that until they combine to form a stronger mana spirit. That only happens by accident, mostly. There are some that become self-aware enough that they try to eat other spirits. Those ones are nasty. I believe you humans have run into a few of them as well. They'll eat anything they sense has mana inside it."
Kellen soon lost track of the shapes and colors of the various mana spirits floating by like wayward balloons lost to the heavens. Vex, of course, wanted to eat one after listening to Chirp. None ever came close enough to offer the chance, however.
"But what if there's a pizza-flavored one?" Vex asked. "Or French vanilla?"
He looked at Chirp, drooling out of one side of his mouth. "Don't even think about it," Kellen warned. It wasn't long before a wide shelf, about the size of a football field, appeared a few stories overhead. There were no rocks above it, and the fact that the rock was white instead of the red sandstone like the rest of the platforms suggested it might be their destination to the next area of the totem. They'd long ago lost sight of Frog Priest and the cultists. Looking across the open air, however, Kellen spotted several other paths of rock platforms the cultists could use to reach the same ledge they were aiming for. "We should try to get up there as fast as we can," they told Vex and Chirp. "I don't know where the cultists went, but I don't want to meet them at the top."
"Are you sure you need to get to the top?"
Chirp asked, suddenly nervous again.
"We've passed a lot of really nice rocks. Isn't there one that you maybe want to pick and, I don't know, live on forever?"
"I don't like the sound of that," Vex said. "Every time she gets like this, something bad happens."
"Is that the way to the next area?" Kellen asked. Chirp clamped her beak shut and gave a half-nod, half-shake of her head. "Is there another way out of this plane except that way?" Again, Chirp gave an unconvincing combination of a nod and a shake. "Is there something up there that wants to eat us?" Vex tried.
"Maybe,"
Chirp said.
"To all of your answers, that's all I can say."
Kellen and Vex shared a look.
"Guess we'd better be careful then,"
Vex said. They continued climbing until they reached a skinny, tall ledge just below the flat white rock. Kellen took a moment to catch his breath. The workings they'd used to climb had drained perhaps a quarter of the mana in his beast heart. He felt his stores regenerating faster than he was accustomed to and attributed it to the improvements they'd made in the attempt to reach Guardian. It was a comfort to know that his regeneration could keep up with his expanded mana pool. He surveyed how far they'd come. It was the first time he'd looked down. When he did, his stomach lurched at the seemingly endless void of floating rocks and blue sky beneath them. They'd climbed high enough he no longer had any idea where the rock they'd started on was. The problem now was what lay ahead.
"Let me go first," Vex said. "I'll scope things out."
Kellen agreed, and Vex ventured over a long, natural arch that also doubled as a crude stairway from their pillar to the white rock above. Watching him disappear over the rim, Kellen's mana senses reached out for any sign of danger or unexpected surprises. None came. Soon enough, Vex's head appeared back at the far end of the arch. Rather than shouting over the distance, he sent Kellen a mental pulse that everything was clear as far as he could tell. Kellen glanced at Chirp. "Anything you can say before we go up there?" The Red Hawk shook her head grimly. Fighting a rising unease in his gut, Kellen began the ascent up the archway to the flat white rock. The arch was as wide as a single-lane road and easy enough to climb. Kellen didn't even need to use his hands to scale it. That didn't stop the sensation of vertigo. He focused his attention ahead on Vex. When they reached the top, he took several additional steps away from the edge. The white rock looked much the same on the top as it had the bottom. Flat, with nothing else to speak of. Kellen studied their surroundings, waiting for whatever nasty surprise that was likely waiting to show itself.
"Oh, good,"
Chirp said with a sigh.
"He's not home."
"Who's not home?"
Vex asked.
"What? Nothing. Nobody."
Kellen's sigh of temporary relief caught in his chest. On the far side of the rectangular rock, a figure shot upward from somewhere below and landed, its bowed legs spread wide in a squatting position.
For what it's worth, we beat him here,
Vex said. Frog Priest raised the war club in his hand and croaked out a challenge. Chapter 36. Shani stumbled to Raiko, who'd gotten his feet beneath him and was likewise staggering through the sand towards Skystrike, clutching his arm. A trail of blood flowed from the wound. Before Shani could ask how he was, she heard a familiar caw. Looking down the canyon, she spotted Kipu limping toward them, Chakra flying out ahead of the mummy.
"Well done,"
Raiko said through gritted teeth when she reached him. He gave a slow nod of respect.
"And thank you."
Shani looked at Inferi, and the two shared a feral grin.
It was about time,
Shani said. She felt good, great even, considering the fight they'd just been through. Her beast heart coursed with mana, and the weariness had fallen from her limbs. Total exhaustion and near death would have been worth it, if only to keep Raiko from saving the day again. She glanced at the palms of her hands, at the markings from the wolf spirit, then tucked them out of sight, as Raiko tended to Skystrike, and Kipu approached.
"A good fight, little sister,"
Kipu said, clapping his hands in delight.
"Victory!"
Chakra agreed.
For a pair of chieftains, it looked like you took quite the beating,
Inferi said to Raiko and Skystrike.
Luckily, we were here to save you.
The totem drains our mana strength, but we would have defeated the spirit eventually, Skystrike said. Shani detected a hint of irritation in the flying horse's tone. And it was us who came to save you.
"Perhaps,"
Raiko said. He slapped a hand against his mana beast's neck and rubbed his mane.
"Do not begrudge them this victory, Skystrike. We have taken 2 from her, after all."
Which means we're not even yet,
Inferi said.
"Children, there will be many more fights to come. No need to quarrel,"
Kipu said, stepping between them and waving his emaciated hands.
"I feel it in these old bones. Come, we should keep moving."
"Going!"
Chakra added.
"Moving!"
Without waiting to see if they followed, Kipu and Chakra set off with an ambling gait. The mummy struggled to make his way through the soft sand, but plunged on anyway. Raiko leaned in close to Shani, worry veiling his chiseled features.
"There is something not right about that old one," he said in a low voice. "Aside from him looking like a dead man, I mean. His head is cracked."
Shani almost laughed. She had no clue how long Kipu and Raiko had been traveling together inside the totem, but it was clear he hadn't grown used to the mummy's quirks.
"Nokam believes he was once a powerful beast-caller," she said. "I have seen hints of it. To be truthful, he is one I am glad to have with me in this strange place." "I will take your word for it,"
Raiko said, still looking unconvinced.
"How is it that you came to be together?"
Shani asked.
"We were looking for you,"
he said, pointing to her with a grin.
"One of the guards you attacked reported it to Ania."
"It was the snake cult, not us,"
Shani said.
"They came from within and caught the guards by surprise."
Raiko's face darkened.
"This is bad news. We were attacked by a group of them as well, right before the cavern collapsed. I hope that your friend, the spirit traveler, made it out to warn the others. The main chamber was blocked, forcing us to take another pathway into the totem. We came through some caves and then found this canyon after much wandering. We have seen no one but you and Inferi since. I had hoped to reunite with the Stormhorse elders or learn more about what these snake people are doing inside the Stormhorse totem."
Shani's stomach tightened at Raiko's words. She'd missed most of them after he mentioned a spirit traveler.
"Kellen was with you." "He wanted to stay and fight," Raiko said. "We held the snake cult off so he could warn the others. He left before the cavern collapsed. I would not have sent him away if we had known what would happen. I am sorry."
Shani was surprised at how unsettled the news made her. Kellen had proved to be more than she'd ever expected when they'd first met. Back then, she'd wanted to leave him for dead on the Thunder Plains, convinced he would only be a burden. Hearing Raiko's news, she realized somewhere over their travels and months of training they'd become friends? No, Shani didn't think herself capable of making friends anymore. Yet the thought of Kellen lying dead somewhere in the cavern left a heavy, sick feeling at the bottom of her stomach she hadn't expected. "Kellen is full of surprises," she said, clearing any emotion from her face. "He may have escaped. There is more to him than first appears." The words were almost as unexpected as the sickening worry. She knew she was telling herself that Kellen was alive more than trying to convince Raiko. Without waiting for a response, she followed after Kipu. They would gain nothing talking about the past. Words couldn't bring a person back to life. Kellen was alive, or he was not. Even telling herself this, Shani's worries did not cease. Despite his struggles through the sand, Kipu moved at a quick pace, his bow-legged waddle reminding Shani of a desert lizard propelling itself forward. "There is a cavern opening ahead," Kipu said. "We saw it when Inferi sensed your presence." As Shani expected, the cavern opening in the cliff was the one she'd used to descend to the canyon floor. She led the group back to the top, where she hoped the bridge remained, explaining how she and Inferi had survived the cave-in and escaped the chamber. With Raiko present, she thought it unwise to mention the part about melding Inferi's shadow mana with her own, and instead told the story that they'd used their mana working separately to widen an existing hole in the chamber. No one questioned the story. Shani hoped he hadn't seen her last Shadow Storm mana working during the fight, pinned as he'd been beneath the mana spirit's talons. If they made it out of the totem, Shani planned to explain what she and Inferi had discovered to Nokum and Kipu. She allowed herself a small but firm hope that perhaps they'd found a way to overcome their different mana attunements after all. On the top ledge, the bridge Inferi spoke of had reappeared. Given that it had already collapsed on one of them, Raiko volunteered to go first. "If I fall, I can slow my descent with storm mana," he said. "And as the strongest in our group, I can face any foes or traps that lie ahead. I have spent many days in this totem. All I know for certain is that you must always be on your guard." He didn't say it in a boastful way, yet his words annoyed Shani nonetheless. It probably stemmed from the fact he'd saved her life at least once, and probably 2 more times. Perhaps it was the fact that she'd always pictured chieftain-strength beast-callers as stern warriors. She'd witnessed Raiko's ability firsthand, and wouldn't deny his skill as a beast-caller and a warrior. It was his kindness she couldn't understand. He was too caring, too nice. It made no sense to fault a person for those things. Maybe another way Inferi was rubbing off on her. "That's awfully brave of you," Inferi said, sarcasm practically dripping from her fangs. "But wouldn't it be safer for Skystrike to fly us all across and not trust the bridge at all?" Shani did her best to keep a smirk from spreading across her face. On the other hand, sometimes it was good to have Inferi around. Kipu nodded. "She speaks good sense." "That is the obvious answer," Raiko admitted. "However, I have found that, inside the totem, it is safest to follow the rules." He didn't elaborate, and Shani had no idea if he'd made that up because he hadn't been smart enough to fly across the canyon, or if it was the truth. Either way, Raiko seemed determined to cross the bridge. With Skystrike close behind him, he took a cautious step, followed by several more. The translucent bridge held. "I think I understand," he shouted when he'd made it about halfway across. "This is a mana working. It maintains itself by drawing on a portion of the storm mana in a person or mana beast." "Well, at least you have an excuse for falling through it now," Shani told Inferi. "Just make sure you stay close by when I cross," Inferi said. "I don't think either of us wants to find out how it feels if I hit the canyon floor instead of a passing tornado." To be safe, Raiko and Skystrike remained on the bridge until the rest of the group caught up with them. Nearing the far side, Raiko helped each of them by him before he stepped off of the mana bridge. The bridge remained in place, at least by appearances. "We've encountered several other workings like this inside the totem," Raiko explained. "The Stormhorse has filled her temple with many strange things." The tunnel on this side of the canyon continued straight a short distance through the rock, then opened on another large, flat plain, illuminated by a pale, sunlit sky shrouded in a thin layer of gray clouds. This prairie was devoid of anything but long stalks of grass swaying in an invisible wind. Shani recognized the place at once, as both markings on her palms flared with warmth. The grass wasn't orange, and the sky wasn't purple, but it was the same vast plain she'd visited during her dream with the wolf. She squeezed both of her hands into fists. "What do you make of this?" Kipu asked Raiko. Raiko scanned the waving grass as sky strikes circled above them to get a better view of the horizon. I cannot say. Nearly every area I have explored inside the totem was different from the one that came before. Sometimes you know you are moving upward. Other times, like this, it does not seem that way. I can tell you this. I feel the pull of my beast heart stronger again, draining more of my and Skystrike's mana away. This tells me we are walking where no other storm horse beast callers have tread yet. It also tells me there is danger ahead. So there is no way of knowing what we face unless we blindly walk into it? Shani asked. How is it we are the only ones to reach this place? I had thought there were hundreds of beast callers inside the totem, plus the elders. Raiko nodded to Kipu. We have discussed this together. As the cavern collapsed, Aniya broke away, chasing after several of the snake cult through the main entrance we had used to ascend into the totem from the caves. Like you, we found a different route revealed by the cave-in. It would seem that there are different paths throughout the totem, and this one, it seems, has only been tread by us. I cannot say if or when we may reunite with the others who were farther up in the totem before the collapse. Skystrike landed beside them, tucking his wings into his sides before giving his report. There is nothing but grassland for miles, at least to my eye. I'm afraid we will not discover what we face until we venture into these plains. Then enough talking, Inferi said, rising and padding into the grass, which almost obscured her from sight after her first steps. Let us meet the challenge the Stormhorse has for us head-on. With an open horizon before them, they picked a route and walked, Skystrike flying above them to serve as scout and lookout. Shani found herself following after Kipu and Raiko while the two discussed the options moving forward, effectively ignoring her and Inferi. Just like that, they were back to their place in the rear. There was a difference in that battle, Shani told Inferi in a low voice. Her palms tingled as she spoke. Did you feel it? Yes, Inferi said, never breaking her predatory glare at Kipu and Raiko. Our attacks had more power, our mana was stronger. Perhaps this wolf spirit kept its end of the bargain after all. We should keep it to ourselves, Shani said, until we know more. Agreed. Chakra ended their conversation with a startled caw. Overhead, the sky changed from a murky gray to the blood red of a cloud-filled morning with a storm on the horizon. As their eyes shot up and the color bled into the sky overhead, objects rained down all across the plains. Shani spotted shards of mana crystals, spears, shields, clubs, and many other things, both human-made and natural. None fell fast enough to be a concern. They drifted down like snowflakes, settling on the ground after a cushioned landing on the waving grass. She was just bending down to pick up one of the nearby arrows for closer inspection when Raiko cried out in alarm. Look, he shouted, pointing in the distance. There are people falling from the skies. Chapter 37.
Chirp, Vex said. Is there any chance that frog dude was the person you were worried about us running into up here?
The red hawk shook her head, sending the streaming feathers on her head flapping.
Nope.
Great, Kellen said. So there's this guy who clearly wants to fight, plus something else that could show up and kill us. In response, Frog Priest walked bow-legged toward them across the rock slab, carrying his large club over one shoulder. Heart racing, Kellen began the steps of his Kyo. Over the past month, Nokum had taught him a shorter version of the mana dance that didn't provide the same benefits as the prolonged version, but it worked in a pinch. As he progressed through each step and form, he felt a swelling in his beast heart, followed by an energizing tingling in his hands, feet, and neck. The movements helped him focus his attention away from a swelling fear. He stopped when Frog Priest reached the middle of the platform, not wanting to be caught off guard. The primeval stared at them with bulbous, yellow-green eyes. His tongue snaked out now and then to lick at his face or moisten an eyeball, a disgusting motion that made Kellen wince each time. Nobody spoke. Kellen's eyes darted around the rocky plain, looking for any hint of how they could ascend to the next level of the totem and escape. He ran through their options. Much like when he tried to sense Coyote Lady, when Kellen inspected Frog Priest with his mana sense, it came back as a void, rather than giving him any indication of how strong their foe might be. Fighting an unknown opponent didn't seem wise. Neither did fleeing down the rocks when the thing chasing them had the jumping power of a man-sized amphibian.
I know you, spirit traveler. You were in the caves when the humans tried to bring me forth.
What do you want? Kellen asked, trying to keep the shaking out of his voice. Though the mana stirred by the Kyo churned inside of him, it mixed with cold adrenaline and fear.
Your presence is nothing to me, Frog Priest croaked. If the mana spirit that accompanies you tells me where the heart of the totem is, I will let you live.
Chirp landed on the ground between Kellen and Vex and covered her head with her wings.
Oh, no, I can't do that. Don't make me do that.
Kellen didn't understand how he could make Chirp do anything. She came and went as she pleased. He told Frog Priest as much, noting that the mutant had taken several steps closer to them.
She knows the path, even if she will not share it willingly,
Frog Priest said, waving a hand at Chirp, who still cowered on the ground.
Make your decision. It matters not to me if you live or die.
I don't think we want this guy to find the heart of the totem anyway,
Vex said in a low voice.
What's it going to be? Fight or run?
Chirp, can you do anything to help us? Kellen asked. If that thing wins, I don't know what he's capable of doing to you or the Stormhorse totem.
I can't,
Chirp wailed. She fluttered in the air back and forth, frantic.
I'm sorry, I have to go.
She disappeared with a pop, only to reappear a moment later in the same place.
What's going on?
She shouted as Frog Priest raised a hand, appearing to pull her through the air toward him.
Let me go!
Kellen formed a ball of sun mana in his hand and hurled it at Frog Priest. At the last moment, the mutant ducked his head to the side, and the ball flew past him. Kellen yanked his hand backward in a reverse throwing motion. The orb rebounded, and Frog Priest stumbled forward as it struck him hard in the back. The connection broken, Chirp disappeared in a pop and a flash.
Guess we're fighting,
Vex growled, his markings and tail tips glowing golden.
You should not have interfered, Frog Priest said, shaking his head. Do you know how many beast callers I have slain? The rest of my followers will be here soon. By then, I will be swallowing your corpse.
Kellen spread his fingers, dropping the gilded armor over Vex, as the mana beast shot forward and leaped into the air. Frog Priest took 2 bounds forward and sprang upward as well, his club raised overhead. The instant before the two collided, Vex summoned a storm of golden daggers that rained down on the mutant. Frog Priest's club struck Vex hard, knocking him from the sky. Vex landed in a crumpled heap at Kellen's feet, groaning as he staggered to sit up. Frog Priest landed in a 3-point superhero pose a short distance away, club held aloft in one hand.
This totem has drained my power, but there is enough left to defeat you.
Frog Priest leaped toward them. Kellen thrust his hands forward, throwing up a large sun mana shield in the space between them. Just before the mutant struck it, he raised his bone club again, crushing the working and sailing through the golden shards of broken mana. The attack by the rhinoceros had made Kellen realize he couldn't deflect everything, and he'd grown tired of everything breaking through his shields with nothing to show for it. As Frog Priest rocketed toward them, Kellen clapped his hands together. The broken wisps of the sun mana shield reformed and flew at the back of their foe. A blast of triangular golden light shot from Vex's mouth. Vex's working hit Frog Priest in his bulbous head just as Kellen's remade shield struck it full on in the back. Frog Priest flew over their heads, crashing to the edge of the rock platform before rolling off the side. Kellen spun, a disk of sun mana rotating around each of his hands. For a brief moment, he thought Frog Priest had fallen. His hopes were dashed a second later when the mutant creature flew up over the edge. At his peak, high above them, Frog Priest made a horizontal slashing movement with his bone club. A crescent blade of mint mana arced down at them. Vex jumped in front of Kellen and blasted apart the attack with one of the sun mana prism attacks. Split in half but not destroyed, the mana from Frog Priest's attack crashed down around them, flooding Kellen with feelings of dizziness, aches, and nausea. But Kellen had been an entirely different person and beast caller the last time he'd fought this kind of attack, months ago on the plains. He shook off the sickness, hurling several orbs of sun mana over Vex's head at the spot he predicted Frog Priest to land. One caught the mutant in the air, 2 more sailed by, and a 4th struck the ground just before the frogman landed, exploding into a blinding flash of golden light. Frog Priest cried out and shielded his large, bulbous eyes as he stumbled backward. Vex was on him before he could recover, letting loose another rain of his golden daggers. Meanwhile, Kellen charged forward, shaping one of his mana traps. Just as their opponent recovered, Kellen flung the working over Frog Priest. The cage ball wrapped around Frog Priest's free hand, encasing it and pulling him to the ground like an anchor. Kellen threw another, which hit the opposite leg and jerked the mutant onto his back. Flailing, Frog Priest kicked against the snares. Kellen threw another disc at the bone club, which hissed and sizzled like snow on a hot burner when it hit, before breaking in a sparkle of light. The bone club's strange markings apparently worked much like the wrappings the other cultists wore. He immediately summoned another orb, which he threw at the frogman's arm, the impact forcing the mutant to release his grip on the club. Frog Priest let out a terrible, guttural yell as he clawed at the manospheres, pinning him to the ground, as Kellen squeezed and they tightened around him like shackles. "I think we got him!" Vex shouted, bounding forward. A deafening scream split the air. Kellen, Vex, and Frog Priest all collapsed in agony, trying to cover their ears against the sound. Head and ears ringing, Kellen looked up to see an eagle the size of a jetliner descending from above, its entire body made of crackling lightning. Kellen thought he knew what the new arrival was. He'd seen lesser versions of them, if they could even be described as lesser, during the fire bison stampede on the plains. Unlike the Thunderbird mana beasts on the plains, this one's mana aura was so powerful, Kellen guessed it had been feeding off of the dense storm mana in the totem for centuries. It might have even been a match for a paragon. The Thunderbird landed on the platform, causing the entire surface to tilt and shake as electric pulses crackled out from its taloned claws. On all fours, Kellen glanced at Frog Priest. The last of Kellen's sun mana orbs popped from the errant storm mana of the Thunderbird. Rather than worrying about the wild mana beast, Frog Priest snatched his bone club and lunged toward them. At the same time the mutant was airborne, the Thunderbird let out another keening blast. Kellen collapsed to the stone. Somehow, over the terrible scream of the mighty eagle, he heard the cracking and splintering of rock. Kellen's world tilted. Like a great ship sinking into the ocean, the platform of white rock listed to the side, tipping as it fell through the sky. Kellen and Vex scrambled upward. Above them, Frog Priest had jammed his bone club into the solid rock and hung on, leering at them with an impossibly wide smile. The mutant gestured toward the Thunderbird with its free hand. The mana beast spread its wings, then folded them in close. As it did, a whirlwind appeared at its feet, soon turning into a 3-story tall gray-blue tornado that swallowed it whole. At the bottom of the tornado, a portal of white light grew until it was large enough for a bus to fit through. Kellen sensed at once that it was the pathway forward, and they had no chance of reaching it.
"Goodbye, puny human."
Wrenching the bone club free, Frog Priest sliced it through the air in a single motion. A second crescent of pus-green mana flashed toward Kellen and Vex, too close to dodge. Kellen raised a hand. He'd only summoned the first sparks of a shield when a flash of red and bronze feathers passed between them and the attack. He recognized Chirp an instant before she and the attack collided in a brilliant flash of white, orange, and red. The rock platform lurched again, throwing Kellen and Vex backward. Kellen skidded along the rock and jammed a foot into a crevice just in time to see Frog Priest bounding toward the tornado portal. A second later, the white rock split with a thunderous crack. Kellen and Vex catapulted upward as the ground beneath them collapsed. The next moment, they were free-falling. "Kellen!" He heard Vex shouting for him in his mind, the whipping wind pulling them apart and making speech impossible. Eyes streaming from the force of the free fall, Kellen reached desperately, helplessly for Vex as the distance between them grew. A current struck Kellen in the side, forcing his body upward and to the left. Over the roar of the wind in his ears, he thought he made out a whistling sound. He couldn't see Vex anywhere. Another blast of wind hit him. Something else jerked him sideways through the air in a different direction. He had only an instant to realize he'd been sucked into the heart of a tornado before his back struck something hard and his world faded. Chapter 38. For the third time in however long he'd been inside the totem, Kellen emerged from the disorienting depths of unconsciousness. The first thing he noticed was the absolute silence. The second thing was that he was all alone. "Vex?" Kellen muttered, sitting up and squeezing his eyes shut as his world spun. The last he remembered, they'd been free-falling. Vex was sucked away by the battling wind currents. Now he sat on hard stone, the flicker of purple and blue mana crystals showing a small, partially collapsed chamber. "Vex?" Kellen called again, ignoring his splitting headache. There was no answer. The silence pressed in around Kellen, looming and ominous. For the first time since he'd awakened in Oras, he was completely alone. Fighting a rising panic, Kellen evened his breathing and pushed restorative mana through his battered body. He'd been out long enough his beast heart felt partially refilled. While he recovered, he studied the surrounding chamber. There was a diagonal crevice on the far wall, perhaps just wide enough for him to squeeze through. It appeared to be the only exit. His hand slid across the rough stone floor and bumped into something warm. He flinched and pulled his hand back. The thing he touched was an egg, bronze and ruby red colored, no larger than a chicken's. Kellen picked it up and felt a familiar pulse of mana. Chirp, or what was left of chirp. Kellen sensed nothing but a powerful, concentrated mana working could break the egg. He held it up for a moment longer before tucking it into his pocket, where it settled against him, a sliver of warmth in the cold, dark world he'd found himself in. Who knew where Vex was? Still in the totem, he sensed, but that knowledge did him little good. All alone, his chances of climbing through the perilous levels of the totem again weren't good. He wished anyone was there with him. Vex, Shani, Nokum, Kipu, Professor Gates, even Coyote Lady. All the people he'd leaned on for support since he'd been dropped into Oras. But they weren't. There was no one else to lean on anymore. It was down to him. Sitting around would solve nothing. Fighting against his protesting muscles, Kellen struggled to his feet. He walked to the crevice in the wall and peered through. Darkness looked back. Shaping a small sun mana orb the size of a pebble, he floated it in the air in front of him, then levitated it into the gap in the rock. As far as the golden light shone, the crack looked wide enough for him to be able to slide through. That, at least, was a potential relief. He might not be trapped after all. Kellen moved sideways through the narrow opening, ignoring the thought of what would happen if he found himself wedged at some point or if the narrow tunnel collapsed behind him. He measured his distance in feet, judged by each time he slid sideways deeper into the crack. He'd gone about 30 yards or so when the sun mana working showed the crevice opening into a wider area. Ignoring the scrapes on his back, hands, and arms, Kellen pushed through faster. He stumbled into another chamber and sucked in huge gulps of air, grateful for the open space around him. Looking up, he had just enough time to register 3 Stormhorse people in front of him before he found himself pinned to the rock wall, held in place by a stream of mana wind.
"Who are you, and where did you come from?"
a woman asked, pulling a saber free from her side and holding it to Kellen's neck. Kellen struggled to speak with the pressure of the mana working against his chest.
"I'm one of Grey Dawn. I came inside the totem just before the cavern collapsed."
It wouldn't do to try to explain that a primeval had given him a special entrance into the Stormhorse totem.
"It is the Spirit Traveler,"
a man said. A tiny purple hummingbird mana beast buzzed around his head, leaving a trail of sparkling silver mana in its wake. Kellen finally registered a donkey-sized skunk and a miniature feathered horse beside the others, marking them all as beast callers. The storm mana working, pressing against his chest, faded. The woman kept her saber at the ready, though she did move it back an inch or so from Kellen's neck.
"Where does that lead? There was no crack there until a little while ago. We heard a sound like thunder and came to investigate."
"It only goes here, as far as I can tell," Kellen said. "I was higher in the totem and fell. A tornado sucked me in and I awakened in there." "And where is your mana beast?" the third person, a beast caller man with a feathered horse, asked. "He was lost when we fell," Kellen said. "I don't know, somewhere else in the totem." The beast callers all shared a look.
"We should take him back to the elders," the woman said. "They will know what to do with him."
Placed in the middle of the group, Kellen followed them from the chamber up a staircase of floating rocks. It opened up onto a large mesa with an expansive 2-story adobe structure sitting on one end. Several lazy tornadoes meandered by, purple-gray in color and clearly thick with mana. People gave them a wide berth when they passed. There were numerous Stormhorse beast callers congregated on the mesa as well, ranging from guardians to elders. They all murmured in surprise when they caught sight of the party leading Kellen out of the depths. The beast callers guarding Kellen ignored the others, marching him across the open area to the adobe house. Now that they were close, Kellen saw extensive damage to the front doors of the structure, which were thrown to the sides and scorched with what he guessed were lightning marks and deep grooves in the stone probably carved by storm mana. All of the Stormhorse elders sat in a half-circle inside the first room. When Kellen was led inside, he noticed that something had blown the roof out, allowing the omnipresent pale light that filled the interior of the totem like sunshine into the room. If possible, Kellen thought the Stormhorse elders probably looked worse for the wear than he did. Several wore exhausted, haggard expressions, like they hadn't slept for days. Some, he sensed, might have even been reduced to chieftain or guardian strength, based on the physical changes to their mana beasts. The dark-haired woman with the black owl was now holding the mana beast in her lap. It appeared no larger than a young child now. Watani sat in the middle of the group, her winged cougar mana beast and her status as elder strength still intact, it appeared. Kellen noticed Ania in the back of the room, standing beside her purple swan mana beast.
"It is said that the spirit travelers possess great luck," Watani said. "Seeing you here, I believe the stories."
If she knew the half of Kellen's past day, he didn't think she'd be saying that. "Thank you," he said. "I don't feel very lucky. I was separated from my mana beast." The Goroshu elder nodded.
"We, too, have suffered much hardship. The snake cult tricked us into a chamber below this room that drained the power from the elders, leaving us helpless within until our guardians and chieftains were able to free us from the trap. By the time we were free, they had disappeared deeper into the totem."
"Why didn't you go after them?" Kellen asked, looking around the room. As he'd first noticed, many of the mana beasts were no longer at elder strength, but recovering in various forms ranging from guardian all the way down to companion.
"Perhaps you have forgotten, but our mana is weakened the farther we venture into the totem," a male elder said. "We have sent parties of guardians and chieftains forward, but even the chieftains soon feel a drain that weakens them. The snake cult have no beast callers with them, but they are many in number, more than we can guess. The few times we have clashed with them within the totem, we have not won the upper hand."
"And Frog Priest is with them," Watani said. "His mana is still strong."
"I fought with him before my fall," Kellen said. "And you're right, he is strong. But if someone doesn't stop him, I'm worried he could destroy the totem." Concerned murmurs broke out among the elders and the other beast callers who'd heard him.
"How do you know this?"
Watani asked. "I was there when the Stormhorse spoke, just like you," Kellen said. "Her heart, the heart of the totem, is what the snake cult is after, though I do not know what for. Frog Priest told me himself."
"And how is it that you battled Frog Priest and lived?"
the dark-haired woman asked, her question thick with doubt.
"Many more experienced beast callers than you have fallen to this abomination. How do we know you are not lying or are not in league with the snake cult? I think that is more likely."
"We held him off for a short time, then a powerful thunderbird attacked us both," Kellen said, trying to hold back his frustration. "That was when I and my mana beast fell. I don't know how I'm supposed to prove to you that I'm not working with the snake cult."
"I would vouch for him,"
Ania said, stepping forward from the back of the room.
"When the snake cult attacked us, Kellen was sent to deliver word to the Paragon. And yet here he is,"
the dark-haired woman said, gesturing at Kellen as if that was all the proof they needed to condemn him.
"If you sent him to warn the Paragon, how is it he is still here inside the totem?"
"I couldn't get out in time," Kellen said, hoping they would believe the lie. The entrance had already collapsed.
"Enough of this,"
an old man with long white braids held in place by glowing rings said, waving a hand.
"This does not change that we are trapped in the totem without help from the outside. And whether you believe this boy or not, the snake people are not here to make friends. It is clear they seek power from within the totem. If nothing else, will we allow them to defile the sacred totem of the Stormhorse?"
A murmur of agreement rose from the majority of the elders, as well as some of the other beast callers watching the discussion outside the circle.
I am old and still weak from the tricks of the snake cult, but I will go on, if I must, to defend the storm horse, the old man continued, standing on shaking feet and leaning against a four-legged bat-like creature at his side. Are there any beast callers brave enough to go with me?
Dozens of beast callers shouted or raised their arms and pumped their fists in the air. Watane stood as well, but she wasn't shouting. Kellen got the impression she was struggling not to roll her eyes.
Have you forgotten, Moktao, that you will be reduced to the strength of a companion if you climb the tower before the path is cleared? Think of the long weeks it took us just to reach this far.
Kellen thought of the strange whirlwinds meandering by outside. They reminded him of several others he'd seen at various points inside the totem. The idea of a Mario map crossed his mind again. Perhaps there were shortcuts. If the tornado could drag him down, could there be others that would send him to higher levels? I can help, he said. I've journeyed higher in the totem than almost anyone. Watane scoffed.
You have no mana beast. You will stay here in the camp, and when the way is cleared to the outside, you will return to the rest of Grey Dawn, where you belong.
That's not... Watane silenced him with a slash of her hand.
Enough. You are a stranger to our lands, so your disrespect will be forgiven this time. If you count yourself one of the Storm Horse, then you will follow our laws and commands.
She nodded, and the same beast callers that had found Kellen outside the crevice stepped forward to show him out. He caught Ania's eyes, and she shook her head in a clear warning not to push it. Kellen bit back a frustrated retort and followed his escort out of the ruined adobe building. Several lazy whirlwinds spun by and touched down on the rock, their mana palpable even at the distance. Maybe it was time to turn things over to those stronger and more experienced, he reasoned, as his guards guided him across the mesa. He'd had his chance with Vex to take down Frog Priest and failed. Even with every advantage gained by Kipu's memories, they'd still lost. But Vex was still out there. He hadn't been defeated, or he would have already returned to Kellen in his ward form. That meant somewhere Vex was trying to find him. He refused to sit by and not do the same. He was tired of being told what to do by the people in Oras, who always claimed to know better than him. Even if he couldn't stop Frog Priest and save the Storm Horse, he wouldn't fail Vex. The guards halted as a brilliant pink whirlwind spun out of the open sky in front of them, stirring up a cloud of dust as it touched down on the ground. Kellen stared as it passed within a few yards of them. He might not get a better chance than this. Throwing caution to the literal wind, he clapped his hands together and squeezed his eyes shut. A blinding flash of golden light burst from him, and the beast callers and mana beasts all screamed out in surprise and pain at the sudden mana working. Before the light faded, Kellen was already running. Ignoring the shouts behind him, he threw himself into the whirlwind and the unknown. Chapter 39. Shani and the rest stared in horror as people, bodies, judging by how limp and unmoving they were, floated to the ground. When the nearest one landed, they rushed toward it and found a dead snake cultist wrapped head to toe in the mana-blocking bandages. Several more people fell near them, close enough for Shani to make out additional snake cultists, as well as Stormhorse beast callers. Seeing a Stormhorse man drift down nearby, Raiko rushed to the spot the man landed. When she caught up, Shani was surprised to find the person still breathing. The wound on his side told her it would not be for long. That, and the absence of his mana beast, which also hinted he would soon draw his last breath.
Raiko, how?
The man muttered, reaching for his side. His lack of obvious chieftain's marks led Shani to believe he was guardian strength. It was hard to tell with her mana sense, given how weak and flickering his aura was. Shani thought she had seen him in the camps before. He clearly knew Raiko, even if his clothes and face paintings marked him as a different tribe she did not recognize. She guessed him to be a few years older than her. Raiko reached down and placed a gentle hand beneath the man's head.
Rest easy now, cousin. Can you tell me what happened? Ania told us. Thought you were lost, the man said, his voice growing softer and more broken. Elders can't go higher. Continued deeper into the totem. Many snake people. We fought.
The man grimaced once, then his features and body went slack. Raiko lowered the man's head to the ground and bowed his own.
Fair winds, Beast Caller, Skystrike muttered, standing behind Raiko. When Shani looked up again, the skies were clear. A chilling, lonely wind moaned as it drifted across the plains, now littered with the dead. Should we search for survivors? Shani asked, already knowing the answer. No, Raiko said. There is nothing we can do for them. We must carry on and hope to find the living. If they are here, they are already on their way to the great beyond. With no other hint of how to progress to the next level of the totem, Shani and Fairy and the rest continued to traipse across the plains. The sky remained a deep orange color, flecked with thin, drifting clouds that almost looked like smoke. Night never fell, and the light never changed to reflect a different time of day. Each time Raiko and Skystrike took to the air to scout ahead, they came back, shaking their heads. There was no change in the land, they said, nothing as far as the eye could see except the unending flat and the gray-blue grass that waved without a wind. Occasionally, minor storm mana spirits drifted by, ethereal gray shapes mostly in the form of a dust devil or tiny cloud. Nothing like the starving wolf or the great flying lizard they'd faced in the previous plane of the totem. They were always a fair distance away from the travelers and floated away without notice, the only break in their never-ending landscape. The lonesome prairie demanded silence, which weighed down like a wet blanket draped over them. When anyone spoke, it was in a low voice, hardly above a whisper. Shani lost herself in her thoughts as they walked. Her mind drifted over the past few months, all the things that had happened, all the things she'd done or hadn't done, all she'd lost and what she'd gained, how what she'd gained was never what she'd expected it to be. And Fairy must have sensed some thoughts through their bond, but she made no mention of them. The hyena walked on at the front of the group, always staring ahead. An unspoken agreement passed between them. There was no love lost, but perhaps each could help the other become stronger. That was all that mattered. Shani had no idea how much time had passed before she noticed Raiko and Skystrike lagging in the back. She'd stopped at a word from Kipu and turned to see Raiko leaning over, hands on his eyes, gasping for breath. Skystrike's head drooped and his wings nearly dragged across the ground. "What is wrong?" Shani asked. "It is the totem," Raiko said, sucking in a deep breath and standing up straight. "The curse weighs heavy on us here. It drains our mana until we are no more than companion strength. The process is not a comfortable one." "Perhaps we should stop and rest," Kipu suggested. "Who knows how long our journey ahead may be?" "No," Raiko said, squaring his shoulders. He wasn't a proud person, but Shani could tell he didn't like that he and his mana beast were slowing them down. "We can continue." Shani had half turned when Kipu held up a hand. "Shh! Listen!" At first, Shani heard nothing. Then she thought she could just make out a faint screaming sound. A moment later, it became more clear, and she looked up at the sky. Not far away, a creature of some kind dropped in a free fall, screaming. At the speed it fell, Shani caught only a tan blur before it crashed into the swaying grass somewhere ahead of them. "Shani, wait!" Ignoring Kipu's warning, Shani and Inferi took off in the direction of the impact. They soon reached the edge of a circular area where the grass was smashed flat. Shani gathered wind mana in her hand, and Inferi smoked with purple shadows, preparing to attack. Vex let out a gigantic sneeze and shook himself from head to toe. "Why in the name of the mother couldn't I have grown wings when I advanced?" "You wouldn't know what to do with them anyway," Inferi said with a hyena's whining laugh. Vex spun around, eyes wide. "Shani? Inferi? Is that really you?" He bounded toward them, then stopped, seeing that Shani still held a storm mana working at the ready. "What's the big deal? It's me!" Inferi sniffed the air, then padded closer to Vex, cautiously examining him. "It's either him or the best illusion of aura there ever was," she concluded. She nipped at Vex's ear, causing him to yip and jump back. "Ow! What was that for?" "The final test," Inferi said, mouth widening into a fanged grin. A rush of emotions filled Shani. If Vex was alive, Kellen had to be as well. "Where is Kellen?" Just then, Kipu and the others arrived. Chakra let out a caw of delight and perched herself on Vex's head, running her skeletal beak through his fur. "Kellen's not with you?" Vex said.
I don't know what happened after we fell."
He told them the story of their entry into the totem with the help of Coyote Lady, their encounter with Chirp, their adventure inside the Thunder Beast, and the fight with Frog Priest. As Shani listened, she felt a growing admiration for Kellen. Even after months of hard life among the Grey Dawn band, she wouldn't have thought him capable of half the things Vex shared about their time in the totem.
"So this spirit traveler friend of yours speaks with the primevals?" Raiko asked in shock rather than disbelief.
"Only Coyote Lady and Raccoon Boy," Vex said. "And Raccoon Boy mostly just makes fun of us. It's not as cool as it sounds."
"Why would it be hot or cold?" Skystrike asked, puzzled. "It is a phrasing from the Great Before," Shani said. "It means impressive."
Raiko and Skystrike nodded in understanding. Shani thought they were taking the tale very well, considering Vex had spilled it out with little clarification or background.
"Vex," Kipu said suddenly.
He had remained silent throughout the recounting, even the part about Kellen recovering some of Kipu's lost past from the Memory Stone.
"Reach out to Kellen. Can you feel him? Do you sense his presence on this plane of the totem?"
The tawny lynx fell silent for a moment, eyes closing and ears dipping as he apparently tried to find any sign of Kellen. When his eyes opened, his ears dropped even lower.
"I don't think he's here."
Kipu nodded.
"It is as I feared. I believe Kellen was sent somewhere else inside the totem. I'm afraid it will do little good to look for him on these planes."
"So now what?"
Vex asked.
"I can't just leave him out there. He needs me."
Kipu placed a mummified hand on Vex's back and gave him a reassuring pat.
"I am sure Kellen will be looking for you as hard as you are for him. And I am eager to hear of what you discovered from my Mana Stone as well."
"I guess you're right,"
Vex said, dejected.
I don't like being away from him, though. It feels all weird and wrong, like I'm missing an ear or something."
"We will find him," Kipu promised. "Perhaps now is a good time for us to rest, yes?"
Shani and Inferi resisted their impatience as they waited for the rest to recover. Vex had kept his companion form after the defeat, though he was clearly still wounded and drained from the fight with Frog Priest. Raiko and Skystrike already looked a little better from the brief rest they'd had while Vex told them about his and Kellen's journeys. A longer break would certainly do them good. Shani bit back a sigh and fought the desire to push on ahead without the others.
"Your ghost memory guide is in Kellen's head, not mine," Vex said to Kipu. "But I still saw the same memories during the visions. Do you want to know about them?"
Kipu surprised Shani with his hesitation. She thought after the struggles he'd gone through to restore his memories that he would be eager to learn anything he could.
"Yes," he said at last. "If the others will excuse us, I would like to speak of this in private."
Shani and Raiko both nodded, and Vex, Kipu, and Chakra went a short distance away. While they conversed far enough away the others couldn't overhear, Shani, Raiko, and their mana beasts settled down into the grass flattened by Vex's fall.
"You must be eager to find your friend as well," Raiko said. "He is known for getting himself into trouble," Shani said.
It was the closest she'd come to admitting she was worried about Kellen now without Vex to wash over him.
"He really is favored by Coyote Lady?" Skystrike asked.
Shani shrugged.
"So my grandmother says. Kellen has told me she appeared to him in a dream once, and then a second time in the waking world. He does not lie, so I have no reason not to believe him or Vex."
Raiko nodded, apparently taking this in and mulling it over.
"It sounds as if he is a strange man."
Inferi let out a barking laugh.
"You have no idea."
Soon enough, Vex and Kipu returned. Shani tried to read any emotion on Kipu's face that might hint at how the conversation had gone. The mummy was quieter than usual, but otherwise gave no sign that Vex's news had been good or bad. Several mana spirits drifted close by as Kipu folded his stiff legs with a sigh and sat down across from them.
"I think we should rest here for a time," Kipu said.
"Why?" Shani asked, eager to continue onward.
"We have no need to sleep in this place. It is dangerous for us to let down our guard. Sometimes the way out of a fog can be found when one stops walking," Kipu said. "And I do not think this is a place we can travel from with our bodies. I will keep watch while you meditate. Perhaps the answers we seek lie in thought, not action."
Shani had yet to meet a problem she couldn't solve with action, right or wrong. Surprisingly, Inferi had already laid down on all fours, resting her head on her front paws. Feeling her eyes suddenly grow heavy, Shani folded her legs and made herself comfortable in an upright position. She heard the swaying of the grass around them and could almost feel it, like the plains were rocking her to sleep. A calming weight pulled at her, beckoning her to sleep.
"Just close my eyes," Raiko muttered.
Shani's eyes flickered open once, long enough for her to see they were encircled by translucent gray mana spirits, hovering around them like a group of ghosts. She blinked once and lost herself to sleep. When she opened them again, the wolf was waiting for her. Chapter 40. Kellen's world was the interior of a blender set to complete annihilation. He spun and flipped around, limbs flailing from the centrifugal force of the whirlwind. A roaring wind filled his ears, tearing at his clothes, pulling his joints apart in every direction. Then, as quick as it started, it was over. Kellen collapsed onto a bed of clouds, groaning. The world still spun violently, even with his eyes closed. He thought his brain might have shaken loose from his skull, but at least he hadn't been pureed. When his head finally settled down, he cracked his eyes open to see where he'd landed. Pale morning sunshine met his eyes, though there was no direct source for it anywhere.
"There's no way college could have been wilder than this."
He was lying on a fluffy cloud that floated through the air like a sheep in a blue sky pasture. It was about the size of a large couch. There were dozens of them all around him, and as far as the eye could see in every direction, moving in lazy, random patterns. The warmth in his pocket reminded Kellen of Chirp's egg. He pulled it out and held a small red bronze egg cupped in his hands. It gave off the same reassuring warmth. Nothing appeared to have changed. He'd harbored a small hope Chirp might emerge. Her presence was reassuring in a quirky way. It almost felt like being around a little kid who thought he could do no wrong. He sighed. No Chirp, no Vex, no help of any kind. It was down to him and him alone to work his way through this predicament. Or was it? If Kellen could find a mana-dense area to draw on, he might be able to connect with Kipu's memory presence again. That seemed as good an option as anything else he could do at the moment. But was there a concentrated source of mana in this expanse of clouds strong enough to fuel the memories? As he scanned his surroundings, he noticed the clouds changing from white to a golden color, including the one he rode on. He reached down and patted it with his hands. Nothing else appeared different, except... He jerked his hand back in surprise. The cloud, which had just been a normal cloud, albeit one solid enough to sit on, had changed. He now felt a budding spark of sun mana at the center of it. As he stretched out his sense to confirm, the clouds changed color again, this time to a brilliant emerald green. The core of the cloud changed as well, now exuding a hint of nature mana instead. Kellen sat for about an hour as the clouds cycled through every kind of mana he knew. Sun, nature, water, earth, shadow, fire, and last, storm. At the end of the cycle, they took on the milky yellow-green cream of the mana he'd come to identify as plague mana, then back to the brilliant white. Still floating along, Kellen tried to make sense of what this meant. He assumed it was a natural phenomenon. If he'd caused it, logically the clouds would have remained as sun mana. He wished Vex were there. With all the different mana types present, they could continue to test the theory that Vex could absorb any kind of mana. Given the amount of storm mana he'd taken in within the Thunder Beast, Kellen was eager to see what they could do with other sources. The clouds turned gold again. Kellen wasted no time, pulling at the tiny sparks of sun mana as far as he could reach. In every direction within a stone's throw around him, the clouds pulled closer. The moment they touched his cloud, they mushed together. A moment later, the mana shifted to the brilliant Caribbean blue of water mana. Kellen's excitement spiked. The core, as he called the condensed area of mana in the clouds, had grown several times larger. Once more, he waited for the shifting clouds to transform into their sun mana stage, then pulled as many as he could into his ever-growing cloud. After doing this 3 more times, he now sailed on a cloud as large as a house. He estimated it held about as much sun mana as he had as a ward, a decent amount for his work, but far from what he'd need to charge his connection to Kipu's presence within him. The slowness of the cloud's mana cycle still frustrated him, even if he was encouraged by the progress. He'd counted out each complete rotation of mana types as taking about 30 minutes, which meant he'd already spent 2 hours on the project. It was time he didn't think he had to waste. When the clouds turned gold the next time, Kellen reached out to them, yanking desperately rather than carefully guiding them into his growing cloud blob. The urgency helped him pull in a few more clouds, but still wouldn't get him the density he'd found in the Thunder Beast for days? Kellen walked close to the edge of the clouds, a pointed area he'd inadvertently shaped like a ship's prow. As he drifted forward, he noticed something he'd missed before from his vantage point in the center of the mass. Like a giant snowball rolling down the hill, the smaller clouds stuck to his bigger cloud as he drifted by. The next time the clouds turned golden, instead of pulling them into him, he positioned his cloud ship toward the area of the sky with the thickest amount of clouds, then sat back as it did all the work for him throughout each of the following transitions. It still wasn't fast enough. He didn't have days to spare, and he was trying to create a collection of mana as powerful as the Thunder Beast, which had exuded an aura even greater than the Stormhorse Elders. He now wondered if he'd underestimated days for weeks. The clouds shifted from the blue-gray of storm mana. Eager to get a head start on when they turned to sun mana, Kellen stretched out his sense to the nearest cloud and pulled. To his surprise, the tiny amount of storm mana in the cloud responded. The cloud shook and jerked through the air like a kite fighting against the wind, but there could be no mistake. It had moved. Another type of mana had responded to him. He was so excited by this revelation that he almost missed the cycle of sun mana in the clouds. Pulling on the storm mana felt like the first time he'd purposefully tried to channel mana in his second day as a beast caller. It was an enormous tax on his focus, yet it had been possible. Was it because of Vex harnessing the storm mana to aid in their escape of the Thunder Beast? As soon as the cloud turned the emerald green, showing a nature mana attunement, Kellen reached out to the spark of mana within it and pulled. The cloud wobbled, but didn't move any closer like the storm mana had. Had that been his imagination? Kellen tried again when the cloud turned ocean blue. Once more, it wobbled, but nothing else. Still, it was progress. Kellen got into a comfortable position and let out a long breath, settling in for the task ahead. Excitement filled him. He didn't understand how he was connecting with another type of mana. He didn't care. Each time the mana changed, he reached for it, opening his beast heart to it. When the cloud turned to sun, he steered it toward the thickest areas of smaller clouds. During storm mana's turn, he found he could pull 1 or 2 additional clouds in. For each of the others, it was enough to see the clouds wobble. Yet with each passing cycle, the clouds moved a little more while in their other types of mana. Since he was using mana from without, Kellen's internal mana didn't need to be used. Add that to the fact that he didn't need to eat, drink, or sleep in the totem, and he had the methods of infinite practice with every type of mana as he built his cloud larger and larger. The next time the clouds turned white, Kellen walked around his creation. Without being able to see how large it had grown beneath his feet or over the edges, he estimated he'd pieced together a cloud as big as his high school. What was more, in the gap left in the wake of his cloud ship, more tiny clouds had already appeared. He had an infinite source of mana at his fingertips. But not enough time. The tiny bit of mana in each cloud felt, to his sense, like a grain of sand. He'd built an impressive sandcastle when what he really needed were pearls. If only there were a way to speed things up. An idea crossed Kellen's mind, born of what brief snippets he'd retained from high school physics. What he had on his hands was a frictionless environment and the ability to set an object in motion. Golden hues melted over the massive cloud. At the same moment, Kellen stood in the center of the cloud and squatted down. While there wasn't an enormous amount of mana, it had condensed in the central core of the cloud. Burying his hands in the cloud, Kellen reached for the source of sun mana, feeding his own mana to it like a long chain. He had to be quick before the cloud transformed again. The moment the sun mana from his working connected to the mana in the core, he thrust himself upward as if he were coming out of a squat. The cloud shot upward, moving twice as fast as it had before. He dodged to the side as smaller clouds pelted the top of the cloud mass like raindrops striking pavement. The next time the cloud turned golden, he repeated the action until he zoomed through the air as fast as he dared, moving at highway speeds. Higher and higher he flew, with no ceiling or end to the clouds in sight. Now at speed, he worked to shape the sun mana each time it cycled around, spreading it out like massive heaps of icing over the top of a cake. He now estimated he had as much mana in the cloud as a guardian strength beast heart, with more growing by the second. By now, the cloud pulled in its tiny counterparts all on its own, as if it were an all-consuming black hole. The growth rate became exponential. For the first time, Kellen worried he'd started a chain reaction he could no longer control. What would happen when the cloud grew so large it drew everything from that level of the totem to it? Would it be strong enough to pull from other areas of the totem? Had he inadvertently created a vortex that would implode the entire structure? The mana accumulating in the cloud gave off an overpowering aura, one that felt at least as powerful as Elder Strength, if not matching what he'd sensed in the Stormhorse Paragon. Just like that, he had the mana density he needed. But with the cloud rocketing out of control, focusing enough to tap into Kipu's memory presence would be almost impossible. Eyes streaming from the speed of travel, Kellen craned his neck back to look directly overhead. A gray shape loomed above them, small but growing faster by the second. It didn't take long for Kellen to realize he was staring at the underside of a massive tornado. Soon he was close enough to distinguish the top of the tornado from the long, snaking tail that whipped back and forth underneath. At its widest part, it stretched almost out of sight in the sky above him, lightning flashing in its depths. A glowing blue light whipped back and forth at the bottom of the storm, shifting from electric blue to bright purple. Kellen's mass of cloud, currently the rich, loamy bronze color of earth mana, jerked from its course. The tail of the tornado had somehow snared it and pulled it diagonally through the air. Thrown onto his face, Kellen could only grab at the cloud with his hands as wind whistled by. Beneath him, the cloud churned, rumbled, and buzzed with mana, more than he'd believed could be condensed into one area. Turning golden with sun mana, the weight of it pulled at his beast heart, dragging on the mana channels throughout his body like anchor chains. He struggled to push himself up from the cloud. The force of their accelerating upward trajectory, combined with the pull of the cloud's mana core, pinned him down. Panic seized him, and he fought with all his might, managing to roll onto his back only after the cloud transitioned out of its sun mana phase. Lying on his back, he stared upward, breathing hard. The tail of the tornado loomed ever closer. It would be a toss-up now if he was sucked in first or if the sun mana consumed him. Just as the cloud turned to storm mana, the tail of the mountain-sized tornado latched onto it. Perhaps half a mile away, the tornado sucked at the cloud, which held its storm state as the tornado reeled it in. Kellen felt the ground pulling him toward the tail of the tornado. It was all he could do to crawl away at a snail's pace, each lift of his arm or leg a momentous effort. Looking over his shoulder, he saw there was no chance of escape. Kellen threw his hands over his head and braced for the full impact of a nuclear explosion, knowing nothing would save him. The wind stopped. The thunder stopped. Everything stopped. Kellen opened his eyes. He was lying face down in a fetal position. When he looked up, a magnificent horse of swirling gray, blue, purple, and white stood over him, an ethereal sculpture formed from living clouds, rain, snow, wind, and storm mana. There could be no doubt it was the Storm Horse herself. Chapter 41.
Hello again.
The wolf spirit stared at Shani with its hungry yellow eyes. It looked ready to devour her, as if held back by the barest restraint. When Shani said nothing, its too long mouth with too many teeth smiled.
How did you like that power? It was only a taste.
Shani really didn't like the way it said taste. Her body stiffened. She would not be prey.
We want more.
And Fairy padded out of the shadows into the dream, eyes locked on the wolf spirit. They were in the opposite world of the plains with orange grass and a purple sky.
Good, the wolf said, nodding its head. It is good you hunger for it.
And our end of the bargain? Shani asked.
As I said, I only wish to escape this place.
Shani's eyes narrowed, wary of tricks.
That is all you say?
The wolf spirit nodded again.
A small price to pay, don't you think?
Perhaps. Shani wasn't convinced. In the back of her mind, she knew she'd already taken the deal, but something didn't feel right, and she wanted to know what it was. And then what will you do? The wolf's bony shoulders lifted as it gave a dry, hoarse chuckle.
So many questions. Are you trying to go back on our deal? I'm afraid it's too late for second thoughts, Shani of Grey Dawn.
Shani's palms stung like fresh burns, and she squeezed her hands into fists.
No. We want what we were promised, Inferi said. And you will have it, the wolf spirit said.
It stretched open its mouth, wider and wider. Shani saw a long, black tongue between rows of knife-long teeth. Something tugged at her beast heart, and she felt herself being dragged forward into the wolf's gaping maw.
Stop!
She shouted, digging her heels and fighting to turn away. Inferi flew past her, barking and yipping in anger and surprise. When Shani looked, her mana beast had already disappeared somewhere within the growing darkness of the wolf's mouth. Long fangs surrounded her. The jaws were huge now, like the floor and ceiling of a cavern stretching in around her. The wolf's laugh echoed all around her, manic and unending. Shani screamed as the hungry mouth snapped shut and swallowed her whole. Shani gasped, and she sat up, limbs trembling, both her natural heart and her beast heart pounding.
Are you guys okay? Vex asked. You all dropped like a bunch of rocks, and I couldn't do anything to wake you up.
Kipu groaned and rubbed his ruby gemstone eyes.
I saw many strange things.
I did as well, Raiko added. His face looked even more haggard and pale, as if he'd awakened after a long sickness. His brow creased in a troubled expression.
And not all of it was welcome. And you, Shani?
Kipu asked. Shani nodded, the dream, vision, or whatever it had been still vivid in her mind. She could still feel herself trembling.
Your arms,
Vex said, drawing her from her thoughts. Shani held her arms out in front of her, frowning. Strange rust-red patterns wound around them from the wrists to shoulder like fanged vines. Kipu hurried to her side and, without asking, grabbed her hand, examining the various symbols and shapes closely.
These markings, he muttered. I have never seen anything like them in all my days. But I sense bad mana in them. What did you see in your dream, little sister?
Pulling her arm back, Shani frowned at him.
It was nothing. A mana spirit from these plains spoke to me.
What did he say? Raiko asked. By now, Shani noticed everyone was watching her.
I do not think these spirits can be trusted, Kipu said. Why am I being lectured on this?
Shani asked, feeling threatened. Everyone circled around her like she'd done something wrong.
We are not accusing you of anything, little sister,
Kipu said softly. His voice sounded like she'd wounded him.
I am only concerned for you. There were no mana spirits that spoke to me in my dreams.
Nor in mine, Raiko added.
Shani, we only wish to know what was said.
Shani flushed. The way they were acting, she would be ashamed to tell them even if she had any desire to.
I do not wish to speak of it.
Wait a second, Vex said. Where's Inferi?
Everyone looked around. Shani realized her mana beast hadn't been there when she'd awakened, yet she still sensed her presence close, though it was different somehow, foreign and imposing. The tall grass rustled behind Shani.
I am here.
The voice was Inferi's, but deeper and huskier. A swirl of purple shadows emerged. As it faded, revealing Inferi, Shani gasped. In place of the knee-tall hyena stood a bulky creature as tall as Shani's shoulder. It was still Inferi, though packed with twice the muscle and several other changes. Her hide was still gray and covered in swirling purple markings that emitted tendrils of purple smoke as she stepped forward. Her eyes were inky black now, and her teeth were as long as Shani's hands. A broad, square muzzle looked strong enough to crush a person's head, if the hyena had the mind. The most profound difference was a row of off-white bone spikes running down the length of Inferi's back from shoulders to hips, ascending in length to the tallest at the middle of her back before descending again. The longest was as tall as one of Shani's arrows and as thick as a war club at the base before tapering to a needle-like point. Inside Inferi, Shani sensed a whirling of shadow and storm mana, inky purple clouds and flashes of black lightning. The realization caused Shani to examine her beast heart, where she found the same umber mix of shadow and storm mana. The spirit had kept its word, and more.
Holy hell,
Vex whispered, dumbfounded. Inferi grinned at him, showing off her rows of canine fangs.
"Can you feel it, Shani?" she asked, looking at her beast caller. "Guardian strength. The spirit kept its word."
"And what did this spirit ask you in return for this power?"
Kipu's voice was cold and demanding. Shani had never heard him speak to anyone in such a manner.
"Only to be free of this prison," Inferi answered for them, "much as we are free from the judgment of others."
"They are at the height of Guardian," Skystrike said in a hushed tone, "not far from chieftain strength." "I feel our mana returning as well," Raiko said. "This spirit must have been the lord of this plane. We have fought several such spirits and mana beasts inside the totem, each one the protector of the area." Kipu shook his head. "You have made your choice, little sister. I fear it was not a wise one." Something inside Shani snapped, heat rushing through her body like lightning. Thunder rippled through the skies overhead. "Unwise because it was not done your way?" Shani asked, voice rising. "All my life I have struggled, watching my band grow weaker, wondering why I was not chosen to be a beast caller. And then, by some miracle, when it happened, I was little better than a cripple. We were cursed, abominations."
"We have only taken what was owed to us," Inferi growled.
"Nothing is owed to any beast caller," Raiko said in a quiet voice. "What is gained must be earned. I do not know the price you will pay for this power, but the debt will be collected. Of that, I am certain." "I care nothing for the cost," Shani hissed. "You felt much the same before Ubira was slain, little sister," Kipu said, shaking his head again. "Tell me, did that make you whole?" Before Shani could answer, a behemoth bolt of lightning smote the sky in the distance to her left. A forlorn wolf-howl rose to a spine-tingling pitch, lonesome and hungry. Thunder rolled and the wind moaned, the grass whipping every which way. When the light faded and the thunder ceased, a great pillar of light rose in the distance, up out of sight beyond the clouds. Everyone stared at Shani and Inferi. Their sadness filled her with shame. That shame burned in the fires of her anger. She turned away from them. The pillar of light called. Perhaps they would think better of them after she and Inferi stopped the snake cult. "Shani, wait," Kipu called. "You do not have to walk this path alone." Ignoring his calls, Shani and Inferi set off through the tall grass, leaving the others behind them. She swung onto Inferi's back, the space between her bone spikes just large enough to sit. She clung to the one in front of her, and Inferi bounded through the grass, clearing several paces each time. It wasn't long before they reached the pillar of light. Up close, Shani felt the crackle of electricity. Lightning leaped up the sides of the column. Far overhead, an ominous purple-gray thundercloud swirled, identical to the one they'd seen around the head of the totem in the outside world. The light disappeared into the depths of the cloud. Sliding from Inferi's back, Shani approached the light with an extended hand. The storm mana within her thrummed, the points of her fingers crackling with electricity as she reached out for the pillar. True strength coursed within them. She was stronger, faster, and quicker than she'd ever been, a warrior of thunder, lightning, and dark clouds. She threw back her head and smiled. It was a true smile, the first she'd worn in what seemed a lifetime.
"What are we waiting for?"
Inferi rumbled beside her. Small crackles of electricity coursed across her powerful frame, and purple smoke drifted from her bone-crushing maw. Vex had said Frog Priest was seeking the heart of the storm totem. Shani knew in both her hearts that this pillar could only lead to one place. She would find Frog Priest and his cultists and exact a terrible price on them for defiling the Stormhorse totem. "Shani!" Kipu struggled toward them, leaning into the force of the whipping wind. With one hand he held his knitted hat clamped against his head. In the other, he had Chakra pinned to his side. Vex pushed forward beside him, head down, ears flapping in the storm. Raiko and Skystrike stood farther back, watching like silent judges. Why had they followed her? Even now they doubted her. "Shani!" Kipu repeated, drawing close enough his yells could be heard over the wailing winds. "This is not the way. Your bond and strength should come from a place of love and trust with your mana beast. This hunger for power will consume you." "Please listen!" Vex shouted at Inferi. "This isn't right!" "Do not lecture us," Inferi barked, lowering her head and locking eyes with Vex as she snarled out a challenge.
"We have taken what we were given,"
Shani said. The words of the gaunt wolf echoed in her mind.
"There are many paths to power and many secrets to strength."
Turning their backs on the others, Shani and Inferi stepped into the pillar. Before Kipu could stop them, Vex jumped after them. Chapter 42.
"You have made quite the commotion here at the peak of my totem, human," she said.
The horse's mouth didn't move, and Kellen couldn't tell if she'd spoken aloud or if he was hearing the words in his mind. Kellen's face warmed. "Sorry, I guess things got a little carried away."
"Do not apologize," the horse continued. "Without your meddling to condense the mana, I would not have been able to hold this form. The curse upon this totem constantly drains away at my strength, giving life and form to everything you see within the totem. Even what you have done to regather it will not last long."
But Kellen trailed off. If he'd had to guess, he estimated the mana within the cloud just before it struck the tornado was the power of several paragons. He only had his single experience with Winoya to serve as a mark, however.
"The amount of mana you gathered was indeed impressive by mortal standards,"
the horse said, tossing her head in a playful manner.
"I was once a goddess of this land. All the storm mana within this totem is mine, yet it is still not enough for me to maintain my form and break free of this prison, and much of it is corrupt or has taken on an existence of its own as mana spirits over the long years."
"Prison?" Kellen asked. The storm horse nodded once.
"The Wild Mother locked us away in these totems as a punishment. Never again will we walk the lands of Oras, and now, I fear, her time of judgment has come. Soon my siblings and I will fade away, as is the fate we must face for our crimes."
"What did you do?" Kellen asked, his curiosity temporarily making him forget he was speaking to a goddess. What could be so terrible that the Wild Mother locked her children away for eternity?
"Has it been so long now that you humans have forgotten?"
the storm horse asked.
"Ah, but I see you are not of Oras, rather a spirit traveler from the great before. Still, there is not time for this tale now. I sense in you an echo of the Wild Mother and a trace of her chosen blessing. Do not let the followers of the snake take my heart, Kellen Lars."
Kellen wasn't sure where to begin or how to piece all of that together, and there was no time. The storm horse might have already faded a bit since she'd first appeared. "Where is the heart of the totem? Can you help me find my mana beast and my friends? I need them to stop the snake cult." He felt his chest tighten as panic gripped him. The horse bent down and gave him a soft nudge with her nose, encouraging him to his feet.
"Take courage, spirit traveler,"
the storm horse said.
"Your friends need you. You must have strength, and you already carry a portion of my heart with you."
She tipped her head toward Kellen's waist. Surprised, he pulled out Chirp's small red and golden egg from the pouch at his belt. He offered it up to the storm horse, who snorted, blowing tiny electric sparks from her nostrils. They gathered around the egg, which rose from Kellen's hand and spun, growing larger and larger. At some point, Kellen saw long, magnificent tail feathers and a head plume emerge from the spinning shape. Soon, Chirp took form.
"What? Where am I? What's happening?"
The hawk's head swiveled back and forth. She spotted Kellen.
"Thank the storm horse, you're alive!"
Kellen cleared his throat and tipped his head behind Chirp, where the storm horse stood patiently. Chirp spun around and almost fell out of the air in surprise.
"Oh, Thunder, it's you, honored mother!"
"Do not use that title for me,"
the horse said, shaking her head so her flowing mane drifted into the air.
"It is reserved for one greater and more worthy than I. But yes, here I am, if only for a little while longer. Frog Priest has almost reached the heart of my totem," she continued. "If he succeeds in stealing its power, he will have the means to resurrect the snake once more. He is a forbidden offspring and an abomination in the eyes of the Wild Mother. You must stop him at any cost."
Where is the heart? Kellen asked. And I'm still alone. I don't—
You are enough, the Storm Horse said. You must be. With the last of my ebbing power, I can take you there. But first, we must prepare you.
An electric aura pulsed from the Storm Horse, illuminating the surrounding clouds. Kellen threw an arm up to shield his face. When the light faded, Vex appeared between them, his back to Kellen. When he saw the Storm Horse, he jumped straight up, performing his best Halloween cat impression, sans the feline howl.
What happened? Where am— what's this—
Kellen rushed to Vex and tackled him with a hug. His mana beast let loose a flash of sun mana that passed harmlessly through Kellen before Vex realized who'd taken him out.
Get off me, you big idiot!
Laughing, Kellen ruffled the fur on Vex's head before rolling away.
This is no time for screwing around,
Vex said, standing up and shaking himself to fluff his fur back into place.
Shawnee and Inferi and creepy mutants, they ran away after Frog Priest, and you're just standing around?
Kellen's joy at reuniting with Vex quickly faded into alarm. You found Shawnee and Inferi. What happened?
They have been deceived by one of the mana spirits within the totem, the Storm Horse said.
Vex swiveled to look at the Storm Horse like he'd forgotten she was there during the reunion with Kellen. He bowed low in a greater show of respect than Kellen would have ever thought possible. The Storm Horse snorted impatiently and tossed her head.
Thank you, little beast, but there is no time for that now. Your friends are walking into danger, and I will soon fade. You were on the cusp of growing stronger together before the Thunder Beast interrupted your progression. Let me help you walk the last steps.
A soft, rose-colored mist spread from the Storm Horse, enveloping Kellen and Vex. The fresh, invigorating smell of new rain falling after a long drought filled Kellen's nose. In the next moment, his beast heart grew warm within him, and he felt it beating in time with his pulse. Golden light flared around him, cutting through the mist like sunrise after a storm. He lost sight of Vex, though he could feel his mana beast nearby, glowing with his own golden light. The rays of light mixed with the swirling mist. A tingling sensation filled Kellen at the base of his head, in his chest, and the tips of his fingers and toes. He floated into the air, lifted by the sun and storm mana enveloping him. When the light faded and the Storm Horse reappeared, she nodded in satisfaction.
It is done.
Kellen stared in surprise at the mana beast standing next to him in Vex's place. Vex's transformation to Guardian was more pronounced than his advancement from Ward to Companion strength. His body was longer now, and he stood as high as Kellen's hip. He was ash-gray in color and covered in the same waving markings, except now they glowed a pale golden color instead of electric blue. Some of his feline features had given way to more fox-like ones, including narrower, longer ears and a more pronounced nose and muzzle. Perhaps the biggest change was his tail, which had changed from a tufted one like a lion's to 7 waving foxtails, each with glowing golden tips. He spun around, chasing his tails as he tried to get a look at himself.
Oh man, I feel incredible! I look incredible!
He froze all at once as something crossed his mind. Kellen read the thought. Sorry, buddy, no mane. Vex slumped to the ground, dejected.
Oh man, are you sure? Maybe it's still growing in.
Kellen remembered something Kipu had said, though he couldn't be sure if the current Kipu had told him this or if he recalled it from Kipu's memories in his head. The amount of mana surrounding the Storm Horse had sharpened them in his mind once more.
The advancement to Guardian strength is the foundation for all that is to come. The human body is remade into the most complete version it could be and is no longer threatened by natural sickness or disease.
Well, that sounded like a pretty sweet deal. If he was lucky, he'd had his last saddle rash or case of hay fever. Curious, he pulled up his poncho and shirt, revealing his torso.
Dang,
Vex said, followed by an admiring whistle. Kellen looked down in disbelief at the defined 8-pack he now sported. If reaching companion strength had given him a tone-up, Guardian was like an Arnold Schwarzenegger-sponsored overhaul. He didn't feel or sense that he'd added any muscle mass or physical strength, but what he already had was reshaped to its best version.
You still don't have that marble statue look Raiko has going on, but you are jacked, man.
I cannot comment on what the ideal human looks like,
Chirp said.
but it sounds as if congratulations are in order.
Kellen laughed. It partly felt like cheating. Sure, he'd been working his butt off for weeks, but he knew without being in the Thunder Beast and the Storm Horse's help, it would have taken them much longer to reach Guardian strength.
You will earn whatever you gain inside my totem twice over if you survive,
the Storm Horse said, as if reading his mind.
I have guided you to perfect Guardian strength, but even that may not be enough. There are 2 more gifts I have to bestow, and then you must face Frog Priest.
Well, that wasn't much of a pep talk. Kellen and Vex shared a worried glance, but the Storm Horse had already moved on.
I have felt in you the memories of one older, another blessed by the Wild Mother who has lost much of his wisdom, the Storm Horse said. Take this from me as thanks. Perhaps it will aid you both in the days to come as the 4th Nocturne draws nigh.
He felt a tingling at the base of his head, then a pearl appeared hovering in the air in front of Kellen. The size of a golf ball, it was a swirling pink color with lines of silver and gold, much like the original memory stone. It drifted toward him, and he held out a hand, fingers wrapping around the round, smooth object. He knew at once what it was. Kipu's fragments of memory and knowledge pulled from the recesses of his mind and restored by the Storm Horse. He tucked it into the pouch at his belt, double-checking it was secure.
You are not one of mine, though I can sense my storm mana within you, the Storm Horse said. Here is one last thing, a working known as Sacred Lightning. May it serve you in the battle ahead. Wield it carefully, for it is strong mana and may overwhelm your guardian beast heart if used without caution.
The mental image of a brilliant white lightning bolt settled into Kellen's mind. As the Storm Horse cautioned, he knew instinctively that he could only use the working once, or perhaps twice, along with his other workings during a fight. He sensed the working combined both storm and sun mana somehow. Before he could ask the Storm Horse about it, however, she spoke again.
Go now, Vex and Kellen Lars,
the Storm Horse said, bowing to him and chirp. Her back half had already receded into the clouds, the rest of her fast fading.
And good luck.
Chapter 43. When the light faded, Shani and Inferi found themselves on a large mesa. Several other plateaus of red rock stood out in the distance, jutting up from a sea of dried grass far below. A storm-tossed sky surrounded them, and constant flashes of lightning cut jagged lines across the darkened heavens, illuminating sheets of pelting rain and hail. A small crowd of people swathed in white bandages stood in the distance, surrounding a miniature version of the horse totem about twice the height of a person, and another figure, Frog Priest. While the cultists chanted, Frog Priest raised his heavy bone club, which flickered with a faint green-white light. A stream of light ran from the totem into the top of the club. His eerie aura grew brighter and brighter with each passing moment. Shani hadn't the time to discover what new workings and abilities she and Inferi might possess as guardians, but she could feel the mana coursing through their limbs, and she knew the rage that fueled her heart. It would be enough. Inferi let loose a terrible howl that cut through the din of rain and thunder, sending chills down Shani's spine. The group of cultists turned, drawing sickled blades and forming a protective line in front of Frog Priest, who continued about his work. Inferi charged. At the same time, Shani drew her bow and fired into the group. Knowing she'd face the cultists with the mana-protecting wrappings, Shani had broken the mana crystal head from the tips of her arrows over the course of their travels through the endless plain. The lack of arrowheads made the projectiles less deadly and lighter, but she'd taken her knife to each, sharpening them to points. At this distance, they punched through the cloth wrappings with ease. Her first 3 arrows struck cultists. One went down, clutching their chest. She had time to loose another before Inferi closed the gap. Drawing forth a burst of storm mana, Shani cast aside her bow and grasped her spear. She released the mana behind her, intuitively controlling the working to propel her forward into the cultists. One hand was stabbing with her stone spear, and the other crackling with an electrical current. Shani threw herself into the group. The wrappings of the cultists might have protected them from mana workings, but did nothing to save them from the pair's physical ferocity. Inferi grabbed cultists in her teeth, effortlessly flinging them aside. Purple smoke filled the area, blinding their enemies. Able to see through Inferi's smoke working, Shani struck and stabbed. The cultists fell before them. Knives of glowing obsidian left dozens of cuts in Shani and in Fairy, but nothing could stop them. When the last of their foes fell back, fleeing toward Frog Priest, Shani limped from a gash in her thigh. She channeled mana to the injured limb, filling it with temporary strength for the fight still to come. Frog Priest broke off his chant and lowered the glowing bone club to his side as he turned to face them, lightning illuminating his wide, toothless smile. Shani stared at him with gritted teeth, her snarl matching Inferi's, whose muscled chest heaved in exertion. The primeval's tongue flickered out as if testing the air, then twitched again to lick a line of blood running down the arm of an injured cultist.
"A challenger," he croaked, nodding in apparent satisfaction. "Good, good."
Shani screamed and hurled a streak of lightning at Frog Priest. He ducked to the side. The next lightning working caught him in the chest and flipped him onto his back. He recovered in time to bring his club in a mighty sideways arc at Inferi's head just as she reached him. A terrible crack split the air. Inferi sailed up and backward, landing several paces in front of Shani, rolling in a motionless heap until she stopped at her beast-caller's feet. Shaking her head, Inferi struggled to her feet, swaying. Frog Priest raised a webbed hand and beckoned to them. Sprinting toward him, Shani hurled lightning from her free hand as fast as she could shape and cast the working. She'd abandoned the spear, and in the other hand she charged the length of her blade with electricity. Lowering his shoulder, Frog Priest stepped into her charge, dodging her slash and Inferi's in the same motion. Shani collided with his bulky frame, sword flying out of her grip as Frog Priest drove the air from her and sent her flying backward. She barely had time to suck in a breath before the wounded cultists piled on her. Fighting for her life with nothing but her knives, out of the corner of her eye, Shani saw Inferi latch onto Frog Priest's bone club, the two of them straining for control. A sharp pain blossomed in Shani's side. She gasped and collapsed to the ground, raising a hand to ward off the blows of the half-dozen surviving cultists with a blast of wind. They flew backward, and she channeled mana to the wound. Blood ran free from the puncture. Before she could do anything else, the cultists were back, raining down blow after blow with their clubs. The cushion of storm mana she'd channeled held, the only thing preventing them from bludgeoning her to a pulp. A streak of chained lightning split through the cultists, seeking the gaps in their wrappings. It was just enough of a respite. Shani stumbled back and crawled free. A moment later, Raiko was pulling her to her feet as Skystrike let loose an electrifying hailstorm from above. The tiny shards of icy storm mana struck the cultists, driving them back. Shani struggled to pull herself free of Raiko's grasp. Through their touch, she realized he'd regained his chieftain's strength. "Peace, cousin," he said, backing a step away from her. "We are here to fight by your side." But Shani didn't want anyone to fight by her side, didn't need anyone, even though the cut in her leg and wounded side both ran with blood. She felt the mana in her beast heart fast fading. Almost gone, but still enough to keep her together. It would have to do. She steeled herself with what mana she could afford to slow the bleeding, and attacked. Grabbing the bone club still clutched in Inferi's jaws, Frog Priest grunted and threw her into the air, slamming Inferi to the ground. The shock of the collision forced her mouth free. Frog Priest moved fast, bringing the club down in a bone-crushing blow against Inferi's ribs. She yelped in pain and flailed to escape as another blow struck her in the head. Feeling her last vestiges of strength ebbing, Shani jumped over Inferi, hands glowing with twin balls of whirling storm mana. The powerful gusts knocked Frog Priest's next swing wide and sent him reeling backward. Inferi pushed herself to her feet, wincing and whining. Clutching her bloody side, Shani gasped for air, unable to follow up the attack before Frog Priest recovered. The mutant let out a long, ribbiting chuckle and nodded in approval.
"You fight well, human."
The last of the cultists defeated, Kipu, Chakra, Raiko, and Skystrike joined her. Frog Priest surveyed the situation and nodded again, muscled shoulders rising and falling with each breath. A sickly, pale light swirled around his club. "Give up your weapon," Raiko said. "It is over." Once more, Frog Priest let out a long, croaking chuckle. With a wave of the club, the eerie light swarmed over each of the fallen cultists. They rose to a slack attention as if pulled up by strings, the same sickly glow of the club leaking from their eyes and mouths. Kipu let out a groan, clutching at his beast heart as he and Chakra collapsed to the ground. Frog Priest's amphibian eyes widened in surprise.
"The gift of the snake is not yours to use, Ancient One,"
he said, waving the bone club again. A pale light rose from Chakra and Kipu, then sped toward Frog Priest, gathering around his weapon. Chakra let out a weakened caw, then fell still, a stiff, motionless skeleton beside her master. The glow in Kipu's ruby eyes faded, and his mouth stretched open like a corpse. Shani rushed Frog Priest and Fairy at her side, both prepared to die as long as they killed him as well. The risen cultists wordlessly charged for Raiko and Skystrike, swarming the pair and cutting them off from Shani and Inferi. Striking out without pattern or precision, Shani wielded her rage and mana like a club of her own. No matter how fast they attacked, Frog Priest held them at bay, deflecting their mana workings with a twist of his club, weaving and hopping faster than his size and mass should have allowed. Jumping up and backward, Frog Priest raised his club and made a slicing motion, sending a crescent of the sickness mana arcing down at them. Inferi took the brunt of the attack and collapsed to the rain-slick rock. Frog Priest landed in a wide stance, Bone Club held at a horizontal guard in front of him. The resurrected cultists had Raiko and Skystrike on the ground, where they lay at the mercy of their enemies, bound in the mana wrappings. Only Shani remained standing.
"I sense something in you,"
Frog Priest said, tilting his broad head to the side.
"Hunger, greed. What is it that you carry inside of you?"
At his words, the red markings twisting up Shani's arms glowed, and the light pulled away from her to form the starving red wolf between them. Shani cried out and fell to her knees, her beast heart suddenly pounding and empty, on the verge of breaking. Inferi let out a pained howl, then fell still. "No," she gasped, as the wolf smiled at her with its two long maw. Lightning flashed, illuminating its wide, craving eyes and rows of razor teeth. Rain dripped from its gaunt frame.
"I held my bargain," the wolf said, "and you kept yours. I am free, and you had your power. How you wasted the strength I gave you is not my concern." "Mighty Spirit," Frog Priest croaked, "join with me, and together we will devour these pathetic mortals."
The wolf's long snout parted in a ravenous grin.
"Gladly."
"No!" Shani screamed again over the victorious howl of the hungry wolf and the croaking laugh of Frog Priest. She collapsed, struggling to hold her head up, the power of the spirit gone in an instant. They'd been betrayed. The wolf faded into orange light, sucked into the bone club. Frog Priest stepped over them and raised his gleaming weapon like an executioner. Shani's eyes grew heavy. She struggled even to raise a hand against the anticipated blow. A flash of ashen fur filled her vision, followed by a pained yip. "Shani!" An unseen, familiar voice forced Shani's eyes wider. Islu? She was dying, hearing things. Perhaps her husband had come to escort her to the great beyond. Instead, a beam of golden light threw Frog Priest backward. Kellen appeared, sliding to a stop to kneel over her. She felt the warmth of his hand like spring sunlight against her cheek. "Stop him," she muttered, the words slurring together. Her vision went dark. She felt herself slipping away. Then, through the gloom, a golden light blossomed. Chapter 44.
"Oh, this is bad," Chirp said. "This is bad, bad, bad. What are we going to do?"
Kellen ignored her, bending down to place a hand on Vex, who lay on the cold, wet rock, shivering. He'd maintained his guardian form, yet had taken the brunt of Frog Priest's attack when he jumped in front of Shani to save her. Kellen's attack had driven Frog Priest back several paces away, where he stood, drawing power from the miniature of the Stormhorse totem.
"But the party just started,"
Vex groaned, struggling to stand. Kellen took stock of his surroundings, illuminated by his sun mana. He had no idea what was going on with the cultists and their creepy, glowing white eyes. They had Raiko and Skystrike pinned to the ground and bound in their marked wrappings. Based on their slack, zombie-like expressions, they didn't seem to be worried about personal protection anymore. Kipu and Chakra lay like the dead a short distance away. Shani and Inferi weren't much better. As the Storm Horse had said, his friends were in need. They weren't beat yet, though Kellen was the only one left in fighting shape. He had to buy time for Vex to recover. His mind raced for a solution. With a final flourish of Frog Priest's bone club, the smaller version of the horse totem collapsed into a pile of dust that blew away in a sudden wind. Were they already too late? Chirp still hovered in the rain at his side. Kellen took that to mean there was still hope. Frog Priest nodded at Kellen in apparent respect as his large, round eyes studied him intently.
"You are stronger than you look, human," he croaked.
His eyes flickered to Chirp.
"Ah, the missing piece. I understand now."
Kellen held up a hand, focusing all of his willpower to keep it from shaking. Frog Priest alone had the strength to beat him, aside from the dozen or so zombie cultists. Outnumbered, he had one idea to even the score. "I challenge you to single combat!" Kellen shouted, raising his voice to be heard over the steady patter of rain and distant thunder. Frog Priest rumbled out a bass chuckle, even as Kellen wondered where the idea had come from.
"Why do I need to answer your challenge? You are weak. I do not respect the weak. I take what I want."
"I come at the bidding of the Storm Horse herself," Kellen continued. Bits of Kipu's thoughts blended with his own. "The ancient laws demand you answer her challenge, if not mine." A brilliant bolt of lightning flashed so close overhead, Kellen felt its heat even through the freezing sleet. The thunder rumbled like 1,000 horses' hooves, and an angry equine scream echoed over the storm. Raising his head, Frog Priest gave a wide, toothless smile at the display, tongue flicking out to taste the rain.
"Very well. I will respect the challenge of a dying god. Our work is almost done here. It is nothing to crush another mortal."
Without warning, he leaped, sailing horizontally through the air straight at Kellen, bone club raised. Kellen prepared for this, throwing up his hands in a blinding flash of light and diving to the side. Frog Priest croaked in surprise and hit the ground hard, though he still landed on his powerful bow-legged feet. In the next instant, he turned the landing into a second leap, straight for Kellen. Kellen held out a hand, summoning the sacred lightning working. A jagged bolt of pure white mana appeared in his grip. He swung it down at the primeval, sun and storm mana crackling as they struck the bone club. The resulting rebound of power shoved Kellen and Frog Priest apart, their feet sliding on the wet rock of the mesa. Kellen hurled the lightning. The bolt struck the ground just in front of Frog Priest, exploding in a burst of crackling energy. Frog Priest flew backward, swaying on his legs when he landed. He immediately felt the drain on his mana when he released the sacred lightning. Wasting no time, he formed a shield over his right arm. With his beast heart running low, he needed to preserve enough for a last offensive if Vex could find the strength to help him. Frog Priest charged at him again, this time in a limping, injured sideways hop. As Frog Priest closed the gap and swung the bone club, Kellen ducked, shoving upward with his shield and catching the mutant under his wobbling chin. Frog Priest croaked and staggered back, momentarily stunned. Kellen followed the strike up with a second flash of blinding light, then swung a left and right hook at the stunned frog, his fists glowing with golden sun mana. The first fist caught the mutant in his muscled shoulder, the second glancing off a slimy cheek. Kellen hauled back for a third, but Frog Priest butted his head forward, striking Kellen in the forehead. Stars blossomed in Kellen's vision, and he fell hard on his rear. He heard Vex's warning, either aloud or in his mind, in time to roll to the side as the bone club crashed down on the space he'd been an instant before, splintering the rock. He rolled again, and Frog Priest struck at him like a frenzied kid attacking a piñata. Kellen scrambled backward in a poor imitation of a crab. Frog Priest advanced. Panic seizing him, Kellen threw out another sun orb. Frog Priest batted it away, closing the gap between them at a steady pace. Kellen flung a caged trap working at Frog Priest's leg. Once more, Frog Priest reacted with stunning speed, using the mana in the bone club to cut through Kellen's working before it could ensnare him.
"Is that all you offer?" Frog Priest croaked. "I am disappointed by the champion the Storm Horse chose to defend her sanctuary."
"Not quite," Kellen panted. "I was stalling."
A hail of golden daggers sliced through the storm-filled night air, burying themselves in Frog Priest's back. The mutant croaked and writhed in pain as Vex floated to the ground, his markings glowing the brilliant hue of sunrise.
"Sorry,"
he shouted to Kellen.
"Just needed a breather."
Frog Priest leaped straight up in the air, hefting his bone club overhead. As he came crashing down to the earth, he led with the club, striking the ground in a massive blow that sent a shockwave of plague mana in all directions. Kellen knelt and threw up a shield. The working broke around him like a wave striking a rocky shore, draining much of Kellen's remaining mana reserves. Vex vaulted over the wake of the attack. They rushed at Frog Priest. The bone club swung at Vex. Kellen threw a shield in the air, knocking the blow off course and shattering the working in the process. Kellen jerked it back, and the shards buried themselves like shrapnel in the side of the mutant's frog head. As he staggered and clutched at his head, Vex's mouth flared with sunlight, and he shot a prism of sun mana at Frog Priest at nearly point-blank range. Frog Priest stumbled again. Vex drove forward, relentless in his attacks. Kellen reached for the mana they shared between their bond, drawing just enough to be of use without hampering Vex. With it, he cast the gilded armor over Vex. They needed to end the fight. If it became a contest of whose mana reserves would last longer, Kellen had no doubt Frog Priest would win, even weakened as he was by the power of the totem. Cloaked in the mana working, Vex charged Frog Priest, who repelled him with a swing of his bone club. The swing left Frog Priest open to Kellen's onslaught of sun orbs. Just as one struck the mutant's chest and rebounded, a second followed, Kellen catching them and hurling them back faster than his foe could block. Letting loose a terrible croak, Frog Priest leaped to escape. This time, Kellen's golden snare caught his leg and jerked him to the ground. Before the primeval could find his feet, Vex's golden storm sliced into the pale white skin of the frog's back, flaying it open like a swarm of butcher knives. A putrid, yellow-green pus oozed from the cuts. Holding 2 spinning discs of sun mana around each wrist, Kellen approached their fallen foe.
"The return of the snake has been foretold,"
the Frog Priest croaked, cheek pressed to the wet stone as he stared up at Kellen from a single yellow eye.
"It cannot be stopped."
A powerful leg lashed out, knocking Kellen to the ground. His head smacked hard against the rock. Vex leaped on the mutant, who rolled on his back, and shoved the mana beast away with another thrash of his amphibian legs. Kellen threw a shielded arm up, but Frog Priest was no longer interested in them.
"No!"
Frog Priest threw the club straight for Chirp, who'd flown to Kellen and Vex's aid when she saw them fall. Spinning end over end, the club passed straight through the mana spirit in a flash of red and gold and sucked her in. As Kellen struggled to his feet, Frog Priest caught the boomeranging club in his webbed hand with a wet smack. It glowed even brighter now, pulsing and emitting an aura that left Kellen's body aching and his stomach nauseous. Pulling the last dregs of his mana into a final shield, Kellen prepared to die. Frog Priest raised the bone club overhead and brought it down hard against the rock. The club shattered, the resulting explosion of mana throwing Kellen, Vex, and Frog Priest several paces away. Kellen willed his exhausted, battered body to sit up. The acrid stench of burning hair filled the air. From the splinters of Frog Priest's weapon, a semi-transparent, pale, serpentine ghost swayed upward as if from a deep sleep. No trace of Chirp remained. The serpent seemed startled, head swiveling around to take in its surroundings. Beside it, Frog Priest lay unmoving on the ground. Farther back, the group of zombie cultists had collapsed, the light in their eyes and mouths gone. Head swiveling, the ghost snake locked eyes with Kellen. It slithered toward him, swaying as it moved. Kellen knew he should have been afraid, knew this could be the end. But as he looked into the eyes of the snake, he glimpsed something familiar, even if he couldn't place his finger on who or what it was. A light erupted behind the snake, and a portal the size of a basketball appeared, expanding fast. Kellen caught a glimpse of a verdant jungle before the ghost of the snake dropped to the ground, its tail pulled toward the jungle scene by an invisible force. As Kellen and Vex stared in disbelief, the ghost snake vanished in a fading white mist, and the portal winked out. "Does this mean we won?" Vex asked. In answer, a deafening, earth-quaking crack of thunder split the sky. The howling wind forced them flat on the ground as the storm raged, rain pelting like furious hornets. Lightning speared the mesa all around them, throwing splinters of rock into the sky. The air filled with a scent of thick ozone. They hadn't won. They'd failed. Kellen prepared for the end. And then an all-consuming, oppressive silence fell. When Kellen looked overhead, he saw a hole in the jagged sky above. Bright sunlight shone down from the world outside. Chapter 45. Kellen and Vex limped toward the others. Their feet splashed through puddles of rain glittering with the high noon sun above. Unable to believe his eyes, Kellen looked up again. There could be no mistaking the jagged rim of broken rock and the sky above, nor the total absence of the ever-present storm mana that had once swirled within the totem. The storm horse was gone. Forever. Raiko and Skystrike were already at Shani's side. A purple canine pup curled up in a ball beside her, in Fairy's ward form. It shivered and pushed closer to Shani, whining softly. As Kellen and Vex approached, Raiko lifted his head, and Kellen understood the severity of Shani's injuries from his expression.
"She is not well," he said. "If she does not find help soon, I fear she will not live."
Kellen reached into his pocket and felt his fingers curl around the pearl given to him by the storm horse. Without pausing to explain himself, he rushed to Kipu's side. The mummified man lay face up, mouth stretched open in a death grimace. The rubies had fallen from his eyes and lay on the ground next to his head, making Kipu look very much like the preserved husk of a thousands-year-old body he was. Vex nudged Chakra with his nose. The bird skeleton held together, but was nothing more than a collection of old bones.
"I hope this works,"
Kellen muttered. He dropped the pearl in Kipu's mouth and sat back. Nothing happened. Kellen hung his head, wondering if he'd lose two friends. His eyes closed, and tears ran down his cheeks. A terrible, hacking, gagging cough caused him to look up. Kipu bolted into a sitting position, clutching at his throat and wheezing. On the ground beside him, Chakra gave a weak caw. Her skeletal wings clattered against the rock as she struggled upright.
"Huh? What? Why can't I see anything?"
Kipu's hands felt around until he found the rubies serving as eyes. He popped them into place as he shook his head, stretching and working his jaw around.
"Little brother!"
he exclaimed, seeing Kellen. Before Kellen could stop him, the mummy threw his arms around him and pulled him into a hug. Trying not to gag from a smell akin to wet leather and incense, Kellen gave him a single pat in return before pulling away.
"Alive!"
Chakra cawed.
"Alive!"
"Shani needs your help," Kellen said. "She's hurt bad." Groaning as he forced his old bones to stand up, Kipu walked stiffly to Shani and Inferi. He knelt, waving a hand over her head and muttering something Kellen couldn't make out. A warm, springtime green light swelled in his palm and passed over Shani. The color returned to her face at once, and the scowl of pain faded. Even with the scar running from eye to chin, she looked at peace for the first time since Kellen had known her.
"Just in time, I think," Kipu said. "She will need time and rest to recover, but no permanent damage has been done to her beast heart, thankfully."
He stood and stretched, like someone who just awakened from a long sleep. "How do you feel?" Kellen asked tentatively. Kipu's ruby eyes caught Kellen, and he tipped his head in what Kellen thought might be an approximation of a wink.
"Better. Much better, little brother. Things are coming back to me now. It seems you've learned a thing or two since we last saw one another."
"Not enough," Kellen said. Now that he knew Shani and Kipu were stable, the weight of his failures settled on his shoulders. "I didn't stop Frog Priest. The power of the totem is broken." He followed Kipu, who hobbled over to the spot where Frog Priest had fallen. In place of the body, a deep indent in the rock remained. The stone was pitted like it had been melted away by acid. "There was a portal," Kellen began. "A white snake appeared like a ghost. The portal pulled her in and—" He stopped. Why did he think the snake a she? A sudden haze filled Kellen's mind, and he swayed where he stood. Kipu reached out and grabbed his shoulder with a steadying hand. "It is time for a rest, I think," he said. "There will be much time for talking and understanding later, for both of us." "Amen to that," Vex said. "I feel like I could sleep for a week." Sensing a powerful source of storm mana overhead, Kellen raised his weary head. Winoya levitated down toward them through the crack in the totem, her eagle mana beast Windwake circling in descent around her. Onaka followed close behind, standing with arms folded and scowling down at them, his reptilian genie horse levitating beside him. The paragons touched down on the ground, apparently unsurprised to see Kellen and company. "The totem's power is broken," she said, before anyone could offer up a recounting or explanation. Raiko stepped forward and bowed his head. "It is, Honored Paragon. We have failed you." Onaka scowled at their surroundings. "It appears you fought with your all and have slain many of those who sought to destroy this sacred place." "Frog Priest is dead, then?" Winoya asked. "He is," Kellen said. Winoya's electric blue gaze fell on him, and he could feel Onaka's hard stare as well. "I am surprised to see you here, Spirit Traveler," she said. "We must have words once you have gathered your strength." Kellen nodded. He imagined he had quite a bit of explaining to do. "Are you strong enough to fly?" Windwake asked Raiko and Skystrike. The winged horse dipped his head in confirmation. "I can bear them from the totem, Honored Paragon." "Good," Winoya said. "Windwake will carry some as well. Let us leave this place for now. You have earned your rest." Shani awoke beneath a pile of blankets and furs. She groaned and blinked, her mind trying to sort through the disorientation. The walls of a teepee surrounded her. A fire crackled in the center of the tent, though she could still see her breath clouding in front of her. Lifting back the blankets, she saw someone had removed her ruined clothes to bandage the cut on her leg and the stab wound in her side. Both were sore, but far better than they'd been when she'd lost consciousness. A small purple and gray figure curled up in a nest of furs caught her eye. Her beast heart thrummed with recognition. Inferi. Or rather, Inferi at ward strength and exhausted to the brink. The small pup let out a yawn, then buried herself deeper in the furs. Shani left her alone, sensing a peace and calm about the mana beast she'd never experienced before. Sensing something in her hand, Shani relaxed a fist she hadn't noticed she was clenching. A blood-red fang gleamed in her hands. As if from a great distance, she thought she heard a hungry wolf let out a despondent howl. She tucked the fang beneath her furs and pushed it from her mind for the time being. A moment later, the tent flap opened and Kellen's head poked inside. Seeing Shani sitting up with nothing but a clutched blanket covering her torso, he flushed and ducked out of sight. "Oh, for storm's sake," she heard Nokum mutter. A moment later, her grandmother pushed into the tent, followed by Tama. "You are awake," Nokum said, wrinkled face widening in a loving smile. Shani nodded. Tama knelt down beside her and squeezed Shani's forearm. The winding, rust-colored markings were gone. "I am proud of you, daughter." Nokum found another blanket and placed it around Shani's shoulders. "Winter found us while you were inside the totem," she said, then glared at the tent opening. "It is safe to come in, silly boy." Kellen ducked into the tent. He shook the snow from his brown hair. Their eyes met, then he looked away again, finding something of interest in the rising smoke of Shani's fire. "Sit down," Nokum said, waving a hand. "You are a guardian now. You may as well get used to the presence of a woman. Dozens of unwed girls will be throwing themselves at the door to your tent if they can get past the parents and grandmothers lined up with marriage offers." "What?" Kellen's eyes widened. He looked horrified at the prospect. "I'm not getting married." "Bachelors for life," Vex called from somewhere outside the tent. Tama cleared her throat. "How are you, Shani?" "I will be fine." She'd meant it to sound firm, but to her ears her words came out weak and uncertain. "You have slept for several days.
Tama said, her hand still resting on Shani's arm. If not for Kipu's assurances, I would have thought you may never wake. I was a fool, Shani said. She let her eyes fall to her furs, ashamed to admit her mistake to the 3 people in the tent with her.
Perhaps, Nokum said, though I do not think any here will judge you.
Shani raised her head and caught Kellen watching her. He gave her a small smile, which she returned with a brief nod.
Much has happened while you were asleep, Nokum said. Raiko Windstalker declared to his grandmother that you and Kellen saved his life. The Gorosho tribe waits to honor you, Kellen, and Kipu once you have recovered.
We are named an honored ally of the Gorosho, Tama said. Our people will never want for food or safety as long as we choose to remain.
It would seem saving the life of a great tribe's most promising young heir is not done without appreciation,
Nokum said. Kellen coughed, and their attention turned to him. I should get going. I'm supposed to meet Kipu before dark. It will be our first time training since leaving the tower. I don't want to be late. He paused and looked at Shani again, cracking a hesitant smile. I'm glad you're better. Before anyone could stop him, Kellen was gone. Nokum snorted, and Tama grinned at some joke Shani did not understand.
He has hardly left your side since the Paragon delivered you all from the peak of the totem, Nokum said.
An amused, wicked gleam filled her eyes.
Except for when we changed your bandages, of course.
Shani decided to end that line of talk before it went any further. What will the elders and the Paragons do now the great totem's power is broken? Tama's face fell into a frown. The Paragons have called for a great council with the chiefs of the large tribes and the Beastcaller elders. The Stormhorse tribes are vulnerable. The Fire Bison are beating the drums of war, and they may not wait for spring to try us.
We can only hope that the other great totems were destroyed as well,
Nokum said.
Though that may prove to be worse than a war with the Fire Bison. Only one thing is certain. Our people will never be the same now that the Stormhorse has fallen.
Chapter 46. When Kellen and Vex found Kipu, he was sitting on a rock on the outskirts of the Windbones camps, staring into the distant plains. What's that for? Kellen asked Kipu, pointing to the pack slung over his back. From her perch atop a rolled-up blanket, Shakra cawed,
Goodbye, Kellen! Goodbye, Vex!
Kipu swatted at her over his head. Not yet. I think I liked you better the less you said. He looked at Kellen and Vex, and his sharpened stone teeth parted in a big smile. I'm afraid she's right. We must be on our way.
Wait, you can't go, Vex said. You just got your memories back.
Kellen tried to process what he was hearing. Where are you going? Why? There are still a few things rolling around loose in here, little brother, Kipu said, tapping the side of his head. But enough to know I've got some work to do. That was the reason to preserve my soul all these many years. I'm afraid I can't spend the winter sitting by the fire as much as I would like to rest these old bones.
And you're just going to leave us hanging like that?
Vex asked. Kipu inclined his head. I'm afraid so. I've spoken with Coyote Lady. There is no other way.
It's sure easy for her to keep secrets, Vex muttered.
Kipu gave a hoarse chuckle. If it makes you feel better, there are things in this old head of mine that she doesn't even know, I think. If she'd had a chance to get her hands on that memory stone the Stormhorse crafted for you, I have a suspicion she may have kept it for herself. Who will teach us? Kellen asked. Nokum had already said they'd almost tapped the extent of her experience as a beast caller. The Gorosho tribe had offered to instruct Shani and Kellen as thanks for their services and for saving Raiko as well. Kellen still thought it was open for debate how much they'd really done for the chieftain beast caller, and anyway, no one could take Kipu's place. Learn from all the beast callers you can, Kipu said. No matter what mana they are attuned to or what path they walk. It will prepare you for the journey ahead. And you still have some of my memories and knowledge, after all. Let me show you a technique from long ago. After clearing a space in the snow with a wave of earth mana, Kipu had Kellen sit cross-legged on the ground and close his eyes. This will feel similar to channeling mana through your body from your beast heart, he said. Instead, focus the mana specifically to your mind. Relax. Let go of all thoughts. Like many things, it will become easier with time. Kellen let out a long breath and cleared his mind,
aware of the sun and storm mana inside him as it spread to his head, sending a gentle prickling sensation across his scalp. When Kipu's cold finger pressed against his forehead, he opened his eyes and saw a second Kipu. This one was in late middle age and comprised entirely of faint blue mists of mana. It stood beside the mummified original, motionless like a paused movie character. "The years have not been kind to my handsome features," Kipu said, smacking a bony hand to his leg and chuckling. "This is the manner the scions of the Wild Mother have passed on our knowledge throughout the centuries, especially when our numbers dwindled. All that is left of the memory spirit is available for your learning and growth. Use it well." The ghostly form of Kipu faded. "You may call on the memory ghost using the technique I just showed you whenever you would like training or instruction," Kipu said. "Although I am afraid it will not replace the real Kipu and has only a fraction of my knowledge." His words brought a small, sad smile to Kellen's face. Despite the mummy's unnerving appearance and quirky ways, Kellen realized how much he would miss Kipu. "Will you ever come back?" he asked his teacher. Kipu nodded. "That is my intent. There are other shrines such as the one I rested in, with other lost knowledge. I will seek them out and return when I can, though I do not know how long this path I walk will be, little brother." "At least tell us what the heck a scion is," Vex said. "And how is it we drew on storm mana? Kellen's got these questions and bits of info spinning around in his head, and it's going to drive me crazy as much as it will him." Kipu gave a coughing laugh and sat down on his pack, Shakra hopping away to peck at the dirt. "Very well. I suppose some answers are owed. The scions of the Wild Mother are a band of ancient beast-callers who learned to manipulate multiple types of mana. Some say this art was taught to the first of our kind by the Wild Mother herself, though that was long before my time. Even in my time, it was not uncommon for many beast-callers with a mixed heritage to learn a second type of mana, at the least. Over the years, however, the knowledge was lost. The scions were driven into hiding, hunted by those who coveted their knowledge and feared their powers. I was one of the last. As you saw in my memory, I volunteered to undergo a ritual that withered my body and preserved my memories, allowing me to return. I can only guess that since a scion did not return to restore me before you and Shani found me, that our kind were wiped out and my tomb forgotten." "But Vex and I shouldn't be able to learn this skill just because we had access to your memories in your presence," Kellen said. "And Vex was attuned enough to storm mana to take a secondary form almost the moment we met." Kipu nodded. "I have pondered that, both before my memories were restored and since. The only answer I can think of is that the Wild Mother gave you this gift when she brought you to our lands, though you or Vex did not know it. I would keep it secret if I were you, though work when you can to strengthen your affinity with more types of mana than just sun. My memory ghost will help you where it can until we meet again." Groaning, Kipu pushed himself into a standing position and lifted his pack. "Now, I must be going. I had meant to sneak away unnoticed, but I owed you some explaining, little brother. Do me a favor and do not tell the others I have left. Tama and Nokam I do not worry about, but I fear the Stormhorse Paragons would stop me from leaving. They do not understand me. They think they can use me as a weapon in the coming conflict with the Fire Bison." "How are you going to escape them?" Kellen asked. There was no place to hide from airborne searchers who knew the lay of the land from a lifetime on the steppes. "I have my ways," Kipu said, "and I will not tell you where I go in case they question you. For now, this is goodbye, Kellen Lars. Safe travels and strong mana until we meet again." "So long," Shakra called. "Be careful." With that, the mummy hefted his pack and turned away, hobbling out into the open plains. "Wait!" Kellen called out. "I've got more questions. Who is the snake?" "Someone else must answer that," Kipu hollered over his shoulder. "Goodbye!" Vex and Kellen watched until the mummy and his skeletal bird disappeared over the rolling hills. A gust of wind stirred up a dust of snow. Kellen pulled his poncho tighter around him. Night was falling fast on the plains, already covering them in cold, gray twilight. "All this mystery is super annoying," Vex said. "You'd think after all we did for Coyote Lady, she could at least share some of her secrets." Kellen and Vex spun around and saw Coyote Lady standing before them. Mischievous canine eyes glinted out from the shadows of her drawn hood.
Before we get going, I know exactly what I want for my reward, Vex said. A pizza. And before you tell me now, I'm not buying that you can't wave your hand and make one appear. You're a demigod with basically ultimate power from what I've seen. I want you to make me a pizza, and I'm not taking no for an answer.
Technically, the two of you failed, Coyote Lady said. Why should I reward you for letting Frog Priest succeed?
Frog Priest is dead, Vex pointed out. That should count for something.
Perhaps, Coyote Lady admitted, though there are still others to contend with, not to mention the snake herself one day.
Who is she? Kellen asked. Another rogue primeval?
Much worse, Coyote Lady said. She was, or is, the 8th child of the Wild Mother. It is a long and tragic story, but suffice to say, the Wild Mother dealt her a terrible punishment after the other children deceived them both. In her wrath, the Wild Mother locked each of them in the great totems until the 4th nocturne, when their reckoning would come.
So the snake was framed, Kellen said. Why is she the enemy, then?
The Wild Mother's curse bound the snake in a place you would call the underworld, a place between Oras and the great beyond. Not even the Wild Mother could retrieve the snake, even after she learned of her mistake. Yet through the long years, her followers survived. Since you fought them in the mountains, they have managed to resurrect her children, who were killed during the Wild Mother's initial retribution. Now, Frog Priest has used the heart of the Stormhorse to free the snake, or at least weaken the bonds of her prison.
And when the snake gets out, she's going to be ticked,
Vex said. Coyote Lady nodded.
When the 4th nocturne comes, it is foretold she will rise and destroy the world.
Oh, Vex said. Oh, Kellen agreed. A thought came to him. Why can't the Wild Mother make this right? Isn't she the supreme goddess of Oras and all-powerful? For the first time in all of his interactions with her, Kellen thought he caught a glimpse of worry on Coyote Lady's face.
Because she vanished. The Wild Mother has been gone since she sealed her children away in the totems ages ago.
What do you mean, gone? Vex said. How does a goddess disappear?
That is the question I have sought to answer for thousands of years,
Coyote Lady said. Before either could answer, she continued.
That is all you should know. But as Kipu said, I believe she sent you here. Together, maybe we will find answers one day. For now, I must continue my search, and you must prepare for what the end of the 3rd nocturne has in store.
Sounds like a party, Vex said.
Coyote Lady adopted her usual sly smile.
All is not lost. And in case you were wondering about Raccoon Boy, he was too furious at losing another bet to join us.
She winked at them.
And that is certainly worth a reward.
In a blink, Coyote Lady vanished. A hot, fresh-from-the-oven pepperoni pizza sat on a stump in her place. Epilogue. 16-year-old Allison Lars shot up in bed, gasping for air, sheets damp with sweat. Out of habit, she lowered her frantic breathing. The last thing she needed was her parents to hear her. If they thought she was having more night terrors, they'd send her back to the psychiatrist, and she'd be on meds again. Rubbing her eyes with the palms of her hands, she struggled to remember the dream. This one hadn't been like the others. The various nightmares of the ritual chamber and her time with Ubira's slavers had only subsided in the past year, thankfully. For 3 years, she'd only gotten any rest at night with the aid of heavy sleeping pills. Thinking about the money her parents had poured into therapists and treatments for her condition made her stomach tighten. There was nothing wrong with her. Well, nothing aside from the trauma born from appearing in another reality and spending several weeks as a captive, all culminating in a violent battle where she'd been reunited with her brother moments before reappearing in the same spot on Earth with no time having passed. Anybody had a right to be a little messed up after an experience like that. But none of that was what her parents thought was wrong with her. It was this whole invention of a made-up world they thought she'd used to deal with Kellen apparently abandoning her that morning, never to be seen again. When she'd returned to Earth, the glowing blue rock was gone. Her clothes and hair were just the way they'd been, leaving no proof of the whole ordeal except the story of a 12-year-old girl. She'd lost count of the times her parents and various professionals had asked her what happened with Kellen. By the time she turned 13, Allison gave up trying to convince them of the truth. Instead, she repeated to them the same scripted responses.
Kellen pulled over the harvester and told me to wait there. He never came back. No, I don't know.
I don't know.
It wasn't so much that they wanted to believe Kellen ran away without a trace. Allison had overheard many a late-night conversation between her parents, trying to imagine how or why he would or could do such a thing. To them, nothing else made sense, and Allison couldn't provide any answers that satisfied her parents, the police, or the therapists. Eventually, they stopped asking and chalked it up to a coping mechanism she'd adopted to deal with her brother's disappearance. Realizing she'd end up in a facility if she didn't give up trying to convince her parents of the real version of events, Allison withdrew. Her friends at school stopped talking to her. She'd never told anyone but her parents, the detectives, and the psychiatrist what had happened. Word still got around somehow. But she never stopped believing, never doubted her mind, though everyone else thought it was cracked. Around 14, she'd started researching ancient mythologies, listening to podcasts, reading history books. Her one string of hope came from Professor Gates's belief that all life in Oras had originated from Earth. Certainly, you didn't have to dive very deep to find some strange similarities in origin stories and accounts of early explorers. The mythologies were rife with parallels. When her parents had found out how she was spending her spare time, the treatments, the lectures, and the fighting started all over again. They'd taken her books, started monitoring her phone, and burned all of her notes. So now Allison focused on being as normal as she could, saving her money and waiting for the day she graduated high school so she could leave Idaho behind. There had to be a way to get back to Oras. It was this sole belief that kept her going through the ridicule and doubt. Lying back down, Allison stared at her ceiling, recalling the events of the dream. She'd been standing in the rain. It had felt like an out-of-body experience, but her vision responded to her desire to look around. She'd seen dead cultists and several other people and mana beasts. Then she spotted Kellen. He was lying on the ground. The mana beast with him was different than before. Kellen looked hurt and shaken, but alive, not much older, just different. Changed. Their eyes had met. She'd tried to call out to him, but found she couldn't speak. When she tried to approach him, something pulled her away. No matter how she fought to free herself or scream out to him, Allison could only watch as he grew farther away and eventually faded into white. He hadn't heard her. Then she'd woken up. It had been real, she was sure of it, and that had to mean there was a way back.
I'll find you, Kellen.
This has been Storm Totem, Mana Beasts, Book 2, written by Derek Allen Siddoway, narrated by Travis Baldree. Copyright 2023 by Derek Allen Siddoway. Production copyright by Derek Allen Siddoway.